demands. If not, then the troops which are already poised all along the borders will march, and Austria will have ceased to exist. Tell him that we are not joking. If we are in possession of the report that you have been appointed Chancellor by 7:30 p.m., the marching orders will be stopped, and the troops will remain on our side of the border. In the meantime, Seyss-Inquart was to send all National Socialists to the streets throughout the country. If Miklas could not understand the situation in 4 hours, he concluded ominously, he'll understand it in 4 minutes. Well, all right, said Seyss-Inquart dubiously. Goering did not have to wait until 7:30 for a report. In less than an hour he was informed that Miklas still refused to make the appointment. "Now listen here," Goering shouted at Seyss-Inquart. "I am willing to wait for another few minutes. I expect you to call me then immediately on the priority wire here in the Reichskanzlei. But you have to make it snappy. I cannot take the responsibility. In fact, I am not supposed to wait another minute." He gave the impression that he was under orders, but more likely acted under his own authority, since Hitler was not yet ready to press the issue. "If things don't happen within that time, you will have to take over by force, all right?" Nazis were already taking over the streets of Vienna in response to orders from Berlin. One mob, sweeping toward the inner city, shouted, "Heil Hitler! Sieg Heil! Hang Schuschnigg!" In the Chancellery, Schuschnigg heard the shouts and the tramp of feet. Convinced that this was a prelude to invasion, he went to the President's office to make a final appeal, but Miklas remained adamant, stubbornly refusing to appoint a Nazi as Chancellor. And when Schuschnigg insisted, said, "You will desert me now, all of you." Still, Schuschnigg saw no other possibility than Seyss-Inquart, a practicing Catholic with a reputation as an honest man, and suggested that he himself speak immediately on the radio to the Austrian people. Shortly, Schuschnigg entered the corner room on the first floor of the Chancellery, adjoining the grand staircase. Here, in the middle of the room, stood a microphone. Barely 5 paces from the place Dollfuss had been murdered by the Nazis. There was a hush as Schuschnigg stepped to the microphone at 7:50 p.m. and told of the German ultimatum. Throughout Austria, people were engrossed by a broadcast which William Shirer described as the most moving he had ever heard. "President Miklas asked me to tell the people of Austria that we have yielded to force. Because under no circumstances, not even in this supreme hour, do we intend that German blood shall be spilt. We have instructed our army to retreat without offering any resistance in the event of an invasion, and to await further decisions." Shirer thought Schuschnigg's voice would break into sobs, but he controlled himself. Thus, he concluded, "I take leave of the Austrian nation with a German farewell which also expresses my heartfelt wish. God save Austria." There was not a sound in the corner room until the Commissioner for Cultural Propaganda, who bore the old aristocratic German name of Hammerstein-Equort, lurched forward on crutches to shout into the microphone, "Long live Austria! Today I am ashamed to be a German." Hurriedly, some technicians turned on a recorded version of the national anthem composed by Haydn and almost identical to Deutschland über alles. Seyss-Inquart must have run from the corner room to a telephone, because it was only 7:57 p.m. by the time he had Goering on the line. "The government has just put itself out of office," he reported. "Austrian troops were being withdrawn from the German border. The gentlemen here have decided to sit and wait for the invasion." When Goering learned that Seyss-Inquart had not been nominated as Chancellor, he lost his temper. "All right, then. I am going to give marching orders now to the troops, and it is up to you to see that you will be in charge. Inform all leading personalities of what I tell you now. Everybody who resists our troops or organizes resistance will be summarily dealt with by our tribunals." Seyss-Inquart's half-hearted protests were shouted down. "All right now. You have got your official orders." The crowd outside the Austrian Chancellery, swollen to an estimated 100,000, was getting rowdy, as Nazi supporters of both sexes chanted the name of the Führer and cavorted in the glow of smoking torches. Even more unruly groups ranged through the inner city, singing Nazi songs and shouting, "Down with the Jews! Heil Hitler, Sieg Heil, kill the Jews, hang Schuschnigg, Heil Zeisinkwart. Between delivering ultimatums to Vienna in an effort to force the situation, Goering had been urging Hitler to invade Austria come what may. The Führer hesitated until about 8:15 p.m. Then, as he was reflectively strolling with Goering, a police official saw him abruptly slap his thigh. "Now, get moving," he cried. Half an hour later, Hitler signed Instruction Order No. 2 for Operation Otto, which declared that German troops would march into Austria at dawn the next morning to prevent further bloodshed in Austrian towns. 3 minutes after Hitler signed the order, Goering was at a phone in the Winter Garden giving further orders to Kepler, the economic expert. Zeisinkwart was to send a telegram in the name of the Provisional Austrian Government, urgently requesting that Germany help them restore law and order by dispatching troops to Austria. Zeisinkwart was to take care of the matter at once. He does not really have to send the telegram, he only has to say that he did. You get me? Neurath chanced to overhear this, and brought the information to those in the anteroom. "For heaven's sake," exclaimed Papen, "see that it does not turn out to be a second M's telegram. The request must be genuine and in black and white." Concerned, Papen turned to Captain Wiedemann. "What will this military march into Austria prove?" he said. "It will only get the whole world against us. A police action would have been sufficient." Wiedemann agreed, but Neurath chided them both for taking the matter so tragically. Hitler, he said, had been dreaming for years of getting his best divisions into Austria. Why don't you let him have that pleasure? His pleasure of the moment was the arrival of the telegram from the Provisional Government of Austria requesting the immediate aid of German troops in the exact words dictated by Goering, another case of legality after the fact. It gave Hitler the opportunity to masquerade his troops as liberators, and, in high spirits, he ordered them to march in with bands playing and regimental colours flying. One thing was lacking: reassurance from Mussolini, and this arrived at 10:25 p.m. in the form of a long-distance call from Prince Philip von Hessen. "I have just returned from the Palazzo Venezia," he told Hitler, whose heart must have been pounding. "Il Duce took the news very well indeed. He sends his very best regards to you." The Austrian question no longer interested him. Elated, Hitler exclaimed, "Then please tell Mussolini that I shall never forget this." Words of gratitude spilled out. "Never, never, never, come what may." He could not restrain himself. "And listen, sign any agreement he would like. I feel no longer in that terrible position which we faced only a short while ago, militarily, I mean, in case I might have got into a conflict. You can tell him again, I thank him most heartily. I will never forget him." He couldn't stop talking. "Whenever he should be in need or in danger, he can be sure that I will stick with him, rain or shine, come what may, even if the whole world would rise against him. I will. I shall." In Vienna, the new Chancellor's first significant act was to request Kepler to urge the Führer to cancel the invasion order. Then Zeisinkwart turned his attention to Schuschnigg. He thanked his predecessor for services to Austria and, since the streets were still dominated by celebrating Nazis, offered to drive him home. "Or would you like to go to one of the embassies? Perhaps the Hungarian embassy, which is just across the street." Schuschnigg preferred retiring to his own apartment. As he approached the grand staircase, Schuschnigg noticed 2 lines of civilians wearing swastika armbands. Realizing for the first time that the Chancellery had been occupied, he pointedly ignored their outstretched Nazi salutes and continued downstairs, where the military guard saluted him properly. After a few words to them of thanks and farewell, he climbed into Zeisinkwart's car. As it slowly drove off, young Nazis leaped on the running boards to protect the former Chancellor from the raucous crowd. In Berlin, Zeisinkwart's plea to restrain the German troops was just being relayed by telephone to the German Foreign Office. Then Kepler added a similar appeal. His petition was passed on to military headquarters and the Chancellery. A 3-way telephone argument ensued. Was this unexpected request from Vienna to stop the invasion based on reality? Should it be turned over to Hitler, who had retired 2 hours earlier in a state of euphoria after the call from Rome? At 2:30 a.m. Hitler was awakened. After a moment's reflection, he rejected the proposal and went back to bed. But his military leaders, deeply disturbed by the spectre of invasion, kept mulling the question. About 4 a.m., the chief of the OKW operations staff, General von Fiban, implored General Keitel by phone to work on Hitler to give up the move into Austria. Keitel promised, and called back shortly without having done so, to say Hitler had again refused. The Führer never knew anything about all this, Keitel later confessed. If he had, his opinion of the army chiefs would have been shattering, and I wanted to save both sides that experience. The insistent telephone appeals from the Army General Staff, Brauchitsch, and finally Fiban, had turned that night into sheer hell for Keitel. Brauchitsch himself was most dejected, and Fiban became so distraught that before long he was alternately praying out loud and predicting dire disaster, before sinking into moody silence. When Jodl told him to get a grip on himself, the general locked himself in a room, threw an inkwell against the door, and threatened to shoot anyone who tried to come in. 5. Early that Saturday morning, Hitler flew to Munich with Keitel to take part in the triumphal entry into his homeland. Before leaving, he signed a proclamation describing his version of the events that led to the crisis. Since early this morning, soldiers of the German armed forces have been marching across the Austro-German frontiers. Mechanized troops and infantry, German airplanes in the blue sky, summoned by the new National Socialist government in Vienna, are the guarantors the Austrian nation shall, at an early date, be given the opportunity to decide their own future by a genuine plebiscite. This was followed by a personal note. I, myself, as Führer and Chancellor, will be happy to walk on the soil of the country which is my home as a free German citizen. At 8 a.m., his troops had begun streaming into Austria, and at some points frontier barriers were dismantled by the inhabitants themselves. It was more like an improvised maneuver than an invasion. The 2nd Panzer Division, for instance, was advancing with the help of a Baedeker's guide and refuelling at local gas stations. As the troops marched in, they were bombarded with flowers by ecstatic women and children. Nazi tanks flew flags of both nations and were gaily decorated with greenery. The populace saw that we came as friends, recalled General Heinz Guderian, and we were everywhere joyfully received. Almost every village and town, houses decorated with swastika flags, greeted the Germans with jubilation. Their hands were shaken, they were kissed, and there were tears of joy. All that delayed a rapid march to Vienna were the numerous mishaps that littered the roads with disabled tanks and trucks. Hitler arrived in Munich about noon, and led his cavalcade of cars to Mühldorf, less than an hour's drive from Braunau, where the commander of the invasion force, General von Bock, reported that his troops were meeting no resistance. The road to the Inn River was so clogged with cars and onlookers that Hitler's caravan did not cross it until mid-afternoon. His car inched its way into Braunau through a jubilant crowd struggling to touch the vehicle as if it were some religious relic. It slowly passed through the ancient town gate to the Pommer Inn, where he had been born not quite 49 years earlier. The procession into familiar territory continued to the accompaniment of cheering crowds. At Lambach, Hitler ordered the driver to stop in front of the old cloister, whose coat of arms was the swastika, where he had once taken singing lessons. In London, the Cabinet was meeting in emergency session. Chamberlain's glum judgment was that the Anschluss had been inevitable. Unless the powers had been able to say, if you make war on Austria, you will have to deal with us, and that had never been a possibility. At any rate, he concluded, that question is now out of the way. He dismissed the fait accompli as a matter of little consequence. It was dark when the first stage of Hitler's sentimental journey ended at Linz, whose streets he had wandered in solitude so many evenings. The crowd of 100,000 waiting in the market square engulfed the caravan in a display of joyous hysteria, which amazed Hitler's aides and adjutants. When the Führer appeared on the balcony of the city hall with the new Chancellor of Austria, the people were in a frenzy. The atmosphere of the whole demonstration was electric and excited beyond belief, recalled Keitel. Tears ran down Hitler's cheeks, and Guderian, standing next to him, was sure this was certainly not play-acting. After a brief, nostalgic speech, Hitler returned to the Hotel Weinsinger. The proprietor had given up his own suite, whose main room was filled with stuffed animals. Hitler, who detested hunting, several times stumbled over the head of a polar bear. Nor was the large double bed, over which hung a gaudily framed picture of Josephine Baker, to his taste. In this unlikely setting, he and Seyss-Inquart conferred without even discussing Anschluss. Hitler had not entered his homeland considering Anschluss in the fullest sense of the term, envisioning rather a loose union such as Austria had once had with Hungary. But the enthusiasm of the day was altering his concept, and he confided to his valet, "It is fate, Linger. I am destined to be the Führer who will bring all Germans into the Greater German Reich." Seyss-Inquart returned to the capital that evening to find Viennese Nazis gathered to meet the Führer. A torchlight procession awaited in place, and the demonstrators had grown weary from cheering. General Guderian's tanks had left Linz before dusk, but it was snowing, and the road, under repair, was torn up for miles. At least 50 tanks broke down, and the advance guard did not reach Vienna until after midnight. Even at that hour, Guderian found the streets filled with excited citizens who broke into frantic rejoicing on sighting the first German soldiers. Preceded by an Austrian military band, the invaders marched past the opera house. They were greeted with flowers and raucous friendliness. Enthusiasts tore off the buttons of Guderian's overcoat for souvenirs before hoisting him onto their shoulders and carrying him to his quarters. What puzzled the citizens was the convergence at sunup of German officers on food stores, where they bought up large quantities of butter, sausage, and other food. On Sunday morning, Goering phoned Ribbentrop in London to tell of the wild reception Hitler had received. It was also a lie, he said, that Germany had issued an ultimatum to Austria or to President Miklas. Ribbentrop swallowed all this and replied that the average Englishman didn't really care what happened in Austria. Still, a note of concern moderated Ribbentrop's own jubilation. If there should be any sort of threat or trouble, he asked, would the Führer stand firm? Goering had already sent a courier by plane to urge Hitler to press beyond their original plan. If the enthusiasm is so great, he suggested, why don't we go the whole hog? Perhaps Hitler was unaware of all Goering had been doing the past few days, but it was just as likely that he was letting his field marshal proceed as if on his own, so that he would have to take the blame if something went wrong. In either case, their minds ran in the same channel, and Hitler himself had already ordered an official of the Ministry of the Interior to draft a law for the reunification of Austria and Germany. By noon it was ready, approved and dispatched in final form to Seyss-Inquart in Vienna, with orders to have it passed within the day. Shocked at first, the more the new Chancellor thought about the proposed legislation, the better he liked it. Moreover, Hitler promised that a free and secret vote would be held within a month to confirm the law. After convincing himself that the decree was not only inevitable but valuable and useful, Seyss-Inquart urged his cabinet to approve it, on the grounds that Anschluss was the will of the people. The cabinet unanimously agreed to turn over the country to Hitler, but once more President Miklas showed his intransigence by refusing to sign the document, and declared himself hindered in the exercise of his office, thus giving him the constitutional right to turn over his functions to the Chancellor. While Hitler was confident that Anschluss would be enacted, there remained one concern. Ever since the telephone call from Prince von Hessen, he had fretfully awaited Mussolini's formal approval. Almost 2 days had passed without a word from Rome. Mussolini, in fact, had been floored by the news of the Anschluss, exclaiming, "That damned German." At last he regained his composure, and that Sunday sent off a brief telegram. "I congratulate you on the way you have solved the Austrian problem. I had already warned Schuschnigg. The Führer's joy was complete. In gratitude he sent an even briefer reply. Mussolini, I shall never forget this. Feeling a need to share his triumph with Eva Braun, he phoned her to join him in Vienna. Earlier in the day he had treated himself to a visit to nearby Leonding. Together he and Linge walked to his parents' grave in a churchyard across from the old homestead. Hitler took a wreath from his valet, told him to retire with the rest of the staff so he could meditate. After placing the wreath against the marker, he stood silently for several moments. Afterward, still quiet and thoughtful, he revisited the scenes of his childhood, concealing his emotions even from intimates. He recognized an old schoolmate named Hagemüller, and they chatted briefly. Later he held a reunion in Linz at the hotel for other friends, including a watchmaker and his former history professor, Dr. Humer. That evening Seyss-Inquart, more lackey than head of state, returned to Hitler's suite. The Führer was so deeply moved upon learning that the law making Austria a province of Germany was passed that he wept. Yes, he finally managed to say, a good political action saves blood. So ended Austria's independence, and so ended Sunday, March 13th, the day on which Schuschnigg had hoped his nation would affirm its independence by plebiscite. 6. Sigmund Freud had promised his family to leave Austria once the Nazis took over. Now he told an English colleague, Dr. Ernest Jones, "This is my post, and I can never leave it." This reminded Jones of the officer on the Titanic who, when asked why he abandoned ship, replied, "I never left the ship, she left me." Freud got the point. He admitted Austria no longer existed and agreed to depart for England, the land of his early dreams. He escaped none too soon. The restructuring of Austria, in line with the NSDAP's notion of relationship between party and state, was already in process, under the personal supervision of Rudolf Hess. More sinister was Himmler's administration of the purge of the police and the neutralization of political opposition. Gestapo Chief Heydrich was installed on the Mörzenplatz, where his agents were examining statute books and records seized from the chief of the Austrian Secret Service. At least one political murder had already been perpetrated, that of Pappen's closest adviser, the German embassy councillor. Local stormtroopers began the persecution of Jews, dragging them from their homes and offices and forcing them to scrub Schuschnigg's propaganda slogans from walls and pavements with acid. Others were rounded up to wash toilets in the SS barracks and sweep the streets. Such bullying was distasteful to many of the Wehrmacht officers, and journalist Geddy watched two of them kick over the bucket of two very old Jews who were scrubbing the pavements and tell them they could go, cursing the Nazi stormtroopers who were supervising. Such scenes did not dampen the fervour of most Viennese, intoxicated as they were by the events of the past 48 hours. It is impossible to deny enthusiasm with which both the new regime and last night's announcement of incorporation in the Reich have been received here, telegraphed the British ambassador to Viscount Halifax on Monday. Herr Hitler is certainly justified in claiming that his action has been welcome by the Austrian population. There was good reason. Anschluss would probably end unemployment. There were 600,000 Austrians out of work, and particularly hard hit were professional men. Some doctors were seen begging from door to door. Later that morning, Hitler set out for Vienna. He could average only 20 miles an hour, impeded partly by the crowds, partly by the stalled trucks and tanks. It was almost 5 p.m. by the time his cavalcade reached the outskirts of the capital. Every building, including churches, flew the Austrian and German flags. Masses lined the streets, shouting themselves hoarse at the sight of Hitler in his open car, erect with arm outstretched. The ovation was frantic, spontaneous. His car stopped before the Hotel Imperial and, upon entering, it was another dream come true. As a youth, he had always longed to go inside. Now it was bedecked in long red banners bearing his mark, the Swastika. The crowds kept shouting a variation of an old German drinking song. "We won't go home, we won't go home till the Führer talks," until he stepped out onto the balcony of the royal suite. After acknowledging their frenzied yells with a salute and wave, he withdrew. But the mob tirelessly kept up its chant hour after hour, forcing him to show himself again and again. At first he was quiet, as if numbed by the endless ovation. But as the evening wore on, so intimates of the Führer told Pierre Huss of INS, he began reminiscing of the nights he used to walk past the Imperial Hotel. I could see the glittering lights and chandeliers in the lobby, but I knew it was impossible for me to set foot inside. One night, after a bad blizzard which piled up several feet of snow, I had a chance to make some money for food by shoveling snow. Ironically enough, the 5 or 6 of us in my group were sent to clean the street and sidewalk in front of the Imperial Hotel. On that particular evening, the Habsburgs happened to be entertaining inside. I saw Karl and Zita step out of their imperial coach and grandly walk into this hotel over the red carpet. We poor devils shovelled the snow away on all sides and took our hats off every time the aristocrats arrived. They didn't even look at us, although I still smelled the perfume that came to our noses. We were about as important to them, or for that matter to Vienna, as the snow that kept coming down all night. And this hotel did not even have the decency to send a cup of hot coffee to us. The cheerful music inside not only made him wish to cry, but made him boil with the injustice of life. I resolved that night that some day I would come back to the Imperial Hotel, and walk over the red carpet in that glittering interior where the Habsburgs danced. I didn't know how or when, but I have waited for this day, and tonight I am here. He awoke Tuesday morning without the stomach cramps he had felt at Linz. He made a spirited address to the huge crowd of 200,000 which gathered in the Heldenplatz to honour him. Now, he said, they had a new mission and their country a new name, Ostmark. But both mission and name came from their own history, since assaults from the east had been broken on the frontiers of the old Eastmark. Neither the new mission nor the new name cooled the ardour of his listeners, who shouted as enthusiastically as any Munich audience. At the end of his speech, Hitler turned to the radio announcer and said in an undertone, "Announced that Reichsstatthalter, keeper of the Reich city, Seyss-Inquart, will now speak." No one was more surprised than the Chancellor to discover he had been transformed into a sort of provincial viceroy. He accepted the demotion in good grace as the crowd cheered. At that hour, Adolf Hitler could do no wrong. Then came the parade past the Winter Palace and its tall, spear-like iron fencing, with Austrian generals trailing General von Bock on horseback. The Austrian army had just been absorbed into the Wehrmacht. During the pause in the impressive procession, the good Catholic Papen turned to Hitler with a warning that the Anschluss would evaporate if he subjected the Church here to the attacks it had suffered in Germany. "Have no fear," said Hitler. "I know that better than anyone." Later in the day, Cardinal Initzer greeted him with the sign of the cross, and gave assurance that so long as the Church retained its liberties, Austrian Catholics would become the truest sons of the great Reich into whose arms they have been brought back on this momentous day. According to Papen, Hitler was delighted with the Cardinal's patriotic words, shook his hand warmly, and promised him everything. Eva Braun also experienced the exaltation of the moment, and wrote on a postcard to her sister Ilse, "Ich bin verrückt. I am crazy." She had come to the city chaperoned by her mother and her best friend, Hertha Schneider. She was lodged in a separate room just across the corridor from her lover's suite, and their private meetings were so discreet that none of the Führer's aides or adjutants was aware of her presence. Later that afternoon, the Führer flew back to Munich without her. The next day he was greeted in Berlin as a conquering hero. The city seemed simply delirious with joy, Lochner wrote his family. The kids and girls are especially hysterical. Hitler spoke triumphantly of the Anschluss. Germany has now become Greater Germany, and will so remain. He was happy, he said, that he had been chosen by Providence to bring about this great union with Austria. The land which had been the unhappiest is now the happiest. But all was not well at home. The court-martial of General von Fritsch, abruptly postponed when Schuschnigg announced his plebiscite, was finally convened, and in short order Fritsch was found innocent. The incident was an embarrassment to Hitler, but he had discovered the political trick that would never go out of fashion. He drew attention from it with boasts of victory. He hurriedly assembled the Reichstag so he could report on the great events in Austria. Within 3 days, he said, the entire population of Austria had welcomed him without a single shot having been fired. For the first time in history, he said, the entire German nation, the Greater Reich, would go to the polling booth on April 10th to testify to its allegiance. All he wanted was another 4 years to consolidate internally an Anschluss which had just been accomplished externally. The immediate response throughout Germany was almost total approval for everything the Führer had done or was about to do, and it was with the utmost confidence that he began the election plebiscite campaign in Königsberg on March 25th. This National Socialist idea, he said, goes far beyond the bounds of a small Germany. He spent the last 10 days of electioneering in his homeland, where Himmler and Heydrich had almost completely reorganized the Austrian security system. The wave of his popularity had not subsided. A declaration signed by Cardinal Innitzer and 5 other prelates had been sent to the newly appointed Commissioner of Austria, instructing Austrian Catholics how to vote. On the day of the plebiscite, it is the obvious national duty of us bishops to declare ourselves as Germans for the German Reich, and we expect all faithful Christians to recognize where their duty to the people lies. Wherever Hitler went, he was greeted as saviour and Führer. His return to Linz on April 8th was greeted with renewed frenzy. The lobby of the Weinzinger was jammed with citizens who clamoured to see him. One was the best friend of his youth, Gustl Kubitschek. He was told by Hitler's office manager, Albert Bormann, that the Führer was not well enough to receive anyone that day. Would he come tomorrow for lunch? Hitler greeted Kubitschek on the 9th with the joyful cry, "Gustl!" then took his outstretched right hand and held it firmly. Hitler said he no longer had a private life as in the old days. He gazed out a window at the Danube and the iron bridge that had offended him as a boy. That ugly thing, still there, but not much longer, you can be sure of that, Kubitschek. He began to enlarge on the ambitious plans he had for Linz. There would be a great new bridge, as well as a new opera house, along with a modern concert hall, worthy of Bruckner. Talk of the new symphony orchestra he would establish in Linz reminded Hitler of Kubitschek's ambitions. What had he become? The embarrassing answer was town clerk of Efferding. The war, explained Kubitschek, had forced him to abandon his musical ambitions or starve. But he did direct an amateur orchestra, and his 3 sons were musically gifted. This brought a spontaneous offer from Hitler to assume responsibility for the training of the 3 boys. I don't want gifted young people to have such a hard time of it as we had. You know best what we had to go through in Vienna. They had been talking for an hour when the Führer rose. Kubitschek assumed the interview was over, but Hitler was only summoning an adjutant, so he could give instructions for the musical education of the 3 Kubitschek boys at the Bruckner Conservatory. Nor was this the end. After examining all the drawings, letters, and postcards Kubitschek had brought along, Hitler suggested his old friend write a book about him. Finally, he gripped Kubitschek's hand and said they should meet more often. Later in the day, Hitler proceeded to Vienna, the city of their youthful dreams, where he made the final speech of the campaign. He was proud, he said, to have been born in Austria. I believe that it was God's will to send a boy from here into the Reich, to let him grow up, to raise him to be the leader of the nation so as to enable him to lead back his homeland into the Reich. The elections the following day exceeded his hopes. In Austria, 99.73% of the voters approved Anschluss. In Germany, 99.02% voted in favor of union, while 99.8% approved his list of candidates for the new Reichstag. Hitler's bold action, the result of considerable pressure from Goering, had been confirmed almost unanimously by the peoples of Austria and Germany. For me, he said, this is the proudest hour of my life. It also confirmed the conviction that his was the correct path. and that he should continue along it to the next station, Czechoslovakia. Chapter 17. On the Razor's Edge, May to October 1938. 1. Even before Hitler marched into Austria, he had suggested that he would no longer suffer the severe persecution of the German minority in Czechoslovakia. While this was in line with a vow to return lost people and land to the Reich, his main concern was Czechoslovakia's threatening geographical and political position. Here, he reasoned, was an artificial country created by the Allies after the war, a peninsula thrust into what remained of the Reich as a perpetual threat from the east. Hitler was not alone in regarding it as a dagger aimed at the heart of Germany. The spectre of simultaneous drives from east and west into the waist of the Reich inspired a counter-German military plan known as Case Green, a surprise attack on Czechoslovakia. For about 2 years, however, Case Green was little more than a staff study. The easy seizure of Austria changed all that. Overnight, Hitler had been given the opportunity to upset the balance of power in Europe. A thrust into Czechoslovakia, neutralizing her formidable defense system, would position his army for a drive against Poland or the USSR. All he needed was an excuse to invade, and he had a ready-made one. 3.5 million Sudeten Germans, inspired by the absorption of Austria, were now demanding a similar Anschluss, on the debatable grounds that they were a cruelly repressed minority. Their grievances, along with a traditional hostility to all things Czech, had plagued the tiny republic since its foundation. For the past 3 years, Hitler had been covertly subsidizing the Nazi Sudeten Party, led by Konrad Henlein, and it now controlled the entire German minority movement. In late March 1938, German support took a more ominous character, when the Führer named Henlein as his personal representative, with instructions to make demands that could not possibly be accepted by the Czech government. This strategy, he hoped, would create a constant state of unrest that would finally necessitate German armed intervention to prevent civil war and protect the lives of its nationals in the Sudeten. With an excuse at hand, Hitler was still restrained by apprehension that France, England, and perhaps Russia would resist any effort to seize Czechoslovakia. Before facing such odds, he needed the blessing of his sole ally. And so on May 2nd, 1938, he set out for Rome to get it, accompanied by a retinue of 500 consisting of diplomats, generals, security agents, party leaders, and journalists, all wearing uniforms of one type or another. It was with mixed feelings that Hitler left Berlin. Elation over the bloodless conquests of the Rhineland and Austria was tempered by a recurrence of the gastrointestinal pains miraculously cured by Dr. Morell's Mutterflor. Concern over his health spurred him to spend several hours on the train bound for Rome writing out a will. From Mein Kampf alone he had amassed a fortune. The 5 trains of the Führer's party were met at the Brenner Pass by flowers, banners, and formations of Italian soldiers and fascist troops. A band played the national anthems of both countries as the Duke of Pistoia welcomed the Germans in the name of the King. The German railway cavalcade proceeded into Italy past guards of honor posted on both sides of the tracks. Houses were decorated with placards and banners acclaiming the Führer and Italian-German friendship. As the delegation neared Rome, Hitler summoned an adjutant and, within hearing of Linger, ordered him to go through the train informing everyone that a very little man would greet them in Rome, but they were to behave themselves and not laugh. That is an order. The little man is the king of Italy. It was dark when they arrived at the beflagged San Paolo station, specially constructed for the occasion. It annoyed Hitler that he was met by King Victor Emmanuel, not Mussolini, and he annoyed His Majesty by seating himself first in the state carriage. Drawn by 4 horses, it proceeded past illuminated fountains along the old Roman triumphal way. A profusion of searchlights and torches turned night into day. The gaudily lit Colosseum seemed on fire. Cheering crowds lined the route, and at one point African cavalry charged down the avenue at the guest of honor like something out of the Desert Song. But Hitler felt demeaned by riding in such an ancient vehicle. Hadn't the House of Savoy ever heard of the automobile? Nor did he find his accommodations in the Quirinal at all to his taste. The palace was uncomfortable as well as gloomy, and reminded him of a museum. From the very beginning he and Victor Emmanuel were on bad terms. Hitler resented the sovereign's open coolness, and kept complaining that Mussolini himself should have served as host. The reception banquet at the Quirinal did nothing to ease the situation. Hitler, eyes moving nervously, slowly led the Queen, a majestic figure taller than himself, on his arm. Behind came the diminutive king, leading the governor's tall wife. The foursome made a comical sight, and Hitler knew it. As the Queen entered the great reception hall, the Italians either bent very low or kneeled down. Several kissed the hem of her gown. After the ordeal, Hitler confided to his pilot that it had been a frightful hour. Such ceremonies are terrible for me. I shall never get used to such things. During the meal, he and the Queen did not exchange a word. Hitler was particularly annoyed by the huge crucifix the Queen wore around her neck. She had done it deliberately, he thought, to annoy him. The royal family was going beyond the bounds of being ungracious. The king was spreading malicious stories about his guest, including one that the Fuhrer demanded a woman on his first night at the Quirinal. Boundless amazement, wrote Ciano in his diary. The explanation: it seems he cannot go to sleep unless a woman turns down the bed before his eyes. It was difficult to find one, but the problem was solved by recruiting a chambermaid from a hotel. If this were really true, it would be weird and interesting. But is it? Isn't it just a piece of spite on the part of the king, who also alleges that Hitler has himself injected with stimulants and narcotics? Part of the last charge was only too true, and there was reason to believe the bed-turning routine was also accurate. But it was still malice on the king's part, and it continued a few days later at a performance of Aida in Naples. After the first act, the audience politely held applause, looking toward the distinguished guest in the royal box to give him the opportunity of starting it. In embarrassment, Hitler turned to the king for his cue. The monarch, with a disdainful sneer, wrote Louis Lochner, professed not to notice his guest's discomfort. After the opera, Hitler was scheduled to review a formation of Nazis from the German colony. Since he wore tails, he had instructed Linger to bring along a military cap and coat for the occasion. But the king's adjutant warned him that the train back to Rome was due to leave in a few minutes. Rather than disappoint the waiting party members, Hitler hurried to the street as he was, and trooped a line of civilians as military commander with right hand raised in salute. Normally he hooked left thumb in belt, but these trousers had no belt, and he pressed hand against hip. It was a comical sight as he raced along, bareheaded, like a Teutonic Groucho Marx, the long tails of his coat fluttering. The German Führer and Reich Chancellor, wrote the amused Wiedemann, looked like a head waiter at the peak of business in a restaurant, and he himself must have realized what a ridiculous figure he made. Once on the train, he vented his rage on Ribbentrop, who loudly charged the chief of protocol with disloyalty to the government and the Führer. By the time Hitler returned to Rome, he had regained his composure, and, at the Palazzo Venezia banquet on May 7th, he made an effective speech that, according to Count Ciano, was extremely successful in melting the ice around him. In effect, he offered the South Tyrol as a present to his host, a most generous gift, since it would infuriate his own countrymen, particularly those from Bavaria. He had made the same offer through Goering back in 1924, while in Landsberg prison. In that case, he had agreed to support Italy's claim to this hotly contested area for 2 million lire, and to his chagrin got not 1 lire for his pains. Perhaps tonight's offer was some sort of signal to Il Duce that this time a substantial quid pro quo must be forthcoming. This speech was the first event of political significance since Hitler's arrival. Satisfied to stay in the background and let the king play host, Il Duce had cleverly evaded any serious discussion by submitting his guests to a program that kept them busy day and night. Ribbentrop did eventually manage to present to Ciano a draft treaty of an alliance which he scanned without comment. Mussolini's son-in-law, in fact, had already written in his diary, "The Duce intends to make the pact. We shall make it because he has 1,001 reasons for not trusting the Western democracies." More important, Hitler eventually succeeded in broaching the question that most concerned him, Czechoslovakia. Almost offhandedly, Mussolini gave the impression that this little country was not at all important to him, and he would look the other way. This assurance was worth all the real and imagined insults Hitler had been subjected to, and he now felt free to take the next step in his program. President Beneš and other Czech leaders were under the illusion that Hitler would never risk an attack on their country for fear of setting off a general war, and if he did, wouldn't France, England, and Russia somehow manage to restrain him? But these three were in no mood to act as protectors. "You only have to look at the map," Chamberlain had recently written his sister, "to see that nothing that France or we could do could possibly save Czechoslovakia from being overrun by the Germans if they wanted to do it. Therefore we would not help Czechoslovakia. She would simply be a pretext for going to war with Germany. That we could not do, unless we had a reasonable prospect of being able to beat her to her knees in a reasonable time, and of that I see no sign. I have therefore abandoned any idea of giving guarantees to Czechoslovakia or the French in connection with her obligations to that country." The Prime Minister's continuing lack of resolve disturbed the French leaders and, though they continued to make bold statements, perceptive observers were convinced that France, whose foreign policy had been in tow of the British since the Rhineland seizure, would not spring to the Czechs' defence. The third potential defender was publicly taking every opportunity to urge England and France to stand up to the Germans, while privately doing nothing. Stalin wanted Hitler controlled by the West, not himself, and on May 6th the Soviet chargé d'affaires in Prague admitted to the American ambassador that his country definitely would not supply Czechoslovakia any military aid unless France did so. Besides, how could they get the troops there? Poland and Romania stood between them, and both these countries had understandably refused to allow passage of the Red Army. At the same time, Stalin was assuring Beneš in private that the Soviet Union was ready to assist him militarily, even if France does not do so, and even if Poland and Romania refuse to permit Soviet troops to pass in transit to Czechoslovakia. This was all part of the attempt to convince liberals of the world that the Soviets were the true defenders of a brave little beleaguered nation when, in fact, they were no more willing to fly to its aid than England or France. Hitler had guessed as much, and now that he had Mussolini's tacit approval of a march into Czechoslovakia, he ordered Goebbels to intensify the press campaign against that hapless country. Activity among the Sudetenland Germans increased with assurance that der Tag was at hand. This rumour was given credence by alarming reports on May 19th and 20th that Hitler's troops were mobilizing on the Czech borders. 11 infantry and 4 armoured divisions were already converging on the Bohemian frontier, while German and Austrian troops were poised for attack in southern Silesia and northern Austria. On the afternoon of Friday the 20th, Beneš called an emergency meeting of the Cabinet and the Supreme Defence Council. Shortly after 9 p.m., without consulting their French allies, a partial mobilization was ordered. By dawn of Saturday, Czech troops occupied the border fortifications and the Sudeten territories, and Europe was swept by a crisis fever not experienced since 1914. A small power had taken the initiative against a powerful one, making known that she would not be a pawn in the game of European power politics. In doing so, Czechoslovakia was also forcing her reluctant sponsors, France and England, to back her up. As a consequence, French Premier Daladier summoned the German ambassador and showed him a mobilization order lying on his desk. "It depends upon you, Excellency," he said, "whether I sign this document or not." And in Berlin, British Ambassador Henderson warned Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop that France had definite obligations to Czechoslovakia, and that if these had to be fulfilled, His Majesty's government would not guarantee that they would not be forced by events to become themselves involved. Convinced that England was the prime enemy, Ribbentrop decelerated from outright rage to righteous indignation, stoutly denying that German troops threatened the Czech borders. If France and Britain were crazy enough to use armed force against Germany, then once again we should have to fight to the death. Ribbentrop left Berlin by special plane that evening to meet Hitler in Berchtesgaden. He was as incensed as his foreign minister, for not a single major military movement or concentration aimed at Czechoslovakia had taken place. Who then had started the rumour? It could have been the Communists, the Czechs, or the anti-Hitler group which included such disparate elements as Schacht, the self-styled financial wizard, and Admiral Canaris, chief of the German intelligence service. More likely, panic itself was the villain. The Western press spread the story that the Führer had been forced by foreign pressure to call off his invasion, and by so doing made the mistake of humiliating him. Hitler had embarked on no military enterprise, wrote Weizsäcker, and could not therefore withdraw from one. But unfortunate provocation by the foreign press now really set Hitler going. From then on, he was emphatically in favour of settling the Czech question by force of arms. Before the week was out, Hitler acted with dramatic suddenness. On May 28th, he summoned his top military leaders, officials of the Foreign Office, and other important functionaries to a special conference. As this unusually large group was gathering outside the Chancellery Wintergarten, the general assumption was that Hitler was about to call for new military measures. An agitated Goering drew Captain Wiedemann aside. "Doesn't the Führer realize what he is doing? This will mean war with France." The army was not combat-ready, he said, and promised to tell this to the chief. Hitler began speaking calmly, but his words were explosive. "It is my unshakable will to wipe Czechoslovakia off the map. We shall have to use methods which, perhaps, will not find the immediate approval of you old officers. This attack, he explained, was but part of a much broader strategy to acquire living space. When Germany made its inevitable drive to the east for Lebensraum, Czechoslovakia would be a threat to the rear. Consequently, she had to be eliminated, and this was the propitious moment, since neither Britain nor France wanted war. Russia would not intervene, and Italy was uninterested. When Hitler finished, Goering pushed forward, eyes agleam, and grasped his hand. "Mein Führer," exclaimed a man who had vowed to stop him an hour earlier, "let me congratulate you wholeheartedly on your unique concept." There were no protests, not even discussion. Hitler walked over to Keitel, Brauchitsch, and Beck, who were standing together in one corner. "So," he said, "we shall just tackle the situation in the east, Czechoslovakia. Then I will give you 3 or 4 years' time, and then we will tackle the situation in the west." The three generals said nothing, but the following day Beck wrote another critical memorandum. Germany, he claimed, was no stronger than in 1914, and far more vulnerable to air attack. She was confronted, furthermore, by a coalition comprising Czechoslovakia, France, Britain, and America. Germany's opponents, he concluded, have time and space at their disposal, and their resources of men and materials are superior to those of Germany and her allies. On May 30th, Beck delivered this grim appraisal to Brauchitsch, who asked Keitel how best to bring it to the Führer's attention. He was advised to delete the political section, lest Hitler toss aside without reading it the part discussing the balance of military strength in case France intervened. Brauchitsch followed this counsel, and the same day a truncated version was presented during a conference in the School of Artillery at Audiobook. The Führer objected strenuously. The report was not objective, and overrated French military strength. "It was another disaster for the army," wrote Keitel, "and resulted in a further lack of confidence in Brauchitsch, which I bitterly regretted, although the Führer did not hold Brauchitsch responsible as much as Beck and the General Staff." Brushing aside all objections, Hitler concluded that Czechoslovakia must be dealt with by force, and gave the army until October the 1st to do it. Thus the fourth version of Case Green was put into motion. Work on the Westwall, the defence system on the French border, was accelerated under the direction of Fritz Todt, who had built the Autobahn complex. Within weeks, more than 500,000 men were working on fortifications designed to hold off France with a minimum of troops, while forces in the east seized Czechoslovakia in a lightning stroke. At the same time, an intensive program of propaganda warfare was inaugurated. Its purpose, in the Führer's own words, to intimidate the Czechs by means of threats and wear down their power of resistance. And on the other hand, it must give the national racial groups indications as to how to support our military operations and influence the neutrals in our favour. Hitler's determination to drive forward was solidified by a dispatch from his ambassador in Moscow, sent on the day of the Audiobook conference. Count von der Schulenburg reported that Czechoslovakia, intent on avoiding a conflict, was ready to make concessions within the bounds of reason. Here the view prevails that the Soviets will, for the present, avoid being drawn into the war at all costs. The reasons for this attitude are to be found in strained internal conditions and in fear of a war on two fronts. The stage was set for a European crisis that would make the events in May seem inconsequential. 2. Although Hitler had put Case Green in motion, his intent was primarily to use it for bargaining. The question was how close to the precipice of war he would go, and early that summer he himself probably did not know. Relying on intuition, as he had in the Rhineland and Austrian crises, he allowed his personal adjutant, Wiedemann, to go to London in July for an informal talk with Lord Halifax. It was an extraordinary mission of exploration, privately arranged by Wiedemann's close friend, Princess Hohenlohe, half Jewish by birth, which completely circumvented Ribbentrop. Wiedemann's official commission was to explore the possibilities of a state visit to England by Goering, but Hitler had also personally instructed him to inform Halifax that the crucial question of the moment was the mistreatment of the Sudeten Germans. If there is no satisfactory solution in the near future, I will simply have to solve it by force. Tell this to Lord Halifax. Wiedemann repeated his warning in mid-July, and Halifax replied cordially that much could be settled before that deadline. He also agreed in principle to a visit by Goering, and extended a vague invitation to the Führer himself as a guest of the king. Wiedemann flew back to Germany in high spirits. He was kept waiting at the Berghof for several hours, while the Führer strolled outside with Unity Mitford, and upon his return Hitler impatiently interrupted Wiedemann's report of British approval of the Goering visit to London. "By no means, no longer," he exclaimed, and refused to hear another word about Halifax. "I do not know," recalled Wiedemann, "whether this change in Hitler had come from something Unity Mitford had told him, or whether he feared the possibility of Goering gaining too much political power by such a step. In any case, there was no opportunity for me to inform him of something he did not want to hear about." Several weeks later, Fritz Hesse, the covert representative of the Wilhelmstrasse, was recalled from London and chastised by Ribbentrop for sending a report indicating that Chamberlain was prepared to consider the cession of the Sudeten territories to Germany. "What's the good of sending me this kind of stuff?" said the foreign minister, according to Hesse's account. The Führer, it seemed, was convinced the English planned to smash Germany to pieces once they had completed their own rearmament, and had recently told Ribbentrop, "There is no international morality left. Everybody snatches whatever booty he can. I shall take this as a lesson." Before he allowed the English to encircle him, he would strike first. Hesse explained that Chamberlain's personal adviser had asked him to inform Hitler unofficially that a London Times editorial suggesting Britain was prepared to accept a solution favourable to Germany had been planted by the Prime Minister himself. With this in mind, wasn't it likely that Hitler could obtain autonomy for the Sudeten Germans without even a threat of military action? "Autonomy!" exclaimed Ribbentrop. "There can be no question of autonomy any longer. Before the lying reports of German troop movements," he said, "Hitler might have been satisfied with autonomy. But now that was not enough." Hesse went cold all over when he heard this. For the first time he realized how real the danger of war was. He begged the foreign minister to assure Hitler that he could obtain the cession of the Sudetenland peacefully. Impressed, Ribbentrop promised to talk to Hitler. But the following day he summoned Hesse to report that the Führer had ridiculed the idea of the Czechs surrendering their military bastion. "I simply don't believe it," he said. "They can't be that stupid." While Hitler's position hardened, his generals continued to resist his policy of expansion. Beck began openly to circulate gloomy predictions. The question of guilt in a new war would be a greater factor than it had been in the World War, and the aftermath of defeat would be far more disastrous than in 1918. That July, he composed a third long memorandum for Brauchitsch, declaring that he was positive an attack on Czechoslovakia would bring about another great conflict. The outcome of such a war would be a general catastrophe for Germany, not only a military defeat. The people, he went on, did not want this war, nor was the Wehrmacht prepared for it. When Beck presented this document on July 16th, he spoke even more courageously, urging Brauchitsch to organize resistance among military leaders. "History will burden these leaders with blood guilt," read his notes for this discussion, "if they do not act in accord with their specialized political knowledge and conscience. If they all act with resolution, the execution of a policy of war is impossible. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures." In early August, Brauchitsch was persuaded to convene the senior army commanders. It was he, in fact, who read a memorandum prophesying that a Czech invasion would lead to a general war that Germany was doomed to lose. Was the Sudetenland worth risking the existence of the nation? The consensus was that citizens and soldiers alike were against war. The generals also agreed that the training and equipment of their troops might be up to defeating the Czechs, but certainly not the combined powers of Europe. There were only two objections, and these rather mild ones. General Busch repeated the cliché that soldiers should not interfere with politicians, and Reichenau, the first general to go Nazi, warned his colleagues to confront Hitler singly rather than en masse. Brauchitsch decided to take his advice and faced the Führer alone. It is doubtful if he stated the case as forcefully as he had done to his peers, but even in milder form it brought a verbal explosion that promptly brought him back in line. Discouraged by the commander's negative attitude, Hitler invited their chiefs of staff to dinner at the Berghof on August 10th. He regaled them for 3 hours with his political theories, but they too were not impressed. Universal opposition only made the Führer more determined, and 5 days later, after witnessing artillery exercises near Jüterbog, he gathered his senior officers in a mess hall to announce that he had decided to solve the Czech problem by force that fall. He assured his listeners that so long as Chamberlain and Daladier were in power, there would be no widespread war, and concluded with a reminder of his own prophetic powers. 2 days later, Soviet Ambassador Maisky told Halifax that German policy was at least 50% bluff, and that the irresolute stance of the French and British constituted a real danger for peace, since it gave an exaggerated impression of Germany's strength both at home and abroad. Additional pressure was brought to bear upon the British the following afternoon by a gentleman farmer from Pomerania. Ewald von Kleist-Schmencin, a descendant of the great poet and a monarchist, had long been an enemy of Hitler. Using a passport provided by Admiral Canaris, he was in England as a representative of the moderates in the German General Staff, who hoped to stop Hitler's aggression. Late that afternoon, he was in private conversation with Sir Robert Vansittart, chief diplomatic adviser to Halifax. Kleist began with the sober announcement that war was a certainty unless the British stopped it. There was only one real extremist in Germany, he said. Hitler has made up his mind for himself. All the generals in the German army who are my friends know it, and they alone know it for a certainty, and know the date at which the mine is to be exploded. Do you mean that such people as Goebbels and Himmler are not pushing Hitler in that direction as well? Asked Vansittart. I repeat that I discount them. Hitler has taken this decision by himself. All the generals were dead against war, but they will not have the power to stop it unless they get encouragement and help from outside. As I have already told you, they know the date and will be obliged to march at that date. When asked the date, Kleist laughed. Why, of course you know it. And it took some time to convince him that the British leaders did not have this information. After the 27th of September it will be too late, he said. and the latest time to stop the operation was the middle of September. Hitler must be made to understand that England and France were not bluffing. A leading British statesman should make a speech aimed at the German public, emphasizing the horrors of war. Van Sittard immediately wrote a detailed account of the meeting for Chamberlain, but he was too dedicated to appeasement to take Kleist seriously, and his position was reinforced the next day by a telegram from Henderson in Berlin. In the ambassador's opinion, the chief danger of war lay not in Hitler himself, who stood to lose most, but in the forces working for war, namely German and Czech extremists, communists, and other influences, and the universal hatred abroad of Nazism. He advised London not to drive Herr Hitler into a situation where, his prestige being at stake, he would feel himself obliged to yield to his extremists. Kleist had come much closer to the truth. At home, Hitler was surrounded by disapproval. The generals were still unconvinced by his arguments. The prime mover, Beck, once more offered his resignation, and when Brauchitsch continued to decline it, refused to serve any longer. Hitler solved the problem by accepting the resignation and ordering Beck to keep it secret from the public for reasons of foreign policy. As a loyal German, Beck agreed, but continued to support the anti-Hitler group, which was secretly plotting to arrest the Führer once he gave the final order for execution of Case Green. Rarely in history had so many leading military and civilian leaders plotted to overthrow a government by force. Among the conspirators were General Erwin von Witzleben, commander of the Berlin Area Military District, Admiral Canaris, who had provided the passport for Kleist, former Commander-in-Chief of the Army Kurt von Hammerstein-Eckwardt, and Beck's replacement as Chief of Staff Franz Halder. It was the last who sent a second secret negotiator to London to repeat Kleist's warnings, again to no avail. The plot also involved Hjalmar Schacht and many other civilians, including Professor Haushofer's oldest son and other key Foreign Office officials such as Theodor Kort, who was spreading false stories about Ribbentrop to foreign diplomats. At the same time, open pressure on the Führer intensified. Late in August, Weizsäcker took Hess aside after a private dinner and cautioned that if the Führer attempted to solve the Sudeten problem by force, war between Germany and the West would inevitably follow. Hess passed on this warning to Hitler. Another came a few days later from his Minister of Finance, Schwerin von Krosigk. After many years' acquaintance with England and the Englishmen, wrote the Oxford graduate, I am of the opinion that their repeatedly announced attitude that is expressed in the cautious English manner makes it crystal clear that their resolution to intervene does not represent a bluff. Even if Halifax and Chamberlain should not want war, behind them stand as their eventual successors the warmongers Churchill, Eden. He urged Hitler to be patient. Time, he said, was working for Germany. Her rearmament and economic progress were steadily outdistancing those of the Allies. Further, France was showing an increasing willingness to break with Czechoslovakia, and in America there were also signs of a reaction to the Jewish propaganda directed against the Reich. That means we can only win by waiting, and that is why the Communists, Jews, and Czechs are making such frantic efforts to push us into a war now. All these admonitions had little effect on the Führer. He seemed set on war. After watching infantry manoeuvres late that summer, he slapped a thigh with his gloves and remarked to two adjutants that war was the father of everything. Every generation must experience war once, he said. On September 3rd, he summoned Brauchitsch and Keitel to the Berghof to discuss the latest version of Case Green, and learned to his dismay that the main thrust was to be made into the centre of the Czech defence system by the Second Army. An attack on such a strongly fortified area, he complained, would mean bleeding to death uselessly. Another Verdun. Such an assault corresponded to Czech expectations. One should be launched instead by the 10th Army into Bohemia. Brauchitsch protested somewhat mildly, citing the poor state of the motorized divisions, the paucity of reinforcements, and the inadequate training of leaders. But Hitler brushed aside these objections as defeatist, and ordered motorized and armoured divisions added to the 10th. It was Hitler, the former corporal, who was the warrior, not his generals, and observers feared that Hitler would declare himself openly at the impending Nuremberg rally. "The anxiety is no less great in Germany than elsewhere," Henderson wrote in a personal letter, "and dictators can and must speak more clearly than the leaders of a democracy." The Party Congress at Nuremberg that year served as a dramatic prelude to the developing political crisis by its impressive display of Nazi power and discipline. The title of the 1938 festivities was appropriate: First Party Rally of Greater Germany, as were the trappings. Hitler had brought from Vienna, after 140 years, the insignia of the First Reich: the imperial crown, the orb of empire, the sceptre, and the imperial sword. At the presentation of these symbols of imperialism, he solemnly vowed that they would remain in Nuremberg forever. But he made no mention of war during his opening address, or the following afternoon when he received the entire diplomatic corps. He was graciously thanked by the spokesman, François Poncet, who concluded with the observation that the greatest glory of a statesman was to attain his goal without making one mother weep. According to Wiedemann, Hitler responded with a malicious smile. Hitler's refusal to discuss international politics at Nuremberg inspired conjectures and rumours, including one directed to Henderson, that Hitler had become quite mad and was bent on war at all costs. In the next 24 hours, Henderson spoke to a number of Hitler's close advisers, urging Anglo-German cooperation in a Sudeten settlement. Goering said he planned to go hunting at the end of the month, and hoped to goodness the Czechs wouldn't upset his shooting plans by starting trouble in the middle of them. And Goebbels expressed the pious hope that the Führer would refer to cooperation with the English in his final speech. "He appeared to me to be anxious," reported a suspicious Henderson, "and I begin to doubt whether he is egging Hitler on to extremes." In the midst of these interviews, Henderson received instructions to deliver a personal warning to Hitler that England could not stand aside in the event of a general conflict. Henderson protested. The Führer was on the borderline of madness, and a second crisis could push him over the edge. The matter consequently was dropped. Since Hitler was already convinced England had no intention of risking war over Czechoslovakia, he was going ahead with his invasion plans come what might. It was a decision combining shrewd calculation, intuition, and an irresistible impulse. "You know, I am like a wanderer who must cross an abyss on the razor's edge," Hitler told Frank. "But I simply must cross." A few hours after the British decided not to transmit a warning, he summoned Keitel, Brauchitsch, and Halder to Nuremberg. They met in the Deutsche Hof just before midnight of September 9th, and it was the new Chief of Staff who outlined the revised version of Case Green. Surprisingly, it still entrusted the main thrust to the Second Army, but did involve a pincer movement that had not been mentioned in the previous discussion. Hitler admitted that it was a clever idea. But its success is nevertheless too uncertain for it to be depended on, especially as a rapid success is necessary from a political point of view. The first week is politically decisive, within which a far-reaching territorial gain must be achieved. German howitzers, he pointed out, could not smash the Czech fortifications. More important, this plan ruled out the element of surprise. Hitler kept lecturing Halder and Brauchitsch to the dismay of Keitel, who already agreed with everything the Führer proposed. By 3 o'clock, Hitler had lost his patience, and he categorically ordered his generals to do as he proposed, then coldly and sullenly dismissed them. As the three men stopped in the vestibule for a drink, Halder indignantly asked, "What is he really after?" "If you haven't found out," replied the irritated Keitel, "then you have my sympathy." Brauchitsch intervened before another argument started, and the trio set about to meet Hitler's demands. While Halder was busy writing out the new orders, Keitel took Brauchitsch aside. "Why do you fight with him, Hitler, when you know that the battle is lost before it's begun? Nobody thinks there is going to be a war over this, so the whole thing wasn't worth all that rearguard action." It was the kind of practical advice that gave increasing currency to his nickname, La Keitel. Afterward, Keitel expressed his bitter disappointment in Brauchitsch to his own chief of operations. Jodl seconded the motion and wrote in his diary, "There is only one undisciplined element in the army, the generals, and in the last analysis this comes from the fact that they are arrogant. They have neither confidence nor discipline, because they cannot recognize the Führer's genius. They still looked upon him as a corporal of the Great War, instead of the greatest statesman since Bismarck. It was not Hitler but Goering who made the first public announcement on Czechoslovakia the following day. A trifling piece of Europe, he said, is making life unbearable for mankind. The Czechs, the vile race of dwarfs without any culture, nobody even knows where they came from, are oppressing a civilized race, and behind them, together with Moscow, there can be seen the everlasting face of the Jewish fiend. If such words had been uttered by Hitler, Europe would have trembled. But even President Benesch ignored Goering's diatribe. I firmly believe that nothing other than moral force, goodwill, and mutual trust will be needed, he broadcast in both Czech and German. Afterward, William Shirer encountered the President in the hall of Broadcasting House. The American correspondent wanted to warn Benesch he was dealing with gangsters, but didn't have the nerve. He observed that Benesch's face was grave, not nearly so optimistic as his words, and I doubt not he knows the terrible position he is in. Publicly, Chamberlain did not. On September 11th, the Prime Minister told a group of journalists, "Herr Hitler has repeatedly expressed his own desire for peace, and it would be a mistake to assume that those declarations were insincere." At the same time, he was expressing apprehension in a private letter. "I fully realize that if eventually things go wrong and the aggression takes place, there will be many, including Winston, who will say that the British government must bear the responsibility, and that if only they had had the courage to tell Hitler now that, if he used force, we would at once declare war, that would have stopped him." But it was wrong, he felt, to let the vital decision of war and peace pass out of our hands into those of the ruler of another country, and a lunatic at that. The final ceremony of the Nuremberg rally came on September 12th. It was the last chance for Hitler to deliver the speech the world dreaded he might make. He arrived at the huge outdoor stadium just before 7 p.m., to the concerted roar of "Sieg Heil," and slowly walked toward the rostrum in the glare of a spotlight, looking to neither side, right hand raised in salute. He spoke at first only of the party's struggles, and at such length that some foreign observers began to hope he was not going to bring up the question of the day. Suddenly he began to condemn the Czechs. "I am in no way willing that here in the heart of Germany a second Palestine should be permitted to arise. The poor Arabs are defenseless and deserted. The Germans in Czechoslovakia are neither defenseless nor are they deserted, and people should take notice of that fact." The audience roared, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" This was the moment the world had been waiting for all week. But instead of following such stridency with an ultimatum, he merely demanded justice for the Sudeten Germans, then concluded with bluster rather than threat. "We should be sorry if this were to disturb or damage our relations with other European states, but the blame does not lie with us." The French, English, and Czechs had feared so much that such words were reassuring. It was generally believed that the sound and fury were for the benefit of German extremists, and that Hitler was ready to work for a peaceful solution. Mussolini shared this belief, for he observed as he turned away from his radio, "I had expected a more threatening speech. Nothing is lost." 3. This sense of well-being was brief. Hitler's oratorical condemnation of injustice inspired scenes of protest among the Sudeten Germans. By morning, Eger was blanketed with swastika flags. 10,000 protesters jammed the streets shouting, "We want self-determination." State police opened fire, killing one demonstrator and wounding a score more. Within 24 hours, bloody disorders spread through the Sudetenland, and the death toll rose to 21. Aroused by Henlein's call for freedom, the Sudeten Germans went on strike and refused to pay taxes. Prague declared a state of siege. Martial law was proclaimed in the border districts, and more Sudeten Germans were shot down. Throughout Europe there were renewed rumours of an ultimatum by Hitler, or an outright invasion. Paris and London panicked. That evening, Daladier sent an urgent message to Chamberlain. An invasion of Czechoslovakia, he said, had to be avoided at all costs, or France would be forced to fulfill the obligations of her treaty. He proposed that they immediately invite Hitler to meet with them and work out a reasonable settlement. The cryptic reply he got from Chamberlain kept Daladier perplexed for hours. "Some time ago I came to a resolution. I believe it to be useful. I cannot tell you anything yet, but I will let you know about it a little later." That same evening, Chamberlain telegraphed Hitler suggesting a man-to-man conference. Hitler was delightfully taken by surprise and described his feeling with the colourful idiom that would have perplexed Milton. "I fell from heaven." That afternoon he sent a reply placing himself at Chamberlain's proposal and suggesting that they meet the next noon at Berchtesgaden. In England, the first reaction of relief was followed by enthusiasm that their Prime Minister was making such an original move to keep peace. In Prague, newsboys shouted out, "Extra! Read how the mighty head of the British Empire goes begging to Hitler." The Czech citizens spontaneously massed in the streets to demonstrate that they stood behind their president's efforts to resist. In Rome, Mussolini remarked to his son-in-law, Count Giano, "There will be no war, but this is the liquidation of English prestige." Early that morning, September 15th, Chamberlain left 10 Downing Street to the cheers of an extraordinarily large crowd for that hour. Before boarding his plane at Croydon, in the presence of Halifax and other dignitaries, he paused to speak into the BBC microphones. "My policy has always been to ensure peace. The prompt acceptance of my suggestion encourages me to hope that my visit today will not be without results." At about 8 a.m., the Lockheed Electra took off. It was the first long flight for the 69-year-old Prime Minister, and he was as excited as a boy. But it would be wrong to assume he was an aging innocent proceeding to the slaughter. Chamberlain was a hard bargainer. "My method is to try and make up my own mind first on the proper course, and then try to put others through the same course of reasoning." Like his father, a successful businessman who became an outstanding statesman, he was a devout Unitarian, the very embodiment of Victorian virtues. His spare, ascetic figure, his chilling manner, and his sardonic smile reminded many of a headmaster. Only his intimates knew that this austere exterior emanated from painful shyness, and that beneath the armour lay warmth and sensibility. The question was whether such an individual, convinced as he was that the Führer was half mad and needed to be handled cautiously, could cope with the situation. As he flew over London, Chamberlain himself experienced some slight sinkings, yet was buoyed by the thought that he too held strong cards, and that, as long as he could keep negotiating with the Führer, Czechoslovakia would be safe. He sat through the flight to Munich, according to one fellow passenger, as always, aloof, reserved, imperturbable, unshakably self-reliant. Henderson greeted him as he descended from the plane at 12:30 p.m. and was surprised how remarkably fresh he looked for a man of his age. "I'm tough and wiry," explained Chamberlain. Despite the drizzle, enthusiastic crowds were waiting all along the route to the Munich railroad station, shouting Heil and lifting arms in salute. It was after 4 o'clock by the time the Chamberlain party started up the steep, winding road to the Berghof. The sky was dark, and clouds hid the mountains as rain began to pelt down. Hitler, the polite host, waited at the head of the long flight of steps to the terrace. After exchanging stilted pleasantries over tea, Hitler abruptly asked what procedure his guest proposed for the meeting. Chamberlain said he preferred a tête-à-tête. Hitler led the Prime Minister and interpreter Schmidt upstairs to his study, leaving behind a patently annoyed Ribbentrop. In this simple, wood-panelled room, almost bare of ornament, Hitler began quietly listing complaints against his neighbours as he presented a history of events leading up to the present crisis. Chamberlain listened attentively, answered questions with a friendly smile, then looked the Führer full in the face and said he was prepared to discuss the possibility of righting any German grievances so long as force was not used. "Force?" said Hitler, excited for the first time. "Who speaks of force? Wasn't it Benesch who was applying force against the Germans in the Sudetenland?" As the mountain wind howled, rain slashed against the window, and he himself poured out such a torrent of words that Chamberlain asked him to stop, so he might have a chance to understand what he was talking about. "I shall not put up with this any longer," exclaimed Hitler. "I shall settle the question in one way or another." It was the first time the alarmed Schmidt had heard him use such a phrase with a foreign statesman. "I shall take matters into my own hands." Chamberlain was startled, but answered resolutely, "If I have understood you right, you are determined to proceed against Czechoslovakia. If that is so, why did you let me come to Berchtesgaden? This trip was a waste of time, and under the circumstances," he said, "it was best to return to England at once. Anything else seems pointless." Hitler hesitated before this unexpected counterattack. Now, thought Schmidt, was the moment if he really wants to come to war. The interpreter stared at the Führer in agonized suspense. The question of peace was poised on the razor's edge. To Schmidt's astonishment, Hitler backed down. "If, in considering the Sudeten question," he said calmly, "you are prepared to recognize the principle of the right of peoples to self-determination, then we can continue the discussion in order to see how the principle can be applied in practice." Then came a second surprise. Chamberlain did not immediately assent, objecting that a plebiscite in the Sudetenland held immense practical difficulties. Amazingly, Hitler did not flare up at this rebuff. Perhaps, thought Schmidt, the Führer had been frightened by Chamberlain's threat to go home. The Prime Minister said that he could not give Hitler an answer on the question of self-determination without first consulting his colleagues. "I therefore suggest that we break off our conversation at this point, and that I return to England immediately for consultation, and then meet you again." Hitler looked uneasy as Schmidt translated the first words, but, once he realized that Chamberlain would see him again, could not hide his relief. He expressed immediate agreement, and, when Chamberlain asked how the situation was to be held in the meantime, unhesitatingly promised that he would not give the order to march unless some particularly atrocious incident occurred. This ended the 3-hour talk. They chatted cordially on the way downstairs, Hitler hoping that his guest would see some of the scenic beauties before he left. But Chamberlain could not spare the time, since lives were being lost. He left the Berghof pleased with the talk. "I had established a certain confidence, which was my aim," he wrote his sister, "and on my side, in spite of the hardness and ruthlessness I thought I saw in his face, I got the impression that here was a man who could be relied upon when he had given his word." At home he was greeted with encomiums of praise, including a poem composed in his honour by England's poet laureate John Masefield. "As Priam to Achilles for his son, so you into the night divinely led, to ask that young men's bodies not yet dead be given from the battle not begun." In Washington, Roosevelt was concerned. Fearing that such talks would only postpone the inevitable conflict, he lamented at a cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister was for peace at any price, and bitterly observed to Harold Ickes that apparently England and France were going to leave the Czechs in the lurch, then wash the blood from their Judas Iscariot hands. Before the weekend was over, further opposition to Chamberlain began to appear within his own cabinet, but he stood firm. American Ambassador Joseph Kennedy had sent the Prime Minister an ominous report by the noted aviator Charles Lindbergh of overwhelming German air power, based on a recent inspection of the Luftwaffe. Chamberlain had been as impressed as Kennedy, and so England, which was poorly prepared for war, remained committed to appeasement. On September 18th, Chamberlain told the French delegation, headed by Daladier, which had come to England to discuss the problem, "There must be some cession of territorial area to the Reich, but it would be very difficult for us to carve up Czechoslovakia unless the Czechoslovakian government themselves were prepared to admit the necessity for frontier rectifications." Daladier agreed that a little friendly pressure might persuade the Czechs to cede some portions of Sudeten territory. At the same time, they had to be assured of some sort of international guarantee of what remained. And Germany must participate in such a guarantee. Chamberlain hesitated, but after a break in the proceedings agreed. If the French returned home still apprehensive, he was quite pleased with himself. "I have still many anxious days before me," he wrote his sister, "but the most gnawing anxiety is gone, for I feel that I have nothing to reproach myself with, and that on the contrary, up to now things are going the way I want." At the same time, there remained the unpleasant job of telling the Czechs that they must give up the Sudetenland, and when Beneš was informed the next day after lunch by the British minister, he was so agitated he refused to discuss the matter at first. The embarrassed Sir Basil Newton stressed that a quick ratification must be forthcoming, since Chamberlain hoped to resume talks with Hitler within 48 hours. Beneš bitterly charged that his country had been abandoned. The guarantees he already possessed, he said, had proven valueless. He feared the proposed solution would not be final, only a stage in the eventual domination of his country by Hitler. These words notwithstanding, Newton reported that he believed Beneš was more likely to accept than refuse, and is receptive to any reason which will help him justify acceptance to his people. While Chamberlain anxiously waited all that Monday for an answer, Beneš was desperately searching for help from another quarter. On Tuesday, he summoned the Soviet minister and asked 2 questions. Would the USSR fulfill her treaty obligations if France did likewise? In the event of a Hitler attack, would the Soviets support Czechoslovakia in an appeal to the League of Nations, even if France refused to do so? Affirmative answers finally arrived from Moscow at 7 p.m., and 45 minutes later Czech Foreign Minister Krofta was telling Newton that his government must reject the British-French proposal. A little later, however, Newton's French counterpart, Victor Delacroix, was hastily summoned to see Czech Prime Minister Hoxha. He begged Lacroix to get a telegram from Paris stating that France would back out of the treaty if it came to fighting. It was the only way of saving the peace, he said, and assured Lacroix that he was acting with the consent of Beneš, which was a lie. Lacroix transmitted this information to Paris, while Newton was doing the same to London. In his message, Newton concluded with the suggestion that Halifax sent Beneš an ultimatum to accept the proposal without reserve and without further delay, failing which His Majesty's government will take no further interest in the fate of the country. Despite the late hour, Halifax rushed to 10 Downing Street. He returned to the Foreign Office after midnight and instructed Newton to urge the Czechs to reconsider. Otherwise Chamberlain would be forced to postpone or cancel his second meeting with Hitler. It was 2 o'clock in the morning by the time Newton, accompanied by his French colleague, arrived at Hradčin Castle to see the President. Wakened from a fitful sleep, Beneš collapsed at Lacroix's first words, as if he had hit him with a club, and burst into tears. Shaken, the betrayed Beneš promised to give a final reply by midday. The first word of acceptance came from the devious Hoxha, who informed Newton that the Czech reply was affirmative, and an official answer to that effect would be delivered as soon as possible. But the argument continued until late afternoon, when Newton and Lacroix were summoned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Each minister was handed a note stating that the Czechoslovakian government sadly accepted the Franco-British proposal. That evening, the Beneš government publicly announced its surrender in a communiqué that brought shame to many Westerners. We relied upon the help that our friends might have given us, but when the question of reducing us by force arose, it became evident that the European crisis was taking on too serious a character. Our friends, therefore, advised us to buy freedom and peace by our sacrifice, and this in proportion to their own inability to help us. The President of the Republic and our government had no other choice, for we found ourselves alone. Hitler had won a victory by proxy. 4. The next morning, September 21st, just before boarding a plane for his second flight, Chamberlain told newsmen, "A perfect solution of the Czechoslovakian problem is an essential preliminary to a better understanding between the British and German peoples, and that, in turn, is the indisputable foundation of European peace. European peace is what I am aiming at, and I hope this journey may open the way to it." At this time the two leaders would meet at Bad Godesberg on the Rhine. When the Prime Minister's plane landed at Cologne, he was greeted by dignitaries and a guard of honour, while an SS band played God Save the King. The British were driven to quarters in the Petersburg Hotel, located on the heights across the river from Godesberg. Hitler greatly admired the view from the restaurant. He often came up at coffee time, and he wanted to impress the visitors with the vista of the spectacular country of the Drachenfels. Less than 50 miles up the Rhine was the fabled rock of the Lorelei. From his balcony, Chamberlain could look across the river at the Driessen Hotel, where the first meeting would take place at 5 p.m. Late in the afternoon he was driven down the steep road to the river and onto a ferry. Thousands of onlookers lined both banks, intent on the progress of the little vessel as it ploughed across the river in a scene reminding Henderson of the varsity boat race day. It was a short trip from the landing to the Driessen on the west bank. Always the affable host, Hitler first inquired about the accommodations at the Petersburg. But it was all business once they adjourned to a conference room and seated themselves at the end of a long baize-covered table. Chamberlain began with a recital of the concessions he and the French had wrung out of the Czechs. After outlining the comprehensive and complicated plan to carry out the turnover of territory, he mentioned the guarantee that the British and French had given the Czechs, then leaned back with an expression of satisfaction, as if to say, thought Schmidt, "Haven't I worked splendidly during these 5 days?" To the interpreter's surprise, Hitler quietly, almost regretfully replied, "I am exceedingly sorry, Mr. Chamberlain, but I can no longer discuss these matters. This solution, after the developments of the last few days, is no longer practicable." The Prime Minister bolted upright. Schmidt noticed that his kindly eyes gleamed angrily under bushy brows. Chamberlain indignantly exclaimed he could not understand. This solution answered the very demands the Führer had made at Berchtesgaden. After hedging on the grounds that it was impossible to make a non-aggression pact with the Czechs before the claims of Poland and Hungary were satisfied, Hitler retaliated by criticizing the British-French proposal point by point, then peremptorily demanded that the Sudetenland be occupied by the Germans forthwith. Chamberlain replied that he was both disappointed and puzzled at such an attitude. This was a brand new demand, going far beyond what Hitler had proposed at Berchtesgaden. He had returned to Germany with a plan that gave the Führer everything he wanted, doing so at the risk of his political career. At this point, Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick handed the Prime Minister a note that German troop formations had just crossed the frontier at Eger. Chamberlain seized on this. There were bound to be such incidents on both sides, he said, and urged the Führer to join him in an effort to do all that was humanly possible to settle matters in an orderly, peaceful way, and not to allow the work for peace to be disturbed by shootings and incidents. What proposal, he asked, could Hitler make so they could reach agreement in principle? The answer chilled Chamberlain. Immediate occupation of the Sudetenland by German troops, with the frontier to be determined later by plebiscite. Since this amounted to almost complete capitulation by the Czechs, an acrimonious, tedious debate followed, which was spiced by the arrival of another message from Eger, this one to Hitler that 12 German hostages had been shot. The result, of course, was a dissertation by the Führer on the iniquity of the Czechs, followed by an avowal that, if Prague fell under Bolshevik influence, or if hostages continued to be shot, he would intervene militarily at once. After 3 hours the first conversation ended in complete discord, but with the understanding that they would meet again on the morrow. Despite a calm visage, the Prime Minister was still angry and indignant as he recrossed the Rhine and was driven up the mountain to his own hotel. Only then did he wonder if he had made a mistake by not breaking off the talks and going home. Was Hitler actually on the edge of madness, or a sort of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? If so, it was Chamberlain's responsibility to break through the deadlock. The question was how to do it. He was not the only one at the conference who doubted Hitler's sanity. At the Dresden, several newsmen were circulating a story that the Führer was so distraught over the Czech crisis that he would fling himself to the floor and chew the edge of the carpet. This report had been inspired by a remark of one Hitler aide that the chief had become so furious that he was eating the carpet. This slang expression was taken literally by some American correspondents, who should have translated it into climbing the walls. Such naivete amused Hitler's adjutants, who had seldom seen the Führer lose his temper. When he did, he occasionally went into a tirade for half an hour, but usually his outbursts were brief. "I was present at quite a few such fits," wrote Wiedemann, "and all I can say is that they were no different from the displays of others with a hot temper and little self-control." Some intimates believed the Führer displayed anger for effect. If so, his outbursts that afternoon had surely placed his opponent on the defensive. Chamberlain was already writing him a conciliatory letter. In it, he suggested that he himself ask the Czechs whether they thought there could be an arrangement by which the Sudeten Germans themselves could maintain law and order. After breakfast on the 23rd, this letter was sent across the river. In no mood for reconciliation, Hitler took it as a flat rejection of his ideas, and, after long and feverish discussions with Ribbentrop and other advisers, composed an unfriendly reply, which was a repetition of what he had said at the conference table. It was too long for a written translation, and Hitler instructed Schmidt to deliver it in person and translate it verbally. The interpreter left the Dresden about 3 p.m., a large brown envelope under his arm. On approaching the Petersburg Hotel, Schmidt noticed newsmen crowding around the entrance. One called out, "Do you bring peace or war?" Schmidt was careful to give no hint, not even a shrug of his shoulders. He was taken immediately to Chamberlain, who was waiting on the balcony. Moments earlier, he and Henderson had been worriedly pacing, but, in a remarkable exhibition of self-control, the Prime Minister greeted Schmidt as if it were only a casual occasion. Upon the interpreter's return, Hitler's first words were anxious ones. What did he say? How did he take my letter? But he visibly relaxed upon learning that Chamberlain had shown no excitement or anger. Within the hour, the ferry brought 2 emissaries from Chamberlain, who solemnly delivered the Prime Minister's answer. It was a model of diplomacy, being simultaneously conciliatory and ominous. First, Chamberlain promised to put Hitler's proposals before the Czechs, and therefore requested a memorandum detailing Hitler's demands. Upon receipt of this document, he proposed returning to England. The threat of departure must have spurred a second meeting. It was agreed that Chamberlain should return to the Dresden that evening, not only to pick up the memorandum, but to listen to Hitler's explanation of it. Their conversation started about 10 p.m. and, since more participants were on hand, took place in a small dining room. Henderson, Kirkpatrick, Ribbentrop and Weizsäcker sat informally in a semicircle around Hitler and Chamberlain, while Schmidt translated the memorandum. Hitler demanded withdrawal of all Czech armed forces from an area shown on an accompanying map. Evacuation would start on September 26th, and the territory would be formally ceded to Germany on the 28th. "But that's an ultimatum," exclaimed Chamberlain, lifting his hands in protest. "Ein Diktat," chorused Henderson, who liked to display his German. Chamberlain refused to transmit such a document to the Czechs. Its tone, not to mention its content, would cause indignation among neutrals, he said, and began to scold Hitler as if he were a recalcitrant member of his own cabinet. It was one of the rare occasions when Hitler was placed on the defensive, and was followed by a concerted attack by the 3 British statesmen on the timetable of the proposal, which allowed the Czechs an impossibly short period to evacuate and turn over the Sudetenland. Impracticable and dangerous, it could lead to a European war. During the ensuing deadlock, an adjutant entered with a message for the Führer. After glancing at it, he handed it to Schmidt, who translated it out loud in English. "Beneš has just announced over the wireless general mobilization of the Czechoslovak forces." It was Hitler who finally broke the silence. Despite this unheard-of provocation, he said in a barely audible voice, "I shall, of course, keep my promise not to proceed against Czechoslovakia during the course of negotiations. At any rate, Mr. Chamberlain, so long as you remain on German soil." This remark, misleading by being softly spoken, was followed by a statement that could not be misinterpreted. The Czech mobilization, he said tersely, settled the whole affair. Chamberlain hastily pointed out that mobilization was a precaution, not necessarily an offensive measure. But the Führer replied that so far as he was concerned, mobilization was a clear indication that the Czechs did not intend to cede any territory. Again Chamberlain dissented. The Czechs, he argued, had agreed to the principle of self-determination in the Sudetenland and would not go back on their word. Then why mobilize? Persisted Hitler. Germany mobilized first, said the Prime Minister. You call that mobilization? Retorted the Führer sarcastically, and made another threat. The crisis could not drag on very much longer. He quoted an old German proverb, "An end, even with terror, is better than terror without end." The memorandum, he said, represented his last word. In that event, said Chamberlain, there was no purpose in further negotiations. He would go home with a heavy heart, since he saw the fight. "I will make a concession over the matter of the timetable. You are one of the few men for whom I have ever done such a thing. I will agree to October 1st as the date for evacuation." After negotiating a number of other minor alterations, Chamberlain agreed to transmit the memorandum to the Czechs. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the meeting adjourned. The Führer thanked the Prime Minister for his work on behalf of peace, assuring him that the Czech problem was the last territorial demand which he had to make in Europe. Chamberlain left with a hearty "Auf Wiedersehen," and those who watched him stride out of the hotel could not discern the slightest strain of displeasure on his face. 5. After a few hours of needed sleep, Chamberlain flew back to England, and the following day met with the full cabinet. It was necessary, he explained, to appreciate people's motives and see how their minds worked if one would understand their actions. Herr Hitler would not deliberately deceive a man whom he respected and with whom he had been in negotiations. Consequently, it would be a great tragedy if they lost this opportunity of reaching an understanding with Germany on all points of difference between the two countries. He told of his apprehension as he was flying home up the Thames, imagining a German bomber taking the same course. I asked myself what degree of protection we could afford to the thousands of homes which I saw stretched out below me, and I felt that we are in no position to justify waging a war today in order to prevent a war hereafter. Never had there been such opposition from the Cabinet. First Lord of the Admiralty, Duff Cooper, could place no confidence in the Führer's promises and proposed an immediate general mobilization. Chamberlain urged his colleagues to postpone any such decision, and it was agreed to first consult the French, who had already ordered a partial mobilization. When the Cabinet met again Sunday morning, there was opposition from a new source. "I cannot rid my mind of the fact," confessed Foreign Secretary Halifax, "that Herr Hitler has given us nothing, and that he is dictating terms, just as though he had won a war but without having had to fight. So long as Nazism lasted, peace was uncertain." Lord Hailsham, an earlier supporter of Chamberlain, agreed with Halifax. An argument ensued. Lord Stanhope and Maugham wanted to put pressure on the Czechs to accept the Hitler memorandum, while Lord Winterton urged rejection of the proposals on the grounds of morality. In an effort to restore order in his deeply split cabinet, Chamberlain argued that it was wrong to talk of accepting or rejecting Hitler's terms, or even of feeling humiliated. It was up to the Czechs to accept or reject. No sooner had this meeting ended in discord than Chamberlain was subjected to another harrowing experience. Jan Masaryk, the Czech ambassador, arrived with a bitter protest. His government, he said, was amazed at the contents of Hitler's memorandum. It was a de facto ultimatum which deprived Czechoslovakia of every safeguard for its national existence. Against these new and cruel demands, my government feels bound to make their utmost resistance, and we shall do so, God helping." That evening, the French delegation was back in London to discuss the situation. Its leader, Daladier, declared that France could not recognize Hitler's right to seize the Sudetenland, but would give only a vague response to Chamberlain's question, would France declare war if Hitler simply imposed on Czechoslovakia a frontier based on strategic considerations? When Chamberlain pressed for a more specific answer, Daladier replied that France might try a land offensive after a period of concentration. This meeting was adjourned for half an hour so that Chamberlain could consult with his cabinet. "I am unwilling to leave unexplored any possible chance of avoiding war," he told his colleagues. "Therefore I suggest that, basing myself on the personal conversations I have had with Herr Hitler, I should write a personal letter. It would be delivered to the Führer by Chamberlain's closest adviser, Sir Horace Wilson, and would contain a last appeal suggesting a joint commission to determine how to put into effect the proposals already accepted by the Czechs. If the letter fails to secure any response from Herr Hitler, Sir Horace Wilson should be authorized to give a personal message from me to the effect that if this appeal was refused, France would go to war, and if that happened, it seemed certain that we should be drawn in." The following morning, September 26th, Wilson, who shared some of Hitler's apprehension about Jews, set off for Berlin with the letter. The Führer listened quietly, but with growing restlessness, until he heard how shocked the British public had been by the terms of his Godesberg memorandum. Then he burst out, "It is no use talking any more." This did not stop Sir Horace, who, despite gestures and exclamations of disgust and impatience from Hitler, insisted that Schmidt continue reading the Chamberlain letter. When the interpreter came to the words, "The Czechoslovakian government regard as wholly unacceptable the proposal," Hitler leaped to his feet and started for the door, muttering again that it was useless to keep talking. It was an exceptional scene, recalled the interpreter, especially as Hitler seemed to realize when he reached the door how impossible his behavior was, and returned to his seat like a defiant boy. He barely controlled himself so that Schmidt was able to finish the letter, but then let himself go more violently than the interpreter had ever witnessed during a diplomatic interview. Hitler shouted that Germans were being treated like niggers. One wouldn't even treat Turks like that. "On October 1st I shall have Czechoslovakia where I want her," he exclaimed, "and if France and England decided to strike, let them. He didn't care a pfennig." Finally, calm was restored, and Hitler agreed to negotiate with the Czechs. He insisted, however, that they agree to accept the Godesberg memorandum within 48 hours. Come what may, he added, German troops would occupy the Sudetenland on the 1st of October. The fury of the afternoon carried over that evening to the Sportpalast. Rarely, if ever, had Hitler spoken with such abandon or venom. His principal target was Benesch. It is not so much a question of Czechoslovakia, it is a question of Herr Benesch. It was he who was set on destroying the German minority. It was he who was putting his nation at the service of the Bolsheviks. He now holds the decision in his hand, peace or war. Either he will now accept this offer and at last give Germans their freedom, or we will take this freedom for ourselves. All Germany, a people vastly different from that of 1918, stood united with him. We are determined. Let Herr Benesch choose. Hitler sat down. Up sprang Goebbels, shouting, "One thing is sure, 1918 will never be repeated." This brought the Führer to his feet again. Slamming right hand on the rostrum, he roared, "Ja!" then slumped to his seat, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, exhausted. The speech brought despair to those hoping for peace. In London, workmen dug trenches near Buckingham Palace. Air raid posters were pasted up. From Paris, Ambassador Bullitt, a personal friend of Roosevelt's, phoned Washington. "I believe the chances are about 95 in 100 of war beginning midnight Friday." The President, who had also been getting words of appeasement from his ambassador in London, Joseph Kennedy, cabled Hitler an appeal, his second in 2 days, to continue the negotiations. A Chamberlain, too, issued another appeal to the Führer in the form of a statement to the press. The British, he said, would guarantee that the Czechs kept their promise to evacuate the Sudetenland so long as the Germans abstained from force. His envoy, Wilson, was back in the Reich Chancellery late the next morning with this new proposal, but Hitler refused to discuss it. There were only two possibilities open to the Czechs: accept or refuse the German proposal. And if they choose to refuse, I shall smash Czechoslovakia. He threatened to march into the Sudetenland if Benesch did not capitulate by 2 p.m. the next day. Sir Horace suddenly rose and read out a short message which Schmidt translated as slowly and emphatically as possible, so that Hitler could mark its purport. If France, in fulfillment of her treaty obligations, should become actively involved in hostilities against Germany, the United Kingdom would deem itself obliged to support France. Hitler was furious. If France and England strike, let them do so. It's a matter of complete indifference to me. I am prepared for every eventuality. It is Tuesday today, and by next Monday we shall all be at war. Wilson wanted to continue the conversation, but Henderson signalled him against doing so. Sir Horace did get one moment alone with the Führer before leaving, and reiterated that a catastrophe must be avoided at all costs. "I will still try to make those Czechs sensible," he promised. "I would welcome that," said Hitler, and repeated emphatically that England could wish for no better friend than he. Despite the fervour of last evening's crowd at the Sportpalast, William Shirer, broadcasting from the balcony, had noted in his diary that there was no war fever. The crowd was good-natured, as if it didn't realize what his words meant. This was illustrated again late Wednesday afternoon, when a motorized division rolled through Berlin. Rather than cheer, most of those leaving their offices ducked into subways, and the few that remained at the curb watched in silence. Captain Wiedemann also noticed this lack of public enthusiasm, and when he walked into the Chancellery loudly remarked, "It looks like a funeral march out there." "Shh!" whispered an adjutant. "He is sitting right here by the window." Hitler pensively watched the procession. Finally someone heard him mutter, "I can't wage war with this nation yet." Perhaps it was with this in mind that he sent off a message to Chamberlain, one that, for him, was conciliatory. In England, which was far less ready for war than Germany, the Prime Minister was preparing himself for a broadcast to the nation. Criticism of appeasement was on the rise, and he too was assailed with doubts. "I am wobbling about all over the place," he remarked, just before he walked up to the microphone at 8 p.m. The same moment the order for mobilization of the British fleet was issued, and bared some of his apprehension to the public. "How horrible," he said, "how fantastic, how incredible it is that we should be trying on gas masks here because of a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. It seems all the more impossible that a quarrel which has already been settled in principle should be the subject of war." He proceeded to prepare the people for more concessions. "I am myself a man of peace to the depths of my soul. Armed conflict between nations is a nightmare to me. But if I were convinced that any nation had made up its mind to dominate the world by force, I should feel that it must be resisted. Under such a domination, life for people who believe in liberty would not be worth living. But war is a fearful thing, and we must be very clear before we embark on it that it is really the great issues that are at stake." 2 hours later, the Prime Minister's hopes were raised by the latest letter from Hitler. After opening with the usual diatribe against the Czechs, it concluded with an oblique suggestion that Chamberlain continue his efforts to bring the government in Prague to reason at the very last hour. To the despairing Chamberlain it seemed the gap was narrowing, and he hastily scribbled a draft reply inviting himself to another rendezvous. "I feel convinced that we could reach agreement in a week. I cannot believe that you will take the responsibility of starting a world war which may end civilization for the sake of a few days' delay in settling this long-standing problem." He then composed a personal message to Mussolini, telling of this last appeal to the Führer. "I trust your Excellency will inform the German Chancellor that you are willing to be represented, and urge him to agree to my proposal, which will keep all our peoples out of war." And so, with reborn hope, he worked till long after midnight, preparing the speech he was to make to Parliament in the morning, the day on which Herr Hitler's ultimatum would expire. That dreaded day, Wednesday, September 28th, started in frenzy at the core of the crisis, Berlin. At 8 a.m., French Ambassador François Poncet phoned Weizsäcker urgently requesting an audience with the Führer so that he could present new suggestions. Weizsäcker hastened to the Kaiserhof Hotel, where his own chief was staying. But Ribbentrop was so annoyed at the prospect of his game being upset, this time from Paris, that a violent scene resulted. "It is a monstrous thing," said the subordinate, according to his account, "that you should want to start a war when the real differences between the two sides are so small and are concerned only with the method by which the Sudetenland should be incorporated." "You should leave that to the Führer," exclaimed Ribbentrop, and in this mood the two set off for the Chancellery. At 10 a.m., 4 hours before Hitler's ultimatum would end, François Poncet telephoned Henderson to report that he feared the worst. His request to see Hitler was still unanswered. Apparently, the Führer was not receiving ambassadors today. Henderson promised to do what he could. First he phoned Goering to inform him of Hitler's refusal to see François Poncet, who had fresh proposals on which war or peace depended. Goering cut him short. So recently the aggressor in Vienna, he was now playing the role of peacemaker. "You need not say a word more," he said. "I am going immediately to the Führer." Never had Schmidt seen such hectic activity at the Chancellery. Ministers and generals, with their train of party members, aides-de-camp, officers and heads of departments who had hurried round to consult Hitler, were sitting or standing everywhere. Hitler wandered from group to group, expounding his views at length, but not listening to a word of advice. He had retired to the Winter Garden for privacy when Goering finally arrived to make his appeal for reason. Noticing Neurath in the anteroom, the Reichsmarshal persuaded the former foreign minister to join him. But once in the conference room, it was Neurath who carried the burden of argument. "Mein Führer," he began, "do you wish to start a war under any circumstances? Of course not." Ribbentrop was hovering outside the Winter Garden, hoping to be invited in. Then Goering came out and belligerently strode over to him, shouting, "Herr von Ribbentrop, if war should break out, I will be the first one to tell the German people that you pushed things to this end." To the edification of the adjutants and aides, these two high officials began exchanging threats and insults. At one point, Ribbentrop accused his opponent of fearing combat, and Goering roared back that as soon as the Führer said march, he would take off in the leading airplane, on condition that Ribbentrop sat beside him. If the situation had not been so serious, recalled Wiedemann, it would have been comical to see the two insulted prima donnas clawing at each other, as often happens on stage before the final rehearsal. A little after 11 a.m., Ribbentrop was finally admitted into the Winter Garden, so that he could be present during the delayed interview with François Poncet. Flourishing a map, the French ambassador prophesied that an attack on Czechoslovakia would spread throughout Europe. "You are naturally confident of winning the war, just as we believe that we can defeat you. But why should you take the risk when your essential demands can be met without war?" It was apparent that François Poncet's arguments were gradually tilting the balance in favour of peace. No longer did Hitler flare up, nor could he answer the Frenchman's logic. All at once, an adjutant interrupted. Ambassador Atolico was outside with an urgent message from Rome. As soon as Atolico saw the Führer emerge from the Winter Garden, he shouted unceremoniously from a distance that he had an urgent message from Mussolini. "Il Duce informs you that, whatever you decide, Führer, Fascist Italy stands behind you." Catching his breath, he added, "Il Duce is, however, of the opinion that it would be wise to accept the British proposal, and begs you to refrain from mobilization." "Tell Il Duce that I accept his proposal," said Hitler, then returned to the Winter Garden to inform Francois Poncet that Mussolini had just asked whether he would accept his counsel, failing, however, to add that he had agreed to do so. The two continued their conversation, but Hitler's attention kept wavering. It was obvious that he was still pondering Il Duce's message, and before long he got to his feet, indicating the interview was over. Francois Poncet asked whether he should advise his government that the Führer was inflexible. Distractedly, Hitler replied that he would give an answer early in the afternoon. The parade to the Winter Garden continued. A few minutes past noon, Henderson made his way through the crowd in the reception room. "It is going better," a German friend whispered to him. "Only stick to it." In the conference room, Hitler listened patiently while Schmidt translated Chamberlain's offer to come to Berlin at once for a conference. He then replied that he must first communicate with Mussolini. Il Duce seconded the idea. He suggested that they all meet in Munich. Hitler agreed, and invitations were hastily dispatched to Daladier and Chamberlain. The one to the latter arrived while he was addressing the House of Commons and Queen Mary, who was in the gallery with Halifax, Baldwin, and other notables. Chamberlain had just announced Hitler's acceptance of Mussolini's suggestion to delay mobilization, and during the resultant mutter of approval, the Chancellor of the Exchequer passed him a slip of paper. The Prime Minister's face was transformed. In a broken voice he continued, "That is not all. I have something further to say to the House yet. I have now been informed by Herr Hitler that he invites me to meet him at Munich tomorrow morning. He has also invited Signor Mussolini and Monsieur Daladier." Some unidentified member shouted, "Thank God for the Prime Minister," thereby touching off an unprecedented demonstration of hysterical shouting. Queen Mary, a symbol of self-control, wept without restraint, as did the Duchess of Kent and Mrs. Chamberlain. From all sides, wrote Sir John Simon in his memoirs, there was impetuous cheering, in which few failed to join, and we adjourned almost at once by common consent. I saw men, some of whom have since spoken slightingly of what Chamberlain was trying to do, cross the floor in tears and with unrestrained emotion grasp him by the hand. One of the few members of Commons not overcome by the moment was Winston Churchill. "And what about Czechoslovakia?" he was heard to mutter bitterly. "Does no one think of asking their opinion?" With few exceptions, the people of the democracies shared the relief. In the streets of Paris, London, and New York, jubilant crowds read the extras proclaiming the end of the crisis. From Paris, Ambassador Bullitt wrote his friend Roosevelt, "I am so relieved this evening that I feel like embracing everyone and wish I were in the White House to give you a large kiss on your bald spot." And from Washington, the President dispatched a 2-word cable to Chamberlain, "Good man." From another president, Benesch, the Prime Minister received a longer message, this a plea. "I ask Mr. Chamberlain very earnestly for help, because it is our real desire to contribute to peace. I beg, therefore, that nothing may be done in Munich without Czechoslovakia being heard." While most Germans were equally relieved, the anti-Hitler group was dismayed. The news scotched their latest scheme to seize Hitler by force and set up a military regime. When Halder learned of the Munich meeting, he could no longer see his way clear to set the putsch apparatus in operation under such circumstances. At 6 p.m., Il Duce's luxurious train left Rome to enthusiastic cheers. He was in an expansive mood, for he was not only being hailed around the world as the saviour of peace, but had managed to win Hitler's gratitude by supporting him through the crisis. Mussolini also felt he had scored a diplomatic victory over the British, and ridiculed them good-naturedly at dinner with Ciano. In a country where animals are adored to the point of making cemeteries and hospitals and houses for them, and legacies are bequeathed to parrots, you can be sure that decadence has set in. Besides, other reasons apart, it is also a consequence of the composition of the English people. 4 million surplus women, 4 million women sexually unsatisfied, artificially creating a host of problems in order to excite or appease their senses. Not being able to embrace one man, they embrace humanity. 6. Early the following morning, September 29th, the Führer met Mussolini between Munich and the border. Beyond being a mark of courtesy to an ally, it gave Hitler an opportunity to bring Il Duce up to date on the latest developments. As the two dictators headed for the Bavarian capital in the Führer's train, Hitler revealed that, with the Westwall completed, he feared no attack from that quarter. If England and France were foolish enough to make an assault, the war would be over before the enemy could complete mobilization. I have no need to mobilize. The German army stands ready and asks only to be allowed to realize my aims. The other two conferees were Munich-bound by air. Chamberlain left Heston in a slight rain after telling journalists, "When I was a little boy, I used to repeat, 'If at first you don't succeed, try again.' This is what I am doing. When I come back, I hope I may be able to say, as Hotspur says in Henry IV, 'Out of this nettle, danger, we pluck this flower, safety.'" To the shouts of "Long live Daladier" and "Long live peace," the French premier boarded his plane at Le Bourget. It took off in a milky fog. At 11:15 a.m., the twin-motored plane set down at Munich's airport. François Poncet watched Daladier descend, brow deeply furrowed with wrinkles. He had left a tense, fearful city, and was surprised to find the Germans exuberant. They greeted him as a hero, with enthusiastic hails. Chamberlain landed a few minutes before noon, and he too got a joyous reception on his trip to the Regina Palace Hotel. He was there only for minutes before taking off in an open car for the newly built Führerbau, where the conference would take place. In the complex of National Socialist buildings clustered around the Königsplatz, it was a compact but monumental stone structure with a spacious central hall 65 feet high and 100 feet wide, from which two impressive stone staircases curved up to the conference room. Chamberlain and his two colleagues, all in black suits, arrived first. Next came Mussolini, advancing with lively step, his chest thrown out, completely at ease and patronizing, as if he were the host. The last to arrive was the Führer. The hard, strange look in his eyes impressed Daladier. The conferees and their aides congregated around a buffet set up in a salon, shaking hands courteously but coldly as they surveyed each other. Hitler did his best to be affable, but his brows were furrowed with concern, since most of his guests spoke no German, and he was unable to communicate with them freely. At last the stilted buffet was over, and Hitler led the way into a large rectangular room overlooking the Königsplatz. It was an impressive room with leather-covered walls, a profusion of green plants and paintings, and a huge marble fireplace, over which hung the imposing portrait of Bismarck by Lenbach. Hastily prepared and poorly organized, the conference began in confusion and became increasingly muddled. With no chairman, no agenda or agreed procedure, it splintered into a series of involved individual discussions. At one point, Hitler became so restive at Chamberlain's nagging concern over the matter of compensating the Czechs for property in the Sudetenland that he shouted, "Our time is too valuable to be wasted on such trivialities." Mussolini brought some degree of order into the proceedings by submitting a written proposal for the solution of the Sudeten question, which he presented as his own, even though the Germans had drafted it. By then it was 3 p.m., and there was a recess for lunch. The proceedings were even more chaotic after the bolted meal. Often 3 or 4 would talk at once, making Schmidt's task almost impossible. He would have to insist that the preceding translation be heard first, and, to friends watching in amusement through glass doors, he looked like a schoolmaster trying to keep an unruly class in order. To complicate matters, outsiders began to invade the room. One by one, Goering, François Poncet, Henderson, Atolico, and Weizsäcker wandered in with legal clerks, secretaries, and adjutants. They all crowded around the principals, who were grouped in a semicircle before the huge fireplace, until it looked like a high-stake game of chance. Il Duce had taken command of the proceedings. The other three principals could speak only their own language, while he held forth in all four. Though his English was laborious, his French Italianate, and his German questionable, he took over as interpreter general, a dictatorial but amiable director of an undisciplined chorus. He would ask Hitler a question in German, get the answer, and then summarize the meaning rather than the exact words for the French and English delegations. That was my great day, he later told SS Captain Eugen Dahlmann, whom he had brought along as an interpreter. All eyes were on me, not on Mr. Daladier or Mr. Chamberlain. It was an occasion worthy of the Caesars, do you remember? As the evening approached, the atmosphere in the room grew thicker. Finally, the British introduced their own proposal, generally acceptable except on the plebiscite in the Sudetenland and an international guarantee of Czechoslovakia's new borders. At the height of this prolonged but not particularly caustic discussion, Dahlmann was summoned from the room. A mysterious veiled woman demanded his presence. In the guardroom he found the wife of Ambassador Atolico, who demanded that he immediately and without delay ask Herr Hitler how the conference was going. She explained that she had promised the Madonna in the Pilgrim's Church at Loreto to bring back a fat golden candle if the conference went well and world peace was preserved. Her train was leaving in half an hour. Dahlmann said he could not possibly accost the Führer, but would ask Il Duce or Ciano. They would not do. She instructed him to find out from Himmler, who knew everything. Left with no alternative, Dahlmann finally located the Reichsführer. His initial surprise gave way to amusement. He authorized me to announce that peace was assured. Agreement did seem assured, but there was still a number of points to clarify. It was already 8 p.m., and Hitler was becoming impatient. He had arranged an elaborate banquet to conclude the conference, and the food was getting cold. He suggested they adjourn for dinner, since the discussion would probably go on for several hours more. The British and French turned down the invitation on the grounds that they had to telephone their governments, but Schmidt felt it was because they were in no mood to attend a banquet. They had secured peace, but at the price of a serious loss of prestige. The British hurried off to the Hotel Regina, while the French returned to the Four Seasons, where they had food sent up to their rooms. In the meantime, the Germans and Italians were celebrating a victory at the Führerbau, with champagne and a variety of delicacies. It was a few minutes past 10 by the time the four principals and their advisers were again seated at the fireplace. After extensive redrafting and tedious delays that continued until past midnight, agreement was finally reached. Actually, the whole thing was a cut-and-dried affair, Goering later told an American psychologist. Neither Chamberlain nor Daladier was the least bit interested in sacrificing or risking anything to save Czechoslovakia. That was clear as day to me. The fate of Czechoslovakia was essentially sealed in 3 hours. Then they argued for hours more about the word guarantee. Chamberlain kept hedging. Daladier hardly paid any attention at all. He just sat there like this. Goering slumped down and assumed a bored expression. All he did was nod approval from time to time, not the slightest objection to anything. I was simply amazed at how easily the thing was managed by Hitler. After all, they knew that Skoda, etc. had munition plants in the Sudetenland, and Czechoslovakia would be at our mercy. When he suggested that certain armaments which were across the Sudeten border should be brought into the Sudeten territory as soon as we take it over, I thought there would be an explosion. But no, not a peep. We got everything we wanted, just like that. He snapped his fingers. At 1:30 a.m., an acceptable document was ceremoniously placed on a mahogany table next to a huge, elaborate inkwell. The pact provided for a 4-stage evacuation of the Sudetenland to begin on October 1st. An international commission would determine which districts were to hold plebiscites and make final determination of the borders. Hitler appeared satisfied. The first to sign, he found the pretentious inkwell empty, and a substitute had to be hastily provided. The last to arrive, the Führer was the first to leave, and William Shirer was struck by the light of victory in Hitler's eyes as he strutted down the broad steps of the Führerbau. It was some time before Chamberlain and Daladier left, and it was their painful duty to inform the two Czech representatives, anxiously waiting off stage throughout the long day, of the fate of their country. They were brought to Chamberlain's room at the Regina about 2:15 a.m. The atmosphere was oppressive as the Czechs waited for sentence to be passed. Chamberlain made a long introductory speech. Then, as Daladier was handing over a copy of the agreement, he began yawning. One of the Czechs was in tears. "Believe me," François Poncet consoled him, "all this is not final. It is but one moment in a story which has just begun, and which will soon bring up the issue again." Daladier wakened to the cheers of a delirious and vocal crowd outside his hotel. They sang songs and called for "dear little Daladier" until he came out to the balcony. Later in the morning, Chamberlain was given an ovation by the Münchners as he drove in an open car to Hitler's apartment for a final informal talk. The Prime Minister had come on a personal mission of vital import. He had composed a short statement, hopefully to be signed by himself and Hitler. It went far beyond the documents promulgated at the Führerbau, and expressed a determination never to go to war with one another again. If he signs it, he told his parliamentary secretary at breakfast, and sticks to it, that will be fine. But if he breaks it, that will convince the Americans of the kind of man he is. When Hitler heard a translation of the memorandum, he exclaimed, "Ja, ja," and without ado the two affixed their signatures. Chamberlain handed over one copy and kept another, convinced that Hitler was as enthusiastic as he. But Schmidt had the feeling that he had agreed to the wording with a certain reluctance, and signed it only to please Chamberlain. Hitler, it seemed, made a practice of spreading conflicting impressions. Once alone with his valet, he exulted that the Prime Minister, an old man, had travelled all the way just to see him. "I gave him a noseful. He won't be visiting me again soon." Yet a moment later he gave Major Gerhard Engel, his army adjutant, the impression that he liked the old gentleman and wanted to continue negotiations with him. Hitler assured Engel that he himself was not considering taking any steps that would be potentially dangerous. First gains had to be digested. The solution to the Polish question would not run away. It was 5:38 p.m. when Chamberlain's plane touched down at Heston. He stood in the open doorway, smiling as he waved the document he and Hitler had signed. "I've got it," he shouted at Halifax. "I've got it." With the roar of the crowd in his ears, Chamberlain read a letter from the King, asking him to come straight to Buckingham Palace, so that I can express to you personally my most heartfelt congratulations on the success of your visit to Munich. On the trip from airport to palace, he was given a hero's welcome, rare in the history of England. The streets, as he described in a private letter, were lined from one end to the other with people of every class, shouting themselves hoarse, leaping on the running board, banging on the windows, and thrusting their hands into the car to be shaken. It seemed that all England wanted to congratulate and thank him. No conqueror returning from a victory on the battlefield, commented the London Times, had come adorned with nobler laurels. He was engulfed in front of 10 Downing Street, and when the screaming throng refused to disperse, he came to an open window. The cheering intensified, finally turning into a raucous rendition of "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow." Chamberlain stood beaming at the window, the same one at which Disraeli had announced "peace with honour" on returning from the Berlin Congress of 1878. "This is the second time in our history," he said, "that there has come back from Germany to Downing Street peace with honour. I believe it is peace for our time." The weeks of crisis were at last over, and the English, with few exceptions, were unrestrained in their joy. But there was no celebration in Prague when the new Premier, General Jan Sirovi, announced over the radio that his government had been forced to accept the Munich Diktat since they had been deserted and stood alone. It was a choice, he said, between a reduction of our territory and the death of the nation. 7. Mussolini also received an ovation, perhaps the greatest, in his own opinion, of the entire 20 years of fascism. At every station and grade crossing, multitudes awaited his train, many on their knees, to acclaim him. He was given a Caesar's welcome in Rome as his open car travelled down the Via Nazionale, passing under a triumphal arch of leaves and branches. Upon entering the Palazzo Venezia, the mob in the piazza began chanting, "Duce, a Duce." The spontaneous roar, when he at last appeared on the balcony, indicated that perhaps never before had he enjoyed such popularity. Still, through the world, Chamberlain was the most honoured of those who met at Munich. His lean figure and hawk nose had become a household symbol of peace. Former Crown Prince Wilhelm sent him a secret letter of thanks for saving the peace, and the ex-Kaiser wrote Queen Mary with indelible pencil that he had not the slightest doubt that the Prime Minister was inspired by heaven and guided by God in averting a most fearful catastrophe. Most Germans shared the sentiment, and awoke on the 1st of October with the prayer that no incident impede the march of their troops into the Sudetenland. The Führer's train arrived at the Czech border before dawn, and Reichenau, the first of the generals to pledge allegiance to Hitler, reported with words that astounded Wiedemann, "Mein Führer, the army today is making the greatest sacrifice that soldiers can make to their supreme commander, namely, to march into enemy territory without firing a shot." Wiedemann could not believe that a German general could make such a ridiculous remark. Then another general chimed in, "Yes, mein Führer, I was with my old regiment this morning. The men were weeping for being forbidden to attack the Czech bunkers." "And all along," said Hitler, "those defeatists tried to tell me that my politics would lead to war." This, delivered in a sharp tone, alarmed Wiedemann, who stood directly behind him. Whom did he mean by defeatists? At Chequers, the tension and exhaustion of the past hours were just catching up with Chamberlain. "I came nearer there to a nervous breakdown than I have ever been in my life," he confessed in a letter. "I have pulled myself together, for there is a fresh ordeal to go through in the House." It came on Monday, October 3rd. By then, the high emotion had worn off for many, and relief at deliverance from war was being replaced by humiliation. Duff Cooper opened the debate over Munich in the Commons by tendering his resignation from the cabinet. A European war would follow the invasion of Czechoslovakia, he said. The Prime Minister has believed in addressing Herr Hitler through the language of sweet reasonableness. I have believed that he was more open to the language of the mailed fist. Obviously tired and irritable, Chamberlain rose to reply that the agreement he had signed with Hitler in the Führer's flat was extremely significant. There was sincerity and goodwill on both sides, and it would be extremely difficult for Hitler to take back the emphatic declarations he had made. He was applauded, but without enthusiasm, for a feeling of guilt pervaded the House. The debate continued for 3 days, with the denunciations climaxed by an eloquent damnation from Churchill. "All is over," he said. Silent, mournful, abandoned, broken Czechoslovakia recedes into the darkness. He did not begrudge the loyal, brave people of Britain their natural and spontaneous outburst of joy and relief on learning of the pact. But they should know the truth. They should know that there has been gross neglect and deficiency in our defences. They should know that we have sustained a great defeat without a war, the consequences of which will travel far with us. And do not suppose that this is the end. This is only the beginning of the reckoning. Chamberlain and his co-appeasers had sought a new revisionist settlement in East Central Europe, which Hitler would underwrite. But now it was obvious that the Führer's programme ran counter to this, and no accommodation had ever been possible. Already Chamberlain and his umbrella were becoming the symbol of pusillanimity, and such was his concern that he sought help from Adolf Hitler. He dispatched a secret message, wondering if the Führer, who was to make a speech at the Sportpalace that evening, could give the Prime Minister some support in forming public opinion in Britain. Hitler obliged, launching a blistering attack on Chamberlain's detractors in the House. But aid and comfort from such a dubious source were not necessary. The following day, October 6th, the House of Commons hastily approved Chamberlain's policy, by which war was averted in the recent crisis. The vote was 366 to 144, with some 35 dissidents, including Cooper, Eden and Churchill, abstaining. The attack of those three had far greater effect in Berlin, where every word launched at Chamberlain was taken as a personal insult by Hitler. He had come out of the Führerbau after signing the pact pleased, so agreed his adjutants and aides, convinced that the Czech problem was solved once and for all, and he intended to keep his part of the bargain. The chorus of condemnation in England changed all that. There were already whispers in the Wilhelmstrasse that Ribbentrop and Himmler were taking advantage of Hitler's annoyance to persuade him that Germany had not fully exploited the Western democracies' fear of war at Munich, and that England only negotiated to gain time so she could strike later when better armed. Aware of this discontent, François Poncet did his best to calm Hitler down by suggesting he sign an agreement with France similar to the one concluded with Chamberlain. I wished to flash before his eyes the possibility of further agreements, economic and financial, which might lead to a future organization in Europe. I hoped to direct his mind toward prospects and in directions other than those of violence. But Hitler was convinced, or allowed himself to be convinced, that he had been deceived by perfidious Albion. On October 9th, he publicly displayed these feelings in a bitter speech at Saarbrücken, comparing the British attitude to that of a governess. He went on to attack that malevolent trio of Churchill, Cooper, and Eden, far surpassing the acidity of the Sportpalast speech. The effects of his diatribe were felt 3 days later, when the International Commission selected to implement the Munich Agreement voted unanimously to dispense with plebiscites. Its members had already bowed to German demands that the 1910 census be used in determining those districts to be ceded to the Reich, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that the original pact was being contorted to strip Czechoslovakia of her last defensive line of fortifications. François Poncet made one final appeal for reason to Hitler in mid-October. The occasion was his farewell to the Führer. He was being transferred to Rome. Hitler had always liked him and showed his appreciation for 7 years' service in Berlin by inviting the French ambassador to his mile-high mountain tea-house atop the Kelstein. Built under the direction of the indefatigable Bormann at a reported cost of 30 million marks, it was a remarkable engineering feat. Equally so was the 5-mile winding asphalt road from the Berghof, which had been blasted out of the side of the mountain at the cost of several lives. François Poncet was driven up this road to an underground passage dug into the peak. At the end of the corridor he was escorted into a copper-lined elevator, its shaft hacked out of solid rock. After a ride of about 400 feet, François Poncet found himself in a gallery of Roman pillars. Beyond was an immense glassed-in circular hall. Great logs were burning in a huge open fireplace. On all sides extended such an immense panorama of mountains that it gave the Frenchman a sensation of being suspended in space. The entire view, bathed in the autumn twilight, was grandiose, almost hallucinating. In this fantastic setting, which was already palling on Hitler after several visits because of its grandiosity, Ambassador and Führer held their last interview. Pale and drawn, the latter confirmed his disappointment with the aftermath of the Munich Agreement. The crisis was far from over. In fact, threatened to worsen if the situation did not improve. Great Britain, he complained, was sonorous with threats and calls to arms. The ambassador pointed out that a reaction was inevitable after the excess of joy following the preservation of peace. Furthermore, Hitler's own harsh speech at Saarbrücken had spread the impression that the sacrifice of Czechoslovakia had only increased Germany's appetite and thereby strengthened the position of the adversaries of the Munich Pact. Hitler protested. It was the British who had started the present trouble, nor had he uttered a word against France. As he went on to defend his treatment of the Czechs, François Poncet interrupted, urging him not to linger over the past. The future was more important. The democracies and the totalitarian states must now demonstrate that they could live side by side in peace, and gradually lead Europe towards more normal and enduring conditions. Hitler objected neither to the interruption nor to the concept. He was quite prepared, he said, to do this. As they descended the mountain, François Poncet reviewed the conversation. "I know that he is changeable, dissembling, full of contradictions, uncertain," he reported to Paris. The same man with a debonair aspect, with a real fondness for the beauties of nature, who discussed reasonable ideas on European politics around the tea-table, is also capable of the worst frenzies, of the wildest exaltations, and the most delirious ambitions. There are days when, standing before the globe of the world, he will overthrow nations, continents, geography, and history, like a demiurge stricken with madness. At other moments he dreams of being the hero of an everlasting peace, in which he would devote himself to the erection of the most magnificent monuments. These apparent conflicts within the Führer were leading many foreigners to conclude that he was simply insane. One was Sigmund Freud, now safely established in London. "You cannot tell what a madman will do," he told an American admirer. "You know he is an Austrian, and lived for years in great misery." When Hitler took over that country, it seemed to go to his head. A former disciple had a far different theory, and that October in Zurich expounded it to H.R. Knickerbocker, who had just come from Prague. "Hitler belongs in the category of the truly mystic medicine man," said Dr. Carl Gustav Jung, who had spent hours discussing the Führer with Ernst Hanfstengel immediately after the latter's escape from Germany. "His body does not suggest strength. The outstanding characteristic of his physiognomy is its dreamy look. I was especially struck by that when I saw pictures taken of him in the Czechoslovakian crisis. There was in his eyes the look of a seer." This prompted Knickerbocker to ask why Hitler made nearly every German fall down and worship him, yet made little impression on foreigners. "He is the first man to tell every German what he has been thinking and feeling all along in his unconscious about German fate, especially since the defeat in the World War, and the one characteristic which colours every German soul is the typically German inferiority complex, the complex of the younger brother, of the one who is always a bit late to the feast. Hitler's power is not political, it is magic. Hitler's secret was that he allowed himself to be moved by his own unconscious. He was like a man who listens intently to whispered suggestions from a mysterious voice and then acts upon them. In our case, even if occasionally our unconscious does reach us through dreams, we have too much rationality, too much cerebrum to obey it. But Hitler listens and obeys. The true leader is always led. Hitler sang a purely Teutonic song which rang true to Germans, and they chose him as their representative. He was the demagogue appealing to the primitive, an echo from their own tribal past. Jung predicted that England and France would not honour their new guarantee to the Czechs. No nation keeps its word. A nation is a big blind worm following what? Fate, perhaps. A nation has no honour, it has no word to keep. Therefore, why expect Hitler to keep his word? Because Hitler is the nation. Part 6. To the very brink of boldness. Chapter 18. Crystal Night, November 1938 to March 1939. 1. The path of anti-Semitism in Hitler's Germany was tortuous. The first Jewish restrictions in 1933 were so inconclusive that it seemed as if the Führer were deliberately compromising his principles. Could this be an attempt to solve the Jewish question by rational means acceptable to those Germans who wanted Jews controlled but not persecuted? There followed a period of struggle between the racial radicals in the party and moderates in the government and civil service, which came to a climax during the summer of 1935. At this time the latter took the offensive, objecting openly to the continuing mistreatment of Jews on the grounds that it was bad for business. The unlawful activity against Jews must end, Reich Bank President Schacht told a small, influential group, including Interior Minister Frick, Finance Minister Schwerin von Krosigk, Justice Minister Gertner, and Education Minister Rust. Otherwise, he warned, he could not complete his task of economic rearmament. For example, the Jewish agent of Alliance Insurance in Egypt had been so harried that he resigned, leaving the market to the English. Many Jewish importers were cancelling large orders, and it was ridiculous to imagine that it was possible for a nation to succeed economically without Jewish business. Schacht had no objection to the public display of signs such as "Jews not wanted," since these could even be found in the United States, but he bitterly opposed those put up by Streicher proclaiming, "Whoever buys from a Jew is a traitor to the people." It was unanimously agreed by the group that wild single actions must cease, so that the Jewish question could be solved legally. The first steps in the direction of legalization were taken a few weeks later at Nuremberg by the Führer himself, when he proclaimed the law for the protection of German blood and honor, legalizing a number of repressive measures which were promptly justified by the official Catholic Klerusblatt as indisputable safeguards for the qualitative makeup of the German people. Even Streicher seemed to be satisfied now that the matter was being solved piece by piece in the best German legal tradition. "We don't smash any windows, and we don't smash Jews," he boasted. "Whoever engages in a single action of that kind is an enemy of the state, a provocateur, or even a Jew." Were the Nuremberg laws an attempt by Hitler to solve the Jewish question by less harsh, acceptable methods? Or was he merely biding his time before effecting his dream of extermination? In either case, solution of the problem, for the time being at least, had been taken from the party and turned over to the law. This resulted in growing resentment among the more radical Nazi racists. Held in restraint during Hitler's ensuing expansion program, they finally broke out 3 years later, in 1938, with the destruction of synagogues in Munich, Nuremberg, and Dortmund. A wave of Jew-baiting swept the nation. The entire Kurfürstendamm, wrote Bella Fromm, a diplomatic correspondent from Berlin, was plastered with scrawls and cartoons. Jew was smeared all over the doors, windows, and walls in waterproof colours. It grew worse as we came to the part of town where poor little Jewish retail shops were to be found. The essay had created havoc. Everywhere were revolting and bloodthirsty pictures of Jews beheaded, hanged, tortured, and maimed, accompanied by obscene inscriptions. Windows were smashed, and loot from the miserable little shops was strewn over the pavement and floating in the gutter. The tide of anti-Semitism was given impetus on November 7, 1938, when a young Jew, Herschel Grinspan, shot a minor German Foreign Office official in Paris. Grinspan, whose parents had been deported from Germany to Poland, had gone to the embassy to assassinate the ambassador, only to be sidetracked by Councillor Ernst vom Rath. Himself an enemy of anti-Semitism, Rath was being investigated by the Gestapo, but it was he who took the bullets intended for his superior. "Being a Jew is not a crime," sobbed Grinspan to the police. "I am not a dog. I have a right to live, and the Jewish people have a right to exist on this earth. Wherever I have been chased like an animal." On the afternoon of November 9th, Rath died. The news reached Hitler at the Munich town hall, where he was attending a meeting of party leaders. He left the room with his escort, conferred briefly with Goebbels before boarding his special train. Goebbels returned to the meeting to announce that Rath's murder had inspired anti-Jewish riots in the districts of Kurhessen and Magdeburg-Anhalt. The Führer, he said, had decided that if the riots spread spontaneously throughout Germany, they were not to be discouraged. The party leaders took this to mean that they were to organize demonstrations while making it appear that they had nothing to do with them. But SA Chief Lutzer either misunderstood Goebbels or refused to believe Hitler had given such a command. After assembling all Gruppenführer present, he ordered them not to participate in any actions against the Jews. While these SA officials were transmitting Lutzer's instructions, which in some cases were ignored, the party leaders were telephoning conflicting orders to the provinces. At first, the SS did not participate in the ransacking of shops and burning of synagogues. Upon learning that Goebbels had ordered a pogrom, Himmler directed his men to prevent excessive looting, then dictated a file memorandum. The order was given by the Propaganda Directorate, and I suspect that Goebbels, in his craving for power, which I noticed a long time ago, and also in his empty-headedness, started this action just at the time when the foreign political situation is very grave. His castigation may have been only for the record. Hours earlier, Himmler himself had violently attacked the Jews in a secret speech to his SS generals. The Jews, he said, were bent on destroying Germany, and so had to be driven from the Reich with unexampled ruthlessness. If Germany did not win this all-out battle against Jewry, there won't be a single refuge for a true Teuton left. Everybody will be starved and butchered. If Himmler objected to the terrorism sweeping the country, his chief assistant did everything he could to capitalize on it. Soon after midnight, Heydrich sent urgent teletypes to all headquarters and stations of the SD and police, enjoining them to cooperate with the party and SS leaders in organizing the demonstrations. Finally, as many Jews, particularly rich ones, were to be arrested as can be accommodated in existing prisons. For the time being, only healthy men, not too old, are to be arrested. Upon their arrest, the appropriate concentration camps should be contacted immediately in order to confine them in these camps as fast as possible. It was a night of despair for the Jews in Germany, with the police standing by as witnesses of the destruction and beatings. One policeman was found by the deputy police chief of Berlin weeping in front of a looted shoe shop. It had been his duty to enforce order, and yet, in violation of all his ideals, he had done nothing. By official count, 814 shops, 171 homes were destroyed, and 191 synagogues put to the torch. 36 Jews were killed, and another 36 seriously injured. But the figures, Heydrich himself admitted, must have been exceeded considerably. Otto Telitius cabled the New York Times that he had just witnessed a wave of destruction unparalleled in Germany since the 30 Years' War. Beginning systematically in the early morning hours in almost every town and city in the country, the wrecking, looting and burning continued all day. Huge but mostly silent crowds looked on, and the police confined themselves to regulating traffic and making wholesale arrests of Jews for their own protection. The reaction from abroad was immediate, and the acts of brutality were given an unforgettable name, inspired by the multitude of smashed windows: Crystal Night. On all sides, Germany was assailed as a barbarous nation. Many Germans agreed, and other party officials beside Himmler joined in the condemnation of Goebbels. Frau Funk, wife of the Minister of Economics, overheard her husband cursing him over the phone. "Are you crazy, Goebbels, to make such a mess of things? One has to be ashamed to be a German. We are losing our whole prestige abroad. I am trying day and night to conserve the national wealth, and you throw it willy-nilly out of the window. If this thing does not stop immediately, you can have the whole filthy mess." Goering complained directly to the Führer that such events made it impossible for him to carry out his mission. "I was making every effort in connection with the 4-year plan," he later testified, "to concentrate the entire economic field to the utmost. I had, in the course of speeches to the nation, been asking for every old toothpaste tube, every rusty nail, every bit of scrap material to be collected and utilized. It would not be tolerated that a man who was not responsible for these things should upset my difficult economic tasks by destroying so many things of economic value on the one hand, and by causing so much disturbance in economic life on the other hand." Then Hitler, according to Goering's account, made some apologies for Goebbels, but on the whole he agreed that such events were not to take place and must not be allowed to take place. Hitler was already giving the impression that he knew nothing of Crystal Night, and added his own complaints. "It is terrible," he told Frau Trost. "They have destroyed everything for me like elephants in a china shop, and much worse. I had the great hope that I was about to come to an understanding with France, and now that." But Fritz Hesse, summoned to Munich from London for a special press conference, claimed he overheard otherwise from Hitler's own lips the very night Crystal Night was set into motion. At dinner, the Führer was boasting how he had bluffed the English and French at Munich, when an adjutant whispered something to Goebbels. He turned and muttered to Hitler. At first, Hesse couldn't hear what was said, but when the others at the table lapsed into silence, it became clear that the propaganda minister was explaining a mass attack which he and the SA were going to launch against the Jewish shops and synagogues in a few hours. There was no doubting the Führer's approval, recalled Hesse. Hitler squealed with delight and slapped his thigh in his enthusiasm. The following day Hesse called on Ribbentrop, who was still irritated at not being invited to the previous day's press conference. First he labelled the Munich conference a piece of first-class stupidity. All it meant was that it postponed hostility for a year, when the English would be much stronger. Believe me, it would have been much better if war had come now. We hold all the military trumps. Who knows what will happen in a year? But the worst was that the Führer imagined he had called the English bluff. For years I tried to make it clear to him that he must be careful of the English, because they are dangerous. But he won't believe it. Instead he fools about and makes bombastic speeches. You heard him yourself yesterday. As for that little beast Goebbels, have you heard what his gangs have done everywhere? These imbeciles have smashed up the Jewish shops, which have long been Aryan property anyhow. They've spoiled my game for me. Despite Hitler's protestations to moderates, the pogrom continued, and by November 12th an estimated 20,000 Jews had been shipped to concentration camps. That day Goering, who had objected to the destruction of property on economic grounds, called a meeting of the Council of Ministers to determine who would have to pay for it. He began by announcing that this conference was of decisive importance, and his next words had a significance his listeners could not fathom at the time. I have received a letter from Bormann, sent to me by order of the Führer, asking that the Jewish question be now, once and for all, treated in its entirety and settled in some way. Yesterday the Führer telephoned me to point out again that decisive measures must be undertaken in a coordinated manner. Inspired by this directive, the conferees agreed that the Jews themselves would have to pay for the damage in the form of a 1 billion mark fine. I certainly would not like to be a Jew in Germany, remarked Goering, and brought the 4-hour meeting to a close with a grim forecast. If, in the near future, the German Reich should come into conflict with foreign powers, it goes without saying that we in Germany should first come to a showdown with the Jews. Furthermore, the Führer was about to suggest to those foreign powers, so concerned over the plight of German Jews, that they be deported to the island of Madagascar. He explained it to me November 9th, concluded Goering. He wants to say to the other countries, "Why are you always talking about the Jews? Take them." While this plan for the complete elimination of Jews from the Reich economy was getting under way, other Germans, including many party leaders, were privately expressing deep concern at the excesses of Kristallnacht. The bureaucrats and party leaders, aware that such violent actions always get out of hand, protested that a pogrom was too costly and accomplished almost nothing in the battle against Jews. Others were repelled by the inhumanity of such actions, but did little more than grumble cautiously. Gerhard Hauptmann, for instance, complained to a friend that Hitler had ruined Germany. "This scum will bring war to the whole world, this miserable brown comedian, this Nazi hangman is rushing us into a world of war, into destruction." Then why didn't Hauptmann emigrate in protest, like Mann and Zweig? "Because I'm a coward," replied the famous playwright. "Do you understand? I'm a coward." Those safe from reprisals were heaping abuse on Hitler. Almost every newspaper and radio commentator in the United States responded to Kristallnacht with outrage. From Washington, Ambassador Dieckhoff wrote the Foreign Office that he hoped the storm at present sweeping across the United States will subside again in the foreseeable future, and we shall be able to work again. Until Kristallnacht, he reported, most Americans ignored the anti-German propaganda, but now even German Americans were incensed. What particularly strikes me is the fact that, with few exceptions, the respectable patriotic circles, which are thoroughly anti-communist and, for the greater part, anti-Semitic in their outlook, also begin to turn away from us. The fact that the Jewish newspapers write still more excitedly than before is not surprising. But that men like Dewey, Hoover, Hearst, and many others who have hitherto maintained a cooperative reserve, and have even, to some extent, expressed sympathy toward Germany, are now publicly adopting so violent and bitter an attitude against her is a serious matter. In the general atmosphere of hate, the idea of boycotting German goods has received new fuel, and trade negotiations cannot be considered at the moment. National outrage was climaxed by a rare denunciation from President Roosevelt. At a news conference on November 15th, he read a prepared statement to the reporters. The news from Germany, he said, had deeply shocked American public opinion. I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in 20th century civilization. With a view to gaining a first-hand picture of the situation in Germany, I have asked the Secretary of State to order our ambassador in Berlin to return at once for report and consultation. But official condemnation did not extend beyond the verbal, and the United States continued its trade relations with the Third Reich. Perhaps the protests from abroad had some effect on Hitler. A week after Kristallnacht, he supported the civil service, which sought to protect in the part Jew that part which is German, rather than the party which looked on the part Jew as a carrier of the Jewish influence. His support came in the form of the first regulation to the Reich citizenship law, which separated so-called non-Aryans into definite categories. A Jew was defined as anyone descended from at least 3 Jewish grandparents, or an individual with 2 Jewish grandparents who also belonged to the Jewish religious community or was married to a Jew. Then came a curious category, the Mischlinge, half-breeds, those descended from only 1 Jewish grandparent, or those with 2 Jewish grandparents who neither practiced the Jewish religion nor were married to a Jew. In practice, this split non-Aryans into 2 distinct groups, with the Mischlinge no longer subject to repressive measures. With one bureaucratic stroke, Hitler made it possible for a substantial portion of the hated enemy to escape his wrath. Was his resolve to exterminate Jews truly weakening? Or, again, was he merely waiting for a more suitable time to act decisively? Or was this a conscious or even unconscious attempt to save himself, since there was still the possibility that one of his own grandfathers was Jewish? The Mischlinge regulation also saved Jesus, who, by Hitler's argument, being the Son of God, had but 2 Jewish grandparents. Neither did he practice the Jewish religion, nor was he married to a Jew. 2. From his youth, Hitler had held cynical views of the democracies and their leaders' ability to speak one way while acting another. Consequently, he was not as concerned about the vocal protests from the West throughout the latter part of 1938 as were many of his most faithful followers. Rudolf Hess, for one, was extremely downcast. On December 23rd, he spent 2 hours with the Bruckmanns, early supporters of the Führer, and told how he had implored Hitler in vain to stop the pogrom. While Hitler must have been aware of the defection of these old adherents, he remained in such good spirits that he let himself be persuaded to wear tails for the New Year's Eve celebration at the Berghof. My sister, Ilse Braun wrote in her diary, had been at great pains to persuade him to dress with a minimum of good taste. "Look at Mussolini," she would say. "He has a new uniform, and you with those postman's caps." He kissed Ilse's hand, remarking that the Braun sisters were all beauties. When he looked at me, beads of sweat formed between my breasts, and I did not have the courage to say "Dankeschön," though I had promised myself to make a great speech. After accepting formal congratulations from the guests and his staff, the Führer participated in an ancient Teutonic ceremony. Molten lead was poured into a small basin of water, and the shape it assumed supposedly determined the future. Hitler did not seem satisfied with his results, for afterwards he sat down in an armchair, gazing dejectedly at the fire, and hardly spoke for the rest of the evening. Eva was extremely worried about him. His dark mood was intensified a few days later by a revolt of bankers against his vast rearmament program. "The reckless expenditures of the Reich," read a memorandum composed by Hjalmar Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, and signed by every governor of the bank, "represents a most serious threat to the currency. The tremendous increase in such expenditures foils every attempt to draw up a regular budget. It is driving the finances of the country to the brink of ruin, despite a great tightening of the tax screw, and, by the same token, it undermines the Reichsbank and the currency. The stability of the currency, warned Schacht, could not be stabilized in the face of such an inflationary expenditure policy, and the time has come now to call a halt. Schacht knew that Hitler would be infuriated because the declaration in effect called for the end of military adventures. He told Schwerin von Krosigk what he had done, adding that he expected to be fired. He had already lost his post as Minister of Economics to Walter Funk, whose powers were promptly annexed by Goering as chief of the 4-year plan. The finance minister said that if Schacht went, he would ask for his own dismissal, then composed a similar memorandum and sent it to the Führer. Days passed, but nothing happened. Finally, at midnight of January 19th, 1939, Schacht's phone rang. He was ordered to report to the Führer the following morning at 9. It was an unusual hour for an interview, since Hitler rarely went to bed before 3 in the morning. According to Schacht, the Führer said without preamble, "I have called you in order to hand you your dismissal as President of the Reichsbank." Schacht took the piece of paper extended to him. "You don't fit into the National Socialist picture," continued Hitler, then waited for some comment. Schacht remained silent until Hitler reprimanded him for condemning Kristallnacht at a Christmas party of bank office boys. "If I had known that you approved of those happenings," Schacht finally said, "I might have kept silent." This reply seemed to take Hitler's breath away. "In any case," he said indignantly, "I'm much too upset to talk to you any more now." Both men agreed that Schacht should take a long trip abroad, and he left for India soon thereafter. Hitler was relieved to be rid of him. "When it is a question of a bit of sharp practice," Hitler later told his inner circle, "Schacht is a pearl beyond all price." But whenever he was called upon to show strength of character, he always failed. Soon after Schacht's dismissal, Captain Wiedemann was summoned to the Winter Garden. For the past months, Hitler had been treating him with increasing coolness, and Wiedemann guessed he too was going to be fired. Ever since Kristallnacht, the Führer had seemed to inhabit an imaginary world which had nothing in common with reality, and whenever Wiedemann attempted to discuss any defect in the system, Hitler ignored him. "I have no use for people in high places and in my closest circle who do not agree with my politics," Hitler curtly told Wiedemann. "I hereby discharge you as my personal adjutant and appoint you Consul General in San Francisco. You can accept or refuse this new position." Without hesitation, Wiedemann accepted, adding that he hoped he wouldn't have to take a cut in salary. At this, Hitler's tone became milder. "I will always keep an open ear for your financial welfare." Thus, after 4 years' close association, the two war comrades parted without bitterness. The exit of Schacht and Wiedemann signalled the return to grace of Joseph Goebbels, who had fallen from favour due to his sexual adventures. "Every woman inflames my very blood," he wrote in his 20s. "I pace back and forth like a wolf." Nor had marriage to Magda restrained him. At the same time, he kept his numerous affairs under control, never compromising himself publicly. That is, until he fell in love with Czech actress Lida Barova in the summer of the Olympics. Magda imagined it was one of his usual flirtations, but finally lost her patience in 1938 and demanded a divorce. Hitler had shown remarkable tolerance to homosexuality, but was distressed by the party leaders who abandoned mates who had helped in the rise to power. He demanded that Goebbels give up the actress. At first he refused, offering to resign from his ministry and become an ambassador to Japan or some such distant country. Finally he succumbed to pressure and renounced his great love. No sooner had Barova returned to Czechoslovakia under advice from the police than Hitler summoned the entire Goebbels family to the Berghof. Pictures of the couple and 3 of their children at the entrance to the Kelchstein tea house were published as public proof that all was well with the household. This staged reconciliation took place only a few weeks before Kristallnacht, and the anguish of losing Lida Barova, along with a desire to rehabilitate himself with people like Himmler and Rosenberg, who felt that the scandal had dealt the severest kind of blow to the moral status of the party, might have caused him to act so recklessly that November night. The reinstatement of Goebbels coincided with Hitler's new approach to the Jewish question. On his most recent trip to her atelier in Munich, Frau Trost had urged Hitler to reinstate a Jewish composer, Arthur Pichler, to the School of Music in Augsburg. Why shouldn't Jews be judged individually, she argued. The few she knew were not only experts in their field, but valuable human beings. "Those are your personal experiences," said Hitler after some thought. "If I'd had similar ones, then I never would have taken my path. But I had much different experiences, like those in Vienna." He must place the fate of the German people above all else. The Jew lives and serves his own law, but never that of the people or the nation where he has become a citizen. He does not belong to the German people, and can therefore be among us only as a guest, but not as it was during the period between 1918 and 1933, when he took all the top positions in art, culture and the press, as well as in trade and the banks. It is my responsibility to see that our nation's future once more has a healthy and strong foundation based on national characteristics. I have made it my life work to build a safe existence and future for the German people, and especially the German worker. This was all a prelude to refusing her request on principle. Curiously, on his next visit to Munich, he reversed himself and agreed to reinstate Professor Pichler. Just as the false accusations of troop movements on the Czech borders early in 1938 had roused Hitler to premature action, so the storm of protests from abroad over Kristallnacht may have heartened his resentment toward Jews and prompted him to look for new ways of dealing with them. An indication of this complete loss of objectivity came on January 21, 1939, when he told Czech Foreign Minister Gwałkowski that no German guarantee would be given to a state which did not eliminate its Jews. "Our own kindness was nothing but weakness, and we regret it," he said. "This vermin must be destroyed. The Jews are our sworn enemies, and at the end of this year there will not be a Jew left in Germany." They were not going to get away with what they had done in November 1918. The day of reckoning has come. A few days later, a Foreign Ministry circular on the Jewish question as a factor in foreign policy was dispatched to all diplomatic missions and consulates. "The ultimate aim of Germany's Jewish policy," it said, "is the emigration of all Jews living on German territories. Since the advent of National Socialism, only slightly more than 100,000 Jews had legally or illegally left Germany to find homes in new host countries. Even this modest influx of Jews from Germany had already aroused the resistance of the native populations of America, France, Holland, and Norway. Despite the moral denunciation of Germany, the Western nations were hermetically sealing their own boundaries against Hitler's Jews. This groundswell of anti-Semitism confirmed the validity of shipping out Jews en masse. And the goal of the new German policy, concluded the circular, will be an international solution of the Jewish question in the future, not dictated by false sympathy for the Jewish religious minority which has been expelled, but by the mature realization by all peoples of the danger which the Jews represent for the racial preservation of the nations. On January 29th, Hitler proclaimed his abrupt change in tactics even more explicitly. In a speech to the Reichstag on the 6th anniversary of the Nazi rise to power, he declared war on world Jewry. Significantly, hours earlier, he had ordered the Navy to begin building a mighty submarine fleet to be completed within 5 years. England, America, and France, he charged, were continually being stirred up to hatred of Germany and the German people by Jewish and non-Jewish agitators, when all he wanted was peace and quiet. These lying attempts to bring about a war could not in the slightest influence Germany's manner of settling her Jewish problem, he said. And for the first time since his rise to power, he publicly lifted the veil on his ultimate plan. "In the course of my life, I have often been a prophet, and have usually been ridiculed for it. I will once more be a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." He was crying out to the Jews the paranoid warning, "Stop, before you force me to kill you." 3. In the past year, Hitler had destroyed one sovereign state, reduced and paralyzed another, and, in the process, humbled the West. 1939 promised even greater political conquests. On January 1st, Mussolini finally made up his mind to accept the German offer of the past autumn and transform the anti-Comintern Pact from a propaganda front to a full-fledged military alliance. During this month, wrote Ciano in his diary, he plans to prepare the acceptance of his views by public opinion, about which he doesn't give a damn. The reason? Mussolini feared war with the West was now inevitable. In his New Year's message, Hitler announced that the German government had but one wish, that in the coming year too we may succeed in contributing to the German pacification of the world. The next step in his peaceful program of pacification was the complete control of Czechoslovakia. For some time he had regretted the Munich Pact, since it had become apparent he could have annexed the entire country without reprisals. Now he would have to find some acceptable excuse to march in and liquidate what was left. In February he ordered Goebbels to launch a massive propaganda campaign against the Czech government. It was still terrorizing its ethnic German citizens, concentrating troops along the Sudeten border, conspiring with the Soviets, and grossly mistreating its Slovak population. The last accusation proved to be the most fruitful, for radical Slovak nationalists eagerly rose to the bait and began increasing their demands for complete independence. It was an explosive situation that needed but a single misstep from some inexperienced Czech in high places to set off another crisis and give Hitler the excuse he needed. In London, the spirit of anti-appeasement was reinforced by a fallacious report from Erich Kort of the German Foreign Office. He secretly informed a British official that Hitler was planning to bomb London in the near future. It was a deliberate attempt by the anti-Hitler group in Germany to push England into a war with the Reich, and was only the first of other false alarms to be planted by Kort and other Foreign Office men in the plot. Chamberlain took the bombing scare seriously enough to call a special cabinet meeting, and, although no Nazi planes appeared, the temperature of suspicion was raised. Ambassador Henderson was brought from Berlin to report on possible Hitler military action, and he did his utmost to convince Permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Cadogan that the Germans were not even contemplating any immediate wild adventure, and that their compass is pointing towards peace. The astute Cadogan was not so sanguine. He suggested that Hitler's intentions were strictly dishonorable, yet he too was hesitant to believe reports that Hitler was about to engulf Czechoslovakia. Henderson returned to his post in Berlin, where he continued to send back optimistic assessments. Rumors of Nazi adventures in the Ukraine or in Holland were dying down, he reported. Although it is suggested in some quarters that this calm may only be a prelude to another storm, I am not inclined to take that pessimistic view at present. Yet the very next night even he was concerned by Hitler's actions at the annual banquet for the diplomatic corps. The apparent friendliness which he had shown at the motor exhibition was notably absent at this dinner, Henderson wrote in his memoirs. He kept his eyes fixed over my right shoulder and confined his remarks to general subjects, while stressing the point that it was not Britain's business to interfere with Germany in Central Europe. Although the Führer's attitude left Henderson with a feeling of vague uneasiness, he did not bother to mention it in his next report to London. Evidence of German intrigue was soon forthcoming. On March 6th, British Ambassador Newton reported from Prague that relations between the Czechs and Slovaks seemed to be heading for a crisis. Matters had come to a head over a demand for financial assistance on the part of the Slovaks. What role, if any, Germany is playing in the dispute is a matter for conjecture, but it may be noted that the Slovak Minister of Commerce and Minister of Transport visited Berlin last week, accompanied by experts. For some reason, this telegram was delayed 48 hours, and by that time Henderson had recovered from his vague uneasiness. On March 9th, he wrote Halifax a long letter expressing conviction that both Hitler and the German people longed for peace. Hitler himself fought in the World War, and his dislike of bloodshed, or anyway of dead Germans, is intense. Although Nazi extremists might be tempted to urge continued aggression, Hitler's inclination as a demagogue would be to please the majority rather than the fanatical minority. That is one reason why, since I can find no justification for the theory that he is mad, or even verging on madness, I am of the opinion that he is not thinking today in terms of war. 4. That evening, the President of Czechoslovakia, Emil Hacha, who once admitted he understood very little about politics, finally committed the blunder Hitler was waiting for. He dismissed the Slovak government from office and ordered troops to prepare to move into the Slovakian district. The next day, Friday, Hacha declared martial law. Hitler reacted with rapidity. He cancelled his trip to Vienna to take part in the celebration of the Anschluss so that he could prepare for his next invasion. The slight but nagging fear that the Soviets might rush to Prague's aid was relieved almost immediately. Even as Hacha was resorting to martial law, Stalin told the 18th Party Congress that they must be cautious and not allow the West to use the USSR to pull its own chestnuts out of the fire. It was in line with Soviet policy to proclaim publicly that they were Czechoslovakia's only faithful ally while risking nothing. The excuse for inaction was that their pact with the Czechs required them to provide aid only after France had acted. On Saturday, his favourite day for a coup, Hitler went into action, improvising with customary agility. First, he instructed General Keitel to draft an ultimatum demanding that the Czechs submit to the military occupation of Moravia and Bohemia without resistance, then issued disruptive orders to agents in Czech and Slovak territory. At the same time, Henderson was telephoning Halifax to proceed circumspectly. He doubted whether Herr Hitler has yet taken any decision, and I consider it therefore highly desirable that nothing should be said or published abroad during the weekend which will excite him to precipitate action. Nothing was needed. That evening, Hitler's 2 puppet leaders in Austria, accompanied by 5 German generals, drove across the Danube to break into a meeting of the new Slovak cabinet at their seat of government, Bratislava. The members were told to proclaim the independence of Slovakia, but the new Prime Minister stalled for time by announcing that he would first have to discuss the situation with the Prague government. His predecessor, Josef Tiso, a Roman Catholic priest who was a friar tuck in the flesh, had been placed in a monastery under house arrest, but he now dramatically re-entered the scene. The corpulent Monsignor Tiso, "When I get worked up, I eat half a pound of ham, and that soothes my nerves," escaped from his prison and demanded that a meeting of the new Slovak cabinet be held early Sunday morning, March 12th. At this secret convocation, Tiso revealed that he had received an invitation to see Hitler in Berlin. He had accepted, he said, under threat of occupation by German and Hungarian troops. At exactly 7:40 p.m., March 13th, Tiso was ushered into Hitler's office by Ribbentrop. The Führer, looking stern and implacable, was flanked by his 2 top military men, Brauchitsch and Keitel. Orders had already been issued to the Army and Air Force to stand by for a possible invasion of Czechoslovakia at 6 o'clock in the morning of the 15th. "Czechoslovakia," said Hitler accusingly, "owes it only to Germany that she has not been mutilated further." Nor did the Czechs appreciate the great self-control exhibited by the Germans. He raised his voice, either in anger or a show of it, and asked what kind of a game they were playing. He assumed the Slovaks wanted independence, and that was why he had prevented Hungary from seizing their territory. He wanted one question cleared up in a very short time. He accented each of these words, then put the question directly to Tiso. Did Slovakia want to lead an independent existence or not? "Tomorrow at midday," he said, "I shall begin military action against the Czechs, which will be carried out by General von Brauchitsch." He pointed to his commander-in-chief. "Germany does not intend to take Slovakia into her Lebensraum. and that is why you must either immediately proclaim the independence of Slovakia, or I will disinterest myself in her fate. To make your choice, I give you until tomorrow midday, when the Czechs will be crushed by the German steamroller." Tiso hesitated briefly, then telephoned the Slovak cabinet in Bratislava and said in German that he was speaking from the Führer's office. He requested them to convene the Slovak parliament for the following morning. Once he was sure his stupefied listeners understood the message, Tiso rang off. He arrived in Bratislava in time to read to the assembled deputies a Slovak declaration of independence drafted by Ribbentrop. Opposition to the proclamation collapsed, and a new Slovakia, independent in name only, was born. That afternoon in London, Chamberlain stoutly parried angry questions in the House of Commons over the government's failure to stand up to Hitler. "What about Britain's guarantee to Czechoslovakia?" asked one critic. "That guarantee," he retorted, "referred only to unprovoked attack. No such aggression," he said, "has taken place." While Chamberlain was making excuses in Parliament, Hitler acted and, as usual, made it appear as if he were only reacting. His tool in the final step of the drama was President Hacha of Czechoslovakia. Harried and confused by the events of the past few days, Hacha now urgently requested an interview with the Führer. A case of the fly seeking an invitation to the spider's net. After keeping Hacha in suspense for hours, Hitler finally agreed to see him. Already psychologically crushed, the president of Czechoslovakia, accompanied by his daughter and his foreign minister, boarded a train for Berlin. He could not fly because of a weak heart. As he was leaving Prague, a British newsman, who had often seen Hitler at close quarters, arrived. Sefton Delmer noticed that the habitués of cafes on Wenceslas Square were stolidly sipping their coffee, unaware of what was going on. Suddenly, at dusk, troops of white-stockinged Sudeten Germans, 6 abreast, marched through the square carrying Nazi banners and shouting, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" They were followed by fascist collaborators waving the Czech tricolour. At first, the crowds obeyed the demands to salute the Nazi banners. But once the factories closed and the workers flooded into the square, there was a different spirit. They refused to make way for the marchers, and fighting erupted. The police supported the demonstrators, who continued to march about shouting, "Ein Reich, ein Volk, ein Führer." If Prague was symbolically German, the important Czech industrial town of Moravska Ostrava on the Polish border was already that in fact. Elite troops of Hitler's own bodyguard division occupied this area soon after dark, to safeguard its modern steel mill from Polish seizure. In Berlin, Hitler and his guests were assembling in the drawing-room of the Chancellery to see a movie, A Hopeless Case. Next to the Führer sat General Keitel, on hand to issue, if necessary, executive orders to begin the invasion. At 10:40 p.m., the train from Prague pulled into Anhalt station, but it was not until an hour after midnight that Hacha was summoned by the Führer. He had waited that long, so he told Keitel, to give the old gentleman a chance to rest and recover from the tiring trip. But the delay only increased Hacha's anxiety, and by the time he and Foreign Minister Kowalkowski passed by an SS Guard of Honor and entered Hitler's study, his face was flushed with agitation. Hacha made a personal appeal by assuring the Führer that he had never mixed in politics. In a sad exhibition of abasement, he threw himself on Hitler's mercy. He was convinced that the destiny of Czechoslovakia lay in the Führer's hands, read the official German minutes of the meeting, and he believed it was in safe keeping in such hands. Even this servility could not stem the vitriol stored up in Hitler. After repeating the alleged wrongs perpetrated by Masaryk and Beneš, he charged that, under the surface, the Beneš spirit lived in the new Czechoslovakia. Frail little Hacha was a pitiable figure as he cringed under this attack. Abruptly Hitler, either from compassion or a need to change tactics, hastened to add that he did not mean to imply any distrust of Hacha, and he had come to the conclusion that this journey by the President, despite his advanced years, might be of great benefit to this country, because it was only a matter of hours now before Germany intervened. Both Hacha and his foreign minister sat as if turned to stone, until Hitler again gave them a glimmer of hope by insisting that he harboured no enmity against any nation, and remained convinced of Hacha's loyalty. But this was extinguished by a declaration that the Benesch tendencies still flourished. The die had been cast on Sunday, said Hitler. The order for the invasion by the German troops and for the incorporation of Czechoslovakia into the German Reich had already been given. The two Czechs sat stupefied. Hitler announced that his army would enter their country from all sides at 6 a.m., while the Luftwaffe occupied all Czech airfields. Threat was again followed by promise. Hacha could serve Czechoslovakia by a simple decision. He would have to act quickly, or at 6 o'clock German troops and planes would go into action. I would have irremediably lost face if I'd had to put this threat into execution, Hitler recalled several years later. For at the hour mentioned, the fog was so thick over our airfields that none of our aircraft could have made its sortie. He suggested that Hacha and his foreign minister withdraw to discuss privately what should be done. But to Hitler's relief, Hacha said, "The position is quite clear." He admitted that resistance would be folly, yet how could he possibly restrain the nation in less than 4 hours? Hitler replied that it had to be done somehow, then added hopefully that he saw dawning the possibility of a long period of peace between the two peoples. If the decision was to resist, he concluded sharply, he saw the annihilation of Czechoslovakia. With these ominous words, Hitler ended the interview. As the two dejected Czechs were escorted to an adjoining room, Ribbentrop attempted to place a telephone call to Prague. The line was out of order, and Schmidt was asked to try again. As the interpreter was dialing, he heard Goering exclaim from the adjoining room that Hacha had fainted. A call went out for Dr. Morel, who had been kept on duty in case the ailing Czech president needed him. If anything happens to Hacha, thought Schmidt, the whole world will say tomorrow that he was murdered in the Chancellery. Just then the line to Prague was opened. Schmidt went for Hacha, and to his surprise found him recovered, thanks to Dr. Morel's vitamin injection. Hacha came to the phone and, after informing his cabinet what had happened, advised capitulation. In the meantime, Schmidt was making a fair copy of a brief official communiqué which had been composed beforehand. It stated that the President of Czechoslovakia confidently laid the fate of the Czech people and country in the hands of the Führer of the German Reich. It was, in reality, a document of surrender, and Hacha asked for another of Morel's injections. This revived him so much that he refused to sign it, despite urgings of Ribbentrop and Goering. These two, according to the official French report, then proceeded to hound the two Czechs pitilessly. They literally hunted Dr. Hacha and Mr. Kvalkovsky round the table on which the documents were lying, thrusting them continually before them, pushing pens into their hands, incessantly repeating that if they continued in their refusal, half of Prague would lie in ruins from bombing within 2 hours, and this would only be the beginning. Hundreds of bombers were waiting the order to take off, and they would receive that order at 6 in the morning if the signatures were not forthcoming. At last Hacha gave in, and, face still flushed, signed the document at 3:55 a.m. with trembling hand. He turned to Dr. Morel and thanked him for his ministrations. The moment the pen dropped from Hacha's nerveless fingers, the Führer rushed from the conference room to his office, where his two middle-aged secretaries were waiting. His face was transfigured, recalled Christa Schröder, as he exclaimed, "Children, quickly, give me a kiss, quickly." Schröder and Wolf bussed him on both cheeks. "Hacha has just signed," he said in exultation. "It is the greatest triumph of my life. I shall go down in history as the great German." Late as it was, Hitler stayed up to savour the triumph. "I was sorry for the old gentleman," he confided to Hoffmann and other intimates, "but sentimentality in the circumstances would have been out of place, and might well have jeopardized success." Dr. Morel interrupted to remark that but for him the communique might not have been signed. "Thank God," he said, "that I was on the spot and in time with my injections." "You go to hell with your damn injections," exclaimed Hitler. "You made the old gentleman so lively that for a moment I feared he would refuse to sign." The celebration was briefly interrupted by Keitel, who reported that executive orders for the invasion of Czechoslovakia had been issued, with the proviso not to open fire unless there were signs of resistance, and even then there would be attempts to negotiate before resorting to force of arms. He asked Hitler's permission to retire, and was instructed to report back in a few hours, so he could accompany the Führer to the special train which would take them to the Czech border. 5. At dawn on March 15th, 2 dishevelled men, ashy pale with fear, appeared at the American legation in Prague to ask for asylum. They revealed they had been Czech spies in Germany and were known to the local Gestapo. "Their faces were twitching and their lips trembling when I sent them away," recalled George Kennan. A little later he had to follow instructions and turn 2 German fugitives from Hitler into the snow-swept street, where they were no more than hunted animals. Next came a Jewish acquaintance, who had to be told he could stay only until he could calm his nerves. He paced wretchedly up and down in the anteroom through the long morning hours. In London, Lord Halifax first learned of the invasion from his ambassador in Prague. Several hours later, Henderson phoned from Berlin, advising his chief to postpone the visit of the President of the Board of Trade to Germany. "It does not appear to me possible to prevent Germany from restoring order, but I would nevertheless deprecate visits at this juncture of any British cabinet minister." Within the hour, Henderson was on the phone again, reading off the agreement signed by Hitler and Hacha. And at 11 a.m. he was dictating the text of a Hitler proclamation just issued to the German people. Since Sunday, it read, wild excesses against Germans had taken place in many Czech villages, and from hour to hour the appeals from victims and persecuted had increased. The shell-shocked Henderson at least realized that it was the final shipwreck of his mission to Berlin. "Do you wonder that I regard Berlin as a soul-scarifying job?" he hurriedly scrawled to Halifax in an informal letter. "Hitler has gone straight off the deep end again." Hitler slept during most of the train trip from Berlin, not wakening until about noon on that memorable Ides of March. "I must be the first in Prague," he told his valet as he dressed. The closer they came to the frontier, the more excited he became. At mid-afternoon, his party disembarked near the frontier and transferred to a 10-vehicle motor convoy. Hitler sat in the first car next to the driver, Kempka, as the column set off slowly in the blinding snowstorm. They passed through open barriers of both customs stations, and before long came upon German marching columns struggling in the drifts and ice. Kempka turned off the main road onto winding lanes and muddy byroads, and it was dusk before they reached Prague. No one took notice of the convoy as it approached Hradčin Palace. The party was billeted in the castle, and someone was sent into town to get cold Prague ham, rolls, butter, cheese, fruit, and Pilsner beer. It was the first time Keitel ever saw Hitler drink beer. The reaction to Germany's latest aggression was immediate and vehement. In response to public indignation, both the French and British governments gave military guarantees to Poland, Romania, Greece and Turkey, and at the same time inaugurated political and military talks with the Soviets. Outrage extended to Hitler's own ally, and that evening Ciano caustically wrote in his diary that the invasion of Czechoslovakia had destroyed the state established at Munich. The Führer had already sent Prince Philip von Hesse to Rome with a letter of explanation. He hoped that Mussolini would understand and look at the latest move in the right light. Although Il Duce grumbled to Ciano, "The Italians will laugh at me. Every time Hitler takes another state he sends me a message," he decided that now, more than ever, it was essential to ally himself with a winner. "We cannot change our policy now," he said. "After all, we are not political whores." At the same time, submission to his junior partner was humiliating. Never before had Ciano seen his father-in-law in such distress. Hitler was oblivious to criticism from home or abroad, and his complacency seemed justified on March 16th. As he surveyed his latest conquest from the walls of the castle of the kings of Bohemia, the swastika flying from its battlements, he savoured the pleasure of possessing an ancient city with so many historical memories to Teutons. In front of the city hall, 27 leaders of the Protestant uprising against the Habsburgs had been beheaded in 1621, and in the Republikplatz, Kaiser Wilhelm, Bismarck and Moltke had resided during the Prussian-Austrian War at the famous Hotel zum Blauen Stern. The magnificent structures of Prague, a number designed by German architects, owed much, in his opinion, to Teutonic culture. Only Germans built such bridges, towers and buildings. An aide interrupted Hitler's reverie to inform him that neither France nor Britain had mobilized. "I knew it," he said, and made a prediction. "In 14 days no one will talk about it any more." Of more interest to him was the report that pro-Nazi Czechs were already coursing through Prague's streets, marking Jewish shops in large coloured letters, Yid, or Jude. The factual dissolution of Czechoslovakia came later in the day, when Monsignor Tissot sent a telegram to Berlin asserting Slovak independence and requesting German protection. Without delay, Hitler's troops moved into Slovakia. The provinces of Ruthenia also asked to be absorbed into his orbit, but Hitler was more interested in appeasing the Hungarians, whose troops he allowed to swarm over the border and seize Ruthenian territory all the way to the Polish frontier. After a mere 20 years of independence, all of Czechoslovakia was again in bondage. Although they had stopped short of mobilization, the British were infuriated. "I can well understand Herr Hitler's taste for bloodless victories," Halifax warned the German ambassador, "but one of these days he will find himself up against something that will not be bloodless." For some time he, as well as the outspoken Cadogan, had objected to aspects of Chamberlain's appeasement policy, yet had supported him out of loyalty. But the moment had come to take a stand. The Foreign Secretary went to Chamberlain and made it clear that the nation, the party and the House of Commons demanded that Hitler's aggressions be condemned publicly and positively. Chamberlain heeded this advice. On the 18th, Ambassador Henderson was temporarily recalled from Berlin, and that night, the eve of his 70th birthday, the Prime Minister made a speech at Birmingham which changed the course of British foreign policy. He warned that it would be a great mistake to suppose that Great Britain, despite its detestation of war, has so lost its fibre that it will not take part to the utmost of its power in resisting such a challenge if it were made. It was hardly an inspiring call to arms, but coming from this symbol of conciliation, it aroused the audience to enthusiasm, for it did mean the virtual end of appeasement. It also revealed that Hitler had made his first serious miscalculation. Czechoslovakia was his by threat of force, but in time it would inevitably have fallen peaceably into his orbit, and by breaking an international agreement freely entered into by his own government, he had completely reversed official and public opinion in both France and England. No longer would Chamberlain and his followers take Hitler at his word. He had broken the rules of the game, and not for a good enough cause. How, then, had the Führer come to make such an obvious blunder? First, he had not expected his move to provoke such a violent reaction. Hadn't the West accepted the same excuses for restoring law and order in Austria? Hadn't they been satisfied with just as specious arguments at Munich? He had been convinced he must seize the territory Germany needed to guarantee the future of the Teutonic race while he still had his physical vigour and Germany's military strength was still superior to that of its enemies. When he marched into Czechoslovakia, he was not certain where he would strike next, or against whom, only that he must have Bohemia and Moravia before launching, or threatening to launch, any further military action. And so, in Hitler's eyes, he had committed no blunder, only sustained a public relations setback. What concerned him was the next step. Chapter 19. The Fox and the Bear. January to August 24th, 1939. 1. On the day Hitler announced the protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia from Hrachin Castle, the British Foreign Office was warned by the Romanian ambassador that secret sources indicated Hitler would take over Romania and Hungary within the next few months. Those hastily reconstructing foreign policy in London were led further astray by an alarming note from their own ambassador in Paris. It was filled with errors, since Sir Eric Phipps typed it himself for the sake of secrecy. Hitler's personal wish, he wrote, backed by Goering, Himmler, Ribbentrop, Goebbels and Reichenau, is to make war on Great Britain before June or July. The information had probably been planted by the German anti-Hitler faction in their continuing effort to start a shooting conflict. The Führer, in fact, had no desire to fight England, and the proposed domination of both Romania and Hungary was still only in the economic sphere. His sights were set on a solution of Germany's festering differences with Poland, which had been created after the World War by the Allies primarily to contain German aggression. Not only had the Reich lost most of the provinces of West Prussia and Posen, but a corridor was cut to the Baltic along the Vistula River to give landlocked Poland an outlet to the sea. Danzig, at the end of this corridor, was made a free city, so it could serve Poland as a seaport. Nothing aroused patriotic Germans more than this so-called Polish corridor, which isolated their province of East Prussia from the rest of the fatherland. And the focal point of resentment lay in Danzig, which was populated almost exclusively by Germans. Surprisingly, the most nationalistic of Germans devoted little space to the Polish question in Mein Kampf and his early speeches. It was not that Hitler entertained friendly feelings for the Poles, a non-Aryan inferior people according to his standards, but that he was obsessed by the Soviet Union, the only country large enough to meet Germany's needs for living space. From the beginning of his regime, Hitler had minimized the Polish question, and in 1934 signed a 10-year non-aggression pact with Warsaw. Publicly he made a show of German-Polish friendship, and at Munich, it will be remembered, graciously invited the Poles to join in the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. This they did with relish, not realizing that the guests at such banquets usually pay the bill in the end. It was presented a month after Munich, when Ambassador Josef Lipski was invited to have lunch with Ribbentrop at the Grand Hotel in Berchtesgaden. At last the time had come, said Ribbentrop, to settle their differences. He proposed, and his manner was friendly, that Poland return Danzig and allow Germany to construct its own corridor linking East Prussia with the rest of the Reich. In return, Germany would let Poland use Danzig as a free port, guarantee her existing borders, and extend their pact. Ribbentrop further suggested that the two countries cooperate on the emigration of Jews from Poland and establish a joint policy towards Russia on the basis of the Anti-Comintern Pact. Since many influential Poles shared Hitler's fear of Red Russia and hatred of Jews, the prospects of a peaceful settlement seemed hopeful. But the Polish foreign minister, Colonel Josef Beck, kept avoiding Hitler's invitations to Germany while doing his best to strengthen links with Russia. Late in 1938, a joint statement of Russo-Polish friendship was issued and trade talks were initiated. This double game could not be played indefinitely with a man such as Hitler, and at last Beck was forced to accept his hospitality. Early in January 1939 he came to the Berghof. If he feared being browbeaten like Schuschnigg, Tiso and Hacha, he was pleasantly surprised. There were no threats, only inducements, as Hitler hinted of possible liquidation of Czechoslovakia with further benefits to Poland. This approach failed. As diplomatically as possible, Beck refused even to consider the return of Danzig. Several weeks later, Ribbentrop journeyed to Warsaw so he could repeat the German offer. He was treated to a round of dancing, theatre and hunting, along with an endless supply of caviar and green vodka. But at the conference table he got nothing but more Polish charm. It was rumoured at the Wilhelmstrasse that Hitler, Offended at Beck's continued refusal to accept what he considered a most generous offer, shouted that the only way to deal with the Poles was by threat. This tactic, used so successfully against Austria and Czechoslovakia, was implemented that March. Ribbentrop warned Warsaw that Polish outrages against the German minority were becoming intolerable. This pronouncement was followed by a press campaign, with Goering's newspaper, Die Zeitung, charging that German women and children were being molested in Polish streets, while German houses and shops were smeared with tar. Far from intimidated, Beck summoned the German ambassador on Tuesday and made his own threat. Any attempt to change the status quo of Danzig would be regarded as an act of aggression against Poland. "You want to negotiate at the point of a bayonet," exclaimed the German ambassador. "That is your own method," said Beck. This and other indications of Polish pluck were rewarded by a startling offer of military assistance from London in case of Nazi aggression. Beck accepted without hesitation, and on the last day of March, Chamberlain, looking gaunt and ill, walked into the House of Commons and dropped wearily into his chair. A few minutes later, he rose and began reading his statement slowly and quietly, head lowered, as if he could barely make out the words. "In the event of any action which clearly threatens Polish independence," he said, "and which the Polish government accordingly considers it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power." The Poles, he added, had been assured to this effect, and the French had authorized him to announce that they joined Britain in these assurances. As he sat down, there was spontaneous cheering, the first genuine display of approval since his return from Munich. The unconditional offer was the first material proof that Chamberlain had indeed abandoned appeasement. At last, England was united and committed. The following day, April 1st, the Führer responded to this unanimity with a satirical speech. What right, he asked, had the English to interfere with Germany's right to live? If today a British statesman demands that every problem in the realm of vital German rights must first be discussed in England, then I could demand just as well that every British problem must first be discussed with us. Certainly, this Englishman might give me the answer that Palestine is no affair of the Germans. We do not want to have anything to do with Palestine. However, just as we Germans have no business in Palestine, so England has no business in Germany's living space. And if England maintained that the Germans had no right to do this or that, what right had the English to shoot down Arabs in Palestine, who were only standing up for their homeland? He turned from sarcasm to threat. The German Reich, he said, is in no sense prepared to tolerate intimidation permanently, or even a policy of encirclement. This was relatively mild, and it must have taken willpower to control his feelings so well. Privately he seethed, and upon receiving confirmation of the British guarantee to the Poles that afternoon from Admiral Canaris, he flared up. Features distorted by rage, he stormed about the room, hammering his fists on the marble table and spewing curses. "I'll cook them a stew they'll choke on." Could he have been thinking of a pact with Stalin? Perhaps Hitler's remarkable poise during the speech that evening came from the conviction that he was speaking from strength. Madrid had fallen to Franco, and the civil war in Spain had just officially ended. In addition, England's attention was being diverted that very day by fresh rumours of Italian pressure on Albania, a diversion that fitted neatly into Hitler's plan. He summoned Keitel and told him the Polish problem imperatively demanded a solution. What a tragedy it was, he said, that sly old Marshal Pilsudski, with whom he had signed the non-aggression pact, had died so prematurely. But the same might happen to himself at any time. That was why he would have to try as soon as possible to resolve this intolerable position for Germany's future, whereby East Prussia was geographically cut off from the rest of the Reich. He could not postpone this job until later, or bequeath it to his successor. He was sure, he added, that Britain would turn her back on Poland once she saw Germany's determination. And so, As a result of his failure to realize that Britain had jettisoned appeasement in fact, as well as in words, Hitler issued a war directive on April 3rd marked "Most Secret" and delivered by hand to senior commanders only. Since the situation on Germany's eastern frontier has become intolerable, and all political possibilities of peaceful settlement have been exhausted, it began, I have decided upon a solution by force. The attack on Poland, Operation White, would begin on the 1st of September. The responsibility for opening hostilities on the Western Front would be left to England and France. If these nations attacked Germany in retaliation, the Wehrmacht was to conserve its strength in this quarter as much as possible. The right to order offensive operations is reserved absolutely in me. So was the decision regarding any air attack on London. This indicated that he did not take seriously the Anglo-French pledge to support Poland. The Allies might, at worst, declare war, but it would only be to save face, and if the Germans restrained themselves from responding offensively, a deal could be worked out. On such miscalculations are the fates of nations decided. This directive was countersigned by Keitel, who, together with all the commanders he consulted, opposed any conflict with Poland. All agreed that Germany was not yet ready for war. Hitler's charge that political possibilities of a peaceful settlement with Poland had been exhausted was not without foundation. Not only was Colonel Beck avoiding discussions with Hitler, but he had just arrived in Dover to consummate the pact with the British. He was welcomed warmly by officials and public alike. Beck enjoyed the lavish entertainment, particularly an intimate lunch with the King and Queen. But being aloof, secretive, and suspicious, he embarked on the formal talks in a less receptive mood. He objected strenuously when Chamberlain, having swallowed his own suspicions of Russia, suggested that they both join the Soviets in an anti-Hitler front. Fearing a Russian attack far more than one from the Nazis, Beck refused to do anything to precipitate a war with Hitler. On this point he would not budge, and the temporary mutual assistance pact with the British, which he signed April 6th, excluded any Soviet participation. Most nations operate their foreign policy on the pragmatic proposition that at least two irons in the fire are better than one. The Soviet Union, no exception, was negotiating simultaneously with England and Germany. This urgent need for allies stemmed in part from the dangerous weakening of the Red Army brought about 2 years earlier by Stalin's bloody purge, inspired incidentally by Hitler's elimination of the Rome Circle of Marshal Tukhachevsky and other top military leaders. Although it was not generally known, Germany had been secretly strengthening the Red Army for almost 2 decades. Both Germany and the Soviet Union had been excluded from the negotiations leading to the Versailles Treaty, and, since outcast nations are often drawn together by shared grievances, they covertly began an extensive military collaboration. Its chief architect was the commander of the tiny post-war German army, General Hans von Seeckt. Late in 1920, he created an administrative organization within the Defense Ministry with offices in Berlin and Moscow. Before long, the Junkers Corporation was granted concessions for the manufacture of airplane motors in a suburb of Moscow, while Bersol, a joint stock company, began manufacturing poison gases in Samara province. More significantly, German technical experts were helping the Russians establish 3 ammunition plants, while a staff of 60 German military and civilian instructors trained a squadron of the Red Air Force composed solely of Germans. Similarly, German tank officers were being trained by German experts at a so-called Heavy Vehicle Experimental and Test Station near Kazan. This mutually profitable secret arrangement developed, it will be recalled, into a political rapprochement which was formalized on Easter Sunday 1922 by the Treaty of Rapallo. It was an effective alliance against the Versailles powers, giving assurance to the Soviets that Germany would not join in any international consortium to exploit their economy, while freeing the Germans from threat of complete encirclement. But the rise of Hitler marked a turning point in Soviet-German relations, which by 1938 were practically at an end. The tide again changed dramatically when the Munich Pact was signed by France and England without consulting the Soviets. Ignored by the West, the Soviet Union once more looked to Germany. Early in 1939, it accepted a Hitler overture to discuss a new trade treaty by inviting one of Ribbentrop's aides to Moscow. And a few days later, Stalin gave credence to a sensational story in the London News Chronicle that he was signing a non-aggression pact with the Nazis. In a speech to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party, he declared that the Soviet Union was not going to be drawn by the West into any war with Germany. "We are in favor of peace and consolidation of our business relations with all countries." German newspapers seized upon the "all" as a further overture to the Reich, and Soviet newspapers responded by congratulating them for their discernment. Within a month, Peter Kleist, Ribbentrop's expert for Poland and the Baltic states, was instructed to improve his personal relations with the people at the Soviet embassy in Berlin. Kleist wondered if this was a prelude to another dramatic change in foreign policy, and it was with mixed feelings a few days later that he accompanied a German specialist in East European economic affairs to the Soviet embassy in its stately quarters on Unter den Linden. They had been invited to tea by Georgy Astakov, the mild, ascetic-looking Soviet chargé d'affaires. It was obviously an unusual occasion. No other Russian was present. After chatting about French Impressionism, Astakov suggested they get down to business. It was absurd, he said, for Germany and the Soviet Union to fight each other over ideological subtleties. Why not establish a common policy? Kleist remarked that ideological subtleties had become important realities, but Astakov waved this aside with a movement of his hand. Stalin and Hitler, he said, were men who created those realities and never let themselves be dominated by them. Kleist left the embassy in a thoughtful mood. Obviously, Astakov was passing along a signal from the Kremlin to Ribbentrop. But to Kleist's surprise, Ribbentrop, who had ordered him to make the initial overture, now told him to avoid further contact with Astakov. "I do not think the Führer would wish that conversation to be continued." Stalin took the next step. On April 17th, Soviet Ambassador Alexei Merkalov called on Ribbentrop's chief subordinate, Baron von Weizsäcker. It was the Russians' first visit in 10 months, and the excuse for coming was a matter ordinarily handled at a lower echelon. Toward the end of their conversation, Merkalov asked what Weizsäcker thought of Russian-German relations. His reply was, "Germany always desired mutually satisfactory commercial relations with Russia." Ambassador Merkalov's answer was an unmistakable signal for rapprochement. There existed for Russia no reason why she should not live with Germany on a normal footing. And from normal, the relations might become better and better. In the meantime, the Soviets continued to woo the other side. But Chamberlain did not want to be rushed into closer diplomatic relations with Russia. He could not believe that she had the same aims and objects as Britain had, let alone any sympathy with democracy. The Prime Minister was convinced that a Russian alliance would divide Balkan resistance to Germany, and so, while playing hard to get with the Soviets, he buttressed the guarantee of assistance to Poland by offering another to Romania. On April 19th, Romania's Foreign Minister, Grégoire Gafencu, called at the Reich Chancellery and received a first-hand impression of Hitler's reaction to this proposed guarantee. At first mention of England, he sprang from his chair and paced the room. "Why," he shouted, "couldn't the English see that he only wished to reach an agreement with them? If England wanted war, she could have it. And it will be a war of unimaginable destructiveness," he warned. "How can the English picture a modern war when they can't even put 2 fully equipped divisions in the field?" The next day, April 20th, was Hitler's 50th birthday, and perhaps his recent show of anger was an indication of impatience. Time was fleeting, and he believed he had only a few more years of good health to accomplish his mission. The 1939 birthday was celebrated as usual by a major military parade. This magnificent spectacle, with all 3 branches of the Wehrmacht, as well as the Waffen, armed SS, represented, was designed as a warning to enemies. At Hitler's express request, the latest medium artillery, heavy tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, and Air Force searchlight units were displayed. Overhead roared a menacing cloud of fighter and bomber squadrons. The attending foreign diplomats were suitably impressed by this greatest military display in German history. Nor did they miss the significance of the guest of honor at Hitler's side, President Hacha of Czechoslovakia. Although numerous Germans were appalled by the demonstration, the majority felt a surge of pride to see such armed might. The 50th birthday was also an excuse to subject the public to another flood of propaganda in praise of Hitler. For a multitude of worshippers, he was Germany's savior. The Führer is the only man in our century who has possessed the strength to take into his hand the thunderbolt of God and fashion it anew for mankind. For others he was more than Messiah, God himself. My children, look upon the Führer as he who gives orders for everything, arranges everything. To them, the Führer is the creator of the world. School children were taught to give homage in song. Adolf Hitler is our savior, our hero. He is the noblest being in the whole wide world. For Hitler we live, for Hitler we die. Our Hitler is our Lord, who rules a brave new world. Hitler himself even forbade the use of the term Third Reich, and complained to his inner circle of the growth of this cult worship, which in some instances went to ludicrous lengths. During a recent study course arranged by the party, a lady lecturer told in all seriousness of her experience with a talking dog. When asked, "Who is Adolf Hitler?" the dog replied, "Mein Führer." The lecturer was interrupted by an indignant Nazi who shouted that it was abominable taste to relate such a ridiculous story. The lecturer, on the verge of tears, replied, "This clever animal knows that Adolf Hitler has caused laws to be passed against vivisection and the Jews' ritual slaughter of animals, and out of gratitude this small canine brain recognized Adolf Hitler as his Führer. If the Church looked upon Hitler as neither the Messiah nor God, it nevertheless honored him on his 50th anniversary. Special votive masses were celebrated in every German church to implore God's blessing upon Führer and people, and the Bishop of Mainz called upon Catholics in his diocese to pray specifically for the Führer and Chancellor, the inspirer, enlarger, and protector of the Reich. The Pope did not fail to send his congratulations. These honors did nothing to temper the anger Hitler had revealed to the Romanian ambassador, nor was his resentment solely directed at England. Hitler was outraged by the recent appearance in the United States of an unauthorized condensed version of Mein Kampf, which included passages omitted from the authorized American edition, as well as editorial comments by Alan Cranston calling attention to Hitler's distortions. Printed in tabloid form and priced at 10 cents, 500,000 copies were sold in 10 days. On the cover was printed, "Not 1 cent of royalty to Adolf Hitler." This affront was followed by another from President Roosevelt in the form of a joint message to Hitler and Mussolini, who had just invaded Albania, appealing for assurances against further aggressions. "You have repeatedly asserted that you and the German people have no desire for war," Roosevelt told Hitler. "If this is true, there need be no war." Ruffled, Hitler delivered his answer on April 28th. Never before had a speech such a large audience, for it was broadcast not only throughout Germany and parts of Europe, but carried by the major networks in the United States, an incredible contrast to the days in Vienna when Hitler would lecture to whoever would listen, if only the trees. Then his auditors often ignored or ridiculed him. Now the world trembled. The immense audience inspired him. William Shirer, for one, never had heard the Führer speak so eloquently. He opened with a brilliant defense of his foreign policy that turned into a denunciation of Britain's new foreign policy, which, he charged, thereby removed the basis for their naval treaty of 1935. This unexpected abrogation of a treaty he himself had so eagerly sought was followed by an equally devastating attack on Poland and cancellation of the Polish-German non-aggression pact, since it had been unilaterally infringed by the Poles. Having torn up 2 treaties, Hitler proceeded to welcome new negotiations, so long as they were on equal terms. No one, he said, would be happier than I at the prospect. It was a remarkable display of mental gymnastics, soon surpassed by an assault on Roosevelt which, for the German audience at least, was a masterpiece of irony and sarcasm. This was the Hitler of the early years, the beer-hall entertainer and debater. He took up the President's message point by point, demolishing each one like a schoolmaster. His heavy sarcasm fell upon delighted ears in the Reichstag, and with each riposte the laughter and applause grew louder. The presiding officer, Goering, led the uproar, his sides shaking. When the Führer at last came to the President's request for assurance that Germany would launch no more aggression, his answer was a sardonic counterattack that brought still heartier laughs, yet failed to respond to the question, was he going to invade Poland? The speech was designed more to satisfy Hitler's people than to persuade his enemies. What he needed was time to bring the Polish question to a favourable conclusion, and, feeling that his address had accomplished its purpose, he went into virtual seclusion at his semi-official vacation residence, the Berghof. He refused to make a single attempt to approach Poland during the ensuing hot summer, but to Russia he was readily available. The tentative offer of friendship, so slyly advanced to Kleist over teacups, was developing into true romance. Shortly after the explosive Reichstag speech, a seemingly innocuous item appeared on a back page of Soviet newspapers. Maxim Litvinov had been succeeded by V.M. Molotov. It was sensational news, and nowhere was it more appreciated than in the German embassy. That evening, the German chargé telegraphed the Wilhelmstrasse that the Foreign Commissariat was giving no explanations, but the dismissal appeared to be the result of differences of opinion between Stalin and Litvinov, whose wife Ivy was English. He himself symbolized collective security against the Axis, and his exit meant that Stalin was abandoning this line. The replacement of the Jewish Litvinov by a Gentile further indicated that Stalin, already distrustful of Britain's tentative overtures, was opening the door wider to his fellow anti-Semite in Berlin. The embarrassing fact that Molotov had a Jewish wife was kept from Hitler, not only by the Russians, but by his own diplomats. The news of Litvinov's replacement by Molotov struck the Führer like a cannonball. Beyond their common violent hatred and fear of Jews, he had long grudgingly admired Stalin's ruthless methods. Even so, Hitler was not yet convinced that collaboration with the Soviets was wise. On May 10th, he summoned an expert on Russian affairs to Berchtesgaden to determine whether Stalin was prepared for a genuine understanding with Germany. Gustav Hilger, economic attaché at the German embassy in Moscow, with 2 decades' experience in Russia, was somewhat taken aback by such a query. He was tempted to give Hitler a resume of German-Soviet relations since 1933, and to remind him how often the Soviet government, during the first years of his rule, had expressed the desire of maintaining the old friendly relationship, but restrained himself, merely reminding Hitler of Stalin's declaration to the Party Congress exactly 2 months ago that there was no reason for war with Germany. To Hilger's surprise, neither Hitler nor Ribbentrop could remember the substance of Stalin's remarks. Hitler listened to Hilger's lengthy thesis that the Soviet Union was no military threat since she needed peace to build up her economy, but remarked as soon as Hilger left that he was a bit of a Russian himself now, and might have succumbed to Soviet propaganda. But if he is right, then I must not fall in with Stalin's peace overtures. I must interrupt the internal consolidation of that giant as quickly as possible. He ordered Ribbentrop to mark time with the Soviets. On his part, Stalin ordered Astakov to resume trade talks with the Germans. On May 20th, Molotov inserted himself into the negotiations by inviting Ambassador von der Schulenburg to the Kremlin. The usually dour Molotov was a genial host, but beneath the veneer of amiability lay a flint-like obduracy, and once serious discussion got underway, he complained that Hitler's apparent reluctance to conclude a new economic agreement gave the Soviets the impression that the Germans were not in earnest, and were only playing at negotiating for political reasons. For the present, at least, the Führer was more concerned with strengthening his ties with Mussolini. Upset as he was by Il Duce's surprise invasion of Albania, Hitler had wanted a diversion, not the real thing. He had been negotiating ever since then for a more binding Axis treaty. This was signed with considerable ceremony in Berlin on May 22nd. Dubbed the Pact of Steel, it bound Italy's destiny inextricably to Germany's. To Hitler, the agreement was a diplomatic triumph, pledging as it did each party to support the other in case of war, with all its military forces on land, on sea, and in the air. Incredibly, Mussolini had been so anxious to please Hitler that he had not had his cabinet or his political and legal experts check the text, which did not even include a clause specifying that it was in effect only in case of attack by an enemy. Il Duce had carelessly placed the fate of Italy in his partner's hands. It was almost as if Hitler had received a license to risk war, and the next day a confident Führer gathered the senior Wehrmacht officers in his study at the Chancellery. The solution of Germany's economic problems, he explained, had somehow become inextricably tied to her differences with Poland. Danzig is not the subject of the dispute at all. It is a question of expanding our Lebensraum in the east, and of securing our food supplies, of the settlement of the Baltic problems. Therefore Poland, which would always side with Germany's enemies despite treaties of friendship, must be destroyed. We cannot expect a repetition of the Czech affair, he warned. There will be war. Our task is to isolate Poland. He reserved to himself the right to give the final order to attack, since battle with Poland would be successful only if the West stayed on the sidelines. If this is impossible, then it will be better to attack in the West and settle Poland at the same time. The contradiction puzzled his listeners, and, while most were staggered by Hitler's words, faithful Keitel convinced himself that the Führer was only trying to show his commanders that their misgivings were unfounded, and that war would not really break out. This despite Hitler's next words, a bold prediction of a life-and-death war against England and France. The idea that we can get off cheaply is dangerous. There is no such possibility. We must burn our boats, and it is no longer a question of justice or injustice, but of life or death for 80 million human beings. The basic aim was to force England to her knees. We shall not be forced into a war, he said, but we shall not be able to avoid one. This was not the irrational ranting of a man possessed by the will to conquer, but an admission that Germany could not continue as a great nation without war. Only the limitless resources of the East could save the Reich, and the alternative, accommodation with the West, entailed unacceptable risks. If he exposed to the world that he had been bluffing and shirked the test of war, German prestige and power would deflate like a leaky balloon. With the possible exception of Keitel and Raeder, the other listeners filed out of the Winter Garden in shock. As for the Führer, he set out for his refuge on the Obersalzberg in high spirits, stopping off at Augsburg to see a local production of Lohengrin. Even as he relaxed at the Berghof, Hitler kept exploring the possibilities of a deal in the East. Although he had ordered Schulenburg to sit tight, he began fretting about the English negotiations in Moscow. What if they concluded a treaty with the Bolsheviks before he did? If so, what would Stalin do if Germany invaded Poland? He had to know, and on May 26th, Ribbentrop dictated instructions for Schulenburg to inform Molotov that Germany's former policy of hostility to the Comintern was to be abandoned, if Hitler could be assured that the Soviets had, in fact, renounced their aggressive struggle against Germany, as indicated by Stalin's recent speech. If so, then the time had come to envisage the tranquilization and normalization of German-Russian foreign political relations. Hitler was willing to postpone the dream of Lebensraum. He instructed Schulenburg to convince Molotov that the Germans had no intention at all of expanding into the Ukraine. And the Russians also should not fear the recent Pact of Steel, which was aimed exclusively at the Anglo-French combination. Schulenburg was further enjoined to assure Molotov that, should Hitler find it necessary to use military force against Poland, the Soviet Union would not suffer. Furthermore, a pact with Germany was far more practical than one with perfidious Albion, which only wanted someone else to do her dirty work, as usual. The offer was tempting, for behind the diplomatic language was an obvious invitation to divide up Poland, and the argument that England and France could not, or would not, come to Poland's aid in time was one to appeal to a pragmatist like Stalin. This offer was made so spontaneously that the Wilhelmstrasse was thrown into a mild panic. First, Ribbentrop hastily informed the Japanese ambassador of Hitler's proposal, then urged him to wire Tokyo for concurrence. While General Oshima's critics at home looked upon him as Hitler's toady, he could, if the occasion demanded, be extremely intransigent. He refused even to send such a telegram, arguing that any Axis accord with the Soviet Union, whose troops and tanks were battling the Japanese on the Manchurian Outer Mongolian border in a bitter, if undeclared, war, would destroy all chances of bringing Japan into the three-power pact with Germany and Italy that Hitler desired and the Japanese had kept sidestepping. Disconcerted, Ribbentrop telephoned Ambassador Atoliko for his opinion. Not, he said, as ambassador, but as expert on Russian affairs. Atoliko agreed with Oshima that any Axis approach to the Kremlin would only make it easier for the Russians to sell more dearly its own goods in Paris and London. The harried Ribbentrop must have discussed the matter by phone with Hitler in Berchtesgaden and received new instructions. That evening, another telegram went to Moscow cancelling the offer to the Russians. Ambassador von der Schulenburg should make no move without further orders. Concluding that he had approached the Russians on too high a level, Hitler ordered Weizsäcker to sound at Astakov. He did so on the last day of May, and the tone and content of their talk was so reassuring that the Führer authorized a message to Schulenburg later that same day, instructing him to undertake definite negotiations with the Soviet Union. On the heels of this message came another, suggesting that economic talks with the Russians also be resumed. But Stalin's suspicions exceeded Hitler's, and when nothing substantive had been achieved by the end of June, the latter reluctantly ordered suspension of negotiations. The honeymoon that each side seemed so eager to consummate was off. 2. Stalin's Western suitors were no nearer to a treaty than Hitler. In London, Lord Halifax was reaching the end of his patience with the Kremlin's reluctance to get down to business. Saying no to everything, he complained to Ambassador Maisky, was not his idea of negotiation, since it had a striking resemblance to Nazi methods of dealing with international questions. The Soviet answer was a tart article in Pravda on June 29th with this headline: British and French governments do not want a treaty on the basis of equality for the USSR. What actually lay behind Soviet hesitation was a lively suspicion that the British aimed to get Russia embroiled in a war with Hitler, while reducing their own military contribution to a minimum. The Japanese ambassador in London, equally sceptical, reported to Tokyo his impression that the English were playing their usual double game, using the Soviet treaty negotiations as a threat against Hitler, while utilizing a German-oriented peace plan against Stalin. In the meantime, Hitler remained at the Berghof much of the summer, removing himself from the diplomatic scene and making no important announcements. Perhaps this silence was born of his own uncertainty. Perhaps it was in line with his conviction that most problems solved themselves if left alone. In any case, he could have done nothing more calculated to confuse his opponents. It was a season for passivity. He listened patiently to a written warning from Mussolini, delivered in person by one of his generals. War was inevitable, said Il Duce, but added that their two countries needed peace. It is from 1943 onwards that a war effort will have the greatest prospects of victory. Hitler did not deign to argue as the general read on of Mussolini's reluctance to anticipate a European war. The Führer's own intent was to localize the war by isolating Poland, and he needed no advice from an Italian about how to do it. To his adjutants he appeared markedly relaxed. He left his mountain fastness in mid-July for a brief stay in Munich, where he attended a special performance of Tannhäuser at the State Opera House. This production boasted a new feature, added for the personal benefit of the artist Bohemian Hitler: 2 nude girls, one posing as Europa astride a bull, and the other depicting Leda with her swan. A week later he was at Bayreuth, enjoying the year's Wagner festival which, besides the Ring, included stirring performances of Tristan and Parsifal. He had invited his old school friend Kubizek to attend every performance, but did not see him until August 3rd, the day after the final performance of Götterdämmerung. That afternoon an SS officer escorted Kubizek to Haus Wahnfried. Hitler grasped his old friend's right hand in both of his, and Kubizek could hardly speak. Kubizek hesitatingly brought out a large bundle of postcards with the Führer's picture, and wondered if they could be autographed for friends back in Austria. Hitler put on his reading glasses. He was careful to remove them for photographers, and obligingly began signing cards, as Kubizek methodically blotted each signature. Afterward, Hitler led him into the garden to Wagner's tomb. "I am happy," he said, "that we have met once more on this spot, which always was the most venerable spot for us both." This episode was one of the rare evidences of Hitler's private life, which had become overshadowed by his responsibilities as Führer. He had little time for Eva Braun, and it was not until the beginning of 1939 that she was moved into quarters in the Chancellery. She slept in Hindenburg's former bedroom, whose main decoration was a large picture of Bismarck, and there were standing orders from the Führer never to open the window curtains. This bleak room, along with an adjoining boudoir, led directly to Hitler's library, but she was required to enter his suite through the servants' entrance. Although they lived as husband and wife, the two went through an elaborate charade to persuade the staff that they were merely good friends. In the morning she would address him as "Mein Führer," and this form of address became such a habit that she used it, so she confessed to her best friend, even in private. The circle privy to their secret was beginning to widen, however, because of at least one ridiculous slip in security. Just before his dismissal, Captain Wiedemann went to the Führer's room one morning to deliver an emergency message, and to his surprise saw outside the door Eva's petite Viennese shoes next to Hitler's boots, left to be shined as if it were a hotel. "I could not help recalling La Fontaine's fable," he wrote in his memoirs, "and I burst out laughing as I went downstairs." When important guests arrived at either the Chancellery or at Berchtesgaden, where Eva's pleasant apartment adjoined the Führer's, she was confined to quarters, and this was hard to endure. She longed to meet Admiral Horthy, President Hoover, King Carol of Romania, the Aga Khan, and other notables, and yet was forced to stay in her room like a child. She was particularly disturbed, she confided to friends, when Hitler refused her pleas to meet the Duchess of Windsor, since the two women, she thought, had so much in common. She did console herself with the thrill of knowing that the great of the world were coming from all over the world to honour her lover. This knowledge made her back-street existence endurable. Moreover, anything was better than the earlier days of loneliness and doubt which had led to 2 attempted suicides. On the political front, Ribbentrop authorized resumption of talks with Astakov on the day Hitler was enjoying Tristan at Bayreuth. Although the results delighted the foreign minister, Peter Kleist warned him not to let Stalin see that Germany was in a hurry, and, above all, not to negotiate any special offers merely to conclude a pact. They should wait, and probably within 6 months reach an agreement that would satisfy both parties. Ribbentrop laughed. They could sign a pact within a fortnight. He ignored Kleist's advice to be patient, and, in his eagerness to complete a treaty that would checkmate England, instructed Schulenburg to meet Molotov again and propose serious political talks. At this meeting, on August 3rd, the German ambassador got the impression, so he reported, that the Soviets were determined to sign with England and France, if they fulfill all Soviet wishes. This was certainly the impression Molotov hoped to make. Both he and Stalin had noted the eagerness in the Wilhelmstrasse and were tempting the Germans while leading on the British. By this time, Hitler had become even more impatient than Ribbentrop. His campaign deadline against Poland was less than a month off, and he needed assurance from Stalin that the Red Army would not intervene. At this point, he either forced the issue or was blessed by luck. The day after Schulenburg's inconclusive talk with Molotov, a crisis in Poland arose. Danzig Nazis informed the Polish customs officials that they could no longer carry out their normal duties. Poland responded with an irate demand to withdraw the order, whereupon the President of the Senate of the Free City of Danzig indignantly denied that any such order had been issued, and charged that Poland was only looking for a pretext to threaten Danzig. If it was indeed a case of the tail wagging the dog, the latter quickly took command on August 9th. Berlin warned Warsaw that any repetition of the ultimatum to Danzig would lead to greater tension in the relationship between Germany and Poland. The tempest in the teapot grew into a serious crisis, with Poland's retort that she would consider any possible German intervention an aggression. The controlled German press was already in full cry. "Poland, look out," warned one headline. "Warsaw threatens bombardment of Danzig. Unbelievable agitation of Polish megalomania," bled another. While Goebbels shouted, the Foreign Office waged its campaign in a lower key, with Julius Schnurrer, Ribbentrop's economic expert, assuring Astakov that German interests in Poland were really quite limited. "They do not at all need to collide with Soviet interests of any kind," he said, "but we must know those interests." From his mountain retreat, Hitler became personally involved by sending his private plane to Danzig for Karl Burckhardt, the League of Nations High Commissioner for the Free City. Burckhardt arrived at the Obersalzberg on August 11th and was driven up to the tea house on the Kelstein. Hitler was occupied by a different matter. "Perhaps something enormously important will happen soon," he remarked to Speer as they rode up in the elevator to the main room. Almost as though speaking to himself, he mentioned something about sending Goering on a mission. "But if need be, I would even go myself. I am staking everything on this card." He was referring to a treaty with Stalin, but by the time Burckhardt walked in, he had worked himself into an excessive rage over Poland. "If the slightest thing happens without warning," he exclaimed, "I will pounce on the Poles like lightning, with all the power of mechanized forces which they don't even dream of." He shouted at the top of his voice, "Do you understand me?" "Very well, Monsieur Chancellor. I quite realize that means a general war." A look of pain and fury came over Hitler's face. "Very well," he said. "If I am forced into this conflict, I prefer to do it today rather than tomorrow. I will not conduct it like Wilhelm II, who always had scruples of conscience before waging total warfare. I will fight relentlessly to the bitter end." He calmed down, as if he had let off sufficient steam, and quietly assured his guest that he had no desire to fight Britain and France. "I have no romantic aspiration," he said pleasantly, "no appetite for domination. Above all, I seek nothing in the West, neither today nor tomorrow." But he had to have a free hand in the East. "I must obtain a sufficient quantity of wheat for my country." He also needed a colony outside of Europe for timber. That was as far as his ambitions extended. "Once and for all," he said somberly, "it is necessary that you realize that I am ready to negotiate and discuss all these matters." He reaffirmed that, given freedom in the East, he would happily conclude a pact with the British and guarantee all their possessions. This promise was obviously meant to be transmitted to London, as was the threat that followed. "Everything that I have in mind is directed against Russia. If the West is too stupid and blind to understand this, then I will be forced to come to terms with the Russians to crush the West, and then, after its defeat, turn with all my forces against the Soviet Union. I need the Ukraine so they can't starve us out as in the last war." 3. What Burckhardt did not know was that the British had recently made a secret offer to Hitler through one of Chamberlain's top advisers. In a private conversation at his house in West Kensington, Sir Horace Wilson assured Fritz Hesse, Ribbentrop's undercover representative, that the Prime Minister would be prepared to offer the Führer a defensive alliance for 25 years that could include economic advantages for the Reich and the return of German colonies by stages in due course. In return, Hitler must promise to take no more aggressive action in Europe. Hesse was not sure he had heard right, and asked Sir Horace to explain again in detail. He did. "If I were Hitler," said the astounded Hesse, "I would accept your proposition. But whether he will do so, no one can tell." Hesse transmitted the offer to the Foreign Office, and before long was on a special plane bound for the Reich, with a typewritten sheet provided by Wilson summarizing the proposals. While impressed, Ribbentrop wondered how he could convince Hitler that they should be taken seriously. Did Hesse really think the British would go to war on Hitler's side in case the Soviets attacked Germany? Would they break off their conversations in Moscow before negotiating with Germany? Hesse believed they would. When Hitler first heard the proposals, so an eyewitness informed Hesse, he was transported with joy. "It's the greatest news I've had for a long time," he exclaimed, and began romancing like a child. The dream of his life, an alliance with mighty England, was coming true. But almost immediately he had misgivings, and accused Wilson of laying a trap to save the Poles from a well-deserved thrashing. "What does Hitler want?" Hesse asked his informant, Walter Havel, Ribbentrop's liaison man at the Chancellery. The answer was, the Führer had his heart set on forcing the Poles to capitulate. That week, Ribbentrop asked Hesse if he was completely convinced that England would go to war over Danzig. All of his sources, he answered, indicated that Chamberlain could not act otherwise. Any invasion of Polish territory would result in war. "The Führer doesn't believe this at all," exclaimed Ribbentrop. "Some donkeys told him that the English would only bluff, and a German counterbluff would drive them to their knees." Puzzled by the contradiction between Ribbentrop's personal convictions and his public posture, Hesse asked if he really thought the English were bluffing. The foreign minister asserted that he had warned the Führer that the English were not soft and degenerate, and would fight if they believed the balance of power in Europe depended on it, or their empire was seriously threatened. 2 days later, Ribbentrop told Hesse that he had transmitted all of the latter's arguments to Hitler. But he remained convinced that if the English were really ready to plunge into war over such a trivial matter as Danzig, then war with England was absolutely inevitable. Ribbentrop promised to speak again to Hitler, and marvelled at the surprisingly calm way the Führer considered Hesse's alternatives. Still, Hitler was consumed by fear that it was merely a manoeuvre to trick him. What guarantee was there that the English would keep their word? The Führer, Ribbentrop reported, would only consider solid guarantees. This hardened attitude was reflected in Ribbentrop's own diplomatic posture upon meeting Mussolini's son-in-law on August 11th in Salzburg. Ciano had come with emphatic instructions from Mussolini to insist upon postponement of any invasion of Poland. The matter must be solved by conference. Ribbentrop, as well as his Führer, had resented Il Duce's sending an emissary instead of coming himself. Besides, both despised Ciano for the drinking bouts and sexual escapades he reportedly indulged in whenever he visited the Reich. Ribbentrop dutifully mouthed his master's thoughts at the meeting with Ciano. Perhaps the foreign minister had even come to share them. At any rate, he acted like a carbon copy of Hitler as he peremptorily brushed aside all of Ciano's eloquent pleas for a peaceful solution. Finally, Ciano asked what Ribbentrop wanted, the corridor or Danzig. "Not that any more," was the answer. "We want war." The coolness between Ciano and Ribbentrop spread to their secretaries, and scarcely a word was exchanged during lunch. At one point, Ciano, pale and shaken, whispered to a compatriot, "We are almost at blows." Surprisingly, Ciano, who had allowed himself to be bullied by Ribbentrop, stood up to the Führer the following day at the Berghof. During lunch, Ciano poked fun at the floral decorations, which interpreter Dollmann guessed had been arranged by Eva Braun. And once serious discussions began, he countered Hitler's arguments with energy and wit. He warned that a war with Poland could not be confined to that country, since this time the West would surely declare war. In the most explicit terms, Ciano pointed out that Italy was not prepared for a general war. In fact, didn't have sufficient materiel to remain in combat for more than a few months. All affability, Hitler suggested they postpone further talk until morning and drive up to his retreat on Kelstein Mountain, while there was still good light. Ciano complied with obvious lack of enthusiasm, and, as Hitler drew him to a window and expatiated on the scenic grandeur that lay outside, shivered uncomfortably. He then proceeded to drink cup after cup of hot tea, which he disliked. The trip to the mountain-top left Ciano disconsolate, and that evening he telephoned his father-in-law, "The position is serious." By morning, Ciano was a beaten man. At the second talk with Hitler, he said not a word of Italy's inability to take part in the war. His brilliant debating power had suddenly deserted him, and, to Schmidt's amazement, he folded up like a jackknife. Gone was the cool decisiveness and statesmanship of yesterday, as he listened apathetically to the Führer's assurance that England and France would never go to war on Poland's account. "You have been proved right so often before, when we others held the opposite view," said Ciano, "that I think it very possible that this time, too, you see things more clearly than we do." A few hours later, a dispirited Ciano was airbound for home. "I returned to Rome," he wrote in his diary, "completely disgusted with the Germans, with their leader, and their way of doing things. Now they have dragged us into an adventure which we have not wanted, and which might compromise the regime and the country as a whole." Soon after Ciano's departure, Hesse was ordered to meet Ribbentrop at a hotel in Salzburg. After staring silently at a writing table for 10 minutes, the foreign minister finally looked up somberly at Hesse. "I have just come from the Führer," he said. "He is, unfortunately, not in a position to discuss Chamberlain's offer." He was referring to Wilson's proposals. "He has quite different intentions. Chamberlain's offer will not be discarded. We shall return to it when the time has come." He instructed Hesse to fly back to London at once and keep his ears open. "The Führer means to play a very dangerous game. I do not know whether it will succeed or not. In any case, we don't want a war with England. Give us a signal in good time if the danger becomes acute." The supreme confidence exuded by Hitler to Ciano was largely play-acting. He was deeply concerned at Stalin's reluctance to come to an agreement. This anxiety was aggravated by a report that a British-French delegation had recently arrived in Moscow and was about to conclude successful negotiations with the Soviets. In truth, the Russians were in no mood to negotiate, concerned as they were that the Allies were toying with them. First, the Anglo-French delegation had taken 6 days to arrive by slow cargo passenger ship and train, when they could have made it in a single day. And next, the British senior officer had come without proper credentials, and when the talks finally got underway, it seemed that the British were not at all serious. A Soviet offer to provide 136 divisions for a common defense against the Nazis was matched by a British proposal to provide 1 mechanized and 5 infantry divisions. And not knowing all this, the Führer ordered Ribbentrop to put more pressure on the Kremlin, and a conference between Molotov and Schulenburg was hastily arranged. On the evening of August 15th, the Foreign Commissar listened attentively to everything the German ambassador had to say, but could give no quick answer. First, he said, an understanding must be reached on several points. Would the Germans, for example, be willing to influence Japan to take a different attitude toward the Soviets? Would the Germans conclude a pact of non-aggression? If so, under what conditions? Hitler was too impatient for deliberations. He ordered Ribbentrop to reach an understanding at once with Molotov, and thereby let his adversary set the pace of events. Stalin took immediate advantage. Through Molotov, he replied that before any political pacts could be signed, their economic agreements must be concluded. Ribbentrop responded with a further plea to Schulenburg for haste, pointing out that the first stage of the economic agreements had just been completed. His instructions became almost hysterical. The next conversation with Molotov, he said, should be conducted by pressing emphatically for a rapid realization of my trip, and by opposing appropriately any possible new Russian objections. In this connection, you must keep in mind the decisive fact that an early outbreak of open German-Polish conflict is probable, and that we therefore have the greatest interest in having my visit to Moscow take place immediately. Stalin realized that every hour of delay was painful to Hitler. Perhaps his agents had learned of Hitler's September the 1st deadline, and so ordered Molotov to procrastinate as usual at his next meeting with Schulenburg on August 19th. The Foreign Commissar consequently argued tediously over every point, despite his guest's repeated and emphatic pleas for action. But half an hour after Schulenburg departed, the Soviets surprisingly reversed their tactics. Molotov invited the German back to the Kremlin. He arrived late that afternoon, and it was immediately apparent that Molotov had good news. After apologizing for inconveniencing Schulenburg, the Foreign Commissar said he had just been authorized to hand over a draft of a non-aggression pact, and to receive Herr von Ribbentrop in Moscow. He did not explain, naturally, that the Anglo-French-Soviet military talks in Moscow had reached such an impasse that Stalin had lost all patience with the West. Perhaps he had intended to join with Hitler all along, and only used the Anglo-French talks as a maneuver to get better conditions from Hitler. Even so, the Russians proceeded deliberately. Molotov told Schulenburg he could not receive Ribbentrop until a week after the signing of their economic agreement. If that took place today, the date would be August 26th, if tomorrow, the 27th. Hitler must have read Schulenburg's report with mixed feelings, delight at the probability of concluding the treaty, and exasperation at Stalin's insistence on first signing their economic agreement. It was little better than blackmail, but Hitler felt there was no alternative. The trade agreement was rushed through and signed in Berlin 2 hours after midnight. It granted the Soviet Union a merchandise credit of 200 million Reichsmarks, at the reasonable interest of 5%, to be used to finance Soviet orders of machine tools and industrial installations. Armaments, in the broader sense, such as optical supplies and armor plate, were to be supplied in proportionately smaller amounts. The credit would be liquidated by Soviet raw materials. Outmaneuvered by Stalin, just as he had outmaneuvered the Austrians and Czechs, Hitler could not possibly wait the week that Molotov proposed. He composed a personal message to Stalin, which was dispatched from Berlin at 4:35 p.m. August 20th. In it, Hitler sincerely welcomed the signing of the new German-Soviet commercial agreement as a first step in the reordering of German-Soviet relations. He also accepted the Soviet draft of the Non-Aggression Pact, although there were a few questions connected with it which should be clarified as soon as possible. Then he got down to the crux of the matter. Speed in concluding this pact, he said, was of the utmost importance, since tension between Germany and Poland was becoming intolerable. A crisis might arise any day. 2 hours after Schulenburg delivered the message to the Kremlin, he was summoned back for a personal reply from Stalin himself. "I thank you for the letter," it began. He hoped the pact would mark a decided turn in their political relations. The people of our countries need peaceful relations with each other. He agreed to see Ribbentrop on August 23rd. Throughout the 20th, Hitler had been silently pacing up and down the great hall in the Berghof, waiting anxiously for news from Moscow. The expression on his face kept anyone from disturbing him. In the expectation, he had already sent the pocket battleship Graf Spee to a waiting position in the Atlantic. 21 U-boats were in offensive positions around the British Isles. At dinner, according to Speer, Hitler was handed a telegram. After reading it, his face flushed a deep red, and he stared vacantly out the window. All at once he slammed both fists on the table, making the glasses rattle. "I have them," he exclaimed, in a voice choked with emotion. "I have them." He slumped back, and, since no one dared to ask any questions, the meal resumed in silence. After coffee, a euphoric Hitler told his guests that Germany was concluding a non-aggression pact with Russia. "Here, read this," he said, "a telegram from Stalin." Hoffmann recalled that the Führer was so delighted he slapped his knee, something the photographer had never seen him do before. There was a great ado as Kannenberg, the major domo, brought out champagne. Glasses were clinked, and the entourage drank a toast to the great diplomatic coup. Presently Hitler led everyone to the little movie theatre in the basement to see a film of Stalin reviewing a massive Red Army parade. "How lucky," remarked the Führer, "that such military might was now neutralized." Hoffmann worried about repercussions among the faithful National Socialists, who had been fighting the Reds for decades. "The party will be just as astounded as the rest of the world," Hitler purportedly replied. "But my party members know and trust me. They know I will never depart from my basic principles, and they will realize that the ultimate aim of this last gamble is to remove the Eastern danger and thus to facilitate, under my leadership of course, a swifter unification of Europe." On the face of it, Stalin and Hitler were most unlikely allies. What could they possibly have in common? In fact, there were a number of similarities. One admired Peter the Great, while the other saw himself as the heir of Frederick the Great. Both were advocates of ruthless force and operated under ideologies that were not essentially different. Communists and Nazis alike were self-righteous and dogmatic. Both were totalitarian, and both believed that the end justified the means, sanctifying injustice, as it were, in the name of the state and progress. Hitler had long admired Stalin, regarding him as one of the extraordinary figures in world history, and once shocked a group of intimates by asserting that he and the Soviet leader had much in common, since both had risen from the lower classes. And when one listener protested comparison with a former bank robber, he replied, "If Stalin did commit a bank robbery, it was not to fill his own pockets, but to help his party and movement. You cannot consider that bank robbery." Nor did the Führer look upon Stalin as a true communist. In actual fact, he identifies himself with the Russia of the Tsars, and he has merely resurrected the tradition of pan-Slavism. Perhaps Hitler was unconsciously speaking of himself and Germany. For him, Bolshevism is only a means, a disguise designed to trick the Germanic and Latin peoples. Both Stalin and Hitler felt sure they could use each other. Both dictators were wrong, but in that hectic summer of 1939 there was not a major nation in the world which was not operating under some misconception. Europe was a cauldron of distrusts, deceit, and double-dealing. Even as Ribbentrop prepared to leave for Moscow, Stalin had not completely abandoned the hope of an Anglo-French-Soviet military alliance against Hitler. And while the English were doing their half-hearted best to consummate this agreement, they were secretly inviting Goering to England. On all sides, nation was dealing behind the back of nation, each mouthing platitudes of sincerity or uttering threats. 4. The apparent winner was Hitler. He awakened on the morning of August 22nd full of confidence. After Ribbentrop had left the Berghof with final instructions for his mission to Moscow, the Führer summoned his senior commanders and their chiefs of staff for a special meeting in the spacious reception hall. It was a lecture, not a conference, with Hitler sitting behind a large desk doing all the talking. "I have called you together to give you a picture of the political situation, in order that you may have insight into the various elements on which I have based my decision to act, and in order to strengthen your confidence." The conflict with Poland, he said, was bound to come sooner or later, and there were a number of reasons why it was best to act promptly. First of all, two personal factors, my own personality and that of Mussolini. Essentially, all depends on me, on my existence, because of my political talents. Probably no one will ever again have the confidence of the German people as I have. There will probably never again be a man with more authority than I have. My life is, therefore, a factor of great value. But I can be eliminated at any time by a criminal or an idiot. The second personal factor was Il Duce. If something happened to him, Italy's loyalty to their alliance would be questionable. On the other hand, there was no outstanding personality in either England or France. Our enemies have men who are below average, no personalities, no master, no men of action. Furthermore, the political situation was favourable, with rivalry in the Mediterranean and tension in the Orient. All these fortunate circumstances would no longer prevail in 2 or 3 years. No one knows how long I shall live. Therefore conflict is better now. Then he became specific. Relations with Poland, he said, had become unbearable. We are facing the alternative to strike or to be destroyed with certainty sooner or later. What could the West do? Either attack from the Maginot Line or blockade the Reich. The first was improbable, and the second would be ineffective, since now the Soviets would supply Germany with grain, cattle, coal, lead, and zinc. I am only afraid that in the last minute some Schweinhund will produce a plan of mediation. The commanders, led by Goering, clapped enthusiastically. Mein Führer, said the Reichsmarschall, the Wehrmacht will do its duty. Despite their applause, Goering and the other military commanders were unanimously against war, since all were convinced that Germany was not yet properly prepared to wage one. There was only a 6-week supply of ammunition, as well as alarming shortages of steel, oil, and other important materials. Hitler was as aware of all this as his generals, but envisaged a different type of warfare, the Blitzkrieg, a sudden all-out attack of such force and intensity that victory would be assured quickly. The concept was strategic as well as tactical. The dehumanizing years of trench combat in the Great War, not to mention the deprivations of those on the home front, were still searing memories to Hitler. He had vowed that the misery of a long conflict would never again be visited on Germany. That is why he geared the Wehrmacht to armament in breadth rather than in depth. He had purposely organized Germany's economy for a relatively high production of ready armaments, but not to wage long-range war with mass-productive powers. His goal was to produce armaments quickly, not to increase Germany's armament-producing plant or to retool her armament-producing machinery. A series of blitzkrieg attacks, sustained by short, intensive bursts of production, would permit Hitler to act as if Germany was stronger than she actually was, by avoiding the massive production for conventional war that would have meant economic ruin. His was a poor man's philosophy that could only succeed with audacity. Already he had achieved a series of cheap victories by risking a conflict that his more affluent enemies were eager to avoid at almost any cost. Blitzkrieg not only appealed to his gambling instinct, but was perfectly suited to his position of dictator. A democracy could hardly have sustained the necessary bursts of economic effort, the concentration on turning out tanks, for instance, followed by an abrupt concentration on civilian items. What would have brought down a democracy did not apply to the National Socialist state, with the peculiar weaknesses and strengths of its economy. By choosing Blitzkrieg, Hitler confounded some of his own generals, whose theories were still rooted in the past. They did not realize, as he did, that Germany was far readier for combat than England and France. It was a gamble, but he figured he could achieve victory over Poland so rapidly that he would never even have to cross swords with England or France. The odds were that they would then see the futility of retaliation. Somehow he had to neutralize the West, whether by threat or force of arms, so that by 1943 he could achieve his true aim, conquest of Russia. With eyes open, Adolf Hitler was prepared to meet his destiny. On the morning of August 22nd, not one of the military men listening to Hitler's blueprint for invasion uttered a word of criticism, nor was there any protest from the field commanders, who were brought in after lunch for their inspirational message. The Führer exhorted them to have no mercy. Might is right, he said, and announced that the invasion would likely begin at dawn on Saturday, August 26th. Early that evening, Ribbentrop and his party took off for Moscow in 2 condors. There was a general feeling of extreme tension. Nobody, recalled Peter Kleist, could guarantee that the Soviets would not spring on us an Anglo-French agreement, all neatly tied up, when we arrived in Moscow. Nor could anyone predict whether Ribbentrop would be forced into the long, soul-destroying negotiations habitually conducted by the Russians. The news of Ribbentrop's trip took Japanese Ambassador Oshima by complete surprise, and at midnight he made a special trip to Weizsäcker's home in Berlin to express his displeasure. Ordinarily a man of poise, Oshima's face was rigid and grey. How, he asked, could such a turnabout be explained to Tokyo? Early the next afternoon, August 23rd, Henderson handed over Chamberlain's letter to the Führer. It declared categorically that Britain was determined to fulfill its promises to Poland. At the same time, Chamberlain made another plea for peace. Why couldn't there be a truce, so that Germany and Poland could discuss their problems directly? At this moment, he concluded, I confess I can see no other way to avoid a catastrophe that will involve Europe in war. Hitler replied excitably in violent language, and Henderson expressed the hope that a solution might be found if their two nations cooperated. Hitler curtly retorted that this should have been done before. This brought a protest that the British government had given guarantees and must honour them. Then honour them, snapped the Führer. If you have given a blank cheque, you must also meet it. Henderson stoutly defended the British position, but insisted on doing it in German, a language whose subtleties he had not yet mastered. Hitler brushed aside his arguments and began to threaten. The slightest attempt by Poland to make any further move against the Germans or Danzig, he said, would mean immediate intervention. Furthermore, mobilization in the West would be answered by German mobilization. Is that a threat? Asked Henderson. No, a protective measure. In vain, Henderson tried to assure Hitler that Chamberlain had always championed Germany. I too believed that until this spring, said Hitler almost sadly. Thereupon Henderson blurted out that he personally had never believed in an Anglo-French-Russian pact. He preferred that Germany rather than England should have a treaty with Russia. Hitler's answer was ominous. Make no mistake, he said, it will be a long treaty. Henderson was not content to let this subject alone. He argued that the Führer knew as well as he did that the Russians always made difficulties. In any case, he was convinced that Chamberlain had not changed in his attitude to Germany. I must judge by deeds in this matter, said Hitler, and resumed recriminations. This brought a threat from Henderson that any direct action by Germany would mean war, which in turn touched off another display of almost hysterical violence. In such a war, exclaimed Hitler, Germany had nothing to lose and Great Britain much. He had no desire for war, but would not shrink from it, and his people were much more behind him than last September. He abruptly ended the conversation by stating that a written reply to Chamberlain would be handed over to Henderson in the afternoon. Weizsäcker, a silent witness to this uneven duel, was as convinced as Henderson of Hitler's genuine agitation. But no sooner had the door closed behind the Englishman than the Führer slapped himself on the thigh — it was becoming a habit — and laughed. Chamberlain won't survive that conversation, he said triumphantly. His cabinet will fall this evening. While waiting for the Führer's written answer, Henderson returned to Salzburg, where he telephoned his subordinates in Berlin, instructing them to inform London that Hitler was entirely uncompromising and unsatisfactory, but I cannot say anything further until I have received his written reply. A little later came a summons to return to the Berghof. This time Hitler, according to Henderson's report, had recovered his calm and never raised his voice once. But he was no less obdurate, charging that England was determined to destroy and exterminate Germany. Henderson protested that war between their two countries would only benefit the lesser races of the world. To this Hitler replied that it was England who was fighting for the lesser races, whereas he was only fighting for Germany, and this time the Germans would battle to the last man. It would have been different in 1914 if he had been Chancellor then. At the next instance of Polish provocation he continued, "I shall act." He repeated his threat of the morning, but this time without histrionics. The questions of Danzig and the corridor will be settled one way or another. Please take note of this. Believe me, last year on October 2nd I would have marched either way. I give you my word of honor on that. That afternoon the two German condors landed at Moscow airport, where Ribbentrop was pleased to see the Swastika flying side by side with the hammer and sickle. After the foreign minister reviewed an honor guard of the Soviet Air Force, he was driven to his quarters, the former Austrian embassy. Was this Tartar irony? Count von der Schulenburg informed him that he was expected in the Kremlin at 6 p.m., but couldn't say whether it would be Molotov or Stalin who would negotiate with him. Odd Moscow customs, thought Ribbentrop to himself. After Schulenburg and Hilger had made their reports, both advised Ribbentrop to allow himself plenty of time, and not give the impression of being in a hurry. Interrupting with an impatient movement of the hand, he enjoined the ambassador to inform the Russians that he had to be back in Berlin within 24 hours. So saying, he hastily had a snack before heading for the Kremlin. At 6 p.m., Ribbentrop was facing Stalin. He was affable, good-natured. Molotov was impassive. Ribbentrop spoke first, expressing his nation's desire to establish German-Soviet relations on a new footing. He understood from Stalin's March speech that he felt the same. Stalin turned to Molotov. Did he want to speak first? The Foreign Commissar dutifully replied that it was Stalin's prerogative to reply. He did, in a manner which Ribbentrop had never encountered before. "For years," said Stalin concisely, "we have poured pails of manure at one another. That should not stop us from coming to an understanding. This was the drift of my speech in March, the meaning of which you have understood perfectly." With a notebook opened in front of him for reference, he continued without pause to practical matters. The spheres of influence in the countries between Germany and the USSR were defined, with Finland, most of the Baltic states, and Bessarabia in the Russian orbit. In the event of war between Germany and Poland, they would meet at a definite line of demarcation. It was obvious that Stalin had come to the room to do business, not dally, and by the end of 3 hours he and Ribbentrop had agreed upon everything except 2 Baltic ports, which Stalin insisted on having in his sphere. Ribbentrop said he would have to check with the Führer first, and the talks were adjourned so he could do so. Hitler was as eager to do business as Stalin. Within an hour, a phone call from the Wilhelmstrasse brought this laconic reply. "Answer is yes. Agreed." In the meantime, Ribbentrop sat down to another quick meal at his quarters, bubbling over with enthusiasm for Stalin and Molotov. The foreign minister was in high spirits as he drove back to the Kremlin with the favourable answer from Hitler, this time with a larger retinue, which included 2 photographers. Secret police rushed out of the darkness as the German cars slowly moved into the mysterious inner city and proceeded past the largest cannon of its time, so huge that no one had ever dared fire it, past little wooden houses and cathedrals. Finally, the procession reached a modern administration building where Stalin was waiting. In short order, final agreement on the non-aggression pact was reached. It was a concise, clear contract. Each party was to desist from any aggressive action against the other and lend no support to any power attacking the other. The treaty was to last for 10 years and continue for another 5 unless renounced by either party a year prior to its expiration. It was a conventional agreement, but not so its secret protocol, which carved up Eastern Europe. Equally extraordinary was Stalin's willingness to be photographed at the signing of the documents. He entered into the spirit and stage-managed the best-known picture of the signing. He beckoned to Ribbentrop's SS adjutant, Richard Schulze, to join the group. But this young man couldn't imagine Stalin meant him. Finally, Stalin took the extremely tall Schulze by the arm and placed him next to Ribbentrop. Perhaps Stalin wanted to add youthful appeal to the picture. Perhaps he knew that Schulze's younger brother was Hitler's SS ordnance officer. Toast followed toast, but the most noteworthy was one from Stalin that was never revealed to the Russian people. "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer," he said. "I should therefore like to drink to his health." One of the most important treaties in world history had been completed and signed without argument in a few hours. Proof that both Hitler and Stalin wanted the agreement, that both knew exactly what they would give to get what they wanted, and that both wished the deed done swiftly. To Hitler, the pact was his triumph, not Stalin's. He had apparently forgotten his own prediction in Mein Kampf that any German-Russian alliance would inevitably bring a war which would cause the end of Germany. He had since changed his mind, so he confided to Bormann several years later, and hoped an entente with the Soviets would be honestly sincere, if not unreservedly friendly. He imagined, after so many years of power, that Stalin, the realist, would have shed the nebulous Marxist ideology, retaining it only as a poison for external use. The brutal manner in which he treated the Jewish intelligentsia encouraged such a belief. In a spirit of implacable realism on both sides, we could have created a situation in which a durable entente would have been possible. An entente, in short, watched over by an eagle eye and with a finger on the trigger. Upon learning the treaty was signed, Hitler jumped up from the dinner table exclaiming, "We've won!" Although he had waived the opportunity to seize all of Poland, the argument had neutralized Russia. Now he was free to proceed against Poland. Without the Soviet Union on their side, neither England nor France would do more than mouth threats. In addition, he was assured of getting from the East all those raw materials he might be deprived of by a possible British blockade. He was paying Stalin to do exactly what he would undoubtedly have done without a pact. The economy of the Soviet Union, as well as its military efficiency, was still in such disarray after the purges that Stalin could not even think of fighting the Reich. In fact, he had never seriously sought a protective alliance against Hitler. What he and his associates in the Kremlin desired above all was neutrality. The pact with Germany not only gave this, but fulfilled their aim of provoking war among the capitalist powers. To Stalin, Nazi Germany was just another capitalist enemy. At about 3 a.m., August 24th, Hitler led his entourage onto the Berghof terrace. The sky on the north and northwestern horizon blazed with the colors of the rainbow. Across the valley, a startling red glow from these northern lights was cast on the Unterberg, a mountain of legend. The last act of Gotterdämmerung, recalled Speer, could not have been more effectively staged. The same red light bathed our faces and our hands. Hitler abruptly turned to his Luftwaffe adjutant, Belo. "Looks like a great deal of blood," he said. "This time we won't bring it off without violence." Chapter 20. A calamity without parallel in history. August 24th to September 3rd, 1939. 1. The world awakened Thursday morning, August 24th, to headlines proclaiming a treaty that was a traumatic shock not only to ordinary citizens but to diplomats. "I anticipate an ultimatum to Poland," Henderson reported from Berlin. Whether 11th-hour attempt of Polish government to re-establish contact will avail, I much doubt. But I regard it as last hope, if any, of peace, if there is a last hope. The Polish people were extremely upset by the German-Soviet pact, despite attempts by their newspapers to belittle it as a sign of German weakness. The government itself expressed supreme confidence that British and French assistance would turn the tide in case of war with Hitler. French communists seemed to be torn between loyalty to their own country and Mother Russia. Confusion was even greater among their American colleagues. At first, the Daily Worker ignored the treaty as if waiting for instructions from Moscow. Finally, Earl Browder, the party leader, announced that it had weakened Hitler. With nary a qualm, most extreme left-wing progressives obediently accepted a new party line. The agreement with Hitler had been consummated so that Russia could prepare herself for the eventual battle against fascism. President Roosevelt's response was to send another of his moral telegrams to Hitler, urging him to refrain from any positive act of hostility for a reasonable and stipulated period. But, like its predecessor, it was filed and forgotten. In Moscow, Stalin was congratulating himself. Convinced that the British would compromise in the face of political reality, he imagined that the spheres of influence he had been granted would fall to him bloodlessly, by negotiation. Hitler's other allies were not so sanguine. The Italians, while admitting that Hitler had struck a master blow, were uneasy, and the Japanese feared that the alliance would encourage Stalin to increase pressure on Manchuria. Prime Minister Hiranuma, whose cabinet had already held more than 70 meetings in a futile effort to reach agreement on a concordat with Germany and Italy, was so embarrassed and dismayed that he announced, "The cabinet herewith resigns because of complicated and inscrutable situations recently arising in Europe." The German public was generally pleased and relieved. The threat of encirclement, a war on two fronts, had miraculously evaporated, thanks to the Führer. Those who found the pact the hardest to swallow were his staunchest followers, but most of them quickly convinced themselves that the chief knew exactly what he was doing. Hitler flew up to Berlin to greet the returning hero, Ribbentrop, and he spent the evening in the Chancellery listening to his foreign minister rhapsodize over the masters of the Kremlin, who made him feel as if he were among old party comrades. Further, a picture of Tsar Nicholas in the Winter Palace had convinced Ribbentrop that they could do business with Russia, since it indicated that the communists themselves revered a Tsar who worked for the people. While Hitler took all this in with some interest, he was much more enthralled by the pictures Hoffmann had taken. Hitler, it seemed, had requested a close-up of the Soviet leader to see if his earlobes were ingrown and Jewish or separate and Aryan. One profile view in particular was most reassuring. His new brother-in-arms, according to the earlobe test, was no Jew. But Hitler shook his head disapprovingly at the photographs of the final ceremonies. Every one showed Stalin with a cigarette. "The signing of the pact is a solemn act which one does not approach with a cigarette dangling from one's lips," he said, and instructed the photographer to paint out the cigarettes before releasing the pictures to the press. The Führer also interrogated at length the ordnance officer who had accompanied Ribbentrop. He reported that Stalin, before inviting his guests to sit down at the celebration dinner, had carefully inspected the table to see that everything was in order. This reminded Fräulein Schroeder of the Führer himself, and the secretary imprudently remarked on the similarity. Hitler did not appreciate the analogy. "My servants and my house," he said, with some irritation, "are always perfect." The following day, Friday, August 25th, was a crucial and crowded one. It began with a letter to Mussolini explaining with some embarrassment what had taken place in Moscow. After giving assurances that the treaty only strengthened the Axis, Hitler trusted that Il Duce would understand why he had been forced to take such a drastic step. Hitler's next act was to ask Schmidt to translate the key passages of the speech Chamberlain had made in Commons the previous day. He listened intently to the Prime Minister's admission that the Moscow Pact had come as a surprise of a very unpleasant character, but that the Germans were labouring under a dangerous illusion if they believed that the British and French would no longer fulfil their obligations to Poland. These words, recalled Schmidt, made Hitler pensive, but he said nothing. Perhaps this confirmed a nagging uncertainty. The assault on Poland was scheduled to start early next morning, but he was in such doubt that just before noon he instructed the High Command to postpone the issuance of the executive order to attack for 1 hour, until 3 that afternoon. Then he summoned the British ambassador to the Chancellery. Henderson arrived at 1:30 p.m. to find the Führer in a conciliatory mood. He was now prepared to make a move toward England which should be as decisive as the move towards Russia, which had led to the recent agreement. His conscience, Hitler said, compelled him to make this final effort to secure good relations. But this was his last attempt. To Henderson he appeared to be calm and normal, but he did lose his temper as soon as he began enumerating the charges against the Poles, such as firing on civilian aircraft. These conditions, he shouted, must cease. The Danzig problem and the corridor must be solved without further delay. The only result of Chamberlain's last speech could be a bloody and unpredictable war between Germany and England. But this time Germany would not have to fight on two fronts. Russia and Germany will never again take up arms against each other. When Henderson kept repeating stolidly that England could not go back on her word to Poland, Hitler's threatening posture reverted to one of reasonableness. Once the Polish question was solved, he was prepared and determined to approach Britain again with a large, comprehensive offer. He would, for instance, accept the British Empire and pledge himself personally to its continued existence. But if the British rejected his proposal, he concluded ominously, there will be war. And this was his last offer. Half an hour later, at exactly 3:02 p.m., he confirmed the order to attack Poland at dawn. On the surface, his gamble appeared to have been motivated by mere opportunism. Admittedly a cunning virtuoso of day-to-day politics, his foreign policy did have a basic thrust, a step-by-step play to gain domination over continental Europe that was closely allied to his radical anti-Semitic program. In Rome, his ambassador, accompanied by Ciano, was just entering the Palazzo Venezia with the text of the unusual letter written earlier in the day. At 3:20, Ambassador Hans-Georg von Mackensen handed over the document to Il Duce. The pact had mightily impressed Mussolini, who, like all politicians, appreciated a brilliant coup. Yet he was realistic enough to face the fact that his own army, which had performed so feebly in Albania, was not endowed with sufficient morale, training, or skill to wage a genuine war. He did not say so to Mackensen, only mouthed protestations of agreeability. He was in complete accord with the Moscow Pact, while remaining an unswerving anti-communist, and stood behind the Führer come what may. This he emphasized expressly, unconditionally, and with all his resources. No sooner had Mackensen left the room than Il Duce either changed his mind or had it changed for him. According to Ciano, it was he who convinced Mussolini to compose an answer to Hitler, admitting frankly that Italy was not ready for war, and could only participate if Germany immediately delivered sufficient military supplies and raw materials to resist the attack which the French and English would predominantly direct against us. At the same time, the Italian ambassador in Berlin was explaining to the Führer that Il Duce's answer was on its way. While Hitler was waiting for the next visitor, French Ambassador Toland, an aide brought in a news report from England, which Schmidt glimpsed over his employer's shoulder. England and Poland had just concluded a pact of mutual assistance in London. Visibly concerned, the Führer brooded in silence. For months, the signing of this agreement had been delayed for one reason or another. That it should take place on this, of all days, a few hours after he had made his last offer to England, was no coincidence. This guarantee of military aid, even though it could never be implemented, might give the Poles such a false sense of security that they would refuse to negotiate with Germany. At 5:30 p.m., Coulondre was finally escorted into the office. After exhibiting rage over Polish provocations, Hitler expressed regret over a possible war between Germany and France. I had the impression at times, recalled Schmidt, that he was mechanically repeating what he said to Henderson, and that his thoughts were elsewhere. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to bring the interview to an end. He half rose to his feet in a gesture of dismissal, but the elegant Coulondre would not be put off without a retort. He spoke with forcible words that Schmidt would never forget. In a situation as critical as this, Herr Reichskanzler, misunderstandings are the most dangerous things of all. Therefore, to make the matter quite clear, I give you my word of honor as a French officer that the French army will fight by the side of Poland if that country should be attacked." Then he assured Hitler that his government was prepared to do everything for the maintenance of peace right up to the last. "Why then," exclaimed Hitler angrily, "did you give Poland a blank check to act as she pleased?" Before the Frenchman could reply, the Führer leaped to his feet for another tirade against the Poles. "It is painful for me to have to go to war against France, but the decision does not depend on me." With a wave of the hand, he dismissed the ambassador. A minute later, at 6 p.m., Autolyco entered. He bore with him the text of Mussolini's letter, which had been dictated over the phone by Ciano. The announcement that Italy was not prepared for war, on the heels of the British-Polish Pact and Colandre's crystal-clear declaration of France's intentions, hit the Führer like a bombshell. To him it was the completely unexpected defection of an ally. But he controlled himself, dismissing Il Duce's envoy with the curt comment that he would send an immediate reply. As Autolyco went out the door, Schmidt heard Hitler mutter, "The Italians are behaving just as they did in 1914. The waiting room was a pit of rumour and counter-rumour as scraps of information were passed around. War seemed inevitable. Weizsäcker, for instance, saw only a 2% possibility of preventing a world war in which Italy would leave Germany in the lurch. Inside his office, Hitler was telling General Keitel, "Stop everything at once. Get Brauchitsch immediately. I need time for negotiations." Keitel rushed out into the anteroom. "The order to advance must be delayed again," he excitedly told his aide. The news spread that the threat of war had been averted at the last minute. The Führer was returning to negotiation. There was general relief, except from Hitler's chief adjutant, Rudolf Schmundt, who was glum. "Don't celebrate too soon," he told Warlimont. "This is only a postponement." Major Engel shared Schmundt's deep concern. Never before had the army adjutant seen the Chancellor in such total confusion. The Führer was even arguing bitterly with Havel, whose opinion he usually respected. Hitler bet that if war started with Poland, the English would surely not join in. "Mein Führer," asserted Havel, "do not underestimate the British. When they see there is no other alternative, they stubbornly go their own way." Hitler was too angry to argue and turned away. Goering was also convinced that the English were not merely mouthing words of warning, and was surreptitiously negotiating for peace. A man of action, he had already initiated discussions with England without consulting Ribbentrop, whom he distrusted. It was not as daring as it appeared, for he intended keeping his Führer informed of any developments. His desire for peace was hardly altruistic. Being a freebooter with the touch of the gangster, his prime aim in life was to enjoy the fruits of the plunder he was amassing thanks to his privileged position. War could bring an end to his sybaritic existence. On the other hand, Hitler was driven by principle, warped though it was, and could not be bribed. He might compromise, but only if it brought him closer to his long-range goal. Realizing all this, Goering carried on his devious policy of peace with caution. As unofficial go-between in this intrigue, he selected a wealthy Swedish businessman named Birger Dallerus. He had a German wife as well as interests in the Reich, and so shared Goering's desire to prevent war between Germany and England. Furthermore, he was in a position to do something about it, for he had influential English friends who were willing to work clandestinely on the project. Earlier that month, Dallerus had arranged a secret meeting between Goering and 7 Englishmen in a house conveniently close to the Danish border. Here it was that the Reichsmarshal first expounded his views and hopes for peace to the foreign businessmen. Little was done except talk until the historic military conference at the Berghof 2 weeks later. This spurred Goering to telephone Dallerus in Stockholm and urge him to come as soon as possible. The situation, he guardedly revealed, had worsened, and the chances of a peaceful solution were rapidly diminishing. Goering persuaded Dallerus to fly at once to England with an unofficial message to the Chamberlain government urging that negotiations between Germany and England take place as soon as possible. And so, On that eventful morning of August 25th, Dalarus had flown to London by ordinary passenger plane, but it was not until early evening that he was ushered into the office of Lord Halifax. The Foreign Secretary was in an optimistic mood and, since Hitler, it will be recalled, had just called off the invasion, it did not appear that the services of a neutral would be of further use. Dalarus was not so optimistic, and telephoned Goering for his opinion. The Reichsmarshal's reply was alarming. He feared that war might break out at any moment. Dalarus repeated these words to Halifax the next morning, and offered to deliver to Goering, the only German in his opinion who could prevent war, a personal message from Halifax confirming England's genuine desire to reach a peaceful settlement. Lord Halifax excused himself so he could discuss the matter with Chamberlain. In half an hour he returned with the Prime Minister's approval. The letter was written, and Dalarus was rushed to Croydon Airdrome. In Berlin, Ambassador Autolycus was on his way to the Chancellery with another message from Mussolini. It contained an imposing list of the material Italy would need if she participated in a war. 6 million tons of coal, 7 million tons of petroleum, 2 million tons of steel, and 1 million tons of lumber. Since Autolycus was opposed to war, he deliberately made Mussolini's terms impossible to fulfill. To Ribbentrop's icy query as to when this vast amount of material was to be delivered, Autolycus answered, "Why at once, before hostilities begin?" It was an unreasonable demand. Surprising, considering the strain he must have been under, was Hitler's calm reply, which was relayed to Mussolini by telephone at 3:08 p.m. He could meet Italy's requirements in most areas, he said, but regretted it was impossible to deliver before the outbreak of war for technical reasons. "In these circumstances, Duce, I understand your position, and would only ask you to try to achieve the pinning down of Anglo-French forces by active propaganda and suitable military demonstrations, such as you have already proposed to me." In the light of his pact with Stalin, he concluded, he did not shrink from solving the Eastern question, even at the risk of complications in the West. It was no idle threat. The Wehrmacht was now prepared to attack on September 1st, and was only waiting for the Führer's final confirmation. An oppressive heat lay over Berlin that Saturday afternoon. Despite the headlines in the papers, in corridor, many German farmhouses in flames, Polish soldiers pushed to edge of German border. Many Berliners were enjoying themselves at the surrounding lakes. The less fortunate were more concerned by the temperature than by politics. At 6:42 p.m. Autolycus got another call from Rome. It was Ciano, with another urgent message for the Führer. In it, Mussolini apologetically explained that Autolycus had misunderstood the delivery date. He didn't expect the raw materials for a year. He regretted not being more helpful at such a crucial time, and then unexpectedly made a plea for peace. A satisfactory political solution, he said, was still possible. When Hitler read these words, he concluded that his ally was abandoning him. Somehow he controlled his feelings and sent off another conciliatory reply. "I respect the reasons and motives which led you to take this decision," he said, and tried to infuse his partner with his own optimism. Disappointed and exhausted, the Führer retired earlier than usual, only to be awakened soon after midnight. Goering had to see him at once on urgent business. The Swedish go-between he had mentioned the other day was back with an interesting letter from Lord Halifax. It was about 12:30 a.m. August 27th when Dalarus was ushered into the Führer's study. Hitler waited solemnly, staring fixedly at the neutral who was striving for peace. Goering stood beside him, looking pleased with himself. After a brief friendly greeting, Hitler launched into a lecture on Germany's desire to reach an understanding with the English, which degenerated into an excited diatribe. After describing his latest proposals to Henderson, he exclaimed, "This is my last magnanimous offer to England." His face stiffened, and his gesticulations became very peculiar as he boasted of the Reich's superior armed might. Dalarus pointed out that England and France also had greatly improved their armed forces, and were in good position to blockade Germany. Without answering, Hitler paced up and down, then suddenly stopped in his tracks, stared and began talking again. Dalarus recalled, this time as if in a trance. If there should be war, then I will build U-boats, build U-boats, build U-boats, build U-boats, U-boats, U-boats. It was like a stuck record. His voice became more and more indistinct. Abruptly he was orating as if to a huge audience, but still repeating himself. I will build airplanes, airplanes, and I will destroy my enemies. In consternation, Dalarus turned to see how Goering was reacting. But the Reichsmarshal appeared not at all perturbed. Dalarus was horrified. So this was the man whose actions could influence the entire world. War doesn't frighten me, continued Hitler. Encirclement of Germany is an impossibility. My people admire and follow me faithfully. He would spur them to superhuman efforts. His eyes went glassy. If there should be no butter, I shall be the first to stop eating butter. There was a pause. If the enemy can hold out for several years, he finally said, I, with my power over the German people, can hold out 1 year longer. Thereby I know that I am superior to all the others. All at once he asked why it was that the English continually refused to come to an agreement with him. Dalarus hesitated to answer honestly, but finally said that the trouble was founded on England's lack of confidence in Hitler. At this the Führer struck his breast. Idiots, he exclaimed. Have I ever told a lie in my life? He continued to pace, again stopped. Dalarus, he said, had heard his side. He must return to England at once and tell it to the Chamberlain government. I do not think Henderson understood me, and I really want to bring about an understanding. Dalarus protested that he was a private citizen and could go only if the British government requested it. First, he must have a clear definition of the vital points on which agreement could be reached. For example, what exactly was Hitler's proposed corridor to Danzig? Hitler smiled. Well, he said, turning to Goering, Henderson never asked about that. The Reichsmarshal tore a page out of an atlas and began outlining with a red pencil the territory Germany wanted. This led to a clarifying discussion of the main points in Hitler's offer to Henderson. Germany wanted a treaty with Britain that would eliminate all disputes of a political or economic nature. England was to help Germany get Danzig and the corridor. In return, Germany would guarantee Poland's boundaries and let her have a corridor to Gdynia. The German minority in Poland would be protected, and finally, Germany would give military aid whenever the British Empire came under attack. Dalarus ingenuously took Goering at face value and was inclined to think the best of Hitler. Moreover, he had no training in diplomacy. In his favour were a sincere desire for peace, courage, and admirable persistence. As soon as he returned to his hotel, he put in a long-distance call to an English friend. Before long, he had assurance that the British government would welcome him as a messenger. At 8 that peaceful Sunday morning, he boarded a German plane at Tempelhof. As it headed at low level for London, he wondered if he was merely a pawn in a game of intrigue. He was fairly sure that Goering was honestly working for a peaceful settlement, but was Hitler? Hitler treated that Sabbath as a weekday. Having cancelled the imminent celebration in Nuremberg, which bore the inappropriate title Party Day of Peace, he introduced a wartime measure of food and clothes rationing. Then the armed forces were placed on a semi-emergency basis, with all naval, army and air attachés ordered to remain in Berlin until further notice. Under the pall of this martial atmosphere, Peter Kleist of Ribbentrop's office was secretly approached by 2 important Polish diplomats with a mediation proposal. They hinted that Foreign Minister Beck was being forced to act belligerently toward Germany only to satisfy a rabid group of Polish patriots. What Beck needed was time to calm things down. Kleist dutifully reported this to Ribbentrop and was soon explaining the details to Hitler himself. He listened with barely concealed impatience, and then announced peremptorily that if Beck could not even assert himself in Poland, there was no help for him. Furthermore, Kleist was to cease making any more semi-official contacts with the Poles. He gave this order with some acrimony, adding that Herr von Ribbentrop should have issued such an order long ago. As Kleist walked thoughtfully out of the Chancellery, he was certain that the decision had at last been reached. And it was war. That sultry Sunday, Hitler also took time to answer a plea for peace from Premier Daladier, doing so as one veteran to another. As an old front-line soldier, he wrote, "I know, as you do, the horrors of war." There was no longer any need for dispute, since the return of the Tsar had ended all further German claims on France. The mischief-maker was England, which had unleashed a savage press campaign against Germany instead of persuading the Poles to be reasonable. He begged Daladier, a patriotic Frenchman, to put himself in Hitler's place. What if some French city, say Marseille, were prevented from professing allegiance to France as a result of defeat in battle? What if Frenchmen living in that area were persecuted, beaten, bestially murdered? I cannot, in any circumstances, imagine, Monsieur Daladier, that Germany would fight against you on these grounds. Hitler agreed with everything Daladier had written in his letter, and again called on their common experiences as front-line soldiers to understand that it was impossible for a nation of honor to renounce nearly 2 million of its people and see them ill-treated on its own frontiers. Danzig and the corridor must, in all honor, return to Germany. A little after noon, a German plane landed at Croydon. Bürger Dalarus stepped out. The place seemed dead, since civilian air traffic between England and the continent had come to a standstill. He was driven to the Foreign Office, past air raid wardens patrolling streets where shop windows were pasted over with strips of paper, then taken through back alleys to 10 Downing Street. Chamberlain, Halifax, and Cadogan were waiting. They were grave, but perfectly calm. As Dalarus told about the long meeting with Hitler, he sensed an air of skepticism. His report differed from that of Henderson on several points, and Chamberlain asked if he was absolutely certain he'd understood what Hitler said. Dalarus, whose command of German was superior to Henderson's, replied that any misinterpretation was out of the question. Throughout this conversation, Chamberlain's remarks were colored by distrust of Hitler. He asked what impression the Führer had made on Dalarus. The answer, "I shouldn't like to have him as a partner in my business," brought the only smile of the day from the Prime Minister. Since the British doubted his interpretation of Hitler's demands, Dalarus suggested that they allow him to return to Berlin with their reactions. Chamberlain hesitated. Ambassador Henderson, presently in London, was scheduled to fly back to Berlin that day with their answer to Hitler's proposals. Dalarus suggested that the ambassador wait a day. Then he could let the British know exactly how Hitler felt before they made an official reply based only on Henderson's assessment. He suggested phoning Goering so he could ask point-blank if the German government would agree to Henderson waiting a full day. "Do you intend to phone from the Foreign Office?" asked Chamberlain. Dalarus did, and Chamberlain agreed. In a few minutes the go-between was in Cadogan's room, hearing Goering say that he could not possibly give an immediate answer without conferring with the Führer. Half an hour later, Dalarus phoned again. This time Goering announced that Hitler accepted the plan on the condition that it was genuine. Cadogan insisted that Dalarus fly back to Berlin secretly, so the plane which had brought him to England was transferred from Croydon to a smaller field, Heston. It was 11 p.m. by the time Dalarus arrived at Goering's Berlin residence. After assuring the Reichsmarshal of his personal conviction that both the English government and her people truly wanted peace and were acting in good faith, Dalarus outlined the British response to the Hitler proposal. Goering rubbed his nose. The British reply, he said, was hardly satisfactory, and the whole situation was highly precarious. He would have to confer with Hitler alone. Dalarus nervously paced the floor of his hotel room as he waited for the answer. Finally, at 1:30 a.m., Goering telephoned. Hitler, he said in a robust voice, did respect England's views and welcomed her desire to reach a peaceful agreement. He also respected England's decision to honour her guarantee of Poland's boundaries, as well as her insistence on an international guarantee in this matter of 5 great powers. Belarus was particularly relieved by his last concession, since it surely meant that Hitler had shelved any other plans he might have had for Poland. 2. Often amateur diplomats merely confuse matters, but this time Belarus had succeeded in breaking a logjam. By 9 p.m., when Henderson's plane landed at the Berlin airport, matters had progressed substantially. The ambassador had returned to his post armed with an official version of the offer Belarus had delivered unofficially. It also contained a clause stating that Beck had just agreed to enter at once into direct discussions with Germany. The streets of the capital were pitch dark from the blackout, and the few people abroad reminded Henderson of apparitions. The exertions of the past months had left the ambassador exhausted. He had recently undergone an operation for cancer, only to discover that his was a terminal case. But he kept his condition private, and never complained about the pressure of work. No sooner had Henderson begun a hurried meal at the embassy than word came from the Chancellery. Hitler wanted to see him without delay. Fortified by half a bottle of champagne, Henderson drove out of the embassy driveway. A considerable crowd was waiting at the gate in absolute silence, but, as far as he could see, with no hostility. As Hitler read the German translation of the British note, he registered no emotion, even though it ended with the mixed expression of promise and threat that had become the Führer's own trademark. A just settlement of the questions between Germany and Poland could open the way to world peace. Failure to reach it would bring Germany and Great Britain into conflict, and might well plunge the whole world into war. Such an outcome would be a calamity without parallel in history. Hitler passed the note to Ribbentrop without comment, amazing Schmidt with such a calm reaction. Henderson's next move was even more surprising. He took the offensive for the first time in memory and did more talking than Hitler. Ordinarily, this would have caused an eruption, but Hitler sat calmly, occasionally staring out at the dark garden where his famed predecessor, Bismarck, had so often strolled. In the meantime, Henderson was proclaiming that England's word was her bond, and she had never and would never break it. In the old days, Germany's word also had the same value, and he quoted Field Marshal von Blücher's exhortation to his troops when hurrying to support Wellington at Waterloo. "Forward, my children, forward! I have given my word to my brother Wellington, and you cannot wish me to break it." "Things were quite a bit different 125 years ago," commented Hitler, but with no asperity, and then insisted that while he was quite ready to settle his differences with Poland on a reasonable basis, the Poles were continuing their violence against Germans. Such acts seemed to be a matter of indifference to the British. Henderson, perhaps it was the champagne, somehow took this as a personal insult, heatedly replying that he had done everything in his power to prevent war and bloodshed. Herr Hitler, he said, must choose between friendship with England and excessive demands on Poland. The choice between war and peace was his. Still retaining his calm, Hitler replied that this was not a correct picture of the situation. His alternatives were either to defend the rights of the German people or to abandon them at the cost of an agreement with England, and there could be no choice. His duty was to defend the rights of all Germans. At the end of this extraordinary colloquy, Hitler again expressed a desire for agreement with England. It left Henderson with some optimism. He was also cheered by Schmidt's parting remark, "You were quite marvellous." But there was pessimism at the Chancellery. The Führer, Engel wrote in his diary, is exceptionally irritated, bitter and sharp, and he made it clear to his adjutants that he would not take advice from the military on the question of peace or war. He simply could not understand a German soldier who feared war. Frederick the Great would turn in his grave if he saw today's generals. All he wanted was liquidation of the unjust conditions of the Poles, not war with the Western Allies. If they were stupid enough to take part, that was their fault, and they would have to be destroyed. The air of depression and anxiety in the Winter Garden heightened as Hitler composed an answer to the British, and this turned to alarm when the noon papers reported in glaring headlines that at least 6 German nationals had been murdered in Poland. Whether this report was true or not, Hitler himself believed it and was incensed. And so, by the time Henderson reappeared early that evening, there was a feeling in the waiting rooms and corridors of the Chancellery that little less than a miracle could prevent war. The ambassador was still hoping for the best and, as on the day before, wore a red carnation, his private signal to insiders that he still had hope. Once Henderson entered Hitler's study and was handed a copy of the German reply, however, he sensed an attitude more uncompromising than last night. With the Führer and Ribbentrop eyeing him closely, he began reading the German note. It started reasonably. Germany readily consented to the proposed mediation by the British. Hitler was pleased to receive a Polish emissary in Berlin with full powers to negotiate. But the next words were completely unacceptable. The German government calculated that this delegate will arrive on Wednesday, the 30th of August, 1939. It sounds like an ultimatum, protested Henderson. The Poles are given barely 24 hours to make their plans. Supported by Ribbentrop, the Führer heatedly denied the charge. The time is short, he explained, because there is the danger that fresh provocation may result in the outbreak of fighting. Henderson was not impressed. He still could not accept such a time limit. It was the diktat of Bad Godesberg all over again. Hitler argued that he was being pressed by his general staff. My soldiers, he said, are asking me yes or no. The Wehrmacht was ready to strike, and its commanders were complaining that a week had been lost already. Another week might bring them into the rainy season. But the ambassador would not budge, and Hitler at last lost his temper. He angrily made a countercharge. Neither Henderson nor his government cared a row of pins how many Germans were being slaughtered in Poland. Henderson shouted back that he would not listen to such language from Hitler or anybody else. It seemed the ambassador had also lost his temper, but he explained in his report that this was a trick. The time had come to play Herr Hitler at his own game. Glaring into his opponent's eyes, at the top of his voice he bellowed that if Hitler wanted war, he could have it. England was every bit as resolute as Germany, and would, in fact, hold out a little bit longer than Germany could. The Führer took this new departure in British diplomacy with relative grace, and, once the clamour subsided, asserted his constant desire to win Britain's friendship, his respect for the Empire, and his liking for Englishmen in general. But, genuine as Hitler's expression of admiration for the English appeared to be, it was still apparent to Henderson that their two countries had reached an impasse. As he was leaving the Chancellery, he was filled with the gloomiest of forebodings. In the farewell to his German escort, Henderson glumly expressed the fear that he would never again wear a red carnation in Germany. Later that evening, Goering summoned Dalarus to his residence and revealed a secret. Hitler was working on a großzügiges Angebot, magnanimous offer, to Poland. It was going to be presented the next morning and would include a lasting and just solution of the corridor by a plebiscite. Once more, Goering tore a page out of an atlas and hastily sketched with a green pencil the territory that would be settled by plebiscite. Then he outlined in red the area Hitler regarded as pure Polish. Goering urged Dalarus to fly immediately to London so he could once more stress Germany's determination to negotiate and hint confidentially that Hitler was going to present the Poles with an offer so generous they would be bound to accept. The next morning was one of reaffirmation for Chamberlain. The most pressing matter on his agenda was Hitler's invitation to the Poles. The Prime Minister's Foreign Secretary was convinced that it was, of course, unreasonable to expect that we can produce a Polish representative in Berlin today, nor should the Germans expect it, and his ambassador in Warsaw telephoned that he saw little chance of inducing the Poles to send Beck or any other representative to Berlin immediately. They would certainly sooner fight and perish rather than submit to such humiliation, especially after the examples of Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, and Austria. Chamberlain himself was now so determined to resist Hitler that he never even asked the Poles if they would submit, and by the time Dalarus was back in 10 Downing Street, negotiation seemed impossible. Chamberlain, Wilson and Cadogan listened to the Swede, but their reaction to Hitler's magnanimous offer was that it was all talk and only a trick to gain time. "Why not phone Goering and find out if the offer had actually been typed up?" suggested Dalarus. In a few minutes he was talking to the Reichsmarshal, who assured him that the note to Poland was not only finished, but its terms were more generous than he had predicted. Encouraged, Dalarus did his utmost to allay British distrust, going over the terms of the offer with the help of the map Goering had marked up. While the terms seemed reasonable, the British were still disturbed by Hitler's insistence that a Polish delegate present himself in Berlin on the 30th, that very day. Beyond the time limit, Chamberlain and his colleagues opposed the place, Berlin. Look what had happened to Tissot and Hacha. Dalarus phoned Goering again, this time with the suggestion that the negotiations with Poland take place out of Berlin, preferably in a neutral territory. "Nonsense," was the annoyed reply. "The negotiations must take place in Berlin, where Hitler had his headquarters. And anyhow, I can see no reason why the Poles should find it difficult to send emissaries to Berlin." Despite the rebuff, as well as their own continuing distrust, the British decided to at least keep the door to peace open. Dalarus was urged to fly back to Berlin and reassure Hitler that England remained willing to negotiate. Further, as evidence of good faith, Halifax telegraphed Warsaw, cautioning the Poles not to fire on troublemakers from their German minority and to stop inflammatory radio propaganda. The Polish response was to order a general mobilization. Hitler was indignant, for his Foreign Office had spent the day drafting an offer to Poland so generous that his objective interpreter Schmidt could scarcely believe his eyes. Besides suggesting a plebiscite in the corridor under an international commission, it gave the Poles an international road and railway through territory which would become German. "It was a real League of Nations proposal," recalled Schmidt. "I felt I was back in Geneva." Despite his wrath at the Polish mobilization, Hitler instructed Brauchitsch and Keitel to postpone the invasion of Poland another 24 hours. This, he said, was the final postponement. Unless his demands were accepted by Warsaw, the attack was to begin at 4:30 a.m. September 1st. By nightfall, there was still no word from Warsaw, and the news from London was inconclusive. The British were considering Hitler's latest note with all urgency, and would send a reply later in the day. In the meantime, they advised Colonel Beck to negotiate with the Germans without delay. It was an ironic request after their own long delay. Perhaps the British irresolution was aroused, if not occasioned, by secret revelations earlier in the day from a German civilian in close contact with the Wehrmacht. Ewald von Kleist-Schmenzin revealed to the British military attaché a number of German military secrets, along with an assurance that Hitler had recently suffered a nervous breakdown and the General Staff planned to take advantage of this to stage a military coup. It was 10 p.m. Berlin time before Henderson finally got permission to present the reply to the Germans. He phoned Ribbentrop, proposing they meet at midnight. This happened to be the deadline for the Polish representative to arrive in Berlin, and Ribbentrop thought it was deliberate. It was done in all innocence. More time was needed to decipher the London message. But it set an unwholesome atmosphere of suspicion for the interview. After Henderson suggested the Germans follow normal procedure by transmitting their proposals through the Polish embassy in Berlin, Ribbentrop leaped to his feet. "That's out of the question after what has happened," he shouted, the last vestige of self-control gone. "We demand that a negotiator empowered by his government with full authority should come here to Berlin." Henderson's face grew red. London had warned him to keep calm this time, and his hands trembled as he read the official answer to Hitler's last memorandum. Ribbentrop fumed, as if listening under duress. Undoubtedly he knew its contents, since most telephone calls at the British Embassy, particularly the overseas line to London, were being monitored by a German intelligence agency known as the Research Office. The note itself, while conciliatory in tone, offered little more than the previous phone messages of the day. "That's an unheard-of suggestion," Ribbentrop angrily interrupted at the suggestion that no aggressive military action take place during the negotiations. Crossing his arms belligerently, he glared at Henderson. "Have you anything more to say?" Perhaps he was paying the ambassador back for yesterday's shouting match with the Führer. The Englishman responded to this rudeness by remarking that His Majesty's government had information the Germans were committing acts of sabotage in Poland. This time Ribbentrop was truly enraged. "That's a damned lie of the Polish government," he shouted. "I can only tell you, Herr Henderson, that the position is damned serious." Henderson half rose in his seat and shouted in return, "You have just said damned." He wagged an admonitory finger like an outraged schoolmaster. "That's no word for a statesman to use in so grave a situation." Ribbentrop looked as if a glass of cold water had been thrown in his face. For a split second he was the picture of shock and indignation. To be reprimanded by an arrogant Englishman! He jumped to his feet. "What did you say?" Henderson was also on his feet, and the two men glared at each other like fighting cocks. "According to diplomatic convention," recalled Schmidt, "I too should have risen. But to be frank, I did not quite know how an interpreter should behave when speakers passed from words to deeds, and I really feared they might do so now." He kept his seat, pretending to be writing in his notebook. When he heard heavy breathing above, he feared the German foreign minister was about to throw His Majesty's ambassador bodily through the doorway. Over the years as interpreter, he had rather enjoyed grotesque situations, but this one was extremely painful. He heard more heavy breathing to right and left, but finally Ribbentrop and then Henderson sat down. Cautiously, the interpreter raised his head. All clear. The storm was over. The conversation continued in relative calm for a few minutes. Then Ribbentrop took a paper out of his pocket. It was Hitler's offer to Poland, which had so surprised Schmidt. Ribbentrop began reading the 16 points in German. Henderson had difficulty in understanding them, he later complained, because Ribbentrop garbled through the document at top speed, and he asked for the text so he could transmit it to his government. It was such normal diplomatic procedure that Schmidt wondered why the ambassador bothered asking at all, and he could scarcely believe what he heard next. "No," said Ribbentrop quietly, with an uneasy smile. "I cannot hand you those proposals." He couldn't explain that the Führer had expressly forbidden him to let the document out of his hand. Henderson, also unable to believe his ears, repeated his request. Once more Ribbentrop refused, this time emotionally slapping the document on the table. "It is out of date anyhow," he said, "as the Polish envoy has not appeared." Watching in agitation, Schmidt suddenly realized that Hitler was playing a game. He feared that if the British passed on the proposals to the Poles, they might accept them. It was a mortal sin for an interpreter to make a comment, but he did stare fixedly and invitingly at Henderson, silently willing him to ask for an English translation. Ribbentrop could hardly refuse such a request, and Schmidt was determined to translate with such deliberation that the ambassador could copy every word in longhand. But Henderson did not understand the signal, and all the interpreter could do was make a thick red mark in his notebook, a personal notation meaning that the die was cast for war. Thus ended the stormy interview which, according to Ribbentrop, was conducted with discourtesy by Henderson and with coolness by himself. Despite the late hour, the foreign minister reported immediately to Hitler at the Chancellery and suggested that Henderson be given the German proposals in writing. The Führer refused. 3. Early the next morning, Henderson telephoned the secretary of the Polish embassy, warning him that he had information from an unquestionably accurate source that there would be war if Poland did not undertake to do something within 2 or 3 hours. Every word was taken down by Hitler's wiretappers. So was Henderson's message to London 15 minutes later, repeating the same information, with the comment that while it might be a bluff, there was an equal possibility it was not. Although the Germans were still not privy to all the British ciphers, Henderson's indiscreet use of the telephone was making their task easier. The security in the British embassy in Rome, incidentally, was even slacker. Lord Perth's safe was regularly burgled each week by a professional thief in the employ of Italian intelligence authorities. Besides copying confidential material that revealed all British diplomatic codes and ciphers, the thief one night appropriated Lady Perth's tiara for himself. But even this loss brought no improvement in the embassy security measures. Fortunately for England, Mussolini was not yet turning over foreign codes and ciphers to his ally. The last day of August was a frantic one for men of goodwill. Dalarus got permission from Henderson to telephone London, and a little after noon was telling Sir Horace Wilson that Hitler's proposals were extremely liberal. According to Goering, he said, the Führer had put forward such terms with the sole intention of showing the British how anxious he was to secure a friendly settlement with the English. As Dalarus was speaking, Wilson heard a German voice repeating the words. Realizing the phone was tapped, he instructed Dalarus to give his information to Henderson, but the amateur diplomat did not get the hint, nor did he stop when Wilson warned that he should not get ahead of the clock. Finally, Wilson told Dalarus in plain language to shut up, and, when he did not, slammed down the receiver. While the professional and amateur diplomats were grasping for a peaceful solution, the program for war proceeded relentlessly. That noon, Hitler issued the second order for invasion, driven to this extremity, according to A.I. Berndt, his liaison man with DNB, by a gross lie. Berndt thought the reported number of German nationals killed by Poles too small, and simply added a naught. At first, Hitler refused to believe such a large figure, but when Berndt replied that it may have been somewhat exaggerated, but something monstrous must have happened to give rise to such stories, Hitler shouted, "They'll pay for this. Now no one will stop me from teaching these fellows a lesson they'll never forget. I will not have my Germans butchered like cattle." At this point the Führer went to the phone and, in Berndt's presence, ordered Keitel to issue Directive No. 1 for the conduct of the war. Already prepared, its opening words were tailored to fit the moment. Since the situation on Germany's eastern front has become intolerable and all political possibilities of peaceful settlement have been exhausted, I have decided upon a solution by force. The attack on Poland was definitely set for the following day, Friday, the 1st of September, and no action would be taken in the west. The directive was hand-carried to all senior commanders, who transmitted, with the greatest possible secrecy, special orders to field commanders. At 4 p.m., the executive order to begin the invasion was confirmed. Troops and equipment began moving up to forward positions near the frontier. Simultaneously, special orders were transmitted to a secret German unit on the Polish border by the chief of the SS Security Service. Reinhard Heydrich had concocted a diabolical scheme, Operation Himmler, to give Hitler a perfect excuse for launching his attack. SD detachments disguised as Polish soldiers and guerrillas would create incidents along the border the night before the invasion. In exactly 4 hours they were to attack a forestry station, destroy a German customs building, and, most important, briefly occupy the German radio station at Gliwice. After shouting anti-German slogans into the microphone, the Poles would retreat, leaving behind a number of dead bodies as proof that a fight had taken place. The bodies presented no problem. Heydrich had already selected the victims. They were called canned goods from concentration camps. In Berlin, Ambassador Lipski, after a 5.5-hour delay, was finally escorted into Ribbentrop's office at 6:30 p.m. Fatigued and nervous, Lipski read a brief communication stating that his government was favorably considering British proposals for direct negotiations between Germany and Poland and would make a formal reply on the subject within the next few hours. He added pointedly that he had been trying to make this declaration since 1 p.m. "Have you come as an emissary empowered to negotiate?" asked Ribbentrop coolly, to which Lipski replied that he merely had instructions, for the time being, to transmit the message he had just read. Ribbentrop protested that he had expected Lipski to come as a fully empowered delegate. "Have you authority to negotiate with us now on the German proposals?" he persisted. Lipski did not. "Well then, there is no point to our continuing the conversation." So ended one of the briefest interviews in Schmidt's experience. Lipski never asked to see Hitler's 16-point proposal, and even if Ribbentrop had volunteered it, he was not authorized to receive it. He was following his orders not to enter into any concrete negotiations. The Poles were apparently so confident they could whip the Germans, with help from their allies, that they were not interested in discussing Hitler's offer. Nor were England and France extending themselves to persuade the Poles to negotiate. When Lipski arrived back at his embassy, he attempted to phone Warsaw. The line was dead. The Germans had cut communications. There was no more they needed to know. At the Chancellery, Adolf Hitler was conversing with Italian Ambassador Attolico, who had arrived at 7 p.m. Once again Attolico urged peace. Would Hitler agree to Il Duce acting as last-minute mediator? "We must first await the course of events," said the Führer. These now marched on schedule. At exactly 8 p.m., Heydrich's fake Polish attack on the radio station at Gliwice took place. An hour later, all German stations cancelled regular programs so that an official statement could be read. The 16-point offer was repeated word for word, and even unfriendly foreign correspondents were impressed by its reasonableness. The Poles never for a moment considered accepting the German proposal. Instead of sending a hurried request to resume negotiations that might possibly have thrown Hitler's plot off balance, they retaliated aggressively with their own broadcast at 11 p.m. It charged that the German broadcast clearly exposed Hitler's aims. Words can no longer veil the aggressive plans of the new Huns. Germany is aiming at the domination of Europe and is cancelling the rights of nations with as yet unprecedented cynicism. This impudent proposal shows clearly how necessary were the military orders, mobilization, given by the Polish government. Ribbentrop went to the Chancellery to see how the Führer reacted to the Polish broadcast. "Nothing else can be done," said Hitler. "Things are now in motion." He was noticeably composed. After weeks of worry and doubt, the course for the future was at last set. He went to bed assured that England and France would not take action. Perhaps the greatest assurance that night to Hitler, he had recently told his military that the treaty with Stalin had been a pact with Satan to drive out the devil, was a brief message from Moscow that the Supreme Soviet had finally ratified the treaty with Germany after a brilliant speech by Molotov. To Hitler, the invasion of Poland was not war, only a coup to seize what was rightfully Germany's. It was a localized action which both England and France, after making face-saving gestures, would surely accept as a fait accompli. Time and again his adjutants had heard him say at the dinner table, "The English will leave the Poles in the lurch as they did the Czechs." Although intercepts from his own research office clearly indicated it was probable that both England and France would intervene in the event of a German-Polish war, Hitler could not bring himself to believe this, since, according to his personal adjutant Schaub, it disturbed the formation of his intuition. He preferred to put more credence in a personal conviction that neither Britain nor France would act. "England is bluffing," he recently had told his court photographer, then added with a rare impish grin, "and so am I." Goering was in his private train when word came that Hitler had made the final decision for war. Beside himself with anger, he got Ribbentrop on the phone. "Now you've got your damned war. It's all your doing," he shouted, and slammed down the receiver. It was ironic. Perhaps no one had warned the Führer more often than Ribbentrop that England would surely fight if pushed to the limit. 4. At 4:45 Friday morning, September 1st, the German cruiser Schleswig-Holstein, in Danzig harbour on a courtesy visit, began shelling the little peninsula where Poland maintained a military depot and 88 soldiers. Simultaneously, artillery fire crashed along the Polish-German border, followed by a massive surge eastward of German infantry and tanks. There was no formal declaration of war, but within the hour Hitler broadcast a proclamation to his troops. He had no other choice, he said, than to meet force with force. In Rome, Il Duce was outwardly calm. A few hours earlier, spurred by his own fear and a deluge of cautionary advice, he had come to a wise but embarrassing decision. Italy would remain neutral. He personally telephoned Attolico and urged him to beg the Führer to send him a telegram releasing him from the obligation of their alliance. Hitler quickly composed an answer that hid his anger. "I am convinced that we can carry out the task imposed upon us with the military forces of Germany," he said, and thanked Mussolini for everything he could do in the future for the common cause of fascism and National Socialism. He signed the note at 9:40 a.m., then headed for the Kroll Opera House to address the Reichstag. The onlookers were surprised to see Hitler step briskly onto the stage in a tailored field-grey uniform. It looked like military dress, but was merely the party uniform in a new colour. The audience listened intently as, in a low, raucous voice, he hammered out his case against Poland, point by point, all the time working himself into a state of indignation. He also regretted that the Western powers thought their interests were involved. "I have repeatedly offered England our friendship and, if necessary, closest cooperation. Love, however, is not a one-sided affair, but must be responded to by the other side." Eva Braun, in the audience, turned to her sister and whispered, "This means war, Ilse, and he'll leave. What will become of me?" Perhaps because of its extemporaneous nature, the speech was not one of the Führer's best efforts, and Helmut Zundermann, along with others in the Dietrich office, was frantically correcting the grammar and removing the redundancies, so a presentable version could be submitted to the press. Hitler went on to promise that he would never wage war against women and children, and then announced that Polish soldiers had fired the first shots in German territory, and Wehrmacht troops were only returning the fire. "Who fights with poison," he threatened, "will be fought with poison. Who disregards the rules of human warfare can only expect us to take the same steps. I will carry on this fight, no matter against whom, until the safety of the Reich and its rights are secured. From this moment my whole life shall belong more than ever to my people. I now want to be nothing but the first soldier of the German Reich. Therefore I have once again put on that uniform which was always so sacred to and dear to me. I shall not take it off until after the victory, or I shall not live to see the end." The audience cheered, and in the fanatical excitement it went unnoticed that Eva Braun had covered her face and was weeping. "If something happens to him," she finally told her sister, "I will die too." Hitler was announcing that if anything should happen to him, Goering would be his successor. If the Reichsmarschall fell, Hess would take over. It was a unilateral decision, perhaps made on the spur of the moment, and indicated that there was really no longer a German government. The Führer was Germany. In startling contrast to the wild cheers of Sieg Heil in the opera house, the streets outside were almost deathly quiet. The few people abroad were serious, as if oppressed with concern for the future. There were no signs of the jubilation as on that August day 25 years before, when the Kaiser announced his war. Today there was no eager young Adolf Hitler in the streets, eyes alight with exultation. In 1914, the majority of Europeans had found relief in war. "We must never forget," wrote D.H. Lawrence of the war which he had vigorously opposed, "that mankind lives by a twofold motive, the motive of peace and increase, and the motive of contest and martial triumph. As soon as the appetite for martial adventure and triumph in conflict is satisfied, the appetite for peace and increase manifests itself, and vice versa. It seems a law of life." Between the armistice and today there had been little peace or increase. This generation had no immediate past of dull daily life, no desire for adventure or escape. Aware that the last war had settled nothing, these Germans knew from experience that war was long, tragic and inglorious, that it might radically alter their lives for the worse. As Eva Braun dejectedly left the opera house with Dr. Brandt, he tried to cheer her up. "Don't worry, Fräulein Braun," he said. The Führer told me that there will be peace again in 3 weeks' time." She managed to force a smile. Henderson telegraphed London that immediately after the speech Hitler had returned to the Chancellery and told his generals that his policy had broken down and that guns alone could now speak. Herr Hitler broke down and left the room without completing the speech. It could have been true. Early that afternoon, Goering summoned Belarus to the Chancellery. Hitler wished to see him. The Führer thanked Belarus for all his efforts, then blamed England that they had been in vain. There was now no longer any hope of an agreement. A moment later he interrupted a Goering irrelevancy to say he was determined to crush Polish resistance and annihilate Poland as a nation. If England still wanted to talk, however, he was willing to meet her halfway. Abruptly he began to shout and gesticulate. Goering averted his head in embarrassment. "If England wants to fight for a year, I shall fight 2 years." Hitler cut himself short, but after a moment's pause bellowed even louder as his arms milled about wildly. "If England wants to fight for 3 years, I shall fight for 3 years." He clenched his fist and shouted, "And if it is necessary, I will fight 10 years." From a crouch he smashed his fist down so low it almost touched the floor. When Hitler emerged into the anteroom a little later, however, he appeared to be in a state of joyful excitement. He exclaimed to Ribbentrop and 2 of his adjutants that the progress of his troops was beyond his wildest hopes. The entire campaign would be over before the West had time to draw up notes of protest. At this point, Otto Abetz, a French expert, offered his unsought opinion that France would declare war. Turning to Ribbentrop, Hitler raised his hands in mock terror. "Please spare me the verdict of your experts," he said, and heaped sarcasm on German diplomats who received the highest salaries, possessed the most modern means of communication, yet always came up with the wrong answer. They had predicted war over conscription, the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, the Sudeten crisis, and the occupation of Prague. His military attachés were just as bad. Either their wits have been so dulled by their fatiguing breakfast duty that they are unable to get a better overall picture of the situation in their countries than I can get from Berlin, or my policy does not suit them, and they falsify the true position in their reports in order to put obstacles in my path. You must understand, Ribbentrop, that I have at last decided to do without the opinions of people who have misinformed me on a dozen occasions, or even lied to me, and I shall rely on my own judgment, which has in all these cases given me better counsel than the competent experts. In London, Polish Ambassador Edward Raczynski had already taken it upon himself to call on Lord Halifax at 10 Downing Street and say, on his own responsibility, that his government considered the invasion a case of aggression under Article 1 of the Anglo-Polish Treaty of Mutual Assistance. "I have very little doubt about it," said Halifax. As the 2 men emerged into the hall, ministers were already arriving for an emergency cabinet meeting. Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, grasped Raczynski's hand. "We can shake hands now," he said. "We are all in the same boat. Britain is not in the habit of deserting her friends." Minutes later, Chamberlain was suggesting to his cabinet that Hitler be given a final warning. Unless hostilities ceased, England would fulfill her obligations to Poland. The message, he warned, should be worded cautiously, not as an ultimatum. Otherwise the Germans might immediately attack British ships. The world was shocked by the sudden attack, even though it was expected. There was no condemnation from the Vatican, which had been secretly exerting pressure on the Polish government, through Cardinal Toland, to negotiate with Hitler. President Roosevelt's first action was a plea that both belligerents promise not to bomb civilians or unfortified cities. It was a vow that Hitler had already publicly made, and Roosevelt's statement only annoyed him. His irritation escalated to indignation when his chargé in Washington reported that the deputy of the press chief in the U.S. State Department had told the DNB representative, "We only pity you people. Your government already stands convicted. They are condemned from one end of the earth to the other. For this bloodbath, if it now comes to war between Britain, France, and Germany, will have been absolutely unnecessary. The whole manner of conducting negotiations was as stupid as it could possibly be. Hitler blamed American hostility on the Jewish-controlled press and the Jews around President Rosenfeld. He retaliated by prohibiting all German Jews, as enemies of the state, from henceforth going outdoors after 8 p.m. in the winter and 9 p.m. in the summer. Before long, all Jewish radios would be confiscated. Late that afternoon, the British message to Germany was finally dispatched to Henderson, who was instructed to take it at once, in the company of his French colleague, to Ribbentrop. He should explain that it was a warning, not an ultimatum, but for his own information, and incidentally that of Hitler's wiretappers, that if the German reply was unsatisfactory, the next stage would be either an ultimatum with a time limit or an immediate declaration of war. Henderson and Coulondre arrived at the Wilhelmstrasse just before 9:30 p.m., but Ribbentrop refused to meet them together. First he saw the British ambassador, receiving him with pointed courtesy. Ribbentrop remarked that it was Poland which had provoked Germany, and began arguing, though not raucously. This time they did not stand nose to nose, but conducted themselves correctly. No sooner had Henderson left than Coulondre entered, with an almost identical note from France. Ribbentrop repeated that it was Poland's fault, not Germany's, but promised to pass on the message to Hitler. In London, Chamberlain was telling the Commons about the note sent to Hitler. England's only quarrel with the German people, he said, was that they allowed themselves to be governed by a Nazi government. As long as that government exists and pursues the methods it has so persistently followed during the last 2 years, there will be no peace in Europe. We shall merely pass from one crisis to another, and see one country after another attacked by methods which have now become familiar to us in their sickening technique. We are resolved that these methods must come to an end. There were cheers from all benches. 5. Despite indications that Hitler would resent further attempts at mediation from Rome, Mussolini decided to make a final effort, and the next morning suggested a big power conference to settle the dispute. But the Führer was not enthusiastic, while both France and England were reluctant. "There is only one chance," Fritz Hesse in London phoned Havel of the Wilhelmstrasse, namely that we immediately move out of Poland and offer reparation payment for damages. If Hitler does that, there is probably 1 chance in 1,000,000 of avoiding the catastrophe. Within 2 hours Havel called back. A deep voice broke in, Ribbentrop's. "You know who is speaking," he said, "but asked not to be mentioned by name. Please go immediately to your confidant, you know who I mean," he was referring to Sir Horace Wilson, "and tell him this. The Führer is prepared to move out of Poland and to offer reparation damages, provided that we receive Danzig and a road through the corridor, if England will act as mediator in the German-Polish conflict. You are empowered by the Führer to submit this proposal to the British Cabinet and initiate negotiations immediately." Hesse was flabbergasted. Had a spectre of things to come finally dawned on the Führer at the last moment? Or was it just a charade to see how far the British would compromise with the sword of war dangling overhead? Hesse asked Ribbentrop to repeat the offer. He did, adding, "So there will be no misunderstanding. Point out again that you are acting on the express instructions of Hitler, and that this is no private action of mine." Hesse phoned 10 Downing Street. He was informed that Wilson would not be available for some time. A few minutes later, at exactly 7:44 p.m., Chamberlain walked into the House of Commons to make his statement. "We waited there exactly like a court awaiting the verdict of the jury," recalled Harold Nicholson. "But from the beginning the Prime Minister's speech was a letdown. His voice betrayed some emotion, as if he were sickening for a cold. He is a strange man. We expected one of his dramatic speeches, but none came. After assuring his listeners that His Majesty's government was bound to take action unless Hitler withdrew his forces from Poland, Chamberlain astounded them by asserting an agreement to do so would return matters to pre-invasion status. That is to say, The way would be open to discussions between the German and Polish governments of the matters at issue between them, on the understanding that the settlement arrived at was one that safeguarded the vital interests of Poland and was secured by an international guarantee. In other words, Chamberlain still hesitated. Later, according to Ambassador Kennedy, he said that the Americans and the world Jews had forced him into the war. There were indignant cries of, "Speak for England, Arthur," as acting Labour leader Arthur Greenwood sprang to his feet. "I wonder," he said, "how long we are prepared to vacillate at a time when Britain and all that Britain stands for and human civilization are in peril." A mutiny of the MPs was in the air, many demanding that an ultimatum to Hitler be issued at once without the French. But Chamberlain insisted on acting in consort. At 9:15 p.m. he phoned Daladier and proposed a compromise. Daladier hedged. His cabinet insisted on giving Hitler until noon tomorrow to withdraw from Poland. Almost at the moment they hung up, Hesse arrived at 10 Downing Street to see Wilson. Sir Horace was visibly impressed by Hitler's new proposal to quit Poland, but was reluctant to present it to the cabinet. The situation, he said, had changed drastically since their last meeting. Roosevelt had secretly promised to help Chamberlain if he declared war, and Russia certainly would not fight on Germany's side. Hesse persisted. "I see in this offer," he said, "the last and only chance to avoid war, and also a sign that Hitler recognizes he has made a mistake. Otherwise, I would not have this proposal in my hands." Sir Horace could not believe that Hitler had changed his mind. Would he make a public apology for his acts of violence? If so, there might still be a chance. Such a suggestion, said Hesse, was a psychological error. In Hitler's eyes, at least, the responsibility for the present crisis was not solely his. This brought an unusually loud rejoinder from Wilson. Hitler, and Hitler alone, was responsible for the situation. "If this proposal fails merely because Hitler won't apologize," said Hesse in desperation, "then the world will believe that Chamberlain wanted the war inasmuch as he had the chance of avoiding it." Wilson thought this over. "All right," he said. "Repeat your suggestion again. Perhaps I can transmit it to the cabinet." After Hesse did so, Sir Horace paced up and down, hands behind his back. There was a knock at the door. A servant handed Wilson a slip of paper. After reading it twice, he held it over the flame of a candle, paced anew. Finally, he turned to Hesse. "I cannot forward your suggestion to the cabinet," he said. The note undoubtedly was that Chamberlain had just decided to act, even if it had to be without France. At 11:30 p.m., the cabinet met once more in emergency session. Chamberlain said he wanted to make a statement to the British people the following noon. "I therefore suggest," he said, "that Sir Neville Henderson should be instructed to see Herr von Ribbentrop at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and to say that unless a reply is received by 12 noon, a state of war will exist between England and Germany as from that hour." It was possible, he added, that this decision might spur the French to act earlier, but he doubted it. Simon protested that the noon ultimatum would not give Chamberlain time to make his statement to the people. It should be 11 a.m. There was general agreement, and the meeting ended. Then came a loud clap of thunder, and through the window could be seen a flash of lightning. The Führer, according to his valet, spent that evening at the Chancellery, quietly discussing the Polish campaign. But upon reading Hesse's report of the futile meeting with Wilson, it arrived 2 hours after midnight, he purportedly lost his temper and began blaming Ribbentrop for Italy's refusal to take part in the war. Nor was the harried foreign minister's day yet over. At about 4 a.m., the British Embassy telephoned to say that Henderson wished to give Ribbentrop an important communication at 9 a.m. It was obviously a disagreeable message, and might even contain an ultimatum. Ribbentrop didn't feel like facing this. He turned to Schmidt, who happened to be on hand, and told him to receive Henderson in his place. 6. Sunday, September 3rd, dawned clear and balmy. It was a lovely day, and ordinarily Berliners would be streaming out to the nearby woods and lakes to enjoy the holiday. Today they were depressed and confused to find themselves at the threshold of a major war. Of all mornings, this was the one that Schmidt, in bed only a few hours, overslept. Rushing by taxi to the Foreign Office, he saw Henderson enter the building, and himself raced into a side entrance. He was standing, somewhat breathless, in Ribbentrop's office as the hour of 9 struck and Henderson was announced. The ambassador shook hands, but declined Schmidt's invitation to sit down. "I regret that on the instructions of my government," he said with deep emotion, "I have to hand you an ultimatum for the German government." He read out the statement, which called for war unless Germany gave assurances that all troops would be withdrawn from Poland by 11 o'clock British summer time. Henderson extended the document. "I am sincerely sorry," he said, "that I must hand such a document to you, in particular as you have always been most anxious to help." While Henderson would not be remembered for astuteness, retaining as he did a naive conception of the Führer to the end, he had succeeded in outshouting him and staring down Ribbentrop on successive evenings, feats worthy of some applause. In a few minutes Schmidt was at the Chancellery. He made his way with some difficulty through the crowd gathered outside of the Führer's office. To anxious questions on his mission, he said cryptically, "Classroom dismissed." Hitler was at his desk. Ribbentrop stood by the window. Both turned expectantly as Schmidt entered. He slowly translated the British ultimatum. At last Hitler turned to Ribbentrop and abruptly said, "What now?" "I assume," said Ribbentrop quietly, "that the French will hand in a similar ultimatum within the hour." Schmidt was engulfed in the anteroom by eager questions, but once he revealed that England was declaring war in 2 hours, there was complete silence. Finally Goering said, "If we lose this war, then God have mercy on us." Everywhere Schmidt saw grave faces. Even the usually ebullient Goebbels stood in a corner, downcast and self-absorbed. One man refused to give up hope. Dalarus located Goering in his private train. Why didn't the Reichsmarshal fly to London and negotiate with the British? Goering was persuaded to telephone Hitler. Surprisingly, he reported, the Führer liked the idea, but first wanted British concurrence. Dalarus telephoned the councillor at the British Embassy, who replied that the Germans must first answer the ultimatum. Undeterred, Dalarus phoned the Foreign Office in London. He got the same answer. Still he persisted. He somehow persuaded Goering to ring up Hitler again and suggest sending a conciliatory official reply to the British. Dalarus waited outside the train, nervously pacing up and down while Goering talked with the Führer. Finally, Goering stepped out of the train, seating himself at a large collapsible table in a stand of beech trees. He muttered that a plane was standing by to take him to England. But Dalarus concluded from the disappointed look on his face that he had been refused by the Führer. But the Swede was not perspicacious. At Nuremberg he dolefully admitted that he had been misled in general by both Hitler and Goering, and could have been taken in by Goering's play-acting. The extent of Dalarus' naivete was revealed in his own recorded reaction to the moment. "My blood boiled as I saw the hopelessness of this powerful man, and I could not understand why, knowing what he did not jump into his car, drive to the Chancellery, and tell them what he really thought, always supposing he really meant all the things he had been telling me for the past 2 months." So ended the stout, if amateurish, efforts of Dalarus to prevent war. At 11:15 a.m., Ambassador Henderson received a message to call upon Ribbentrop. Within 15 minutes he was handed Germany's reply to the ultimatum, a flat refusal. Henderson looked up from the statement and remarked that it would be left to history to judge where the blame really lay. Ribbentrop replied that nobody had striven harder for peace and good relations with England than Herr Hitler had done, and wished Henderson well personally. At noon, loudspeakers in the streets of Berlin blared out the news of war with England to shocked listeners. London, where it was 11 a.m., was hot and summery. and Chamberlain was steeling himself for his broadcast to the people. 15 minutes later, he announced that England was at war. The British government, he said, had done everything possible to establish peace and had a clear conscience. Now may God bless you all, and may he defend the right. Even as he was speaking, Coulondre handed over to Ribbentrop France's ultimatum, and was told that France would therefore be the aggressor. But it was England that bore the brunt of Hitler's resentment. He who so readily perceived British weakness had completely failed to judge British strength. His localized war was turning into a general conflagration because of this miscalculation. It was an impasse born of his first crucial mistake, the decision to seize all of Czechoslovakia. If he had not done so, and had waited for that country to fall into his lap, it is doubtful that the English would have reacted so positively to his demands on Poland. What Hitler had refused to accept, even though he may have guessed as much, was that an Englishman will go so far, but not 1 inch farther. Despite information to the contrary by Hesse and intelligence reports, Hitler had been misled by his own distorted picture of British character. It was with unprecedented embarrassment, therefore, that he informed Admiral Raeder of the Western ultimatum. There was little doubt that the occupants of the Kremlin were surprised by the British declaration. The news of war, reported the Moscow correspondent of the London Daily Telegraph, astonished the Russians. They expected a compromise. Curiously, the Soviets showed so little inclination to join the attack on Poland that Ribbentrop invited them to do so in a telegram dispatched early that evening to Ambassador von der Schulenburg. "In our estimation," explained Ribbentrop, "this would be not only a relief for us, but also be in the sense of the Moscow agreements, and in the Soviet interest as well." Hitler was already preparing to leave the Chancellery with his entourage to board a special train bound for the fighting front. 9 minutes before it left Berlin, the Führer sent off a message to the ally who had failed to support him in his greatest crisis. Unlike the telegram to Moscow, this one to Mussolini was sent in the clear, and was replete with dramatic phrases. He was aware, said Hitler, that this was a struggle of life and death, but he had chosen to wage war with deliberation, and his faith remained as firm as a rock. As the Führer's train pulled out of the station at exactly 9 p.m., he did not show the confidence of this letter. One secretary, Gerda Daranowski, noticed he was very quiet, pale and thoughtful. Never before had she seen him like that. And another, Christa Schroeder, overheard him say to Hess, "Now all my work crumbles. I wrote my book for nothing." But to his valet he seemed the epitome of assurance. There was, he said, nothing to worry about in the West. Britain and France would break their teeth on the Westwall. As the train headed east, Hitler called Linger to the dining salon, and ordered an even more Spartan diet from that day on. "You will see to it," he said, "that I have only what the ordinary people of Germany can have. It is my duty to set an example." Part 7. By Force of Arms. Chapter 21. Victory in the West, September 3rd, 1939 to June 25th, 1940. 1. The invasion of Poland proceeded rapidly. Polish cavalrymen carrying long lances were no match for German tanks. In a concentrated land and air attack, the defenders were overwhelmed. Harried from the air by fighter planes, bombers, and screeching Stukas, the Polish ground forces were quickly dispersed by 1.5 million men, supported by heavy self-propelled guns and tanks. It was this incredible mass of panzers in particular which wreaked havoc. They burst through defences and ravaged the rear. The blitzkrieg was almost as terrifying to foreign observers as the victims, for it presaged a frightening turning point in the art of warfare. By morning of September 5th, the Polish Air Force was destroyed. The battle for the corridor ended. 2 days later, most of Poland's 35 divisions were either routed or surrounded. Hitler closely followed the action in his special train. Designating it as Führer headquarters, even though Jodel's operations staff remained in Berlin. Once he had donned a uniform, his way of life changed drastically. Assuming the old role of frontline soldier, he imposed on Führer headquarters an austere simplicity. His new motto was, "Frontline troops must be assured that their leader shares their privations." Every morning, after dictating orders of the day to Fräulein Schröder, he set out for the battlefield with pistol and ox-hide whip. He rode in an open vehicle, weather permitting, so the troops would recognize him, while his valet and adjutant tossed out packs of cigarettes. To the wonder of his entourage, he began devoting himself tirelessly to the most minute details of operations. He spent hours, for example, personally inspecting kitchens and mess halls, tyrannically imposing the enlisted man's diet on officers. This aspect of the new regimen soon ended, but in all matters of the battlefield he continued to have unflagging interest. That is, with one significant exception. When Schmundt asked him to speak to the first trainload of wounded, he could not do so. The sight of their suffering, he confessed, would be intolerable. As the one-sided campaign drew to a close, an unexpected visitor appeared at Führer headquarters. Fritz Hesse had come to report that the German official delegation in London had been given a friendly farewell, not only by their high-ranking British friends, but by the population. A crowd outside the embassy had shouted, "See you at Christmas." Hesse had also come to Poland out of personal concern. He understood he was in disfavour because of his persistence in seeking peace. But Havel, who presently enjoyed Hitler's complete confidence, assured him that the Führer had sincerely sought negotiations with the British. What provoked him into invading Poland were the reports of atrocities inflicted on German nationals. Hesse could not believe that the order to invade had come in a moment of rage. Yes, this was without a doubt the cause, insisted Havel. And he soon regretted that he had given way to his temper. That was why he had permitted Hesse to negotiate with Sir Horace Wilson after the invasion. Yes, Hitler would have just liked to say, "Everybody about face, march, march." "My God!" exclaimed Hesse bitterly. "Couldn't anyone make it clear to him that although a dictator can order, about face, march, march, it is impossible in a parliamentary nation to cancel a decision for war made after long and thoughtful preparation? How can he imagine such a thing? I always warned that there was a war party in England, and that the collapse of Chamberlain's foreign policy would certainly bring victory to this war party. Didn't anyone read this report?" After a silence, the disconcerted Havel admitted that the Führer had a rather strange concept of the workings of a democracy. "He snorted at me when I tried to explain to him your report on the statements Chamberlain made in the House of Commons. He simply did not want to believe it. Don't be afraid, though. In the meantime, he has realized your report was correct. But for heaven's sake, don't make use of this. Nothing irritates the Führer more than people who were right when he was wrong." What concerned Hitler more than England, for there was no action at all on the Western Front, was the reluctance of the Soviet Union to join in the attack on Poland. Apparently, Stalin wanted to wait until the last possible moment so as to minimize Red Army losses. It was not until 2 a.m. September 17th that the German ambassador in Moscow was personally informed by Stalin that the Red Army would cross the Polish frontier in several hours. At 4 a.m. local time, the Red Army crossed along eastern front of Poland. At one point, men of the Polish Frontier Corps saw a horde of horse-drawn carts filled with soldiers coming through the morning mist. "Don't shoot," shouted the Red Army men. "We've come to help you against the Germans." The defenders were so confused, white flags were attached to the leading Russian vehicles, that the Soviets passed through in many places without receiving a shot. It was the end of eastern Poland. Ribbentrop was not awakened until 8 a.m., and when he learned that Schmidt had let him sleep 3 hours, he shouted angrily, "The German and Russian armies are rushing toward each other. There may be clashes, and all because you were too slack to waken me." The interpreter tried to calm him by reminding him that a demarcation line had been set up. But the foreign minister, his face lathered, continued to rage as he brandished a razor. You have meddled with the course of world history. You have not enough experience for that. What really infuriated Ribbentrop, who was up front with a skeleton staff, was that the delay allowed Goebbels, and not his own office, to issue the news to foreign journalists in Berlin. The only contest now was between the victors. Before the first day of Russian participation ended, the two allies were wrangling over the text of the joint communiqué which would attempt to justify the conquest of Poland. Stalin objected to the German draft. It presented the facts all too frankly, then wrote out in his own hand a new version. No sooner had Hitler bowed to this revision than Stalin presented another far more important one, an out-and-out partition of the spoils which would deprive the Poles of even the semblance of independence. On the face of it, the Russian proposal was advantageous to Germany, but Hitler's suspicion was such that it was 4 days before Ribbentrop was empowered to endorse it. The foreign minister arrived in the Russian capital at 5:50 p.m. September 27th to negotiate the new treaty. It seemed to have been timed auspiciously, since Warsaw had just capitulated to German arms. That was, until Ribbentrop received a warning from Berlin of imminent Soviet attacks on Estonia and Latvia. It was, therefore, with apprehension that Ribbentrop set out for the Kremlin later that evening. He already was sure that Stalin was going to make him a tempting offer, but feared the price might be too high. At 10 p.m. the conference began. As expected, Stalin formally offered all Polish territory east of the Vistula, which included most of Poland's populated areas. In return, all he wanted was the third Baltic state, Lithuania. After the 3-hour meeting ended, Ribbentrop sent off a message by telephone to the Führer. Stalin's proposal, he reported, had one very attractive feature, namely that, with control of the bulk of their population, the Polish national problem might be dealt with as Germany saw fit. Shrewd Stalin knew his Hitler. Beyond a need for continuing good relations with the Soviets, the Führer could not resist the opportunity of controlling this breeding ground of Jews. He authorized Ribbentrop to sign the treaty and presented Stalin with the last of the Baltic states. It was a heavy price to pay for keeping his rear in the east free while he dealt with the west. On the surface, it looked like another instance of opportunism, sacrificing the future for the present. But Hitler was so convinced of the weakness of the Red Army that he must have felt he could easily take back by force what he had given away on paper. During the next day's final negotiations, the Soviets insisted that Ribbentrop telephone the Führer for definite approval of all angles of the treaty. Hitler affirmed the agreement, although Ribbentrop sensed that it was with some misgivings. "I want to establish quite firm and close relations," he said. And when Ribbentrop reported these words, Stalin replied laconically, "Hitler knows his business." Stalin beamed upon Molotov and Ribbentrop as they signed the pact at 5 a.m. on the 29th. But Ribbentrop's remark that Russians and Germans must never again fight brought an embarrassing silence. Finally Stalin replied, "This ought to be the case." The coolness of the tone and the unusual phrasing impelled Ribbentrop to ask the interpreter for confirmation. The second Stalin remark was equally vague. When Ribbentrop wondered whether the Soviets were willing to go beyond friendship agreement and conclude an alliance for the coming battles with the West, the answer was, "I shall never allow Germany to become weak." The words were uttered so spontaneously that Ribbentrop concluded they must have expressed Stalin's conviction. He returned to Berlin, still puzzling over the two remarks. Hitler was even more concerned, interpreting Stalin's words to mean that the chasm between their philosophies was too wide for bridging, and that a dispute was bound to arise. Only then did the Führer explain that he had made the Lithuanian concession to prove to Stalin his intention of settling questions with his eastern neighbor for good and of establishing real confidence from the start. Taking these words at face value, as he had those of Stalin, Ribbentrop remained convinced that Hitler really sought a permanent understanding with the Soviets. While Stalin was digesting the 3 Baltic states and eastern Poland, Hitler was transforming the rest of that nation into a massive killing ground. He had already ordered Jews from the Reich massed in specific Polish cities having good rail connections. Object: final solution, which will take some time, as Heydrich explained to SS commanders on September 21st. He was talking of the extermination of the Jews, already an open secret among many high-ranking party officials. These grisly preparations were augmented by a house-cleaning of Polish intelligentsia, clergy and nobility by 5 murder squads known as Einsatzgruppen, special groups. Hitler's hatred of Poles was of relatively recent origin. He was convinced that during the past few years numerous atrocities had been inflicted on the German minority in Poland. Tens of thousands were carried off, mistreated and murdered in the most gruesome manner, he told a partisan crowd in Danzig on September 19th. Sadistic beasts vented their perverted instincts, and this democratic, religious world looked on without even a whimper. But, he added, Almighty God has now blessed our weapons. Now he was getting his revenge. By mid-autumn, 3,500 intelligentsia, whom Hitler considered carriers of Polish nationalism, were liquidated. It is only in this manner, he explained, that we can acquire the vital territory which we need. After all, who today remembers the extermination of the Armenians? This terror was accompanied by the ruthless expulsion of 1,200,000 ordinary Poles from their ancestral homes, so that Germans from the Baltic and outlying portions of Poland could be properly housed. In the ensuing bitter months, more Poles lost their lives in the resettlement from exposure to zero weather than those on the execution list. 2. Even as the SS carried out Hitler's radical program in the East, he turned his attention to the West. With the better part of Poland he sought to end the war with France and England one way or the other. First, he launched a peace offensive in press and radio. Hitler will again reach an understanding with the English, Havel assured Fritz Hesse, and wants to make it as easy as possible for them. The Führer, he said, was also prepared to let Hesse resume his sub-rosa negotiations with Sir Horace Wilson, so long as Germany was guaranteed an absolutely free hand in the East. Hitler could not agree, for instance, to refrain from attacking Russia. Hesse was puzzled, and if it had not been anyone as close to Hitler as Havel, he would have dismissed such a fantastic idea. Why then, he asked, did the Führer make a pact with Stalin if he intended to attack the Soviet Union? Havel explained that Hitler had made the deal for one reason, to keep the English neutral. Since it had failed to do so, he was already thinking of breaking it. Stalin's greed for territory had exasperated the Führer, who had given up the Baltic only with a bleeding heart. Hesse protested that this completely contradicted Ribbentrop's assessment. In Hitler's eyes, was Havel's surprising reply, Ribbentrop plays no role at all. Hitler looked upon him merely as a sort of secretary. That was why the Führer had been playing the English game through unofficial channels like Hesse, Goering and Dalarus. Later that September, he encouraged the last to make another trip to London. The British can have peace if they want it, said Hitler, but they will have to hurry. But while he talked peace to Dalarus, he was privately determined to make war. Within hours, he was telling the commanders of the Army, Navy and Air Force of his decision to launch an early attack in the West, since the Franco-British Army is not yet prepared. He set the date, November 12th. Colonel Vallimont noticed that everyone, including Goering, was clearly entirely taken aback. The Führer occasionally glanced at a small piece of paper as he gave the background of his decision and outlined the broad directives for operations. He did not, for example, intend to use the Schlieffen Plan of 1914, but would attack through Belgium and Luxembourg in approximately a west-northwest direction so as to gain the Channel ports. No one spoke a word in protest, and as soon as Hitler finished speaking, he tossed his notes into the fire. Dalarus, granted free transit by both sides, was back in London on September 28th. He talked to Cadogan that morning for more than 2 hours, But the latter, predictably, was not at all impressed. "He really hadn't much to say," Cadogan wrote in his diary. "He's like a wasp at a picnic. One can't beat him off. He's brought very little from Berlin." Belarus was no more successful with Chamberlain and Halifax. But Hitler was not daunted. On October 6th he made a public appeal for peace at the Kroll Opera House. Why should this war in the West be fought? For restoration of Poland? Poland of the Versailles Treaty will never rise again. The establishment of the Polish state, he said, was a problem to be solved by Russia and Germany, not the West. What other reason was there for war? Admittedly, there were numerous problems of great importance which had to be solved sooner or later. Was it not more sensible to do so at the conference table, before millions of men were uselessly killed and billions of riches destroyed? Courtship was followed by dire prediction. Destiny will decide who is right. One thing only is certain. In the course of world history there have never been two victors, but very often only vanquished. He prayed that God might show the Third Reich and all other nations the correct course. If, however, the opinions of Messer Churchill and followers should prevail, this statement will have been my last. Then we shall fight. There will never be another November 18th in German history. Almost certainly, Hitler had no intention of accepting a permanent peace with two great powers capable of threatening the Reich's security. A temporary one, however, might enable him to divide France from England and so vanquish them separately. That was why he could speak so sincerely. Throughout Germany there was a feeling of widespread relief over the Führer's plea for peace, and even premature celebrations of joy, only slightly dampened by Daladier's quick answer the following day. France, he declared, would never lay down arms until assured of a real peace and general security. But as days passed without word from London, hope grew in Berlin. The Führer, however, was preparing for the worst. On October 9th he issued Directive No. 6 for the conduct of war, which outlined an invasion through Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland. The next morning, at 11, 7 of his military commanders reported to the Chancellery. Before presenting the new directive, Hitler read out a memorandum of his own composition, which indicated that he was a student of military and political history. Germany and the West, he said, had been enemies since the dissolution of the First German Reich in 1648, and this struggle would have to be fought out one way or the other. But he had no objection to ending the war immediately, so long as the gains in Poland were accepted. His listeners were not asked for comment, nor did they volunteer any. They were called upon only to endorse the German war aim, the destruction of the power and ability of the Western powers ever again to be able to oppose the state consolidation and further development of the German people in Europe. He acknowledged the objections to haste in launching the attack, but time was on the enemy's side. Because of the Russian treaty and the great victory in Poland, Germany was at last in position, for the first time in many years, to make war on a single front. With the East secured, the Wehrmacht could throw all its forces against England and France. It was a situation that could terminate abruptly. By no treaty or pact can a lasting neutrality of Soviet Russia be ensured with certainty. The greatest safeguard against any Soviet attack lay in a prompt demonstration of German strength. Furthermore, hope of Italian support depended primarily on how long Mussolini remained alive. The situation in Rome could change in a flash. So could the neutrality of Belgium, Holland, and the United States. Time was working against Germany in many ways. At present she enjoyed military superiority, but England and France were closing the gap, since their war industries could call upon the resources of most of the world. A long war presented great dangers. The Reich had limited supplies of food and raw materials, and the fount of war production, the Ruhr, was dangerously vulnerable to air attack and long-range artillery. He proceeded to purely military matters. They must avoid the trench warfare of 1914-18. The attack, he said, would depend on the new tank and air tactics developed in Poland. Panzers would lead the breakthrough. He urged his commanders to improvise, and illustrated how they could prevent fronts from becoming stable by massed drives through identified weakly held positions. It was a brilliant display, but almost every one of his commanders remained convinced that the Wehrmacht was not yet prepared or suitably supplied for war with the West. Yet there was not a single objection, not even after the Führer's announcement that the start of the attack could not begin too early. It is to take place in all circumstances, if at all possible, this autumn. In London, Chamberlain was still pondering an answer to Hitler's latest peace offer. As he walked into the cabinet meeting on the day the Führer's invasion directive was issued, he was perturbed by the first enthusiastic American reaction to Hitler's very attractive series of proposals. He was clear in his own mind that the Hitler speech offered no real advance toward a reasonable peace, and he told the cabinet that their reply should be stiff. The ministers agreed, but it was decided to hold up the answer 2 days. On the morning of October 11th, it was rumoured in Berlin that the Chamberlain government had fallen, and an armistice was imminent. The old women in the capital's vegetable market, reported an assistant correspondent on the New York Herald Tribune, threw cabbages in the air and wrecked their own stands in sheer joy. A holiday spirit spread through the city until Berlin radio denied the report. The following afternoon, after a week's delay, Chamberlain finally answered Hitler. He announced in Commons that the German proposals were hereby rejected as vague and uncertain. If Hitler wanted peace, acts, not words alone, must be forthcoming. He must supply convincing proof that he truly sought peace. Applause from the House was moderate. In Berlin, a circular from the press department of the Foreign Ministry was immediately telegraphed in the clear to all foreign stations. It denounced the Prime Minister's reply as an outrageous affront. To Hitler, the rejection was disappointing but not unexpected. He summoned Goering and the 2 men responsible for Luftwaffe production, Field Marshal Erhard Milch and Colonel General Ernst Udet. "My attempts to make peace with the West have failed," he said. "The war continues. Now we can and must manufacture the bombs." 3. As word spread of Hitler's decision to attack the West, various resistance groups inside Germany concocted plans for coup d'état and assassinations. Some wanted to execute the Führer, others simply to kidnap him and set up either a military junta or a democratic regime. Lists of ministers were drawn up. Peace feelers were extended to the United States and other neutrals. The most serious group of conspirators came from the OKW itself, and its leading spirit was an impetuous cavalry officer, Colonel Hans Oster. As chief assistant to Admiral Canaris in the Abwehr, the intelligence service, this impatient, often imprudent man could not have been in a more strategic position. Moreover, he had connections with every faction in the Wehrmacht, private individuals like Schacht, the Foreign Ministry, and even the SS. Oster found a valuable recruit in a Munich lawyer, Josef Müller, who had detested Hitler for years. Müller, a devout Catholic, made a clandestine trip to Rome early that October with the connivance of Oster, his object to discover if the British were prepared to make peace with an anti-Nazi regime. He met Pius XII and found him willing to act as intermediary. The Pope's secretary sounded out the British minister and was informed that Great Britain was not averse to making a soft peace with an anti-Hitler Germany. Müller was empowered to take this information orally back to Germany, but begged for something in writing that would prove to the Abwehr and military commanders that this peace proposal was authorized by the Holy Father himself. Surprisingly, the Vatican agreed, and a letter was written by the Pope's private secretary outlining the main bases for peace with England. The Oster group was cheered. Of all their attempts to make contact with the West, this was the most promising. Perhaps the Pope's promise of participation would at last induce Brauchitsch to take an active part in the conspiracy. But the army commander-in-chief was not impressed. He was convinced that the German people were all for Hitler. General Halder proved to be almost as timid, but under pressure from Oster and others, he finally agreed to help carry out a putsch. All at once, it appeared as if the leading officers were willing to take action. The conspirators were even assured that Brauchitsch himself was prepared to join them if Hitler refused to call off the invasion. A showdown between Army Chief and Führer was set for Sunday, November 5th, the day the troops were scheduled to move to attack positions on the Western Front. Brauchitsch appeared as scheduled at the Chancellery. After presenting a memorandum, he elaborated on the main arguments against the invasion. It would be impossible, he said, to mount such a massive offensive in the autumn or spring rains. "It rains on the enemy too," replied Hitler curtly. In desperation, Brauchitsch argued that the Polish campaign indicated that the fighting spirit of the German infantrymen was far below that of the World War. There were even signs of insubordination similar to those in 1918. Hitler had been listening politely, if coolly. This remark enraged him. "In what units have there been any cases of lack of discipline?" he demanded. "What happened? Where?" Brauchitsch had deliberately exaggerated to deter Hitler, and he shrank before such fury. "What action has been taken by the army commander?" demanded the Führer. "How many death sentences have been carried out?" He turned his vitriol on the army. It had never been loyal or had confidence in his genius, and had consistently sabotaged rearmament by deliberate slow-down methods. The army, in fact, was afraid to fight. Suddenly Hitler spun around and marched out of the room. Brauchitsch was still in a state of shock when he staggered into army headquarters at Zossen, 18 miles away, and stammered out an incoherent account of what had taken place. Almost simultaneously, a telephone call from the Chancellery reaffirmed November 12th as the date for invasion. An exact hour was set, 7:15 a.m. General Halder requested written confirmation and got it immediately by messenger. The army conspirators now had the necessary documentary evidence to overthrow Hitler. But there was no call for revolt, no signal for assassination. Instead, they furtively burned all incriminating papers. Colonel Oster alone did not panic. Through Count Albrecht von Bernstorff, whose father had been ambassador to Washington during the Great War, he warned the Belgian and Netherlands legations to expect an attack at dawn on November 12th. Sunday's storm in the Chancellery was followed by anticlimax. The Luftwaffe needed 5 consecutive days of good weather to destroy the French Air Force, and the meteorological report on Tuesday the 7th was so unpromising that Hitler postponed A-Day. Although Hitler knew nothing of the military plot, Goering had warned him against Brauchitsch and Halder. "My Führer, get rid of these birds of ill omen." A more definite admonition came from the Swiss astrologer, Karl Ernst Kraft, hired by Himmler's secret intelligence service as an astral advisor. He had recently submitted a paper indicating that Hitler would be in danger of assassination between November 7th and 10th. But the document was hastily filed since astrological speculation concerning the Führer was verboten. When Hitler came to Munich on the morning of November 8th to attend the annual reunion of the old fighters, Frau Trost, the architect, also sounded a note of warning. She asked why he was so lax about security measures, coming as he did to her studio with only 1 or 2 bodyguards. He replied that a man must have faith in Providence, then slapped his trouser pocket. "See, I always carry a pistol, but even that would be useless. If my end is decided, only this will protect me." He put hand over heart. "One must listen to an inner voice and believe in one's fate. And I believe very deeply that destiny has selected me for the German nation. So long as I am needed by the people, so long as I am responsible for the life of the Reich, I shall live." He pictured himself as another Christ. "And when I am no longer needed, after my mission is accomplished, then I shall be called away." Even though the talk switched to architecture, Frau Trost noticed Hitler's uneasiness. "I must change the schedule today," he suddenly said, and muttered something about checking with Schaub. But he did nothing, being so occupied with other matters. He visited Unity Mitford, who had shot herself in the temple and was recuperating in a Munich clinic. By this time she had regained consciousness, and when she asked to go home, Hitler promised to send her by special train to Switzerland as soon as she was strong enough to travel. He spent much of the afternoon on a speech he had just decided to make that evening at the Burger Bräukeller. It would be another attack on England, designed primarily for German ears. The main room of the vast beer hall was already gaily decorated with banners and flags, and by late afternoon the microphones were in place and tested. At dusk, a small, pale man with a high forehead and clear, bright eyes entered carrying a box. He was a skilled artisan named Georg Elser, and he had recently been discharged from Dachau concentration camp, where he had been held as a communist sympathizer. His goal was peace, and he had come here to kill Hitler. In the box was a timing device connected to sticks of dynamite. As waiters and party officials made the final preparations for the meeting, Elsa inconspicuously walked up to the gallery and hid behind a pillar rising from the back of the festooned speaker's platform. Several days earlier he had cut the wooden panelling of the pillar with a special saw. He was a cabinet maker as well as a mechanic, fixed several hinges, and replaced the piece of wood as a little door. At last the lights of the hall were extinguished, the doors closed. Elsa waited another half-hour, then placed the bomb in the pillar and set it to detonate at about 11:20 p.m. The Führer would start speaking at 10 p.m., and the explosion would come midway in the speech. At his apartment on the Prinzregentenplatz, Hitler summoned his young ordnance officer, Max Wünsche. Would it be possible, he asked, to leave Munich earlier than planned? Wünsche assured him it would be no problem. There were always 2 trains at the Führer's disposal as a security precaution. The young man immediately made arrangements to use the early one. The Führer was greeted at the Burger Bräukeller with such wild acclaim that he did not begin speaking until 10 minutes past 10. His audience revelled in the insults and jibes he heaped upon the English. It took little, in fact, to draw applause, and there were so many interruptions that Wünsche, seated in the front row, feared the Führer would miss the early train. At 11:07 p.m. Hitler unexpectedly brought his tirade to a hurried conclusion. A few yards away, inside the pillar, Elsa's clock was ticking. In 13 minutes the bomb was supposed to explode. Ordinarily, Hitler spent considerable time after a speech chatting with the comrades of the putsch, but tonight, without shaking hands, he rushed out of the building, accompanied by Hess and several adjutants, and into the car waiting outside. Kempka headed directly for the railroad station. Before they arrived, exactly 8 minutes after Hitler left the Burger Bräukeller, Wünsche heard a distant explosion. He wondered what it was. If Hitler heard the noise, he did not think it worth mentioning. In the hubbub that followed the explosion, the shrieking of sirens from police cars and ambulances, a rumour started that the war was over. It might have been if Hitler had been standing on the platform. He surely would have died. The bomb killed 7 and wounded 63, including Eva Braun's father, who had gained admission thanks to a special low-numbered membership card, though he was actually party member number 5,021,670. His daughter, accompanied by her best friend, Hertha Schneider, arrived at the station just as the Führer's train was leaving. Aboard, they found an air of carefree gaiety. No one knew of the explosion, and almost everyone was drinking. The lone teetotaler, Hitler, was animated, but it was Goebbels who enlivened the conversation with his caustic wit. At Nuremberg, the propaganda chief left the train to send several messages and gather the latest news. When he returned to the Führer's compartment, he told of the bomb in a trembling voice. Hitler thought it was a joke, until he noticed Goebbels' pale face. His own became a grim mask. Finally, in a voice hoarse with emotion, he exclaimed, "Now I am completely content. The fact that I left the Burger Bräukeller earlier than usual is a corroboration of Providence's intention to let me reach my goal." First he demanded information on the wounded, and charged Schaub with the task of doing everything possible for them. Then he began to hypothesize out loud on possible conspirators. He concluded that the bombing must have been planned by two known British intelligence agents. Captain S. Payne Best and Major R. Stevens were privately negotiating with one of Heydrich's secret agents, who was posing as an OKW captain in the anti-Nazi conspiracy. Acting immediately on Hitler's conjecture, Himmler detained and telephoned an order to kidnap the two Britons in Holland. The following afternoon, Stevens and Best were trapped in Venlo and brought across the border to Germany for questioning. Hours later, the real bomber was arrested at the Swiss border and returned to Munich. Under glaring arc lights in an interrogation room at Gestapo headquarters, Elser admitted he had planted the bomb. No, he had no accomplices. He had done it to end the war. He described in detail how he had cut the panel and come back to set the clock. Upon reading the Gestapo report, Hitler angrily scrawled on it, "What idiot conducted this interrogation?" It was ridiculous, he thought, to imagine that Elser was a lone wolf. Wasn't it obvious that this was a wide conspiracy involving his worst enemies, the English, the Jews, the Freemasons, and Otto Strasser? Himmler personally tried to beat the truth out of the prisoner. According to one witness, he cursed wildly as he drove his boots hard into the body of the handcuffed Elser. Despite the kicks and a beating with a whip or some similar instrument, the little cabinet-maker stubbornly held to his testimony. Even under hypnosis, Elser repeated his story. This convinced Heydrich that Elser had no accomplice, but the Führer bitterly reproached Himmler for failing to find the real criminals. The official version of the plot was bizarre. Elser was a communist deviationist who had been persuaded by the National Socialist deviationist Otto Strasser to become the tool of the British Secret Service. To this main plot, propagandists added subplots. One pamphlet claimed that the English agents not only set off the bomb in Munich, but were responsible for the political murders and mysterious deaths of such notable figures as Lord Kitchener, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and King Alexander of Yugoslavia. Besides inciting hatred for England, the attempted assassination was exploited to bolster the Führer's popularity. Messages of congratulation on his narrow escape arrived from Germans on every level of society. The Catholic press throughout the Reich piously declared that it was the miraculous working of Providence which had protected the Führer. Cardinal Faulhaber sent a telegram and instructed that a Te Deum be sung in the Cathedral of Munich to thank divine providence in the name of the Archdiocese for the Führer's fortunate escape. The Pope, who had yet to explicitly condemn Germany's liquidation of Poland, sent his special personal congratulations. But Hitler doubted his sincerity. He would much rather have seen the plot succeed, he told a group at dinner, and when Frank protested that Pius XII had always been a good friend of Germany, added, "That's possible, but he's no friend of mine." Hitler gave thanks to his own inner voice as well as to Providence for quitting the beer hall ahead of time. He told Hoffmann, "I had the most extraordinary feeling, and I don't myself know how or why, but I felt compelled to leave the cellar just as quickly as I could." Foreign observers, however, had other theories. "Most of us think it smells of another Reichstag fire," wrote Scherer in his diary. 4. 12 days after the bombing, Hitler issued War Directive No. 8. The land invasion would be conducted as planned, but he forbade bombardment of centres of population in Holland, Belgium and Luxembourg, without compelling military necessity. This was more pragmatic than humanitarian, and revealed Hitler's ultimate goal. His real intent in attacking the West was to secure his rear for the assault on Russia, not to conquer territory in Europe or destroy England, which might later be inveigled into condoning his drive to the East. A few days later he called a special conference, this time inviting not only his commanders-in-chief, but those who would lead the attack. The meeting took place in the Chancellery at noon, November 23rd, and began on a low key. The purpose of this conference, he explained, is to give you an idea of the world of my thoughts, which governs me in the face of future events, and to tell you my decisions. Next, he revealed what all his listeners should have already known, that the military, with its proud tradition, had degenerated into a subservient weapon of a one-man dictatorship. I have doubted for a long time whether I should strike in the East and then in the West, he said. Basically, I did not organize the armed forces in order not to strike. The decision to strike was always in me. Sooner or later, I wanted to solve the problem. It was an open declaration of mastery, but there was not a murmur of dissent. It would have defied understanding, so Goering testified later, if any of those present had protested. The Supreme Commander had decided, and therefore there was nothing left for a soldier to discuss. And that applies to a field marshal as well as to the ordinary soldier. Hitler went on to say, in all modesty, that he was irreplaceable. The fate of the Reich depends only on me. I shall deal accordingly. He admitted that his entire plan was a gamble, yet somehow made his admission aggressive. I have to choose between victory or destruction, he said. I choose victory. It was a historical choice, to be compared with the momentous decision of Frederick the Great before the First Silesian War. I have decided to live my life so that I can stand unashamed if I have to die. Remarkably, he ended with a grim prophecy of his own fate. I shall stand or fall in this struggle. I shall never survive the defeat of my people. These were truthful words. For Hitler there was only black or white, only complete victory or Gotterdammerung. That afternoon, Hitler read Brauchitsch and Halder a personal lecture on the defeatism of the Army High Command. Stricken, the former offered his resignation, but Hitler refused to accept it, reminding him that a general had to fulfill his duty and obligation just like every other soldier. It had been a harrowing day for the military, one described with eloquent brevity in Halder's diary, a day of crisis. Both he and Brauchitsch had been so thoroughly cowed by Hitler's threat to annihilate everyone who stood in his way that they made frantic efforts to disassociate themselves from the resistance. Exactly 1 week later, it was Stalin's turn to startle the world. On November 30th, he invaded Finland, which had repelled a communist rebellion in 1918 with the help of German troops. It was an embarrassment for Hitler, not only because of the extremely friendly relations between Germans and Finns, but also because it weakened the already tenuous bonds with Mussolini. The Italians, from the first opponents of the Russo-German Pact, were as indignant over the unprovoked Soviet invasion of Finland as the West. The official organ of the papacy, Osservatore Romano, which had followed the Pope's lead in failing to condemn fascist or Nazi incursions, now joined him in excoriating the Soviet attack as a calculated act of aggression. So much pressure was exerted on Mussolini from church and civilian sources that, for the first time, wrote Ciano, he desired German defeat. In fact, on December 26th, he authorized his son-in-law to inform the representatives of Belgium and Holland that they were about to be invaded by Hitler. For a week, Mussolini was in a turmoil, vacillating between fear that his ally might succeed and hope that he would. On New Year's Eve, he considered entering the war on Hitler's side. But when signs multiplied that Germany was on the point of invading the West, he sat down and in the role of big brother wrote his junior partner a letter of advice. Never had Il Duce spoken out so boldly, and his own frankness concerned him so that it was not until January 5th, 1940, that he finally gave Ciano permission to send it off. He urged Hitler to refrain from invading the West. Both sides would lose such a war. Now that you have secured your eastern frontiers and created the greater Reich of 90 million inhabitants, is it worthwhile to risk all, including the regime, and sacrifice the flower of German generations in order to hasten the fall of a fruit which must of necessity fall and be harvested by us, who represent the new forces of Europe? The big democracies carry within themselves the seeds of their decadence. He then criticized the treaty with Russia in a manner that he must have known would provoke the Führer. I feel that you cannot abandon the anti-Semite and anti-Bolshevik banner which you have been flying for 20 years, and for which so many of your comrades have died. You cannot renounce your gospel, in which the German people have blindly believed. 4 months ago the Soviet Union was world enemy number 1. How could she now be friend number 1? The day when we shall have demolished Bolshevism, we shall have kept faith with our 2 revolutions. Autolyko delivered this unique letter by hand on the afternoon of January 8th. The Führer, understandably, was in no mood to answer, and put it aside. This was the high point of Mussolini's effort to free himself from domination by his ally. But, having asserted himself, he experienced an almost immediate predictable reaction and began slipping back into his servile role. 5. Neither Hitler nor Mussolini knew that the British were seriously considering declaring war on the USSR over the Finnish invasion, thanks in large part to the pressure exerted by church groups and the Cliveden set, which argued that the real enemy was Red Russia, not Germany. After all, Hitler's demands on Poland were reasonable, and only his manner was obnoxious. In the meantime, the shooting war against Hitler had diminished to one in name only. On a train trip skirting the French frontier, the crew told William Shirer that not a shot had been fired on this front since the war began. Then he saw for himself that both sides seemed to be observing an unofficial armistice. For that matter, one blast from a French 75 could have liquidated our train. The Germans were hauling up guns and supplies on the railroad line, but the French did not disturb them. Queer kind of war. So queer, in fact, that when a former First Lord of the Admiralty suggested that the RAF bomb the timber areas of southwestern Germany, the British Air Minister, Sir Kingsley Wood, replied, "Oh, you can't do that. That's private property. You'll be asking me to bomb the Ruhr next." Hitler's main offensive weapon in these unsettled days was Goebbels, brought back to full favour by the outbreak of war. The force of his propaganda campaign was directed against the French. His purpose was to divide them from the British. Goebbels visited the Westwall in the bitter rain and snow, so he could determine first-hand what the poilu a few hundred yards away in the Maginot Line was experiencing. He concluded that the average French soldier was so weary, miserable, and bored that he would be a ready victim of his concerns and prejudices. Goebbels knew, recalled his secretary, Werner Naumann, that the average little French soldier only wanted a good bed, a woman, a warm room, his garden, and peace of mind. He worried about the Jews, the English, and, above all, this ridiculous war. The propaganda minister, therefore, instructed German soldiers to shout friendly greetings across no man's land and engage the French in brotherly conversation. Propaganda teams blasted information and news over loudspeakers, aimed at proving that France and Germany were really not enemies. At night, sentimental French songs were broadcast to the Maginot Line, and before signing off, the announcer would say something like, "Good night, dear enemy. We don't like this war any more than you do. Who is responsible? Not you or I, and so why shoot each other? Another day has ended, and we will all have a good night's sleep." The final touch would be a recorded lullaby. In the daytime, the French troops were showered with leaflets showing a shivering poilu at the front in one picture and his wife in bed with an English soldier in another. The French civilians were approached differently. They were bombarded with broadcasts over secret transmitters, illustrating the corruption of their government, the profiteering of Jews, and the terrifying might of Hitler's army and air force. One particularly effective leaflet was a German version of the prophecies of Nostradamus, which foretold the conquest of France by the Third Reich. At home, Goebbels ordered Germans to harden themselves for the coming battle. Their very existence was at stake, since the enemy was determined to annihilate Germany for good. In mid-December, he forbade newspapers to print a word about peace. In line with this point of view, any sentimental note in connection with Christmas must be avoided in the press and on the radio. Only one day would be celebrated, December 24th. To unite front and homeland, the theme of 1939's Radio Christmas program would be Soldiers' Christmas, People's Christmas. The British soldiers in France were not at all concerned by Goebbels' propaganda. The war, in fact, had turned into a contest of lame jokes. British civilians were as bored as their troops, and referred to it as the Sitzkrieg, or phony war. More and more members of Parliament dozed as Chamberlain read off his weekly reports. Hitler was waiting for a stretch of 5 clear days to turn a joke into grim battle. His own air chief was in a quandary. Goering had to give the impression of being eager while privately praying for a continuation of the bad weather, since he feared his Luftwaffe was not yet ready for combat. He attended the daily weather conferences, pestering Chief Meteorologist Diesing for additional information. Hitler also pressed Diesing for longer-range forecasts, but he stubbornly refused. "Mein Führer," he replied, "I will gladly be bold and predict weather for 3 days, but not foolhardy, not 5 days." In desperation, Goering hired a rainmaker, Herr Schweffler, for 100,000 marks. It is not clear whether the Field Marshal ordered him to bring 5 clear days or to continue the bad weather, but it would not have made any difference, since Schweffler's only equipment turned out to be a defunct commercial radio set. On the other hand, Milch was hoping for good weather, since he agreed with Hitler that time was on the side of the enemy. Despite its deficiencies, the Luftwaffe still enjoyed air superiority, an advantage that was steadily decreasing with the flow of planes to both England and France from the United States. On January 10, 1940, the impatient Führer fixed another specific date for invasion. A week later, at exactly 15 minutes before sunrise. Fate intervened before the day was over. A light Luftwaffe plane strayed across the frontier, crash-landing in Belgium. Of all the German planes in the sky that day, this was the most important. It carried an unauthorized passenger, Major Helmut Rheinberger, who had a briefcase filled with the operation plans for the airborne attack on Belgium. While Rheinberger was burning the papers, he was seized by Belgian soldiers. But he reported optimistically to Luftwaffe headquarters through the German embassy in Brussels that he had succeeded in burning the plans to insignificant fragments the size of the palm of his hand. Goering, in a state of consternation, experimented by burning a similar packet of papers. The results were so inconclusive that his wife suggested using clairvoyance, not unusual advice to a man who utilized a rainmaker. The team of clairvoyants unanimously agreed that not a scrap of the documents remained. Their report may have relieved Goering, but not Hitler. He cancelled the invasion order on the assumption that the plans had been revealed to the enemy. He, not the clairvoyants, was correct. Enough fragments had remained for the Belgians to learn of the invasion. This information was passed on to London, where it was received with considerable suspicion. Halifax, for instance, told the Cabinet, "I doubt very much whether the documents are genuine." The General Staff agreed. Obviously the papers had been planted. They were engrossed in their own offensive, the landing of an expeditionary force in Norway. The very concept of such a coup de main appealed to Churchill, the new First Lord of the Admiralty, and, despite his sad experience in a similar venture in the Great War, he pressed the issue until the Cabinet was won over. Hitler was also preparing to seize Norway. He had not even considered such action. After all, these were Nordic peoples who could be counted on to remain neutral, as they had in 1914, until his ally Stalin upset calculations by invading Finland. This, Hitler feared, might give the Allies an excuse to move into Norway, thus outflanking Germany from the north. He authorized a study of a possible invasion, but it was given low priority. Then, late in February, alarming reports of an imminent British landing in Scandinavia turned the Führer into an ardent advocate, out of concern that a British foothold in Norway would close off the Baltic and bottle up all his submarines. Equally foreboding was the economic threat. More than half of Germany's iron ore came from Norway and Sweden. An end to this supply would cripple her war production. On March 1st, 1940, therefore, Hitler issued a directive for the simultaneous occupation of Denmark and Norway. It was to have the character of a peaceful occupation, designed to protect by force of arms the neutrality of the northern countries. But resistance would be broken by all means available. Hitler became so concerned by the time element that within 2 days he decided to launch his attack, the most daring and most important undertaking in the history of warfare, before invading the West. It would begin on March 15th. In the meantime, he had been attempting to shore up deteriorating relations with his two allies. Those with Russia, in particular, had entered a disturbing phase. Negotiations for a trade agreement had started soon after the conquest of Poland. A visit of a 37-man German economic delegation to Moscow was followed by an even larger Soviet mission to Berlin, which brought a list of industrial and military orders totaling more than 1.5 billion Reichsmarks. The Germans were dismayed, since most of the orders were for machinery and armaments essential to their own war production. The result was a bitter and lengthy wrangle, finally brought to a head by Stalin himself. He querulously declared that if Germany did not give way, the treaty would not be concluded. Hitler could not permit this, and early in February Ribbentrop was instructed to send a personal letter to Stalin, urging him to re-examine the German position. Apparently Stalin, whose hard-headed negotiations had already wrung concessions from the Germans, realized he had pushed his ally to the limit. 2 months earlier, his arch-enemy Trotsky had observed, "Before the hour of Hitler's defeat strikes, many, very many in Europe will be wiped out. Stalin does not want to be among them, and so he is wary of detaching himself from Hitler too early." In one of his lightning changes, Stalin called for an end of bickering. He agreed to accept German deliveries over a period of 27 months, while promising delivery of raw materials over a period of 18 months. With all difficulties removed, the trade pact was signed 3 days later. The German delegation was delighted. "The agreement," reported the chairman, "means a wide-open door to the East for us." Hitler was pleased as well as relieved. He had become even more fascinated by his counterpart in the Kremlin. Stalin was the only world leader he wanted to know intimately, and he interrogated envoys from Russia at length for the most trivial details about his ally. Often, recalled Christa Schroeder, he would interrupt to exclaim enthusiastically, "That Stalin is a brute, but really you must admit he's an extraordinary fellow." It was almost as if he were talking about himself. The solution of this Russian problem was accompanied by the termination of another, when the Finns were forced to accept harsh Soviet peace terms that March to end their brief, bloody war. Greatly relieved at being freed from the embarrassment of having to give moral support to such an unpopular cause, Hitler turned to more productive arenas. One of these was Italy. He had just made a step in this direction by finally answering Mussolini's letter of unwelcome advice. Hitler vindicated all his actions in minute detail, taking time out to rhapsodize about Italy, using as many italicized words as a schoolgirl writing of her latest crush. Naturally, a letter delayed so long could only be delivered by a prestigious messenger. And so the following day, March 9th, Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop left Berlin with a large retinue, advisers, secretaries, barbers, a doctor, a gymnastics teacher, and a masseur. At their first meeting, Il Duce gave a guarded answer to Ribbentrop's question, would Italy participate in the war? He intended, he said, to intervene in the conflict and to fight a war parallel to that of Germany, but he must be free to choose the date. Ribbentrop attempted in vain to tie Mussolini down more definitely, but he would merely agree to see Hitler. The following Monday, March 18th, the two dictators met at the Brenner Pass in a snowstorm. The session was cordial, with Hitler dominating the conversation. But he spoke quietly and made few gestures. He had come, he said, simply to explain the situation so Il Duce could make his own decision. To Schmidt's surprise, Mussolini used his few minutes of talk to reassert emphatically his intention of coming into the war. It was merely a matter of choosing the best moment, he said. The two men departed in an aura of eternal trust and friendship. But Hitler instructed Schmidt not to submit a copy of the interview to the Italians. One never knows who may read this document on the Italian side, and what Allied diplomats may be told. For his part, Il Duce seemed to belie his recent vow to join the war. On the return trip to Rome, he pointed out the train window to the thick fall of snowflakes, with the remark that he would need snow as far south as Etna to turn Italians into a race of warriors. Although irritated that the Führer had done almost all the talking, he was now convinced his ally was not preparing to launch any land offensive. 6. Recently, the Schirachs had come upon the Führer in the Chancellery Library, reading a book with the help of glasses. He hurriedly put them away. Hoffmann was forbidden to take pictures when he wore them, and rubbed his eyes. "You see," he confessed, "I need glasses. I am getting old, and that is why I prefer to wage war at 50 rather than 60. He ruffled the pages of his book, a picture album containing photographs of London. "How gratifying not to find any Baroque buildings," he murmured, then snapped the book shut. "I must not look at this sort of thing any more." He was determined that Germany should be first in Norway, and on April the 2nd ordered the invasion to begin at 5:15 a.m. a week later. The anti-Hitler conspirators were just as determined to hamstring the invasion. To do so they needed Halder. He had recently promised to help, but was wavering, and to bring him to action he was shown Müller's memorandum summarizing the Pope's participation in secret peace negotiations with the English. The chief of the Army General Staff was impressed, but reduced to tears. His conscience, he sobbed, would not permit him to act. The failure of this plot failed to discourage the redoubtable Colonel Oster. He decided to stop Hitler by personal action, and early in April secretly informed the Dutch military attaché that Norway was about to be invaded. But the information was forwarded to a member of the Norwegian legation in Berlin, who did not think it worth relaying to Oslo. The British also failed to believe similar reports that Hitler was doing what they themselves planned to do a day or so later. Remarkably, an aura of overconfidence had enveloped 10 Downing Street. On Sunday morning, April 7th, 5 German naval groups put to sea, destined for 6 Norwegian cities. At 3 of these ports, Narvik, Trondheim, and Stavanger, waited German merchant ships with combat troops hidden in their holds. British ships were laying mines in Norwegian waters below Narvik in preparation for their own invasion, and HMS Glowworm sighted 2 German destroyers. It was assumed in London that these ships were part of a limited force intent on capturing Narvik. Not until Monday morning did the cabinet learn that the enemy warships were also approaching at least 3 other Norwegian ports. The ministers were aghast, but it was too late to thwart Hitler. Early Tuesday morning, the Germans struck. By 8 a.m., Narvik was seized by 2 battalions of special mountain troops under the command of Brigadier General Eduard Dietl, an intimate of the Führer since the beer hall putsch. Before noon, 4 other important ports fell, but the raiders were delayed long enough by defenders in the ancient fortress of Oscarberg to allow the royal family, the government, and members of parliament to escape from Oslo by special train, while 23 trucks were carting off the gold of the Bank of Norway and the secret papers of the Foreign Office. In Denmark, the Germans met little resistance, their plan working as it had been laid out on paper. For some reason, the Danish navy never opened fire, and the land troops only managed to inflict 20 casualties on the invaders. It was all over by mid-morning. The king capitulated, ordering all resistance to cease. He assured the chief of staff of the German task force that he would do everything possible to keep peace and order in the country. Then he turned complimentary. "You Germans," he said, "have done the incredible again. One must admit that it is magnificent work." By the end of the day, it appeared as if Hitler had scored a complete triumph in Norway as well, until the British Navy unexpectedly appeared. On Wednesday morning, 5 destroyers broke into Narvik harbour to sink 2 destroyers and all but 1 cargo ship. 3 days later, the Warspite returned with a flotilla of destroyers and sank the rest of the German vessels. This news so agitated Hitler that he told Brauchitsch it didn't look as though they could possibly hold Narvik. By April 17th, his vexation was apparent. He railed at everyone in sight. While Brauchitsch, Keitel, and Halder held their tongues, Chief of Operations Jodl brusquely announced that there was but one thing to do: concentrate, hold on, and do not give up. To the consternation of the onlookers, he and Hitler began arguing as if they were equals. Finally, in a temper, the Chief of Operations stormed out of the room, slamming the door. Hitler said not a word. Tight-lipped, he left by another door, but that night he signed an order to Dietl: hold on as long as possible. The 19th brought a new crisis. From his hideout on the rugged northern coast of Norway, King Haakon VII, the sole monarch of the century elected to the throne by popular vote, steadfastly refused to name a government headed by Vidkun Quisling, the leader of a Norwegian fascist party and a disciple of Rosenberg. By this time, the British had finally landed 2 brigades of 13,000 men near Narvik and Trondheim. As their attack gained momentum, more British arrived, and by the end of the week the Germans were in desperate straits. But Milch came to the rescue by taking personal command of the Luftwaffe attack. He sent 2 huge seaplanes loaded with mounted troops to Narvik, then supervised dive-bombing strikes that weakened the British and Norwegian resistance in central Norway. By April 28th, the British ordered evacuation of the bulk of their troops. The following day, King Haakon and members of his government were transferred by British cruiser to Tromsø, a city far above the Arctic Circle, where a provisional capital was established. Most of Norway was now under German control, except for Narvik, where Dietl's 6,000 men still gallantly held off 20,000 Allied troops. On the last day of April, Jodl informed Hitler that communications had finally been established overland between Oslo and Trondheim. At lunch, Hitler, beside himself with joy, admitted his error and thanked Jodl for his contributions to the victory. The Führer also showed his gratitude to Dietl and Milch with promotions. He was unstinting in his praise of the latter, remarking at one conference how Milch had taken over the Luftwaffe in Norway when it appeared that all was lost. And why, he asked rhetorically, conveniently forgetting his own argument with Jodl: because there was a man like me who just did not know the word impossible. With the northern flank secure, Hitler again devoted his energy to the invasion of the West. He had never liked the original plan of attack, an unimaginative version of that used in the World War, an attack through northern France and Belgium to the Channel ports. Its objective was not only to smash the French army, but, by occupying the Channel coast, to cut the British off from their ally while establishing submarine and air bases for attacks on the British Isles. "This is just the old Schlieffen plan," he objected to Keitel and Jodl, "with a strong right flank along the Atlantic coast. You won't get away with an operation like that twice running." Even if it succeeded, it violated his principle of blitzkrieg warfare, and he had vowed never to allow this generation to suffer what he had in Flanders. He envisioned a daring thrust farther south through the Ardennes, with a sudden armoured breakthrough at Sedan and a sweep to the Channel. The main force would then swing to the north, in a reversal of the Schlieffen plan, for a drive into the rear of the retreating Anglo-French army. Night after night, his adjutants would see him poring over a specially constructed relief map to make sure that the Sedan was, after all, the correct place to penetrate. Independently, perhaps the most brilliant strategist of the Wehrmacht, Colonel General Fritz Erich von Manstein, had devised a similar offensive. He presented it to Brauchitsch, who rejected it on the grounds that it was too risky. But the Führer heard talk of Manstein's risky proposal and asked him for the details. To Manstein's surprise, Hitler was delighted with what he heard. It not only reinforced his own convictions, but contained a number of improvements to his own plan. The Supreme Command liked Hitler's revised version no more than they had Manstein's. To a man they opposed it, but the Führer overrode all objections, deriding opponents as Schlieffen worshippers, embalmed in a petrified strategy. They should have read more Karl May. The Hitler-Manstein offensive was formally adopted in late February, and by the time the battle for Norway was ended, there were 136 German divisions ready for action along the Western Front. They waited only for a stretch of good weather. On May Day, Hitler set the invasion for the 5th, but 48 hours later, after another unfavourable meteorological report, he postponed X Day until the 7th, and then the 8th. Goering was pleading for still more time when alarming news arrived from Holland. Cancellation of furloughs, evacuations and roadblocks. Agitated, Hitler agreed to another postponement until Friday, May 10th, but added, not a day longer. The sustained effort at the front to keep 2 million men at the point of attack, he said, was becoming increasingly difficult. By now, he was determined to strike without waiting for the 5-day favourable weather prerequisite which had already cost 3 months. He was gambling on the tool that had proved so valuable in the past, his intuition, that is, a suspension of logic born of impatience. On Thursday morning, a corps commander near Aachen reported heavy fog in his area. This was followed by a prediction that the fog would lift and the 10th would be a good day. Hitler ordered his special train prepared for departure from a small station outside of Berlin, and went through elaborate measures to keep his own inner circle in the dark as to its destination and purpose. Outwardly calm during the tedious train trip, he was gnawed with worry that evening as the deadline for confirmation of the attack order approached. The train stopped near Hanover for a final weather report. This time, Chief Meteorologist Diesing, who later got a gold watch as a reward, predicted good weather for the 10th. Hitler confirmed the order to attack at dawn, then retired earlier than usual. But he could not get to sleep. Despite the report, he kept worrying about the weather. A greater peril to success came from his own intelligence service. Of the few Hitler had entrusted with the final details of the invasion, one was Admiral Canaris, and whatever he knew was passed on to his impetuous deputy, Colonel Oster. Earlier that evening, Oster had reported to his old friend, the Dutch military attaché, over the dinner table, that Hitler had issued the final attack order. After the meal, Oster stopped off at OKW headquarters in the Bendlerstrasse and got information that there would be no last-minute postponement. "The swine has gone to the Western Front," he told the Dutch attaché, who first informed a Belgian colleague, then phoned The Hague in code, "Tomorrow at dawn. Hold tight." At 4:25 a.m. on the 10th, the Führer's train reached its destination, Euskirchen, a town near the Holland-Belgian borders. Under a canopy of stars, the party was driven to the Führer's new headquarters, Felsenest, Rocky Nest. Dawn was breaking as they settled into the bunker installation, which had been blasted out of a wooded mountain-top. Checking his watch, Hitler got an unwelcome surprise. "I was filled with rage." Dawn had come 15 minutes earlier than he had been told it would. 25 miles to the west, his troops were charging across the Belgian, Holland and Luxembourg borders. The air was darkened with his Luftwaffe. 2,500 aircraft had been gathered for the attack, far outnumbering those the Allies could send up. Wave after wave of German planes swept westward to devastate more than 70 enemy airfields. Airborne troops captured key points in Holland, while glider forces swooped down, prepared to capture Belgian fortresses by surprise. The Führer was particularly interested in the attack on Fort Eben Emael. He had personally briefed the commanders and non-coms involved in this glider operation, using a scale model for the purpose, and he awaited reports feverishly. By noon of the 11th, this supposedly impregnable fortress, along with a bridge over the Meuse, was in German hands. On hearing this, Hitler literally hugged himself with joy. Later came even more meaningful information. The enemy were striking back. When the news came that the enemy was advancing along the whole front, Hitler recalled, I could have wept for joy. They'd fallen into the trap. It had been a clever piece of work to attack Liège. We had to make them believe we were remaining faithful to the old Schlieffen plan. 7. On May 10th, England and France were caught by surprise, their general staffs not heeding the warnings from Brussels and The Hague or their own intelligence experts. Pale and sombre, Chamberlain wanted to stay on as Prime Minister, but he was persuaded to step down. King George VI accepted his resignation regretfully and suggested that Halifax succeed him. But it was obvious that Winston Churchill alone had the confidence of the nation, and at 6 p.m. His Majesty summoned him to the palace. Churchill had once paid a grudging compliment to the Führer in a letter to the Times. I have always said that I hoped if we were beaten in a war we should find a Hitler who would lead us back to our rightful place among nations. Those words had not mollified the Führer, who continued to look upon Churchill as his worst enemy, the tool of those English Jews who had scotched an Anglo-German alliance. It was a profound hatred, contrasting strangely with his admiration for Stalin, and Churchill's elevation to Prime Minister was galling news. As Hitler's troops and tanks advanced into Holland and Belgium, Goebbels prepared his staff for the next step in the propaganda war. The Minister, read the Secret Staff meeting of May 11th, formulates the principle for the immediate future that anything in enemy reports that is not correct, or even anything that could be dangerous to us, must immediately be denied. There is no need at all to examine whether the report is factually correct or not. The decisive point is merely whether the enemy's assertion could in any way be damaging to us. More important, the French and English must be told again and again that it was they who had declared war. It was their war which was now bursting upon them. On no account must we allow ourselves to be manoeuvred once more into the role of aggressor. The drive into western Belgium gained the most impressive victories. This, of course, was part of Hitler's plan to divert attention from the main attack through the hills of the Ardennes. By May 13th, these troops had crossed the Meuse at several points to approach Sedan, where Hitler hoped to break through the weak link in the Maginot Line. Despite the steady advance in the north, Hitler was disturbed by the stubborn defence put up by the outnumbered Dutch troops, and on the morning of the 14th issued a directive to break this resistance speedily. Detachments of the Luftwaffe were sent from the Belgian area to facilitate the rapid conquest of Fortress Holland. Within hours, the Luftwaffe dropped 98 tons of high explosives on Rotterdam. The intent was to eliminate Dutch resistance at the bridges over the Nieuwe Maas, but the bombs slammed into the centre of the city, killing 814 civilians. The facts were grossly misrepresented by the democratic press, which listed the death toll as between 25,000 and 30,000. Nor did Western newspapers reveal that the tacit agreement between the two sides to limit bombing to military targets had been first violated by the British. 3 days earlier, over strenuous French objections, 35 Royal Air Force bombers had attacked an industrial city in the Rhineland, killing 4 civilians, including an Englishwoman. This raid on the night of the 11th of May, although in itself trivial, was an epoch-making event, commented F.J.P. Veal, an English jurist, since it was the first deliberate breach of the fundamental rule of civilized warfare that hostilities must only be waged against the enemy combatant forces. Despite Hitler's frightful retaliation in Holland, he resisted proposals to bomb London itself. He was not willing to go that far, as yet. The tragedy of Rotterdam ended Dutch resistance, the commander-in-chief of the Dutch forces ordering his men to lay down arms a few hours later. The same day, German tanks burst through the French 9th and 2nd Armies at Sedan. Supported by screaming Stuka dive bombers, 3 long columns of panzers rattled and rumbled toward the English Channel. Churchill was wakened the next morning by a telephone call from Paris. "We have been defeated," exclaimed Premier Renaud. "We are beaten." Churchill could not believe it, nor could his generals, who had misread the armoured conquest of Poland as a simple manoeuvre against an inept, primitive defence. The terror that seized France was aggravated by Goebbels. The task of the secret transmitter, from now on, he told his staff on May 17th, is to use every means to create a mood of panic in France. It must further utter an urgent warning against the dangers of a fifth column, which undoubtedly includes all German refugees. It should point out that, in the present situation, even the Jews from Germany are nothing but German agents. That morning, Hitler motored forward to Bastogne, in the heart of the Ardennes. "All the world hearkens," he declared triumphantly. He had come to the headquarters of Army Group A, commanded by General Gerd von Rundstedt, to discuss the progress of the main drive to the Channel, and was in such an expansive mood that he stayed for lunch and later walked among the men, exuding success. Back in the homeland, it was the rare German who did not share his exultation. Most of those who had once feared Hitler was travelling too fast and too dangerously had become true believers in his infallibility. 4 industrialists, including Alfred Krupp, grew so excited as they listened to the radio reports of the drive through Holland that they began poking their fingers at a map of northeast Europe, jabbering, "This one here is yours, that one there is ours. We shall have that man arrested. He has 2 factories." One industrialist left the hubbub to phone a subordinate to get Wehrmacht permission for 2 of the group to visit Holland at once. By the morning of May 19th, several armoured divisions were within 50 miles of the Channel, and one, the 2nd, rolled into Abbeville at the mouth of the Somme the following evening. The trap was sprung, and inside the giant net were the Belgians, the entire British Expeditionary Force, and 3 French armies. Hitler was so surprised when Brauchitsch telephoned him of the capture of Abbeville that his voice choked with emotion. He praised everyone. Jodl wrote in his diary that the Führer went into raptures, talks in words of appreciation of the German army and its leadership, busies himself with the peace treaty which shall express this theme: return of territory robbed over the last 400 years from the German people, and of other values. Things were turning out exactly as he had dreamed. Within 3 days, the tanks of Army Group A had wheeled north, closing on the Channel ports of Calais and Dunkirk, whose capture would cut off the British from a sea retreat to England. Goering slammed his big hand on a table when he heard the report. "This is a special job for the Luftwaffe," he exclaimed. "I must speak to the Führer at once, get a line through by phone." In moments, he was assuring Hitler unconditionally that the Luftwaffe by itself could annihilate the trapped remnants of the enemy. All he asked was withdrawal of German tanks and ground troops so that they wouldn't be hit by friendly bombs. Having resumed his feud with both the Wehrmacht and army high commands, Hitler might have seen this as an opportunity to strengthen his hold on the military. He gave Goering consent to finish off the enemy from the air. Overhearing this, Jodl sarcastically remarked to an adjutant, "There goes Goering, shooting off his big mouth again," then dutifully began making the necessary arrangements over the phone with Goering's chief of staff. "We have done it," Goering exulted to Milk on his return to Air Force headquarters. "The Luftwaffe is to wipe out the British on the beaches. I have managed to talk the Führer round to halting the army." Milk did not share his enthusiasm, and objected that their bombs would sink too deeply in the sand before exploding. Besides, the Luftwaffe was not strong enough for such an operation. "Leave it to me. It's not your business," said Goering, and returned to his boasting. "The army always wants to act like gentlemen. They round up the British as prisoners with as little harm to them as possible. But the Führer wants to teach them a lesson they won't easily forget." The following morning, May 24th, Hitler visited Rundstedt and his staff at Group A's forward headquarters. In high spirits, the Führer predicted that the war would be over in 6 weeks. Then the way would be free for an agreement with the English. All he wanted from them was their acknowledgment of Germany's position on the continent. When they got down to tactics, General von Rundstedt did not oppose the use of planes to reduce the entrapped enemy at Dunkirk. He proposed that tanks be halted at the canal below the besieged city. Hitler agreed with his observation that this armour should be saved for operations against the French. At 12:45 p.m. the halt order was issued to the Fourth Army in the Führer's name. That evening, 4 panzer divisions were stopped at the Aar Canal. The tank crews were astounded. No fire was coming from the opposite shore. Beyond they could make out the peaceful spires of Dunkirk. Had operations gone crazy? The division commanders were even more amazed. They knew they could take Dunkirk with little trouble, since the British were still heavily engaged near Lille. Why weren't they allowed to seize the last escape port to England? Army Chief of Staff Halder was contemptuous. "Our left wing, consisting of armour and motorized forces," he wrote in his diary, "will thus be stopped in its tracks on the direct order of the Führer. Finishing off the encircled army is to be left to the Luftwaffe." Halder was convinced, with some reason, that Goering was merely looking for personal glory, and had won over the Führer by arguing that if the army generals got the victory, Hitler's own prestige at home would be damaged beyond repair. The ground commanders reiterated their request to move into Dunkirk with tanks and infantry, but Hitler would not listen. It was only on May 26th, after reports of heavy shipping in the Channel — was it possible the British were preparing to evacuate their forces? — that he grudgingly authorized an advance on Dunkirk from the west. But that same day Goering assured him that the Luftwaffe had destroyed Dunkirk harbour. "Only fish bait will reach the other side. I hope the Tommies are good swimmers." As the English and Allied troops fell back into the cul-de-sac, a crazy quilt fleet of almost 900 vessels began leaving dozens of English ports. There were warships and sailboats, launches and strange-looking Dutch craft, manned by career officers, fishermen, tugboat operators, expert amateur seamen, and Sunday sailors who had never before ventured beyond the 3-mile limit. This was Operation Dynamo, a mission to evacuate 45,000 men in 2 days. But this modest estimate had not taken into consideration Hitler's low opinion of democracy in action. He was completely surprised by a sporting operation carried out gallantly and effectively by a pick-up group of amateurs and professionals. By the 30th of May, 126,606 men were back in England, and more were coming every hour. Hitler's commanders were no more perceptive. That day Halder wrote in his diary that the encircled enemy was disintegrating. Admittedly, some were fleeing across the Channel on anything that floats, but he described this disparagingly as another Le Débâcle, a reference to Zola's novel about the French rout in the Franco-Prussian War. By midday, however, the German High Command finally realized the extent of the evacuation, and massive bombing attacks were mounted. But fog came to the rescue of the British. Not only was Dunkirk itself enshrouded, but all the Luftwaffe fields were blanketed by low clouds which grounded their 3,000 bombers. In the meantime, the Stukas of the 8th Air Corps were doing surprisingly little damage to the flotilla of small vessels, and those bombs dropped on the beaches dug so deeply before exploding that casualties were low. Equally surprising was the performance of a new British fighter plane, the Spitfire, which ravaged Goering's fighter squadrons. And once the weather cleared enough for bombers to get into the air, they too were picked off by the deadly little Spitfires. Oddly, the continuing evacuation did not seem to perturb Hitler. It was almost as though it was no concern of his. While Brauchitsch and Halder frantically looked for ways to stop the steady flow to England, the Führer responded haltingly, almost lackadaisically. It was the commanders who waved their arms at conferences these days, not he. In striking contrast to the Narvik crisis, he pounded no tables, made no threats, called for no frantic measure to stop the exodus to England. He let his subordinates carry the burden of decision. The thin perimeter of the Dunkirk defence line held until June 4th, but by then 338,226 British and Allied troops had been ferried to England to fight another day. Now speculation arose on both sides of the Channel regarding Hitler's strange behaviour. Why had he given Goering the license to bomb the encircled army, to teach them a lesson, then apparently assisted in their escape by not acting forcefully? His own words only confused matters. He told his naval adjutant that he had expected the BEF would fight to the last man, as they had done in his war, and hoped to contain them until they ran out of ammunition, thus gaining for himself a mass of prisoners for use in peace negotiations. Yet when this strategy failed, if it had been his strategy, and almost no British were captured, he showed no signs of rage or even petulance. A variation on this theme was his remark to Linge as they surveyed the pock-marked beaches of Dunkirk, strewn with books, photographs, shoes, rifles, bicycles, and other possessions. It is always good to let a broken army return home, to show the civilian population what a beating they have had. He also told Bormann that he had purposely spared the English. Churchill, he complained, was quite unable to appreciate the sporting spirit of which I had given proof by refraining from creating an irreparable breach between the British and ourselves. The military men, including all the adjutants, smiled at those who believed the Führer had been motivated by political or humanitarian considerations. That Hitler purposely let the British escape belongs to the realm of fables, commented Puttkamer. Others equally close to Hitler were sure he had been moved to pity by his affection for the English. The blood of every Englishman is too valuable to be shed, he told Frau Trost. Our two people belong together, racially and traditionally. This is and always has been my aim, even if our generals can't grasp it. Competent foreign observers gave some credence to this theory. François Poncet, for instance, was convinced that Hitler never really wanted to war with the English, only to neutralize them. He had given witness to this recently by sending Unity Mitford home via Zurich in a special train. He deeply regretted her fate, he told Engel. She lost her nerve, just when, for the first time, I could really have used her. It was a hostile England to which she returned. Her brother-in-law, Sir Oswald Mosley, together with other leaders of the British Union of Fascists, were jailed without trial 3 days after Hitler invaded Belgium, to prevent his propaganda for peace. Mosley had already admonished his blackshirts to remain steadfast and loyal to their native land. His attitude was, "I will fight to the last day to keep England and Germany friends and prevent war, but the moment war is declared, I will fight for my country." Lady Diana Mosley soon followed her husband into prison on the order of her relative, the Prime Minister, while she was still nursing her 11-week-old son. The authorities gave her permission to take the baby into Holloway Prison, but not his 19-month-old brother. A one child to a mother was the rule, and she decided to take neither, so that they would not be separated. It was fortunate, since her cell, its floor swimming in water, had no bed, only a thin mattress. When Mosley became gravely ill 3 years later, he and his wife were finally released. Public uproar ensued, which was derided by George Bernard Shaw. "I think this Mosley panic shameful," he told a girl reporter. "What sort of people are they who can be frightened out of their wits by a single man? Even if Mosley were in rude health, it was high time to release him with apologies for having let him frighten us into scrapping the Habeas Corpus Act. We are still afraid to let Mosley defend himself, and we have produced the ridiculous situation in which we may buy Hitler's Mein Kampf in any bookshop in England, but may not buy 10 lines written by Mosley. The whole affair has become too silly for words. Good evening." Unity Mitford arrived home, the bullet still in her head. Sad and depressed, she was unable to feed herself. She died 8 years later when the bullet moved on its own. 8. Hitler left Felsenest on the eve of the fall of Dunkirk, with instructions to preserve the entire area as a national monument. Every room in the complex was to be kept intact, every nameplate to remain on its door. Führer headquarters was moved to the small Belgian village of Brûlé-de-Pêche, near the border of France. By the time Hitler arrived, the place was deserted, every inhabitant evacuated. A special garden had been laid out along with gravel paths, but the cement of the Führer bunker was still wet. He gave this peaceful scene a warlike name, Wolfsschlucht, Wolf's Gorge, after his own nickname of early party days. By this time King Leopold had not only surrendered Belgium, but refused to go into exile. "I have decided to stay," he told his Prime Minister. "The cause of the Allies is lost." This seemed certain on June 5th, when 143 German divisions turned on the remnants of the French army, 65 divisions. The defenders had few tanks and almost no air cover, and the Wehrmacht swept forward on a 400-mile front. In Paris, Renaud made a desperate, impossible plea to Roosevelt for clouds of planes, then packed his bags. It was an auspicious moment to enter the war on Hitler's side, and Mussolini expressed his desire to join the lists. But his ally urged him to wait until the Luftwaffe wiped out the French Air Force. Il Duce could only restrain himself until June 10th before declaring war, and the supremely confident tone of his explanatory letter to Hitler brought this burst of sarcasm. "I have quite often in the past wondered about his naivete," the Führer told his military staff. "The whole letter is proof that in the future I must be much more careful with the Italians in political matters. Evidently, Mussolini thinks of this as a walk in Passo Romano. The Italians would get a rude surprise. First they were too cowardly to take part, now they are in a hurry so that they can share in the spoils." At dawn, 32 Italian divisions attacked 6 French divisions in the south, but with such a lack of drive that any advance had to be measured in feet. By this time both ends of the French line in the north had crumbled, and on the morning of the 14th German troops began entering Paris. It was one of the few times in the history of modern warfare that the commander of an operation reached the objective before his troops. General von Bock, chief of Army Group B, had flown ahead in his liaison plane, arriving at the Arc de Triomphe just in time to take the salute of the first combat troops. It was a parade, not a battle, and Bock took time off to visit the tomb of Napoleon before having lunch at the Ritz and doing a little shopping. At Wolf's Gorge, Goering was trying to persuade Hitler to avenge the British bombing of residential areas in Germany. As they conversed in the village square, Colonel Vallemont overheard Goering announce that he could not tolerate these British atrocities any longer and wanted to give them back 10 bombs for every one of theirs. But Hitler could not be swayed. He said, so Vallemont recalled, he thought it quite possible that the British government was so shaken by Dunkirk that it had temporarily lost its head. Alternatively, that the reason for the attacks on the civilian population was that the British bombers had inaccurate bomb sights and were flown by untrained crews. In any case, he thought we should wait before taking countermeasures. The Führer was in a negotiating mood. Capitalizing on the excitement of the fall of Paris, he made a statement to the West by means of a unique interview with Karl von Wiegand of the Hearst Press. He asserted that he had had no intention of attacking the beautiful French capital, so long as it remained an open city, then vehemently denied it had been his aim or intention to destroy the British Empire, and all he asked from the United States was a regional Monroe Doctrine, America for Americans, Europe for Europeans. While German troops continued to advance, the Italians in the south seemed to be marching in place. Fortunately for Il Duce, events in the north soon precluded the necessity for any action at all in the south. By the evening of the 16th, Germans were pouring through the haphazard French defences almost at will. Late the next morning, as Hitler was discussing the situation with his military advisers at Wolf's Gorge, word came that the French wanted an armistice. Throwing dignity to the winds, he slapped his thigh and jerked up a knee in a spontaneous spasm of ecstasy. He was literally shaken by frantic exuberance, recalled Fräulein Schröder. The staff gaped in wonder, but Keitel rose to the moment. "Mein Führer," he said ponderously, "you are the greatest Feldherr, field commander, of all time." Although the British were stricken by the French capitulation, Churchill revived their courage with talk of England's finest hour, and from the British Broadcasting Corporation came another voice of resistance. This beamed to France. "The flame of French resistance cannot go out," proclaimed General Charles de Gaulle from Studio B2. "It will not go out. France," he said, "had lost only a battle. She has not lost the war." Neither man noted that it was June 18th, the 125th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, a contest ultimately decided by Blücher's German troops. That noon, Hitler met with Mussolini in the Führerbau, scene of the latter's personal triumph at the historic Munich Conference of 1938. This time, the Italian dictator was noticeably subdued. His own declaration of war had been a military fraud, a diplomatic gamble. Hitler had achieved victory without help and would, of course, have the last word today. Both Ciano and Mussolini were startled to find Hitler in a peace-loving, magnanimous mood. Hitler made many reservations on the desirability of demolishing the British Empire, which he considers, even today, to be an important factor in world equilibrium. Then, in the face of Mussolini's objections, stoutly supported Ribbentrop's proposal of lenient peace terms to the French. Hitler is now the gambler who has made a big scoop, and would like to get up from the table, risking nothing more, Ciano wrote in his diary. Today he speaks with a reserve and perspicacity which, after such a victory, are really astonishing. I cannot be accused of excessive tenderness toward him, but today I truly admire him. The two dictators took time off to autograph souvenir postcards of their meeting. On one such card, Mussolini scratched in his bold, upright hand, "Men make history." Underneath, in his much softer script, Hitler wrote, "History makes men." Mussolini left for Rome in dejection. In truth, wrote Ciano that evening, the Duce fears that the hour of peace is growing near, and sees fading once again that unattainable dream of his life, glory on the field of battle. 2 days later, on the first day of summer, Hitler motored to the same woods near Compiègne, where the Kaiser's representative had surrendered. It was a vindictive as well as historic choice. There stood the famous wooden railroad dining car used on that occasion, hoisted from its museum through a torn-out wall to the original site. At exactly 3:15 p.m. the Führer motorcade arrived. Hitler walked toward the car with springy step, face grave, manner solemn. He stopped at a granite block which read, "Here, on the 11th of November 1918, succumbed the criminal pride of the German Empire, vanquished by the free people which it tried to enslave." William Shirer was watching through binoculars to catch Hitler's expression. I have seen that face many times at the great moments of his life, but today it is afire with scorn, anger, hate, revenge, triumph. He was muttering, so recalled Linger, something that sounded like, "We will destroy everything that can remind the world of that shameful day in 1918. A long, plain table had been set up in the old railroad car, with half a dozen chairs on each side for the two delegations. At the head stood Schmidt, where he would be able to hear both groups. After the Führer seated himself next to his interpreter, Goering, Raeder, Brauchitsch, Ribbentrop and Hess took their places. Several minutes later, General Charles Unziger led in the French delegation, an admiral, an Air Force general, and a former ambassador, their faces still showing the shock of learning at the last moment where the negotiations would take place. Hitler and his associates rose. Not a word was spoken. Both delegations bowed and sat down. First, Keitel read out the preamble to the armistice conditions, which had been composed by Hitler. The French and the Germans stared at each other, thought Schmidt, like wax figures, as Keitel spoke the Führer's words. Germany did not intend that the conditions should cast any aspersion on so courageous an enemy. The aim of the German demands is to prevent a resumption of hostilities, to give Germany security for the further conduct of the war against England, which she has no choice but to continue, and also to create the conditions for a new peace which will repair the injustice inflicted by force on the German Reich. It seemed as though Hitler addressed England rather than France, offering them an honourable peace too, if they chose. This became more evident in the stipulations which included German renouncement of any intent to challenge Britain's sea power. He solemnly swore he would not take over the French war fleet for his own use in the war, or indeed use any French naval equipment for a possible crossing of the Channel. Hitler had included this promise against advice from his own navy to make good the heavy losses in the Norway campaign with French ships, a proposal he curtly rejected out of both fear and hope. He feared seizure of the French fleet would hearten English determination to fight, since it would challenge their supremacy of the seas. He hoped his appeasement would lead to peace, with a tacit gentleman's agreement that Britannia should continue to rule the waves, while Germania turned east for Lebensraum. Once Schmidt finished reading the French text, Hitler got to his feet. So did the others. After more polite bows, the Führer left with most of his followers. Keitel and Schmidt stayed behind, and were joined directly by Jodl and several other German officers. After the French had re-examined the terms, they insisted upon transmitting them to their government at Bordeaux. "Absolutely impossible," said Keitel. "You must sign at once." But the French stubbornly demanded the same courtesy extended to the German delegation in 1918, and in a few minutes Unziger was talking to General Weygand, the French commander-in-chief. "I am telephoning from the coach." He paused. "From the coach, you know." He reported that the conditions were hard, but not dishonourable. Even so, Unziger felt they were merciless, far worse than the conditions France had forced on Germany in the previous war, and the negotiations continued without resolution until dusk. They resumed the following morning, June 22nd, dragging on into late afternoon. By 6 p.m. Keitel lost all patience and sent Schmidt to the French with an ultimatum. "If we cannot reach an agreement within an hour, the negotiations will be broken off and the delegation will be conducted back to the French lines." There was no alternative. At 6:50 p.m., after more telephone conversations with Bordeaux, General Unziger signed the armistice treaty. After the ceremony, Keitel asked him to stay a moment. When they were alone, the two generals looked at each other silently, and Schmidt noticed both had tears in their eyes. Controlling his emotion, Keitel congratulated the Frenchman for having represented his country's interests with such dignity, then held out his hand. Unziger took it. All these events were being radioed back to Germany as they occurred, and as soon as the proud but downcast Unziger stepped down from the old dining car, there was a brisk recorded rendition of "Then we strike, then we strike, then we strike at England," that must have stirred German hearts. It was the Goebbels touch. He had music for all occasions, but his choice this time was provoking to his Führer, who had been trying to give the opposite impression in the treaty. Back at Wolf's Gorge, Hitler was planning a sightseeing tour of Paris. He had summoned a sculptor and his two favourite architects, Speer and Giesler, to go along as guides. "Paris has always fascinated me," he told Arno Breker, whose heroic classical works were also admired by Stalin. Hitler admitted that it had long been one of his most ardent wishes to visit the City of Light. It was a metropolis of art, and that was why he insisted on seeing it first with his artists. He was sure they would find inspiration for the rebuilding of important German cities. "I am interested in actually seeing the buildings with which I am theoretically familiar." It was pitch dark when the party, which included Keitel and Bormann and several adjutants, arrived at a meadow outside Brûlé-de-Pêche and climbed into a plane piloted by Bauer. But by the time they reached Le Bourget, the sun was up. June 23rd was going to be a bright, hot day. Hitler climbed into the first open car of a motor column, seating himself as usual beside the driver. Behind him sat the rest of the party. As they headed for the first stop, the Opera, the streets of the city were deserted, except for an occasional gendarme who would dutifully greet the Führer with a smart salute. Breker had spent his most decisive years in Paris, and was shocked to see the almost complete absence of life. Hitler's features slowly relaxed as he took in the architectural wonders of the Opera, which he had admired since his early days in Vienna. He was as familiar with the building as with his own chancellery, and his eyes shone with excitement. "This is the most beautiful theatre in the world," he called out to his entourage. He inspected the boxes and noted that one room was missing. The white-haired attendant who had been accompanying them with stiff pride announced coolly that it had been eliminated years ago. "There, you see how well I know my way about," said Hitler with the pride of a schoolboy. After a stop at the Eiffel Tower, they visited Napoleon's tomb. Here Hitler placed cap over heart, bowed, and gazed for some time down into the deep round crypt. He was very moved. Finally he turned to Giesler and said quietly, "You will build my tomb." He lapsed into pensive silence, then instructed Bormann to transfer the bones of young Napoleon from Vienna to his father's side. The 3-hour tour ended on the heights of Montmartre, the Mecca of art students. Perhaps it reminded Hitler of his own student days. Lost in thought for some moments, he finally turned to Giesler, Breker, and Speer. "Now your work begins," he said. The rebuilding of cities and monuments was entrusted to them. "Bormann," he said, "help me with this. Take care of my artists." Hitler again surveyed the city which stretched below. "I thank fate to have seen this city whose magic atmosphere has always fascinated me," he said. That was why he had ordered his troops to bypass Paris and to avoid combat in its vicinity, so that picture below us would be preserved for the future. But the few Parisians who saw him that morning were reduced to panic. As his cavalcade came upon a group of boisterous market women, the fattest pointed in terror at Hitler. Her shriek of, "It's him! It's him!" spread pandemonium. The next day Hitler instructed Speer to draw up a decree in his name to resume full-scale work on the Berlin buildings. "Wasn't Paris beautiful?" he said. "But Berlin must be made more beautiful." Hitler also took Breker aside and began rhapsodizing on what they had seen the previous morning. "I love Paris. It has been a place of artistic importance since the 19th century, just as you do. And, like you, I would have studied here if fate had not pushed me into politics, since my ambitions before the World War were in the field of art." The armistice was scheduled to go into effect an hour and 35 minutes past midnight, and there was an atmosphere of jollity as they sat down to a late dinner at a table lit by candles. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled in the distance. Just before midnight an aide reported enemy planes approaching. The lights were extinguished, and they sat in pitch darkness, faces periodically lit up by flashes of lightning. Champagne glasses were passed around. There was an unearthly silence as watches were checked. At 1:35 a.m. came the startling brassy cry of a bugle. Someone whispered to Breker that it was the traditional signal for weapons at rest. Someone else, overcome by emotion, blew his nose. Keitel stood, and in the darkness made a short speech. He raised his glass and called for 3 Hocks to the Führer, their supreme commander. Everyone rose and clinked glasses, while Hitler sat somewhat uneasily. He didn't like such displays, but was bowing to the tradition of the Wehrmacht. He brought glass to mouth as a courtesy, but did not drink. Then slumped, head bowed, a man alone in this jubilant company. At last he said, almost inaudibly, "It was a great responsibility," and left the room. Chapter 22. Even victors by victory are undone. Dryden. June to October 28, 1940. 1. That summer, Hitler made it evident he was more interested in negotiating than in fighting. In France, his weapons were persuasion and the projection of himself as the magnanimous victor, who offered the French a share in the fruits of a united and prosperous fascist Europe, a hegemony designed not only for moral regeneration, but as a bulwark against godless Bolshevism. One of the first acts in this campaign was a demand that his troops act like liberators, not conquerors. "I do not wish my soldiers to behave in France the way the French behaved in the Rhineland after the First War." He told Hoffmann that anyone found looting would be shot on the spot. "I want to come to a real understanding with France." Consequently, troops who entered Paris did not swagger around the city demanding homage and free food. They conscientiously paid for every purchase, and enjoyed the late June sun outside the cafes of the Champs-Élysées side by side with Frenchmen. It was an embarrassed, often silent and indifferent companionship, but fear was leaving Parisians who had expected their women to be raped and their shops and banks to be sacked. By now it was common knowledge that the Wehrmacht was actually assisting those refugees trekking back to the capital, and there was some acceptance of the placard plastered all over the city showing a child in the arms of a friendly German with the admonition, "Frenchmen, trust the German soldier." Hitler would have been proud of his troops. They were neat, quiet and ingratiating, courteous to women but not too gallant, and respectful to their mates. They stood bareheaded at the tomb of the unknown soldier, armed only with cameras. They acted more like a horde of tourists brought in at special holiday rates than the fearsome creatures who had just humiliated the French armies. It was astute public relations, part of a program designed to turn France into a working and productive vassal. Hitler himself was playing the tourist, with a special group including his adjutants and his World War sergeant Max Amann. For 2 days this light-hearted group was guided by the Führer around the old battlefields of the conflict that had helped lead to this one. It was a sentimental journey, with Hitler enjoying every moment. He pointed out the fields of Flanders that had formerly been a hellish morass, the old trenches that had been kept as memorials and attractions for sightseers. Instead of surveying the scenes in quiet solemnity, the Führer talked interminably, explaining the minutest detail of what had happened here and over there. As he drove through Lille, which he had memorialized in watercolour, a woman looking out of the window recognized him. "The devil!" she gasped. Amused at first, he vowed he would erase that image from the minds of the conquered. The sentimental junket ended on June 26th, and he turned his mind to the unpleasant task ahead, subjugation of the English. It was a chore not to be relished, he reiterated to his adjutants. War with England was a war of brothers, and the destruction of their empire would, in truth, be cause for German distress. That was why, he confided to Havel, he was reluctant to invade England. "I do not want to conquer her," he said. "I want to come to terms with her. I want to force her to accept my friendship and to drive out the whole Jewish rabble that is agitating against me." Hitler still had no definite plan for the invasion of the British Isles. Victory in the West, in fact, had come so quickly that there was not a single landing craft or barge ready for launching across the Channel. He seemed to be waiting instead for England to sue for peace. But such expectations were rudely jolted on July 3rd by the surprise Royal Navy bombardment of the French fleet lying at anchor in the Algerian port of Mers el-Kabir. Within 13 minutes the battleship Britannia was sunk with the loss of 977 men, and 3 other vessels, including the Dunkirk, were badly damaged, with heavy losses in life. The rest of the fleet escaped. The victors paid a heavy price for their fear that Hitler might possibly use these warships in her invasion of England. With British evacuation from Dunkirk still a bitter memory to most Frenchmen, this attack, particularly after Admiral Darlan's sincere vows to deny Hitler their ships, roused deep animosity throughout France. "Perfidious Albion" became a café phrase. The shelling also confirmed the convictions of those who felt that collaboration with Hitler was France's only salvation. Recently, the country itself had been physically divided by the armistice terms into 2 zones, occupied France in the north and Vichy France in the south, under a regime headed by Marshal Pétain. The bombardment made more difficult his task of preventing Deputy Premier Laval from leading France into an ever closer collaboration with Hitler, while simplifying for Jean Giraudoux and other fascist intellectuals the effort to seek new converts. Alfred Fabralus, in his quasi-diary, wrote, "In one day England killed more French sailors than Germany did during the whole war." The British blunder at Mers el-Kabir, he predicted, was hastening Hitler's one Europe. It also wakened the Führer from his complacent dream of a quick settlement with England, while emphasizing his own inability to either control the French fleet or checkmate the Royal Navy. He, who was practically land-bound, was stunned by the shocking mobility of sea power. The explosive naval action reinforced his earlier fear that even if the British fleet did not thwart an invasion of England, it would enable her rulers to set up headquarters in Canada or Australia and rule the seas from there. He hovered in an agony of indecision between negotiation and force. "I must not give up," he told Puttkamer. "The English will eventually see it my way." But when Brauchitsch and Halder flew to the Berghof on July 13th, he readily approved their plan to invade England, yet moments later protested that he had no desire to fight his English brothers. He had no desire to dismantle the empire. Bloodshed would only draw the jackals eager to share in the spoils. Why was England still so unwilling to make peace, he asked, and answered, so Halder wrote in his diary, that England still has some hopes of action on the part of Russia. 3 days after, he issued a specific invasion directive designed to eliminate the English homeland as a base for the prosecution of the war against Germany and, if necessary, to occupy it completely. The operation was given an imaginative code name, Sea Lion. No sooner had Hitler approved it than he decided to make a peace proposal of his own. "The Führer is going to make a very magnanimous peace offer to England," Ribbentrop told Schmidt. "When Lloyd George hears of it, he will probably want to fall on our necks." When it came, on July 19th, it began with a derisive attack on Churchill, continued with a threat that any battle between their two countries would surely end in the annihilation of England, and concluded with a vague proposal. "I can see no reason why this war should continue." The first English reply to Hitler's bleak offer came from someone who knew him well. Sefton Delmer, now working for BBC, was on the air within the hour. "Herr Hitler," he said, in his most deferential German, "you have, on occasion in the past, consulted me as to the mood of the British public. So permit me to render your Excellency this little service once again tonight. Let me tell you what we here in England think of this appeal of yours to what you are pleased to call our reason and common sense. Herr Führer and Reichskanzler, we hurl it right back to you, right in your evil-smelling teeth." Scheirer heard this at the Berlin studio while waiting to make his own broadcast to America, and observed its effect on the officials there. "Can you make it out?" one shouted to Scheirer. "Can you understand those British fools to turn down peace now? They're crazy." President Roosevelt, too, was unimpressed by Hitler's offer. Later that evening, in a radio address from the White House accepting the nomination for the presidency, he declared there was only one way to deal with a totalitarian country, by resistance, not appeasement. Never, reported Ambassador Diekhoff to Berlin, had Roosevelt's complicity in the outbreak and prolongation of this war come out so clearly as in this speech. England is to be prevented from changing her course, English resistance is to be strengthened, and the war is to be continued. Still no official rejection came from London, and when Hitler summoned his commanders to Berlin for a conference on Sunday, July 21st, he seemed more puzzled than bellicose. "England's situation is hopeless," he said. "The war has been won by us. A reversal of the prospects of success is impossible." He speculated on the chances of a new cabinet under Lloyd George before lapsing into grim conjecture. Suddenly the musing ended. He called for a speedy ending of the war, and suggested that Sea Lion was the most effective way to do so. But his assurance, or show of it, almost immediately began to dissipate. He warned that invasion across the Channel commanded by the enemy was no one-way trip, as in Norway. There could be no element of surprise. How could they solve the problem of logistic supply? He went on and on, pointing out grave problems that Admiral Raeder, who was taking diligent notes, silently seconded. Complete air superiority was essential, and first-wave landings must be completed by mid-September, before worsening weather prevented the Luftwaffe from full participation. He turned to Raeder. When could the Navy give him a clear picture on technical preparations? When would they complete emplacement of coastal artillery? To what extent could they protect the bridging of the Channel? The discomfited Admiral was thinking of other problems. They would have to transport most of the troops in river and canal barges, which were still to be hauled from the Reich. And how could this enfeebled fleet of combat vessels hold off the Royal Navy? After the Norway losses, there were only 48 U-boats, 1 heavy cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 3 torpedo boats fit for action. With some embarrassment, Raeder replied that he hoped to have an answer on technical details in a few days. But how could he commence practical preparations until air superiority was a fact? Brauchitsch responded to his pessimism with a positive expression of faith. He liked Sea Lion. Goering's deputy said the Luftwaffe was only waiting for the word to start a massive air offensive. Without comment, Hitler instructed Raeder to submit his report as soon as possible. If preparations cannot be completed with certainty by the beginning of September, it is necessary to consider other plans. The burden of Sea Lion was on the Navy. When they were alone, Hitler told Brauchitsch, "Stalin is flirting with England to keep England at war and tie us down, to gain time for taking what he wants and what cannot be taken if peace breaks out." While admitting that there were at present no signs of Soviet activity against the Reich, he conceded that the Russians posed a problem that had to be dealt with. "We must begin thinking about them." An Englishman gifted with foresight had recently perceived that Hitler's true goal was Lebensraum at the expense of the Soviet Union. When one compares his utterances of a year or so ago with those made 15 years earlier, wrote George Orwell in a review of the English edition of Mein Kampf, a thing that strikes one is the rigidity of his mind, the way in which his worldview doesn't develop. It is the fixed vision of a monomaniac, and not likely to be much affected by the temporary manoeuvres of power politics. Probably, in Hitler's mind, the Russo-German Pact represents no more than an alteration of timetable. The plan laid down in Mein Kampf was to smash Russia first, with the implied intention of smashing England afterwards. Now, as it has turned out, England has got to be dealt with first, because Russia was the more easily bribed of the two. But Russia's turn will come when England is out of the picture. That, no doubt, is how Hitler sees it. Although Hitler had achieved an astounding military victory in the West, it had not brought him the political stability he needed to begin his holy war against Russia. His blows against England had merely made this stubborn nation more stubborn, and his attempts to placate the Vichy French into joining his crusade were being thwarted by a reluctant compliance that stopped short of active assistance. These failures notwithstanding, he was still confident he could prevent the conflict from becoming a world war, still so sure England was on the verge of surrender that he ordered an immediate intensification of the propaganda war against England. One of Goebbels' first acts was to broadcast over the secret transmitter system those Nostradamus prophecies which had already come to pass, and ending with the one foretelling the destruction of London in 1940. Modern interpretations of Nostradamus were supplied by Kraft, the astrologer who had predicted the beer hall bombing. During this season of misgivings, Hitler took time off for another reunion with his old friend Kubitschek, to whom he had sent tickets to the 1940 Wagner Festival. During the first interval of Gotterdammerung on July 23rd, the two met in the drawing-room. After greeting Kubitschek warmly, Hitler complained that the war had checked his rebuilding program. "I still have so infinitely much to do. Who else is there to do it? And here I have to stand by and watch the war robbing me of my best years. We are growing older, Kubitschek. Not many more years, and it will be too late to do what remains to be done." Today's personal encounter with Kubitschek was a rare intrusion in Hitler's growing public responsibilities. Paradoxically, his relationship with Eva Braun had become more conjugal. Rather than separating them, the war brought them closer together, since he could now spend much more time at the Berghof. Gone were the elaborate attempts to convince everyone that they were merely friends. The staff and servants treated her with the greatest respect, among themselves referring to her as Chefin, wife of the chief. She addressed Hitler openly with a familiar "du," and he replied in kind, sometimes calling her Chaperl, a Viennese diminutive meaning little thing. In front of close friends he would even occasionally stroke her hand, or give some other sign of overt affection. According to intimates, their sexual relations were normal, keeping in mind that Hitler was almost 50 and completely absorbed in work. At last the accepted mistress of the Berghof, Eva had gained in self-assurance and elegance. Difficult though her life might be, the conviction that she no longer had rivals was solace enough for her. That summer, Hitler decided that the time had come for Lebensraum and to destroy Bolshevism. He instructed the military to make preparations in this direction, and on July 29, 1940, Jodl journeyed to the Bad Reichenhall railroad station to discuss the matter with Colonel Valimont, chief of OKW's planning section, in his special train. Valimont and his 3 senior officers thought the unusual visit might mean promotion or some award. To their mystification, Jodl checked to see that all doors and windows of the dining car were closed, and then abruptly announced in a quiet, dry voice that Hitler had decided to rid the world once and for all of the danger of Bolshevism. A surprise attack was to be launched on the Soviet Union as soon as possible. May 1941. The effect of Jodl's words was electric, recalled Valimont, who at the time grasped his chair because he could not believe his own ears. "That's impossible," burst out a colonel named Lossberg. "How could Hitler fight Russia before England was defeated?" Jodl gave a curious answer. "The Führer is afraid that the mood of the people after a victory over England would hardly permit him to embark on a new war against Russia." A chorus of protests erupted. This was the two-front war which had defeated Germany in the First World War. And why this sudden change after the Moscow Pact? Hadn't Stalin kept his promise to deliver raw materials and food punctually and fully? Jodl tersely answered every objection. A collision with Bolshevism was inevitable. It was better to attack now at the peak of German armed strength. The answers did not convince Valimont, but Jodl, who had presented similar protests to Hitler, cut short the debate. "Gentlemen," he said, "it is not a question for discussion, but a decision of the Führer." He ordered Valimont to prepare planning papers under the code name Build Up East. On the last day of July, the Führer summoned his commanders to the Berghof for a conference that purported to concern Sea Lion, but would lead in the opposite direction. Admiral Redder spoke first. Preparations were in full swing. Material had been brought up according to plan, and the conversion of barges would be finished by the end of August. On the other hand, the merchant shipping situation was unfavourable due to losses sustained in Norway and from mines, and while minesweeping had commenced, it was hampered by Allied air superiority. Therefore, he concluded, it would be better to postpone the invasion until the following May. Hitler protested. Waiting that long, he said, would enable England to improve her army and stockpile considerable supplies from America and perhaps even Russia. "How can we bridge the gap until May?" he asked, and set the operation for September the 15th. No sooner had he made this categorical decision than he diluted it. That is, he added, if a concentrated week-long bombing attack on southern England could damage the RAF, the Royal Navy, and key harbours. Otherwise, it is postponed until May 1941. If this was a decision, it was the kind of half-hearted one that pleased Redder. It gave him top priority to prepare Sea Lion, while shifting the burden of responsibility onto the Luftwaffe. More important, it gave Hitler the option of turning the war from west to east, and once the two Navy men, Raeder and Puttkammer, left the room, he began belittling Sea Lion's chances. "Our little navy," he sighed, "only 15% of that of the enemy." Moreover, the channel was far more formidable than it appeared on a map, as any voyager on that treacherous body of water in foul weather could testify. It was almost as though he had dismissed the invasion of England. Russia needs only to hint to England that she does not wish to see Germany too strong, and the English, like a drowning man, will regain hope that things will be entirely different in 6 to 8 months. But if Russia is smashed, England's last hope is extinguished. Then Germany will be the master of Europe and the Balkans. This time his musings came to a resolute conclusion. "Decision," he said curtly. "In view of these considerations, Russia must be liquidated. Spring 41. Gone was the hesitation of the past few conferences. Again he was the old Führer, the man of destiny. The sooner we smash Russia, the better. The operation only makes sense if we smash the state to its core in one blow. Mere conquest of land areas will not suffice. The offensive, he said, must be carried out as a single unbroken operation. He would not make Napoleon's mistake and be whipped by the Russian winter. We will wait, he said, until May. 5 months' time, he said with satisfaction, to prepare. He was carried away by his vision. Object, he said with animation, annihilation of Russia's vital energy. The warlord personified, he rapidly outlined an attack of some 120 divisions. First, a drive to Kiev. Second, one through the Baltic toward Moscow. Finally, a convergence from north and south, followed by a special operation against the Baku oil area. The dream was materializing into a reality. 2. Within 24 hours, the man of decision was again vacillating. He issued 2 directives, one calling for a quick conquest of Britain, and the other expressing doubt of its execution. The first began in confidence. In order to establish the conditions necessary for the final subjugation of England, I intend to intensify the air and naval war against the English homeland. The Luftwaffe was to overpower the RAF as quickly as possible, then stand by in force for Operation Sea Lion. I reserve for myself, he pointed out, the decision on terror attacks as a means of reprisal. The second order, signed by Keitel in the name of the Führer, directed operations for Sea Lion to be completed by mid-September, then stated, 8 to 14 days after the launching of the air offensive against Britain, scheduled to begin about August 5th, the Führer will decide whether the invasion will take place this year or not. His decision will depend largely on the outcome of the air offensive. Even as Keitel sent out this directive, he sensed Hitler's ambivalence. Although the Führer appeared to be throwing himself into all the preparations with great enthusiasm, and demanded the adoption of every conceivable improvisation to speed the preparations, I could not help gaining the impression that when it came to the question of actually executing the operation, he was in the grip of doubts and inhibitions. He was wide awake to the enormous risk he would be running, and to the responsibility he was being called upon to shoulder. Keitel also had the feeling that, above all, Hitler was reluctant to countenance the inevitable loss of his last chance of settling the war with Britain by diplomatic means, something which I am convinced he was at that time hoping to achieve. It never occurred to Keitel that this might have been more than an exercise in vacillation, that Hitler might possibly be using the showy preparations for Sea Lion to mask his attack on Russia. Nor did it occur to Hitler that the substance of his 2 directives on that August 1st had been decoded by Ultra. The messages assured Churchill that he truly possessed the German code, and his faith was confirmed beyond doubt when Ultra shortly decoded a signal from Goering designating August 13th as the beginning of Operation Eagle, the all-out air assault on England. The offensive began on schedule, but because of worsening weather, only the 3rd Air Force took part. There were almost 500 bombing sorties, but, thanks primarily to radar and secondarily to the Ultra warning, damage was slight, and German losses were serious. 45 Luftwaffe aircraft against 13 RAF fighters. The next day was equally disappointing to Goering. On the 15th he launched all 3 of his air fleets. This time Ultra disclosed exactly what forces Goering would use and approximately where each would strike, and with this knowledge the RAF was able to assemble its few fighter squadrons at the right place and altitude, parcelling them so economically that each German wave met fierce resistance. In the greatest air battle to date, the RAF shot down 75 planes, while losing 34. Operation Eagle was turning sour. On the 17th, the score was 70 to 27. That was the day the slow Stuka dive bomber, which had wreaked such havoc in France, was taken out of the campaign by Goering. It was simply no match for the Spitfires. Bad weather began on the 19th and kept the Luftwaffe grounded 4 days. During the respite, Goering summoned his commanders. The daylight attacks on aircraft factories and other such targets, he said, would have to be replaced by night raids. Goering also took the opportunity to bitterly reproach the single and double-engine fighter pilots for their performances. Neither type of fighter is allowed to break off its escort mission because of weather, he ordered. Any pilot who did so would be court-martialed. When the weather lifted on August 23rd, the Luftwaffe came over the Channel that night en masse. One flight of a dozen bombers strayed off course, and, instead of hitting aircraft factories and oil tanks outside of London, dropped their loads directly on the city. 9 civilians were killed, and the RAF, assuming it had been done on purpose, retaliated the next night by bombing Berlin. Little damage was suffered, but the Berliners were stunned. They did not think it could happen, Scheirer wrote in his diary. When this war began, Goering assured them it couldn't. They believed him. Their disillusionment today therefore is all the greater. You have to see their faces to measure it. The RAF returned to Berlin 3 nights later, this time killing 10 civilians and wounding 29 others. Hitler was outraged, since the German attack on London had been due to a navigational error, yet still refused to let the Luftwaffe bomb the English capital. Berlin was hit twice more. Aroused to action, he finally threatened dire retaliation on the afternoon of September 4th, in an unscheduled speech at the Sportplatz. His audience of women social workers and nurses cheered at his promise to surpass Churchill's bombings. "When the British Air Force drops 2 or 3 or 4,000 kilograms of bombs," he said, "then we will in one night drop 150, 230, or 400,000 kilograms." The din in the auditorium forced him to pause. "When they declare that they will increase the attacks on our cities, then we will raze their cities to the ground. We will stop the handiwork of these air pirates, so help us God. The hour will come when one of us will break, and it will not be National Socialist Germany." The answer was a frenzied, "Never, never." 3. 2 days later, Admiral Raeder reported to Hitler at the Chancellery. The two discussed Sea Lion cautiously, as if neither had much faith in it, the Admiral concluding his comments with a question that should have drawn a hot retort. "What," he asked, "are the Führer's political and military directives in the event that Operation Sea Lion does not take place?" But Hitler was not at all ruffled, and it was with some satisfaction that Raeder reported to his colleagues, "Decision of the Führer to land in England is by no means yet firm, since the Führer has the conviction that the submission of England will be achieved even without landing. Landing is, however, now, as before, regarded by the Führer as the means by which, according to every prospect, an immediate crushing end can be made of the war. Yet the Führer has no thought of executing the landing if the risk of the operation is too high." It was obvious that Hitler could not tolerate a miscarriage of Sea Lion, since that would decisively redound to the prestige of Great Britain. He wanted a triumphant blitz finale to the end of the war, but one without risks. What particularly disturbed him was Puttkamer's eyewitness report of a recent exercise near Boulogne, in which landing barges drawn by tugs were thrown into complete disorder by the tide. In Puttkamer's opinion, a similar landing operation on the English coast would be equally catastrophic. The success of invasion or capitulation depended on the air assault, and Hitler sanctioned mass raids on London the day after his desultory meeting with Raeder. Wave after wave of planes took off for England. Late that afternoon, the first group of 320 bombers, heavily protected by fighters, passed over the head of Goering, who was watching from the cliffs of Cape Blanc-Nez. The tightly massed planes swarmed over the Channel, then flew up the Thames to blast Woolwich Arsenal, power stations and docks. As soon as Goering got the report that the last target was a sea of flames, he hurried to a microphone and began broadcasting that London was being destroyed. His planes, he boasted, were striking right into the enemy's heart. The devastating attack continued until dawn, and was resumed the following dusk. 842 Londoners died in those 2 days of terror. Making good his threat to raze their cities to the ground, Hitler authorized another massive raid for September 15th. This would be the grand finale, designed not only to punish London, but to destroy the RAF. Again, Ultra warned Churchill, and 4 days before the raid he broadcast an exhortation to the nation. There is no doubt that Herr Hitler is using up his fighter force at a very high rate, and that if he goes on for many more weeks he will wear down and ruin the vital part of his air force. At the same time, he warned that no one should blind himself to the fact that a heavy, full-scale invasion of this island is being prepared, with all the usual German thoroughness and method, and that it may be launched now, upon England, upon Scotland, or upon Ireland, or upon all three. It could come in the next few days. Therefore, we must regard the next week or so as a very important period in our history. It ranks with the days when the Spanish Armada was approaching the Channel, and Drake was finishing his game of bowls, or when Nelson stood between us and Napoleon's Grand Army at Boulogne. His words lifted spirits in the fortress island, inspiring civilians to feel that they too were involved in the battle. Although Hitler was putting on a public show of confidence, he revealed considerable concern at a Führer conference on September 14th. After praising the Luftwaffe for the terrific effect of Operation Eagle, he admitted that the prerequisites for Sea Lion were not yet on hand. Bad weather had prevented the Luftwaffe from gaining complete air command. But he still refused to call off the invasion. The air attacks were having a devastating effect on English nerves, and mass hysteria would break out in 10 or 12 days. Goering's deputy seized on this to advance his scheme of bombing civilians into submission. Raeder, who seemed enthusiastic about everything but a sea invasion, gave his hearty approval, but Hitler insisted that the Luftwaffe confine itself to vital military targets. Bombing with the object of causing mass panic must be the last resort. All the talk subsided, and what had apparently been a decision to launch Sea Lion was only an agreement to make one on September 17th. In the meantime, the Battle of Britain intensified, with increasingly heavy German losses. On the 15th, for instance, 60 planes were destroyed, while the British were losing 26. Consequently, Hitler was forced at last to face reality on Tuesday the 17th. He admitted to himself that bombing would probably never bring the English to their knees, then curtly announced his decision. Due to inability to achieve air superiority, Operation Sea Lion was hereby postponed until further notice. Postponement meant cancellation. From that moment on, the invasion of England existed only on paper. Ultra and a small band of British pilots, typifying the united spirit of the people, had dealt Adolf Hitler his first military defeat. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England, was saved. "We have conquered France at the cost of 30,000 men," the Führer told Puttkamer once the decision was made. "During one night of crossing the Channel we could lose many times that, and success is not certain." He seemed happy, thought his naval adjutant, now that Sea Lion was shelved. That same day, Ultra learned that Hitler had authorized the dismantling of air-loading equipment at all Dutch airfields. Churchill summoned the chiefs of staff in the evening. It was, F.W. Winterbottom recalled, as if someone cut all the strings of the violins in the middle of a dreary concerto. There were controlled smiles on the faces of these men. Then the chief of the air staff said what everyone privately hoped. In his opinion, Hitler had abandoned Sea Lion, at least for the year. There was a very broad smile on Churchill's face now, as he lit up his massive cigar and suggested that we should all take a little fresh air. 4. Hitler still hoped to bring England to the negotiating table, if not by air or sea assault, by the capture of the most strategic mass of rock in the world, Gibraltar. Its seizure would not only keep the Royal Navy out of the Mediterranean and thus ensure German takeover of North Africa and the Mid-East, but drastically lengthen the Empire's lifelines to the Far East. How could the British continue a war on such a basis, reasoned Hitler, particularly since he was willing to give them an honourable peace and let them be a silent partner in the crusade against Bolshevism. It so happened that Franco's Minister of the Interior, Ramon Serrano Suñer, was then in Berlin to discuss Spain's entry into the war in general and a possible attack on Gibraltar in particular. On the way to the Chancellery on that eventful morning, he was in an apprehensive mood. Yesterday's conference with Ribbentrop had left him both disturbed and irritated, for he feared Ribbentrop's arrogant behaviour was merely a reflection of his master's irritation with the Franco regime. The Spaniard was pleasantly surprised to be received by Hitler with serene politeness, and it was with some confidence that he explained he had been sent as personal agent of Franco, as well as a representative of the Spanish government. He was married to the former Zita Polo, sister of the Generalissimo's wife. He had come, he said, to clarify the conditions under which Spain would join Germany in the war. That would be whenever Spain's supply of foodstuffs and war material was secure. The Führer seemed more interested in politics than war. Europe, he said, must be united into a continental political system by establishing her own Monroe Doctrine, with Africa under her protection. His allusions to Spain's entry into the war, however, were indirect and vague. Only when his guest stressed the need for artillery in the Gibraltar area did Hitler become specific, and then about the superiority of bombs over shells. Rattling off figures, he explained that a long-barreled cannon needed repairs after firing about 200 rounds, each containing 75 kilograms of explosives, while a Stuka squadron of 36 machines could indefinitely drop 120 bombs of 1,000 kilograms at a time. How long, argued Hitler, could the enemy resist these dive bombers? At the mere sight of them, the Royal Navy would flee from Gibraltar. Therefore, there was no need for artillery. Besides, he added, the Germans could not possibly supply 38-centimetre guns for the Gibraltar operation. This virtuoso verbal performance, which left his listener speechless with wonder, was followed by an assurance that Germany would do everything in her power to help Spain. Serrano Suñer left the Chancellery so relieved that his host had not once used a threatening or even pressing tone, that he advised Franco to accept Hitler's suggestion that the two leaders meet at the Spanish frontier in the near future for a more definite discussion. Equally impressed by Serrano Suñer, Hitler decided to approach his brother-in-law more forthrightly. Spain's entry into the war on the side of the Axis powers, he wrote Franco the next morning, must begin with the expulsion of the English fleet from Gibraltar, and immediately thereafter the seizure of the fortified rock. Once Spain came over to the Axis side, he promised, with the persuasiveness of a salesman, Germany would supply not only military but economic aid to the greatest extent possible. In other words, quick victory was to be followed by quick profits. In his reply on September 22nd, Franco seemed to agree with almost everything Hitler proposed. But a meeting between Serrano Suñer and Ribbentrop 2 days later foretold difficulties. The Spaniard objected politely but firmly to German claims for several strategic islands off Africa. Even the interpreter thought Serrano Suñer was being quite niggardly about these bases after a wholesale offer by Ribbentrop of territory in Africa. This, Schmidt observed, brought the first chill to the warm friendship between Franco and Hitler. If Ribbentrop was frustrated at the difficulties of negotiating with Franco's relative, he had cause for celebration later in the month when his brainchild, the tripartite pact with Japan and Italy, was signed in Berlin. In it, Japan agreed to recognize the leadership of Germany and Italy in the establishment of a new order in Europe, as long as they recognized her new order in Asia. The signatories also promised to assist one another with all political, economic, and military means when one of the three contracting parties is attacked by a power at present not involved in the European War or in the Sino-Japanese conflict. To the British and Americans, this was further evidence that Japan was no better than Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, and that the three gangster nations had joined forces to conquer the world. The Soviets were disturbed, but Ribbentrop assured Molotov that the treaty was directed exclusively against the warmonger elements in America. Why not make it a quadripartite pact, he urged, and then wrote a long letter to Stalin saying that it was the historical mission of the four powers, the Soviet Union, Japan, Italy, and Germany, to adopt a long-range policy and to direct the future development of their peoples into the right channels, by delimitation of their interests for the ages. 5. Hitler devoted October to diplomacy. On the 4th he met Mussolini at the Brenner Pass. "The war is won. The rest is only a question of time," he said. While admitting that the Luftwaffe had not yet achieved air supremacy, he claimed that British planes were being knocked out of the air at a ratio of 3-1. For some reason, however, England continued to hold out, even though her military situation was hopeless. Her people were under inhuman strain. "Why does she keep on?" he complained, and answered his own question. Hope of American and Russian aid. That, he said, was an illusion. The tripartite pact was already having a dampening effect on the cowardly American leaders, and 40 German divisions on the Eastern Front discouraged any Russian intervention. Therefore, the time was ripe to strike a new blow at the very roots of the British Empire, to seize Gibraltar. This digressed into a diatribe against the Spaniards, who demanded 400,000 tons of grain and considerable gasoline as their price for entry into the war. And, complained Hitler, when he had brought up the matter of eventual repayment, Franco had the gall to reply that this was a matter of confusing idealism with materialism. Almost beside himself with resentment, Hitler exclaimed that he had been practically represented as if I were a little Jew who was haggling about the most sacred possessions of mankind. After the two dictators parted in a spirit of warmth and trust, the Führer made for Berchtesgaden, to think over quietly the new political scheme. He paced the rooms of the Berghof and took long walks by himself on the slopes of the Obersalzberg. He spoke out some thoughts over the dinner table, some at conferences. The result of these monologues was a decision to sound out the French during his trip to see Franco. Then, and only then, would he speak to the Russians. His special train, it bore the curious name Amerika, left Germany on the 22nd, arriving that evening at Montoire, in west-central France. Here Laval, Deputy Premier of Vichy France, came aboard for a brief conference. It dealt primarily with arrangements for a meeting with Marshal Pétain in 2 days. At this time, the Führer planned to extend his program reducing France to complete vassalage. He hoped to do it with the willing help of the victims, but was ready to use force and ruthless reprisals if necessary. Beyond subjecting France, as he had other conquered nations, to what Goering blandly called plunder economy, which included the outright theft of everything of value, from raw materials and slave labour to national art treasures, he hoped to gain Vichy France as an active ally against England. From Laval's attitude, Hitler was assured that this could be done, and he was in a confident mood as the train continued its journey through the night for the crucial meeting with Franco. They were to meet next day at a little French border town more suitable for a holiday than a conference of world importance. Hendaye lay just below Biarritz in the resort area of southwest France, with beaches and palm trees worthy of a travel poster. The rendezvous was at the edge of town where the French narrow-gauge and Spanish wide-gauge rails met. The Führer train arrived in good time for the 2 o'clock meeting, but there was no Spanish train on the adjoining platform. It was a sparkling, clear October day, so pleasant that the punctual Germans were not annoyed. After all, what could you expect from those lazy Spaniards with their interminable siestas? Hitler was convinced that once he met Franco face to face, he would bring him around, just as he had Chamberlain, Laval, and the others. Where would the Generalissimo be without the help of Germany? It was not, as devout Spaniards believed, the intervention of the Mother of God which had won the Civil War, but the bombs German squadrons had rained from the heavens that decided the issue. While they waited, Hitler and Ribbentrop chatted on the platform. "We cannot, at the moment," Schmidt overheard the Führer say, "give the Spaniards any written promises about transfers of territory from the French colonial possessions. If they get hold of anything in writing on this ticklish question with these talkative Latins, the French are sure to hear something about it sooner or later." Tomorrow he wanted to induce Pétain to start active hostilities against England, and so could not give away French territory today. Quite apart from that, he continued, if such an agreement with the Spaniards became known, the French colonial empire would probably go over bodily to de Gaulle. At last, an hour late, the Spanish train appeared on the international bridge over the Bidasoa River. The tardiness had been deliberate, not due to any siesta. "This is the most important meeting of my life," Franco told one of his officers. "I'll have to use every trick I can, and this is one of them. If I make Hitler wait, he will be at a psychological disadvantage from the start." The Caudillo leader was short and plump, with dark, piercing eyes. In a nation of distinguished-looking men, he appeared to be a nonentity, a Sancho Panza, who had risen to power by luck and perseverance. His success was hard won. Coming from Galicia, a province noted for its sober pragmatists, he brought to his high rank a grim sense of reality and shrewdness. Although a peasant at heart, Franco was not even a man of the people. He also was too close to the Church and the monarchists, and, while giving lip service to the Phalangists, a fascist-type party, it was obvious he was not one of them. The true Phalangists, such as his brother-in-law, who had recently been promoted to foreign minister, were much more pro-German. Despite his recent unhappy experiences in Berlin, Serrano Suñé remained convinced that Germany was invincible, and that Spain should go over to the winning side. Franco was sceptical. "I tell you that the English will never give in," he told his generals. "They'll fight and go on fighting. And if they are driven out of Britain, they'll carry on the fight from Canada. They'll get the Americans to come in with them. Germany has not won the war." At the same time, he did not want to exhaust Hitler's patience and subject Spain to the fate of Czechoslovakia and the succeeding line of small countries which had stood in his way. As his train drew alongside of Hitler's, Franco knew the fate of his country rested on his ability to keep it out of the European conflict. The Civil War had left Spain's economy in a shambles, and with the failure of last year's harvest, his people faced starvation. But would Hitler let him remain neutral? If he gave the Führer a flat refusal, what could stop a German invasion? The solution was to give the impression of joining the Axis, yet find some slight point that needed further clarification. His Galatian heritage was his armour, as he stepped onto the platform and started toward Hitler to the accompanying blast of military music. Franco began with a set speech, laden with compliments and vocal promises. Spain had always been spiritually united with the German people without any reservation and in complete loyalty, and, in fact, at every moment felt herself united with the Axis. Historically, there were only forces of unity between their two nations, and, in the present war, Spain would gladly fight at Germany's side. The difficulties of doing so, he added, were well known to the Führer. In particular, the food shortage, and the difficulties anti-Axis elements were making for his poor country in America and Europe. Therefore Spain must mark time, and often look kindly towards things of which she thoroughly disapproves. He said this with a tone of regret, but quickly noted that despite all these problems, Spain, mindful of her spiritual alliance with the Axis, was assuming the same attitude toward the war as had Italy in the past autumn. This artful dodge was followed by a promise from Hitler. In return for Spanish cooperation in the war, he said, Germany would let Franco have Gibraltar. It would be seized on the 10th of January, as well as some colonial territories in Africa. Franco sat huddled silently in his chair, face expressionless. Finally he began to talk, slowly and deliberately, offering up excuses while insisting on more concessions. His country, he said, needed several 100,000 tons of wheat immediately. Fixing Hitler with a sly, watchful expression, he asked if Germany was prepared to deliver it. And what about the large number of heavy guns Spain needed to defend the coast from attacks by the Royal Navy, not to mention anti-aircraft guns? He shifted in seemingly haphazard manner from one subject to another, from recompense for the certain loss of the Canary Islands to the impossibility of accepting Gibraltar as a present from foreign soldiers. That fortress must be taken by Spaniards. Abruptly, he pragmatically assessed Hitler's chances of clearing the British out of Africa. To the edge of the desert, perhaps, but no farther. As an old African campaigner, I am quite clear about that. Similarly, he cast doubt on the Führer's ability to conquer Britain itself. At best, England might fall, but Churchill's government would flee to Canada and continue the war with America's aid. Franco spoke in a monotonous sing-song that reminded Schmidt of a muezzin calling the faithful to prayer. It only frustrated Hitler, who finally shot to his feet and blurted out that it was futile to continue. He immediately sat down again, as if regretting his display of nerves, and once more tried to persuade Franco to sign a treaty. "Of course," said Franco. "What would be more logical? As long as Germany supplied the food and armaments, of course, and as long as Spain was given the option to decide the right moment for war." Having come full circle, the meeting was adjourned. As a disgruntled Hitler departed for his private compartment, the two foreign ministers walked down the platform to Ribbentrop's train for further discussions. After some sparring, Ribbentrop revealed that the Führer had come to Hendaye to ascertain whether the Spanish claims and the French hopes were compatible with one another. Surely the Caudillo would understand Hitler's dilemma and sign a secret protocol to which Italy would later add her signature. Whereupon Ribbentrop handed over a Spanish translation of the proposal. It stated that Spain would receive territories from French colonial possessions to the extent that France can be indemnified from British colonial possessions. With a show of surprise, Serrano Suñé exclaimed that evidently a new course was to be followed in the African question, and Germany's attitude toward France apparently had changed. This made Spain's compensation for entering the war very vague, and Franco, he concluded, with a little smile, would have to define more exactly the rewards of victory to his people. Ribbentrop was no match for such verbal gymnastics, and fought to restrain his anger as the Spaniard made a dramatic but elegantly formal exit. That evening the Germans entertained the Spaniards at a state dinner in the dining car of the Führer's train. Franco was warm and friendly, his brother-in-law charming. Perhaps their ingratiating manner throughout the meal encouraged Hitler to draw Franco aside as the guests were rising to depart. For almost 2 hours the two men talked in private, with the Führer becoming increasingly agitated at his inability to manipulate the imperturbable Caudillo, who stood firm on every important point. He believed, for instance, that the eastern gate of the Mediterranean, the Suez Canal, should be closed before the western gate, Gibraltar. Nor was he moved by Hitler's protests. Even when his firmness drove Hitler from insistence to an outburst of temper, Franco remained impassive, insisting that if Spain did not get the 10 million quintals of wheat, history, he was referring to the rising against Napoleon, might repeat itself. The Führer left the banquet car in a fume. Franco is a little major, he told Puttkamer. To linger, he reduced him in rank. In Germany, that man would never rise higher than sergeant. Another heard him bring down the Caudillo to corporal, his own World War grade. He was even more annoyed at the cunning tactics of his foreign minister. Suñé has Franco in his pocket, he told Keitel, and threatened to break off the talks with the Spaniards there and then. In the meantime, Ribbentrop was in his train trying to work out an agreement with Suñé. But he had become as frustrated as the Führer with the Spaniards' polite but insistent objections. Losing all patience, he dismissed Serrano-Suñer and his aides as if they were schoolboys, instructing them to bring in the completed text by 8 in the morning. Serrano-Suñer failed to appear in person on the 24th, entrusting the text instead to his subordinate, a former ambassador to Berlin who spoke German with a Viennese accent. Ribbentrop was so infuriated at the substitution that his rude shouts could be heard outside the train. "Unsatisfactory," exclaimed Ribbentrop in his role as schoolmaster after reading Serrano-Suñer's draft, which described the French zone of Morocco as a territory later to belong to Spain. He demanded that the Spaniards submit a new draft, then drove off with Schmidt to the nearest airport so they could reach Montoire in time for the Hitler-Pétain meeting. Spluttering with rage all the way, the foreign minister cursed Suñer as a Jesuit and Franco as an ungrateful coward. Secretly, the interpreter was delighted by the tactics of the Spaniards. For the first time, Hitler had been outwitted before he could play his own tricks. He had already arrived in Montoire and was waiting in his train to meet Marshal Pétain, who had recently elevated himself from Premier to Head of State, a new title disassociating him from the old Republican regime. It would have made the Führer even unhappier with Franco to know that he had already warned Pétain not to assume the burden of leading France out of chaos. "Make your age your excuse," he had said. "Let those who lost the war sign the peace. You are the hero of Verdun. Don't let your name be mingled with the others who have been defeated." "I know, General," Pétain had replied, "but my country calls me, and I am hers. It may be the last service I can do for her." The aged marshal, smartly uniformed, was greeted at the entrance of the railway station by Keitel. Pétain returned his salute, and walked directly past the German honour guard, eyes front, with Ribbentrop and Laval at his heels. They silently filed through the station to the Führer's train. As Pétain emerged from the ticket hall, Hitler came forward, hand outstretched. The marshal allowed himself to be led into the private coach, but sat very straight, facing Hitler, listening to Schmidt translate. He was talking rather loudly for the old man's benefit, with calm indolence. He seemed confident rather than servile. Laval, next to him, was a vivid contrast. He was dying for a cigarette, and knew smoking was anathema to both Hitler and Pétain. Laval's searching eyes darted alternately from Hitler to Ribbentrop, as the former pointed out that he was aware the Marshal did not belong among those who had favoured declaring war on Germany. If this were not the case, he said, this talk could not have taken place. After listing French sins in a moderate tone, the Führer repeated what he had said to Franco. "We have already won the war. England is beaten, and will sooner or later have to admit it." And, he added meaningfully, it was obvious someone would have to pay for the lost war. That will be either France or England. If England bears the cost, then France can take the place in Europe which is due her, and can fully retain her position as a colonial power. To do this, of course, France would have to protect her colonial empire from attack, as well as reconquer the Central African colonies which had gone over to de Gaulle. At this point, he indirectly suggested that France join the war against Britain by asking Pétain what France would do if the English continued to attack her battleships, as she had at Mers el-Kabir and a few weeks later at Dakar. While admitting that both of these attacks affronted most Frenchmen, Pétain replied that his country was in no position to wage another war. He countered with a request for a final peace treaty, so that France may be clear about her fate and the 2 million French prisoners of war may return to their families as soon as possible. Hitler glided over this problem, and the two Frenchmen, in turn, made no response to another hint that France should enter the war. The two sides were at cross purposes, and although Pétain expressed his personal admiration for the Führer and seemed to agree with many of his opinions, he expressed himself so curtly that Schmidt took it as an overt rebuff. The great stake for which Hitler had played, recalled the interpreter, had been lost as a result of the prudent reticence shown by Pétain and Laval. In his opinion, France was not shamed by the actions of their two representatives at Montoire. It was with honor, Pétain told his countrymen a few days later over the radio, that he accepted collaboration with Germany. He did so to maintain French unity. It would also lighten the weight of France's suffering and better the lot of her prisoners. This collaboration, he warned, must be sincere. It must exclude all idea of aggression. It must carry with it a patient and confident effort. France had numerous obligations to the victor. Hadn't Hitler let France keep her sovereignty? So far, continued Pétain, I have spoken to you as a father. Today I am addressing you as a leader. Follow me. Trust in eternal France. The mood aboard the Führer train was glum. Hitler had failed to get what he wanted at both Hendaye and Montoire. The third disappointment came before America crossed the border of France, with the delivery of a letter from Mussolini dated 6 days earlier. In it, he venomously attacked the French. In their hearts, he wrote, they hated the Axis, and, despite the sweet words coming from Vichy, one cannot think of their collaboration. Anxious lest Il Duce's vengeful attitude toward France endanger his own plan to draw Vichy into the anti-democratic crusade, Hitler instructed Ribbentrop to move up his meeting with Mussolini in Florence to October 28th. Ribbentrop's telephone call to Ciano a few minutes later caused a minor panic in Rome. This rush of the Führer to Italy so soon after his conference with Pétain, Ciano wrote in his diary, is not at all pleasing to me. I hope he will not offer us a cup of hemlock because of our claims against France. This will be a bitter pill for the Italian people, even more so than the Versailles delusion. Rather than return to Berlin as planned, Hitler ordered his train to Munich, so he could rest and prepare for the hastily updated trip to Italy. On October 27th, just before heading south late that afternoon, word came from the German military attaché in Rome that it was now practically certain that Mussolini would attack Greece early the next morning. According to Schmidt, the Führer was beside himself at this news, and that evening at supper Ribbentrop reflected his master's ire. The Italians will never get anywhere against the Greeks in the autumn rains and winter snows, he said. Besides, the consequences of war in the Balkans are quite unpredictable. The Führer intends at all costs to hold up this crazy scheme of the Duce's, so we are to go to Italy at once to talk to Mussolini personally. Ribbentrop could not have meant this seriously. He himself had set the meeting 2 days earlier. Further, he was aware that the Führer had just refused to sign a message to Rome, composed by his own staff, which criticized any such attack in straight language. Ribbentrop, recalled Weizsäcker, who had written the message, approved this, but Hitler said he did not want to cross Mussolini. Hitler's silence meant indirectly giving Italy the sign to go ahead with her decisive and dangerous step to the Balkans. The next morning, at 10 a.m., as America was passing through Bologna, Hitler learned that the Italians had just marched into Greece. His first outburst of swearing and cursing, recalled Engel, was directed not at Mussolini, but at the German liaison staffs and attachés who had spoiled many a recipe for him. Only then did Hitler begin berating the Italians for their duplicity. "This is the revenge for Norway and France," he exclaimed, then complained that every second Italian is either a traitor or a spy. His emotions released, he turned to a more sober analysis of the situation. Il Duce, he guessed, had gone into Greece to counter Germany's growing economic influence in the Balkans. "I am greatly disturbed," he said. The Italian invasion, he feared, would have grave consequences, and give the British a welcome opportunity to set up an airbase in the Balkans. An hour later, his train pulled into the gaily decorated station of Florence. An exuberant Duce rushed forward to embrace his ally. "Führer," he exclaimed, "we are on the march." Hitler controlled himself. The damage had been done, and it would be useless to complain. His greeting was aloof, a far cry from the usual warm reception he gave Mussolini, but even this coolness was momentary. In moments, both dictators, being politicians, were put in good spirits by the ecstatic cries of "Führer! Heil Führer! Duce! Duce!" from the crowd outside the Palazzo Pitti, where the talks would take place. Several times the two dictators had to appear at the balcony to appease the crowd. It was a greeting such as the Romans gave their Caesars, Hitler later told his valet. But they did not deceive me. They are trying to soften me now because of the way they have messed up my plans. During the talk, Hitler controlled himself well, to Schmidt's surprise, with not the slightest sign of his mental gnashing of teeth. Mussolini was in exceptional good humour. Any guilt he may have felt for doing what Hitler had only given reluctant consent to had been dispelled by his own resentment over Hitler's recent dispatch of troops to Romania, days after they both had promised at the Brenner Pass to preserve peace in the Balkans. "Hitler always faces me with a fait accompli," he had complained to Ciano. "This time I am going to pay him back in his own coin. He will find out from the papers that I have occupied Greece. In this way the equilibrium will be re-established." Apparently he had succeeded, for the Führer never uttered a syllable of complaint about Greece. Instead, he devoted most of his time to the problem that had brought him to Florence. He told Mussolini of the meeting with Pétain and Laval, in which he had been much impressed by the dignity of the former, and had not been at all deceived by the servility of the latter. He described his talks with Franco as an ordeal, and rather than go through another, he would prefer to have 3 or 4 teeth out. The Caudillo, he complained, had been very vague about entering the war. He must have become leader of Spain by an accident. The long meeting ended in brotherliness, with Hitler repeating the promise made at the Brenner Pass that he would on no account conclude peace with France if the claims of Italy were not completely satisfied. On his part, Mussolini observed that their two countries were, as always, completely in accord. Once aboard America, however, Hitler began fulminating against Il Duce's new adventure, the outcome of which could only be military catastrophe. "Why on earth," he exclaimed, "didn't Mussolini attack Malta or Crete? That would still make some sense in the context of their war with England in the Mediterranean. Particularly with the Italian troops in such straits in North Africa that they had just requested a German armoured division." The return trip through the snow-covered Alps was a morose one for the Führer. In little more than 6 months he had conquered more land than even the most optimistic German could have imagined. Norway, Denmark, Luxembourg, Belgium, Holland, and France were his. He had outstripped Alexander and Napoleon. Yet nothing, it seems, fails like success. This incredible string of victories had been followed by frustration at Hendaye, Montoire, and Florence. The mediocre leader of a second-rate country and the chief of a defeated nation were avoiding being led into the crusade against England, and his own dependable ally was stupidly endangering the Axis position in the Mediterranean out of need for personal glory on the battlefield. As if that were not enough, the air campaign designed to bring England to the green table was now an admitted failure, at a frightful cost in planes. Unable to hide his annoyance during the tedious voyage back to the fatherland, he railed at deceiving collaborators and ungrateful, unreliable friends. What other conqueror had ever been faced with such a superfluity of frustrations? Much of his display must have been theatre. Hitler could not have been as disturbed by Pétain's lack of commitment as he pretended, and he surely knew he could have prevented the incursion into Greece if he had been willing to put pressure on Mussolini. But his bitterness at Franco's refusal to commit himself was sincere. The Caudillo must be forced into compliance, for he was the key to Gibraltar, and seizure of this fortress could checkmate the English, and clear the way for the crusade in the east. Chapter 23. The World Will Hold Its Breath. November 12, 1940 to June 22, 1941. 1. Although Hitler had given only reluctant support to the tripartite pact with Japan and Italy, he was persuaded by its father, Ribbentrop, to invite the Soviets to make it a four-power agreement. And so, on November 12, 1940, Foreign Commissar Molotov arrived in Berlin to talk of coalition. The meeting began without Hitler at Ribbentrop's new office in the former presidential palace, and the host did his utmost to make the Soviet delegation feel at home, bestowing smiles on all sides. Only at long intervals, recalled Schmidt, did Molotov reciprocate, when a frosty smile glided over his intelligent chess player's face. He listened impassively to Ribbentrop voice loud assurance that the tripartite pact was not aimed against the Soviet Union. In fact, Ribbentrop observed, Japan had already turned her face to the south and would be occupied for centuries in consolidating her territorial gains in Southeast Asia. For her Lebensraum, Germany too will seek its expansion in a southerly direction, that is, in Central Africa, in the territories of the former German colonies. Everyone, he said reassuringly, was going south, as if talking of the latest fad. He suggested, in his heavy-handed manner, that the Soviets also head south, and named the Persian Gulf and other areas in which Germany was disinterested. It was an obvious reference to India, but Molotov just peered without expression through his old-fashioned pince-nez. Disconcerted, Ribbentrop suggested that the Soviet Union join the tripartite pact. But Molotov, whose unerring logic in the presentation of arguments reminded Schmidt of his mathematics teacher, was saving his ammunition for Hitler. That afternoon, Molotov listened impassively to the Führer, but when Hitler finally stopped talking, complained politely that his statements have been of too general a nature. He wanted details, and began posing a succession of embarrassing questions. Does the German-Soviet agreement of 1939 still apply to Finland? What does the new order in Europe and Asia amount to, and what part is the USSR to play in it? What is the position with regard to Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey? And how do matters stand with regard to the safeguarding of Russian interests in the Balkans and on the Black Sea? No foreigner had ever before dared to express himself quite so boldly, and Schmidt wondered if Hitler would rush irately out the door as he had 2 years earlier when Sir Horace Wilson handed him Chamberlain's letter. But he meekly supplied reassuring answers. The tripartite pact, he said, would only regulate conditions in Europe. There would be no settlement without Russian collaboration, not only in Europe, but in the Far East. Molotov was sceptical. If we are to be treated as equal partners and not mere dummies, he said, we could, in principle, join the tripartite pact. But first the aim and object of the pact must be closely defined, and I must be more precisely informed about the boundaries of the Greater Asia area. Obviously disconcerted at being put on the defensive, Hitler abruptly ended the interrogation with the announcement that they would have to break off their discussion. Otherwise we shall be caught by the air raid warning. He sent the Russians an invitation for luncheon on the 13th, even though he disliked eating with foreigners. But the rare concession to cordiality did not moderate his guests' persistence. Molotov opened the second conference with continuing aggression. He brought up Finland, which Hitler was secretly planning to use as a military ally in case of war with Russia. The mere mention of Finland turned the Führer from genial luncheon host to testy litigant. "We have no political interest there," he protested. Molotov was not convinced. "If good relations are maintained between Russia and Germany," he said with studied calm, "the Finnish question can be settled without war. But in that case there must be no German troops in Finland and no demonstrations against the Soviet government there." Hitler controlled himself, answering in a quiet but emphatic tone that the only German troops in Finland were in transit to northern Norway. Molotov's suspicions were not allayed, and Hitler became so ruffled he began to repeat himself. "We must have peace with Finland because of their nickel and timber." But the next sentence, perhaps unwittingly, exposed his ultimate plan. A conflict in the Baltic would put a severe strain on Russo-German relations, with unpredictable consequences. If Molotov did not see that this was a threat, he ignored it, thereby making a grave diplomatic error. "It's not a question of the Baltic, but of Finland," he replied sharply. "No war with Finland," said Hitler obstinately. "Then you are departing from our agreement of last year," said Molotov with equal obstinance. This was a far grimmer, if less spectacular, contest than the debate with the British, and Ribbentrop saw his cherished policy of Russian-German entente in grave danger. He intervened conciliatingly, and Hitler took the cue to sound the Ribbentrop theme of Southward Ho. After the conquest of England, he said, the British Empire will be apportioned as a gigantic worldwide estate in bankruptcy of 40 million square kilometers. Like the promoter of a new real estate development, Hitler painted a tempting picture. In this bankrupt estate, Russia will get access to the ice-free and really open seas. Thus far, a minority of 45 million Englishmen have ruled 600 million inhabitants of the British Empire. I am about to crush this minority. Germany, he said, wanted no diversion from her struggle against the heart of the empire, the British Isles. This was why he opposed any Baltic war. But this excursion did not mollify Molotov, who resumed his complaints. "You have given a guarantee to Romania which displeases us," he said with characteristic brusqueness. This referred to Germany's recent guarantee of Romania's new frontiers from foreign attacks. Is this guarantee also valid against us? In diplomacy, it is considered a blunder to pin down an opponent. It applies to anyone who attacks Romania, Hitler said flatly, and a few moments later abruptly adjourned the meeting, using the same excuse as yesterday, possible English air raid. Hitler did not attend the banquet at the Russian embassy that evening, an occasion marred by the appearance of British planes just as Molotov was proposing a friendly toast. Ribbentrop escorted the host to his own air shelter in the Wilhelmstrasse, and while there took the opportunity to show Molotov a draft of the four-power treaty he so devoutly sought. It called for Germany, Russia, Japan, and Italy to respect each other's natural spheres of influence and settle any dispute in an amicable way. It defined the Soviets' territorial aspirations as south, in the direction of the Indian Ocean. Molotov was not impressed. Russia, he said, was more interested in Europe and the Dardanelles than the Indian Ocean. Consequently, he said, paper agreements will not suffice for the Soviet Union. She would have to insist on effective guarantees of her security. He made an exhaustive list of other Soviet interests: Swedish neutrality, access to the Baltic Sea, and the fate of Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. Ribbentrop was so taken aback that, according to the minutes of that meeting, he could only repeat again and again that the decisive question was whether the Soviet Union was prepared and in a position to cooperate with us in the liquidation of the British Empire. Molotov replied with sarcasm, if Germany was waging a life-and-death struggle against England, as Hitler had remarked that afternoon, he could only assume this meant that Germany was fighting for life and England for death. And when Ribbentrop persisted that England was beaten but didn't know it, the Russian replied, if that is so, why are we sitting in this air raid shelter? And whose bombs are those that are falling so close that their explosions are heard even here? Molotov won the argument, but lost the case. When Hitler read the report of the air shelter discussion, he was galled. Convinced that Russians were not serious about a four-power pact, he gave up the last scant hope of entente and resolved to do what he had vowed to do since 1928. At last, he irrevocably decided to attack Russia, confiding later to Bormann that Molotov's visit had convinced him that sooner or later Stalin would abandon us and go over to the enemy. He could not submit to Soviet blackmail regarding Finland, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. The Third Reich, defender and protector of Europe, could not have sacrificed these friendly countries on the altar of communism. Such behavior would have been dishonorable, and we should have been punished for it. From the moral as well as from the strategic point of view, it would have been a miserable gambit. War with Russia had become inevitable, whatever we did, and to postpone it only meant that we should later have to fight under conditions far less favorable. I therefore decided, as soon as Molotov departed, that I would settle accounts with Russia as soon as fair weather permitted. One encouragement was the miserable performance of the Red Army against Little Finland. He had also come to regard himself as a man of destiny, superior to any other human being, whose genius and willpower would conquer any enemy. Mesmerized by his political and military victories, he explained to one Nazi commander that he was the first and only mortal who had emerged into a superhuman state. His nature was more godlike than human, and therefore, as the first of the new race of supermen, he was bound by none of the conventions of human morality, and stood above the law. 2. Hitler kept his decision to himself, however, leaving his commanders under the impression that England was still the primary target. On the day of Molotov's arrival in Berlin, he had issued a directive aimed at bringing England to her knees without having to risk an invasion across the Channel. This plan called for a combination of blows to finish what the Italians had so ineptly started in Egypt and Greece. These attacks, combined with seizure of Gibraltar, the Canaries, Azores, Madeira, and parts of Morocco, would assuredly cut off England from the Empire and force her to capitulate. It was a chancy, if clever, plan, since it involved cooperation with a dubious collaborator, an unstable ally, and a reluctant neutral. No one was more aware of the difficulties of such a complex campaign than the Führer. But despite recent frustrations, he was confident of bringing Pétain, Mussolini, and Franco to heel. He began with the last. "I have decided to attack Gibraltar," he told the Caudillo's envoy, Serrano Suñer, on November 18th. "All that is required is the signal to begin, and a beginning must be made." But Franco's brother-in-law was as impossible to pin down as ever. He repeated Spain's dire need for grain and renewed her territorial demands. Hitler refused the latter outright, pointing out how well paid Spain would be if she joined the victorious side. Serrano Suñer observed that Spain, as Napoleon had found to his dismay, had always been ready to resist any invasion of its territory. This was succeeded by a final observation which somehow managed to combine another threat with the promise of compliance. Spain would have to use the remaining period of neutrality to buy wheat from the West. It was a tantalizing performance that left Hitler irritated and frustrated. He later told intimates that Serrano Suñer was the most evil spirit, the gravedigger of modern Spain. Convinced that Franco would eventually join the war, the Führer held the final briefing on the seizure of Gibraltar, Operation Felix, early in December. He told his commanders that he would undoubtedly get Franco's formal consent in the near future, and then send a personal friend of Franco's to bring him to terms. His choice, Canaris, was disastrous. The admiral, working against Hitler since 1938, formally presented Hitler's arguments, then informally advised Franco to stay out of a war that the Axis was bound to lose. When Canaris reported that Franco would enter the war only when England was about ready to collapse, Hitler lost his patience. On December 10th, he instructed his commanders to abandon Felix as a lost cause. But a few weeks later, he made another appeal to Franco. In a long, plaintive letter, he promised to deliver grain immediately if the Caudillo would only approve an early assault on Gibraltar. He made a pledge never to forsake Franco that was followed by a final plea. "I believe, Caudillo, that we three men, the Duce, you and I, are linked to one another by the most implacable force of history, and that we should therefore, in this historic conflict, obey the supreme commandment to realize that, in grave times such as these, nations can be saved by stout hearts rather than by seemingly prudent caution." Once more, Franco appeared to agree with everything Hitler said, yet did nothing. It was by willpower alone that he stalled Felix and saved Gibraltar for England, and by doing so he kept the Mediterranean open to the West, while confining Adolf Hitler to the continent of Europe. If the Mediterranean had been closed, it is most likely that all of North Africa and the Middle East would have fallen to the Reich. The entire Arab world would have enthusiastically joined the Axis with all its resources because of their hatred of the Jews. Apart from Spain's desperate economic situation and his fear of aligning himself with an eventual loser, there was a compelling personal motive for Franco's decision to thwart Hitler. He was part Jewish. 3. Stalin waited almost 2 weeks before informing the Germans that the Soviets would join Hitler's proposed four-power pact on several conditions, such as withdrawal of troops from Finland. The demands were not excessive, but, to the surprise of the Foreign Office, Hitler did not deign to haggle, or even bother to send Moscow a reply. His mind was set on force of arms, and late in the month his field commanders began a series of war games involving the attack on Russia. A day after their conclusion, on December 5th, the chiefs of staff of the three army groups involved met with Hitler, Brauchitsch and Halder. While approving Halder's basic plan of attack, the Führer was averse to imitating Napoleon with a main drive on Moscow. A seizure of the capital, he said, was not so very important. Brauchitsch protested that Moscow was of supreme importance, not only as the focal point of the Soviet communications network, but as an armament center. This brought forth a heated retort. Only completely ossified brains, absorbed in the ideas of past centuries, said Hitler, could see any worthwhile objective in taking the capital. His interest lay in Leningrad and Stalingrad, the Bolshevik breeding grounds. With these two nests destroyed, Bolshevism would be dead, and that was the primary aim of their attack. Brauchitsch's protest that this was the aim of a politician led to a lecture proving that politics and military strategy were interdependent. Hegemony over Europe, said Hitler, will be decided in battle against Russia. The defeat of the Soviet Union, for example, would help bring his secondary enemy, England, to terms. 5 days later, Hitler began preparing his own people for the coming crusade, with a ringing speech in Berlin on the inequitable distribution of the riches of the earth. It was not fair, he said, for Germans to live 360 persons per square mile, while other countries were sparsely populated. We must solve these problems, he concluded, and therefore we will solve them. At the same time, Goebbels was preparing Germany for hard times ahead. The prolonged Yuletide atmosphere, he told his associates, must be confined exclusively to 2 days. Even then, the feast of Christmas itself should be fitted into the framework of present-day happenings. A sloppy Christmas tree atmosphere lasting several weeks is out of tune with the militant mood of the German people. There would also be a raising of Germany's moral tone outside of the big cities. No strip dancers are to perform in rural areas, in small towns, or in front of soldiers. Comedians were also forbidden in the future to make political jibes or lewd erotic jokes. The revised plan of attack was presented to Hitler on December 17th. He altered it to delay the drive on Moscow until the Baltic states were cleared and Leningrad captured, then changed the name of the operation from Otto to a more meaningful title, Barbarossa, Redbeard, after Frederick I, the Holy Roman Empire who had marched east in 1190 with his legions to take the Holy Land. The bulk of the Red Army standing on its western frontier, he directed, would be destroyed by daring operations led by deeply penetrating armored spearheads. Those forces still capable of giving battle would be prevented from withdrawing into the depths of the USSR. The final objective of the operation is to erect a barrier against Asiatic Russia on the general line Volga-Archangel. The last surviving area of Russia in the Urals can then, if necessary, be eliminated by the Air Force. Halder suspected that Hitler was only bluffing, and asked Engel if this was a genuine plan. The adjutant believed that Hitler himself did not yet know, but the die indeed was cast, the crusade set in motion. Hitler had no patience with those who, counselling moderation in triumph, wanted Germany to cease its aggression and enjoy the fruits of conquest. Most of Europe, they argued, was Hitler's, and if he bided his time, England too would recognize the reality of his hegemony. But to Adolf Hitler, such a passive policy was unacceptable. The aim of National Socialism was the destruction of Bolshevism. How could he turn his back on his mission in life? I had always maintained that we ought at all costs to avoid waging war on 2 fronts, he later told Bormann, and you may rest assured that I pondered long and anxiously over Napoleon and his experiences in Russia. Why then, you may ask, this war against Russia, and why at the time that I selected? There was no hope of ending the war by invasion of England, and hostilities would have gone on interminably, with the Americans playing an increasingly active role. The one and only chance of vanquishing the Soviet Union was to take the initiative. Why attack in 1941? Because time was working in Russia's favor and against the Germans. Only when he held the territories of Russia would time be on Germany's side. 4. On the surface, relations between the two unnatural allies prospered. Within days after setting Barbarossa into action, on January 10, 1941, Hitler authorized promulgation of 2 agreements with the Soviets: an economic treaty specifying reciprocal deliveries of commodities, and a secret protocol in which Germany renounced its previous claim to a strip of Lithuanian territory for 7,500,000 gold dollars. Behind the facade of amity, however, dissension increased between the trade delegations. The flow of raw materials from the Soviet Union was steady and on schedule, while German deliveries were painfully slow and erratic. Whenever, for instance, machine tools were ready for shipment to Russia, some inspector from the Air or War Ministry would appear to praise the workmanship, then hijack the tools in the name of national defense. This organized slowdown extended to warships. Hitler himself ordered work stopped on a heavy cruiser promised to Stalin so more submarines could be produced. The Germans did offer to tow the hull to Leningrad and arm it with 380mm Krupp guns, but they wrangled so insistently over price that the ship was still in Wilhelmshaven. Stalin became involved in the argument over German deliveries, but he always restrained his own negotiators. He was determined to maintain good relations with his obstreperous ally for as long as possible. While he was striving for peace, at least until the Red Army was brought up to fighting strength, Hitler continued to prepare his people for war and a new order. He did so in an ominously oblique manner in his annual January 30th address at the Sportpalast. After a rousing introductory speech by Goebbels, he strode rigidly to the platform, raising an arm diffidently in the party salute amidst wild cheers. He stood silent for a moment, and then began speaking. His voice, recalled Schirer's replacement at CBS, was first a slow, low rumble. Then, with sudden vehemence, his arms began sweeping in wide gestures. He could have been thinking of Barbarossa and the racial cleansing that would follow when he said, "I am convinced that 1941 will be the crucial year of the great new order in Europe." But the enemy he attacked was Britain, leader of the Pluto-democracies, which, he charged, were under the control of an international Jewish clique and supported by dissident émigrés. These words provided cover for his attack on the Soviet Union, while preparing his own people for the final assault on Jewry, and, upon hearing Halder's report 4 days later that German troop strength would be equal to Russia's and far superior in quality, Hitler exclaimed, "When Barbarossa commences, the world will hold its breath and make no comment." His vision of conquest, in fact, soared beyond the limits of his own continent. On February 17th, he ordered preparation of a drive to the heart of Britain's empire, India. This would be accompanied by seizure of the Near East in a pincer movement, on the left from Russia across Iran, and on the right from North Africa toward the Suez Canal. While these grandiose plans were primarily designed to force Britain onto the side of Germany, they indicated the extent of Hitler's vaulting aspirations. Russia was as good as won, and his restless mind was already seeking new worlds to conquer, new enemies, America and Roosevelt in particular, to bring to heel. For a dreamer, Hitler could quite often be practical. No sooner had he envisaged vast fields of conquest than he began devoting himself to a relatively modest one. The defeat of Italian troops in Albania and Greece had, in his own words, indirectly struck a blow at the belief of our invincibility that was held by friend and foe alike. Greece, therefore, had to be occupied, and order re-established throughout the area before Barbarossa could safely be launched. This was not his sole motivation. Hitler also looked upon Italian failure in the Balkans as a golden opportunity to gain more territory and economic assets. The occupation of Greece, no simple matter, was particularly complicated by geography. 4 countries lay between Hitler and his target: Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria and Yugoslavia. The first 2, virtual German satellites, had been invested by his troops for some months, and the third, under considerable pressure, had joined the Tripartite Pact on the 1st of March. While this gave German troops a clear road to Greece, strategic Yugoslavia remained a military as well as political concern. Its leaders wanted neither German nor Russian intervention in the Balkans, and, after veiled threats and vague promises failed to bring them into the Axis, Hitler invited Prince Paul, the Yugoslav regent, to the Berghof so that he could exert his personal influence. Tempted as he was by Hitler's promise to guarantee Yugoslavia territorial integrity, Prince Paul protested that the decision was most difficult for personal reasons. His wife's Greek ancestry, her personal sympathies for England, and his own antagonism toward Mussolini. The prince left without giving an answer, but 3 days later, an interminable wait for Hitler, he replied that he was willing to sign the Tripartite Pact, provided Yugoslavia was not required to lend any military assistance or allow passage of German troops through its territory. This was unsatisfactory, but Hitler, controlling his feelings, sent back word that Germany accepted these conditions. This conciliatory offer unexpectedly brought a rebuff. The Yugoslavs could do nothing that might involve them in a war, possibly with America or even Russia. By mid-March it was evident that the Yugoslav government would not yield, and the strain on the Führer was visible as he spoke on the 16th at the Memorial Day ceremony in the Berlin War Museum. His face was drawn and haggard, recalled Louis Lochner. His skin was ashy grey, his eyes devoid of their usual lustre. Care and worry was stamped on him. But that was not the most striking thing. What amazed me was the matter-of-fact, uninterested, detached way in which he rattled off his usual platitudes appropriate to such an occasion. He read the brief speech as though it bored him, making no attempt to rouse the millions listening to him over the radio. The next day the situation in Yugoslavia changed with dramatic suddenness. The Crown Council agreed to sign the Tripartite Pact. This brought a public outcry of indignation, and, after 3 ministers resigned in protest, high-ranking Air Force officers led a revolt. By dawn of March 27th, the rebels had overthrown the government, and the youthful heir to the throne, Peter, was king. In Berlin that morning, Hitler was congratulating himself on the happy conclusion of the Yugoslav problem. He had just received a message that the local population had been universally most impressed by Yugoslavia's acceptance of the new pact, and that the government was entirely master of the situation. 5 minutes before noon, as he was preparing himself for an important conference with Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka, a telegram arrived from Belgrade. When Hitler read that the former members of the Yugoslav government were reportedly under arrest, he first thought it was a joke. Then he was seized with indignation. To be robbed of victory at the last moment was insupportable. This time his rage was genuine. He felt he'd been personally insulted. He shouted an order for military commanders to report at once to the Chancellery, sent an emergency call for Ribbentrop, who was talking with Matsuoka at the Wilhelmstrasse, then burst into the conference room where Jodl and Keitel were waiting for the daily briefing. Brandishing the telegram, Hitler exclaimed that he was now going to smash Yugoslavia once and for all. Like a lover spurned moments after being accepted, the more he talked, the angrier and more excited he became. He vowed he would issue orders for immediate simultaneous attacks from north and east. Keitel protested that such an ambitious operation was impossible. The Barbarossa deadline could not be postponed, since troop movements were already proceeding according to their planned maximum railway capacity program. Furthermore, List's army in Bulgaria was too weak to pit against Yugoslavia, and only a fool would rely on help from the Hungarians. "That is the very reason why I have called in Brauchitsch and Halder," said Hitler. "They would have to find some solution. Now I intend to make a clean sweep of the Balkans. It is time people got to know me better." By ones and twos, Brauchitsch, Halder, Goering, Ribbentrop and their adjutants joined the meeting. All listened in awe as Hitler declared in a harsh and vengeful tone that he was determined to smash Yugoslavia militarily and as a state. To Ribbentrop's protest that they should first confront the Yugoslavs with an ultimatum, Hitler replied acidly, "Is that how you size up the situation? The Yugoslavs would swear black is white. Of course they say they have no warlike intentions, and when we march into Greece they will stab us in the back." The attack, he exclaimed, must start as soon as possible. Politically, it is especially important that the blow against Yugoslavia be carried out with merciless harshness, and that the military destruction be done in blitzkrieg style. That would frighten the Turks as well as Greece. Goering's main task was to eliminate the Yugoslav Air Force ground installations before destroying the capital in attacks by waves. Hitler disposed of the hastily summoned Hungarian and Bulgarian ministers with dispatch. In a 15-minute meeting with the former, his comment on the revolt in Belgrade was reduced to a quotation, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." This was followed by a promise. If Hungary helped on this crisis, she would win back the long-coveted Banat area. It was a unique opportunity for Hungary to obtain revisions she might otherwise not get for years. You can believe me that I am not pretending, for I am not saying more than I can be answerable for. The next interview took but 5 minutes. Hitler told the Bulgarian minister that he was relieved by the events in Yugoslavia. "The everlasting uncertainty down there is over," he said, and used Macedonia as the bait for continued Bulgarian cooperation with the Axis. The dispensing of largesse, of other people's property, was abruptly followed by rage. "The storm," he exclaimed, "will burst over Yugoslavia with a rapidity that will dumbfound those gentlemen." With orders for attack issued, and 2 hesitant allies bribed into line, Hitler at last found time that afternoon to see the Japanese envoy. Hitler hoped that America could be kept out of the war, and suggested that the best way might be for Japan to seize Singapore. This should be done quickly, since another such golden opportunity would not soon occur. And Japan, he added, need have no fear that Russia could counter with an attack in Manchuria in view of the strength of the German army. Matsuoka, a graduate of the University of Oregon, answered slowly and deliberately in English. He was convinced, he said, that the German proposal was the right one, then added, "But I can give no firm promise on behalf of Japan at the moment." He hastily assured the visibly disappointed Hitler that he himself was for action. In truth, he was so eager for it that the Japanese army had sent Colonel Yatsuge Nagai along on this trip to see that he made no harsh promises about Singapore. Consequently, Matsuoka was forced to respond evasively to every mention of the British stronghold. Even when Hermann Goering, after accepting a scroll of Mount Fuji, jokingly promised to come and see the real thing if Japan takes Singapore, the envoy nodded toward the edgy Colonel Nagai and said, "You'll have to ask him." Matsuoka was not at all reticent about a treaty he hoped to make with Stalin in the near future, and was surprised to hear Ribbentrop, who had given him the idea of a grand four-power treaty, say, "How can you conclude such a pact at this time? Just remember, the USSR never gives anything for nothing." Nagai took this to be a warning, but Matsuoka's enthusiasm could not be damped, even when Ambassador Oshima told him in confidence that there was a strong likelihood that Germany and Russia would soon be at war. The meeting with Matsuoka was not the end of Hitler's day. He signed Directive No. 25, calling for simultaneous attacks on Yugoslavia and Greece, before sitting down at midnight to tell Mussolini about Yugoslavia. "Now, I do not regard this situation as disastrous, to be sure," he wrote, "but nevertheless as one which is so difficult that we, for our part, must avoid making any mistakes if we do not want ultimately to imperil our entire position." He had, therefore, taken all necessary measures to meet any developing crisis with the necessary military means. "I now urgently request you, Duce, not to carry out any further operations in Albania for the next few days." After this polite reminder not to endanger the situation with another hopeless adventure, he called for absolute secrecy, underlying these words for emphasis. The letter, with all its punctilious courtesy, emphasized the new relationship between the two men. After the misadventures in Greece and Africa, Mussolini was no longer the senior partner. In the Führer's eyes, he was branded with the unforgivable defect of failure. The list of Hitler's grievances was formidable, if debatable. The abortive Grecian campaign had not only encouraged the British to launch a successful offensive in Libya and discouraged Franco from supporting the Gibraltar operation, but forced Germany to deal with the dissident Yugoslavs at a most inappropriate time. Barbarossa would have to be postponed for at least a month. 5. Although Hitler blamed the delay of Barbarossa on the Yugoslav campaign, the general shortage of equipment for the Wehrmacht, his responsibility, could have been a more determining factor. In any event, he did not regard the postponement as a calamity, despite a gnawing dread. I was haunted by the obsession that the Russians might take the offensive. He did not seem perturbed when he summoned his field commanders to the Chancellery to announce a definite date of attack and, more important, deliver a doctrinal lecture on the coming struggle of two opposing ideologies. By 11 a.m. March 30th, the senior commanders for Barbarossa, along with their leading staff officers, were gathered in the small cabinet chamber where a speaker's lectern had been set up. More than 200 were seated in long rows according to rank and seniority by the time Hitler entered from the rear. With a shuffling of chairs, the assemblage smartly rose, then sat down once Hitler stepped to the rostrum. His mood was grave as he spoke of the military and political situation. The United States could not reach the peak of production and military power for 4 years. Consequently, this was the time to clean up Europe. War with Russia was inevitable, he said, and merely to sit back and wait would be disastrous. The attack would begin on June 22nd. It could not be postponed, he said, since no successor would ever again exercise sufficient authority to accept responsibility for unleashing it. He, and he alone, could stop the Bolshevik steamroller before all Europe succumbed to it. He called for the destruction of the Bolshevik state and the annihilation of the Red Army, adding an assurance that victory would be quick and overwhelming. The only problem, he added ominously, was how to deal with the conquered Russians, how to treat prisoners of war and non-combatants. The military sat stiff in their chairs, wondering if they would be called upon to take part in this program. As military professionals, most of them had been repelled by Hitler's ruthless measures after the conquest of Poland against Polish Jews, intelligentsia, clergy, and nobility. Their fears were quickened by Hitler's next loud threat. The war against Russia will be such that it cannot be fought in a knightly fashion. This struggle is one of ideologies and racial differences, and will have to be conducted with unprecedented, merciless, and unrelenting harshness. There was no utterance of protest, any more than there had been in Poland, not even an involuntary gesture of protest. That morning, Hitler had put his military leaders to the final humiliating test, with his demand that they compromise their honor as warriors. Now they, like so many in Germany who shared his fear and hatred of Jews and Slavs, were reluctant partners in his crusade. Today, Lebensraum, which they considered just recompense for the Russian territories won in battle but lost at Versailles, had been relegated to the background, and Hitler's real grounds for invasion lay exposed. Annihilation of Bolshevism, that is, annihilation of the Jews. In the meantime, preparations for the Yugoslav-Greek invasions were brought to a conclusion. In Belgrade there were daily patriotic demonstrations, some instigated by local communists carrying out Soviet Balkan policy. Russia, in fact, was so eager to bolster Yugoslavs against German incursion that she signed a pact with the new government on April 5th. This did not daunt Hitler. The following dawn, German troops crossed the Yugoslav border in overwhelming force. Bombers began systematically destroying Belgrade in an operation to which Hitler had given a significant code name: Punishment. The Soviet leaders, their signature hardly dry on the treaty with Yugoslavia, reacted with striking indifference, relegating the attack on Yugoslavia and Greece to the back pages of Pravda. Mere passing mention was made of the devastating air raids on Belgrade, which were continuing around the clock. Hitler warned Goebbels that the entire campaign would take at least 2 months, and this information was passed on to the people. It was based on a gross overestimation of enemy strength. Within a single week, German and Hungarian troops marched into a shattered Belgrade, which was little more than rubble. In the process of punishment, 17,000 civilians had died. On the 17th, the remnants of the Yugoslav army surrendered. 10 days later, the Grecian campaign was virtually concluded when German tanks rumbled into Athens. 29 German divisions had been transported into the battle zones over primitive roads and rail systems at an extravagant cost of energy, fuel, and time. Of this huge force, only 10 divisions saw action for more than 6 days. A sledgehammer had been used to kill mosquitoes. It was this shocking failure of German intelligence which was more responsible for the delay of Barbarossa than Mussolini. Hitler's dismay at the cost of the Balkan invasion was more than mitigated by a startling development in North Africa. With only 3 divisions at his disposal, General Erwin Rommel burst across Cyrenaica to within a few miles of Egypt. This triumph, which surprised Hitler as much as the enemy, compromised Britain's hold on the entire eastern Mediterranean. It also damaged British prestige and persuaded Stalin to maintain good relations with the Germans despite provocations. Besides shutting his eyes to their aggressions in the Balkans, the Soviet leader persistently ignored the growing rumors that Hitler was planning to invade his own country. Warnings had already come from numerous sources, including the U.S. State Department. Foreign diplomats in Moscow talked openly of an imminent clash. Thus the Jewish wife of the American ambassador Steinhardt, reported a German diplomat to Berlin, remarked that she would like to be out of Moscow before the troops entered it. For months, the Soviet intelligence service itself had been predicting the attack. But Stalin did not trust his own informants, and his paranoia increased with the volume of reports. Convinced that Hitler would not be stupid enough to attack Russia without first neutralizing England, he imagined these were rumors manufactured by the capitalist West, which hoped to come between him and Hitler. He wrote in red ink on one alarming report from a Czech agent, "This information is a British provocation. Find out where it comes from and punish the culprit." Marshal Yeremenko confirmed Stalin's irrational suspicions in his memoirs. That was why he failed to authorize all urgent or decisive defense measures along the frontier, for fear that this would serve the Hitlerites as a pretext to believe the rumors, since his own hope was for the capitalists and Nazis to destroy each other. In any event, he wanted to avoid provoking Hitler into an attack before the Red Army was fully armed. He was equally anxious to placate Japan. He treated Foreign Minister Matsuoka, fresh from Berlin, as an honored guest, making a public show of his delight when a neutrality pact was signed. At the celebration party in the Kremlin, it came on the day Belgrade fell, Stalin personally brought plates of food to the Japanese envoys, embraced them, kissed them, and danced around. The treaty was a coup for his diplomacy, convincing proof that he could disregard rumors of a German attack on Russia. Certainly, Hitler would never have permitted Japan to conclude this agreement if he had any such notion. Stalin was in such a good humor that he followed the Japanese delegation to the station platform for a final tipsy goodbye. He kissed General Nagai, then, encompassing the diminutive Matsuoka in a bear hug, gave him several affectionate smacks. "There is nothing to fear in Europe," he said, "now that there is a Japan-Soviet neutrality pact." A few minutes later, as the Japanese train moved off, he threw an arm around German Ambassador von der Schulenburg. "We must remain friends," he said, "and you must now do everything to that end." He turned to a colonel, checked to make sure he too was a German, and roared out, "We shall remain friends with you, in any event." He was probably referring to the numerous flights of German planes over Russian territory. In the past 2 weeks alone, there had been 50 such incursions. 2 days after embracing Schulenburg, however, Stalin was spurred to action by the emergency landing of a German plane almost 100 miles inside the Soviet Union. Aboard were found a camera, unexposed rolls of film, and a torn topographical map of the districts of the USSR. The Soviets lodged a formal complaint with Berlin, adding that 80 other violations of Soviet airspace had occurred since the end of March. Still, it was a mild protest, and Stalin persisted in ignoring a new flood of warnings, the latest from British Ambassador Cripps, who predicted Hitler would attack on June 22nd. While everyone in the German Foreign Office suspected an attack on Russia might be imminent, it was not until now that Hitler told Ribbentrop of Barbarossa. The unhappy foreign minister wanted to try one more diplomatic approach to Moscow, but Hitler refused to allow any further démarche. He forbade Ribbentrop to discuss the matter with anyone, and then assured Ambassador von der Schulenburg in Moscow, "I do not intend a war against Russia." 2 days later, Hitler again confirmed the attack date, the one Cripps had mentioned, June 22nd. There was no doubt that Germany was entering this contest with the most powerful armed force in the world. Yet she had no valid ally. Japan was on the other side of the world. Italy was a liability. Spain was intransigent, and Vichy France was unreliable. Hitler's alliances had been diminished by victory. His easy conquests had made all his friends, including little ones like Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Romania, uneasy. His only strength was the Wehrmacht, and reliance on force was fatal for any conqueror. Wars are won by politics, not by arms. Napoleon had learned this hard lesson from the British, who had a tradition of losing battles and winning wars. They had lost the battle against Hitler on the continent, but had already won the battle for their dominions and the battle for American aid. Hitler's only chance for victory in the East was an alliance with those millions in the Soviet Union who hated Stalin. But, unless he followed the advice of the Rosenberg Group to treat them liberally, he would not only lose his chance for a genuine grand alliance, but turn potential allies into relentless enemies. 6. Although Hitler's military leaders had first been appalled by the thought of invading Russia, they now almost universally shared his conviction that victory would come quickly. The consensus was that the campaign would be successfully completed within 3 months, and Field Marshal von Brauchitsch had just drastically reduced this estimate. After up to 4 weeks of major battle, he predicted, the war would degenerate into a mopping-up operation against minor resistance. The hard-headed Jodl concurred, and curtly silenced Valimont, who questioned the categorical statement that the Russian colossus will be proved to be a pig's bladder. Prick it and it will burst. The Führer, according to General Guderian, had succeeded in infecting his immediate military entourage with his own baseless optimism. The OKW and OKH were so serenely confident of victory before winter set in that winter clothing had only been prepared for every 5th man in the army. There were, of course, a few dissidents in high places. From the beginning, Ribbentrop and Admiral Raeder openly opposed Barbarossa. Keitel, too, had serious reservations, but he had learned to keep any objections to himself. There was also opposition within Hitler's inner circle. Rudolf Hess, second in line after Goering to succeed the Führer, heartily approved the theory of Lebensraum, but opposed attacking Russia so long as the war with England continued. The Bolsheviks alone, he confided to Schwerin von Krosigk, were profiting by this unfortunate conflict. Determined to resolve the question of how to neutralize Britain, he had met with Professor Karl Haushofer, the geopolitician, in the Grunewald forest the previous summer. Until 2 a.m, they discussed the best means of negotiating a peace. Haushofer suggested a secret rendezvous with some prominent Englishmen in a neutral city. From this modest beginning sprang an adventure that would intrigue the world. Excited by the prospect of a secret mission, Hess took the plan to Hitler, hoping perhaps that this would restore his own waning influence. Despite Hess's lofty rank, Hitler had not taken him seriously for over a year. "I hope he never becomes my successor," he reportedly told Hamstengel. "I wouldn't know whom to be more sorry for, Hess or the party." But his affection for Mein Hessel, his second Kubizek, had not diminished, and he gave the deputy Führer grudging approval to make inquiries through Albrecht Haushofer, the professor's elder son, who worked in the Foreign Office. Young Haushofer, a member of the resistance for several years, diffidently suggested to Hesse that the best possibility would be a meeting with his own closest English friend, the Duke of Hamilton, since he had ready access to Churchill and the King. Hesse left the meeting with enthusiasm, but Albrecht wrote to his father that the whole thing is a fool's errand. At the same time, he decided to do what he could as a patriotic German to make peace with England. He wrote the Duke of Hamilton proposing a meeting with Hesse in Lisbon. He signed the message A and sent it via Hesse's brother to a Mrs. V. Roberts in Lisbon. She transmitted it to England, but the letter was intercepted by the British censor. He turned it over to the Secret Service, which eventually instructed RAF intelligence to take appropriate action. So much time had passed by then that Hesse decided to act on his own, without the knowledge of the Haushofers or Hitler. His plan was to embark on the mission himself, doing so in a dramatic manner that would strike the English as a sporting gesture. He would fly over the estate of the Duke of Hamilton, land by parachute, and secretly conduct negotiations under a false name. He was an expert flyer, a flight officer in the First World War, the winner in 1934 of the hazardous air race around the Zugspitze, Germany's highest peak near Garmisch. A solo flight over enemy lines to a remote area of Scotland would surely appeal to young Hamilton, the first to fly over Mount Everest. I was confronted by a very hard decision, Hesse later told interrogators. I do not think I could have arrived at my final choice unless I had continually kept before my eyes the vision of an endless line of children's coffins with weeping mothers behind them, both English and German, and another line of coffins of mothers with mourning children. Hesse was convinced that only by such an original stratagem could the Führer's dream of a coalition between Germany and England be effectuated. If he failed, it would not involve Hitler. If he succeeded, he would give the Führer credit for the scheme. Admittedly, the chances were slim that he would even reach Scotland alive, perhaps 10-1, but the prize was worth the hazard. Hesse was sure that Hitler would welcome a novel peace venture, but would never allow him to risk his life in the attempt. Hadn't he already refused to let Hesse fly at the front? Therefore secrecy was essential. It was the decision of a naive, not too bright acolyte who, according to Adjutant Wiedemann, was the Führer's most devoted and dedicated subordinate. A painfully shy man whose greatest ambition was to further his master's career, Hesse hid behind tightly stern lips, heavy jowls, fanatic eyes, and a fearsome pair of eyebrows. But this was no Teutonic Oliver Cromwell. Once he smiled, the severity vanished. It was this Parsifal who conjured up the dream of flight to the enemy, this man of culture without judgment, this completely devoted servant who convinced himself that he was carrying out the true will of his master. If it was a woolly scheme, it was organized and prepared with exquisite efficiency. He persuaded Willy Messerschmitt, the aeronautical engineer, to let him borrow an Me-110 two-man plane for practice flights, then criticized its limited range. It should, he said, have 2 auxiliary tanks of 700 litres fitted on each wing. After reluctantly making this change, Messerschmitt was talked into adding special radio equipment. Then came training under the excuse of recreation, and after 20 flights Hesse felt he had mastered the modified plane. In the meantime, contrary to wartime regulations, he had acquired a new leather flying suit, persuaded Bauer, Hitler's personal pilot, to get him a secret map of forbidden air zones, and installed a new radio in his home on the outskirts of Munich. It was quite possible, he later wrote his wife from prison, that I became not quite normal. The flight and its purpose had taken hold of me with the force of a fixed idea. Anything else I seemed to see and hear only partly. He lived and moved in those early days of May in a world of instruments, piston pressures, detachable petrol containers, auxiliary air pumps, cooling temperatures, and radio bearings. His secretary, Hildegard Fatt, noticed that Hesse often did not listen to what she was saying. His wife was equally aware of his preoccupation. What surprised her even more was the unusual amount of time he spent with their 4-year-old son, who bore Hitler's secret name, Wolf. Surprising, too, in view of Hesse's reluctance to pose for pictures, was his own recent suggestion that photographs of father and son be taken. Hesse rose early on the morning of May 10th, a Saturday, and upon learning that the weather forecast was good, he made arrangements for the flight. Never had he been more gallant to his wife. After tea he kissed her hand, and then stood gravely at the door of the nursery with an air of one deep in thought and almost hesitating. She asked him when he was returning, and, told it would be Monday at the latest, she bluntly said, "I cannot believe it. You will not come back as soon as that." She guessed he was bound for a meeting with someone like Pétain, but he feared that she had guessed the truth. He turned hot and cold in turns, and before she could say anything more, he dashed into the nursery to take a last look at their slumbering son. At 6 p.m., after giving his adjutant a letter for Hitler, Hesse took off from the Augsburg airport and headed for the North Sea. Abruptly, contrary to the weather report, the cloud cover vanished, and for a moment he thought of turning back. But he kept going, and found England covered by a veil of mist. Seeking shelter, he dived down with full throttle, at first unaware that a Spitfire was on his tail. Outdistancing the pursuer, he hedge-hopped over the dark countryside at more than 450 miles an hour, narrowly skimming trees and houses. Bauer had always claimed Hesse was the type of pilot who liked to fly through open hangar doors, and it was in this barnstormer spirit that he aimed at the mountain looming ahead. It was his guidepost, and he literally climbed up the steep slope and slid down the other side, always keeping within a few yards of the ground. Just before 11 p.m. he turned east and picked out a railway and small lake which he remembered were just south of the Duke's residence. He climbed to 6,000 feet, a safe height from which to parachute, and switched off the motor. He opened the hatch, then suddenly realized he had overlooked one step in his elaborate training. I had never asked how to jump. I thought it was too simple. As the Me-110 plummeted, he recalled a friend mentioning that a plane should be on its back. After a half-roll, he found himself upside down, held inside by centrifugal force. He began to see stars. Just before passing out, he thought, soon the crash must come. Regaining consciousness, he saw the speed gauge indicate 0. He flung himself out of the plane, pulled at the parachute ring. Fortunately, while unconscious, he had automatically brought the plane out of its semi-looping curve to finish almost perpendicular on its tail. And so, to his amazement, he found himself safely in mid-air. He hit the ground, stumbled forward, and blacked out a second time. He was found by a farmer, marched off to the Home Guard, and brought to a barracks in Glasgow. Insisting that he was one Oberleutnant Alfred Horn, he asked to see the Duke of Hamilton. It was not until Sunday morning that his letter was delivered to Hitler at the Berghof. While Engel was making his daily report, Martin Bormann's brother Albert broke in to announce that Hesse's adjutant wanted to see the Führer on a very urgent matter. Albert was driven out with an angry, "Can't you see I'm in the middle of a military report and do not wish to be disturbed?" A minute later, Albert, face ashen, sidled in again. But this time he would not be put off. Insisting the matter was important and possibly dangerous, he extended the letter from Hesse. Hitler put on his glasses and began to read indifferently, but as soon as he saw the words, "My Führer, when you receive this letter I shall be in England," he dropped into a chair and shouted so loudly he could be heard downstairs. "Oh, my God, he has flown to England!" He hastily read of the technical difficulties of the flight, and that Hesse's goal was to further the Führer's own aim of alliance with England, but he had kept the flight secret, since he knew the Führer would have forbidden it. "And if, my Führer, this project, which I admit has but very little chance of success, ends in failure, and the fates decide against me, this can have no detrimental results either for you or for Germany. It will always be possible for you to deny all responsibility. Simply say I am crazy." Chalk white, the Führer ordered Engel to get the Reichsmarshal on the phone. As soon as he was located near Nuremberg, Hitler shouted, "Goering, come here immediately." He yelled at Albert Bormann to fetch his brother and Ribbentrop, placed Hess's hapless adjutant under arrest, and began pacing the room angrily. When Martin Bormann arrived out of breath, Hitler demanded to know if Hess could possibly reach England in an Me-110. The question was answered by the famous ace of the Great War, Luftwaffe General Udet. "Never," he said, "not with its limited range." And the Führer muttered, "I hope he falls into the sea." As the day wore on, Hitler's anger developed into a rage. Private guests, confined to the upper floor, wondered in fear what had happened, while Hitler agitatedly stalked his study, trying to work out a believable explanation for the public. Would the Japanese and Italians suspect that Germany was after a separate peace? Would his own soldiers fight less hard? Worst of all, had Hess revealed the plans for Barbarossa? After many drafts, a communiqué was finally drawn up, explaining that Hess had commandeered a plane against orders and disappeared. It was assumed he had crashed. A letter left behind unfortunately showed traces of a mental disturbance which justifies the fear that Hess was a victim of hallucinations. Fräulein Fatt heard a broadcast of this announcement while dining. Its tone was so unfriendly, she thought. Is this the thanks for his lifetime devotion? She phoned Hess's brother Alfred, and they mulled over the possibilities. Frau Hess was watching a movie with chauffeurs, servants, and adjutants when she was called out by the most junior adjutant. Distraught, he begged her to put on her things. It was such a senseless request that swift dread crossed her mind. But upon learning that it was only a radio broadcast, presuming that her husband was dead, she angrily replied, "Nonsense." She doubted that anything tragic had occurred, and put in a priority call to the Berghof, intending to speak to the Führer. But she got Bormann, who said he had absolutely no information. Knowing her husband's assistant as she did not believe him. She phoned Alfred Hess in Berlin. He, too, could not believe Rudolf was dead. No announcement had yet come from England, even though Hess, admitting his true identity to the Duke of Hamilton, told about his mission of peace and how he and Albrecht Haushofer had tried to arrange a meeting in Lisbon. Hamilton rushed off to see Churchill, who said, "Well, Hess or no Hess, I am going to see the Marx Brothers." Only after the film ended did the Prime Minister interrogate Hamilton thoroughly. A few hours following the German announcement that Hess was missing, the British finally revealed that he had arrived in England. No details were released. German newspapers were already putting out a reprint of the radio broadcast, but the news from London made it necessary to concoct a fuller official version. This one, published on Tuesday the 13th, acknowledged the landing of the Deputy Führer in Britain before enlarging on his mental state. As is well known in party circles, Hess had undergone severe physical suffering for some years. Recently he had sought relief to an increasing extent in various methods practiced by mesmerists and astrologers, etc. An attempt is also being made to determine to what extent these persons are responsible for bringing about the condition of mental distraction which led him to take this step. Such an admission caused confusion in Germany that extended to the highest levels. Goebbels told his staff, "Our job is for the moment to keep a stiff upper lip, not to react, not to explain anything, not to enter into polemics. The affair will be fully cleared up in the course of the afternoon, and I shall issue detailed instructions from the Obersalzberg this afternoon." He tried to assure his people that the Hess flight, admittedly embarrassing at the moment, would be seen in the future as a mere dramatic episode. However, there are no grounds for letting our wings droop in any way or for thinking that we shall never live this down. From this meeting, Goebbels flew to Berchtesgaden to attend an emergency convocation of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters. After Bormann had read aloud the Hess letter, the Führer appeared. Hans Frank had not seen him for some time, and was shocked at his disturbed appearance. At first he spoke about Hess very softly, hesitatingly, and with a deep sense of melancholy. But soon his tone changed to one of anger. The flight, he said, was sheer insanity. Hess is first of all a deserter, and if I ever catch him, he will pay for this as any ordinary traitor. Furthermore, it seems to me that this step was strongly influenced by astrological cliques which Hess kept around him. It is time, therefore, to put an end to all these star-gazers. Because of this insanity, our position is made much more difficult, though not shaken, particularly my belief that the victory in this Jewish war against National Socialism belongs to our unblemished flag. His listeners had already heard stories of Hess's pet lion, as well as his interest in homeopathic medicine and astrology, and were prepared to believe he was mentally disturbed. Yet they wondered, as ordinary citizens did, why then had Hitler retained him in high office? It was significant that the Führer mentioned not a word to his party leaders about the coming invasion of Russia and his fear that Hess might have revealed it to the English. He need not have worried. Under the interrogation of Hamilton and Sir Ivone Kirkpatrick, Hess insisted there was no foundation for the rumours now being spread that Hitler is contemplating an early attack on Russia. What he wanted to talk about was peace with England. He had come without Hitler's permission, he said, to convince responsible persons that since England could not win the war, the wisest course was to make peace now. As soon as Albrecht Haushofer learned of the flight, he hurried to his father's study. "And with such fools we make politics," he exclaimed. "The English would never deal with such a man under such ridiculous circumstances." His father sadly agreed it was a terrible sacrifice, all in vain. Young Haushofer was ordered to Obersalzberg, placed under guard, and given pen and paper to write a report for the Führer, who refused to see him. Entitled "English Connections and the Possibility of Utilizing Them," it revealed as much of the truth as possible without implicating friends in the resistance. Albrecht told of his friendship with the Duke of Hamilton and of the letter he had written at Hest's behest, adding that he himself would be indispensable in case of future negotiations with the English because of his many connections. This report persuaded Hitler not to act hastily. He ordered Haushofer transported to the Gestapo prison in Berlin on the Prince Albrechtstrasse for further interrogation. His father was spared, but drew Hitler's special rage. "The Jewish-tainted professor has Hess on his conscience," he said, and reproached himself for not taking steps earlier to tear apart that whole Munich breed and silence them. Others connected with Hess were arrested, his brother Alfred, adjutants, orderlies, secretaries and chauffeurs. Ilse Hess was not imprisoned, but Martin Bormann did his utmost to humiliate her. He also put as much distance as possible between himself and his former chief. He changed the praenomina of his two children, Rudolf and Ilse, named after the Hesses, and appointed more appropriate godparents. Selected as Hess's successor, he eliminated everything that reminded him of his former employer. All photographs of Hess, books and official literature bearing his picture were destroyed. He even attempted to confiscate the Hess home, but this was too much even for Hitler. He refused to sign the eviction notice. The guests at the Berghof were released from the top floor, but no one dared speak of the flight to England, not after someone innocently asked why Hess's adjutant was not at the table, and Bormann replied that he was in prison, and he will not come out again. "Typically," commented Engel in his diary, "the only one who walks around this beehive expectantly is Bormann. We all agree that he considers this his hour." In England, the government had decided not to make public the interrogations of Hess. It would be best to keep the Nazis guessing. Hess was transported secretly to the Tower of London during the night of May 16th, to become the world's most famous prisoner of war. A few days later, A.P. Herbert summarized in verse the Englishman's view of Hess. "He is insane. He is a dove of peace. He is Messiah. He is Hitler's niece. He is the one clean, honest man they've got. He is the worst assassin of the lot. He has a mission to preserve mankind. He's non-alcoholic. He was a blind. He has been dotty since the age of 10, but all the time was top of Hitler's men." Stalin was far more perturbed by the Hess flight than Mussolini, who, according to his son-in-law, was glad of it, because this will have the effect of bringing down German stock even with the Italians. Those in the Kremlin, particularly in light of the invasion rumours, suspected the British were really intriguing with Hitler. New regulations were imposed. Travel outside of Moscow by foreigners was forbidden, except in rare cases. Irate as he was, Hitler confided to several intimates that he respected Hess for his willingness to sacrifice himself on such a dangerous mission. On reflection, he realized that his deputy had made the hazardous flight for him. Hitler did not believe that Hess was mad, only foolish not to have seen what a disastrous political mistake he was making. This more sober judgment was corroborated some months later when Hitler consoled Frau Bruckmann on the death of her husband. "We all have our graves and grow more and more lonely, but we have to overcome and go on living, my dear gracious lady. I too am now deprived of the only two human beings among all those around me to whom I have been truly and inwardly attached. Dr. Tott, builder of the Westwall and Autobahn, is dead, and Hess has flown away from me." "That is what you say now, and to me," reportedly replied Frau Bruckmann, who had a reputation for frankness. "But what does your official press say? Year after year we all go to Bayreuth and are deeply moved. But who understands the real meaning? When our unhappy age at last produces a man who, like the Valkyrie, fulfills the deeper meaning of Wotan's command, seeks to carry out your most sacred wish with heroism and self-sacrifice, then he is described as insane." She expected the Führer would retort sharply, but he remained quiet and thoughtful. "Is it not enough, what I have said to you, and to you alone, about my real feeling?" he finally said. "Is that not enough for you?" As for Hess, it was enough that he had done his utmost. He was glad, he wrote his wife from the Tower of London, that he had been impelled to fly to England, an urge which he described as the obstinate dragon that would not let him go. "True, I achieved nothing. I was not able to stop the madness of the war, and could not prevent what I saw coming. I could not save the people, but it makes me happy to think that I tried to do it." 7. The day after learning about Hess, Hitler issued 2 repressive decrees. One declared that Russian civilians taking arms against the Wehrmacht in the coming invasion should be considered outlaws and shot without trial. The other empowered Himmler to carry out special tasks which result from the struggle which has to be carried out between 2 opposing political systems. He was to act independently of the Wehrmacht, under his own responsibility. There would be no interference from any source, and the highest personalities of the government and party were to be forbidden entrance into the occupied Russian areas, which would be cleansed of Jews and other troublemakers by special SS units of assassins known as Einsatzgruppen, special action groups. Both directives troubled Alfred Rosenberg, who had recently been appointed Commissioner for the Central Control of Questions Connected with the East European region. A Balt himself, he believed the Soviet people should be treated as anti-Stalinists rather than as enemies of the Reich. He assured Hitler that they would welcome the Germans as liberators from Bolshevik-Stalinist tyranny, and could be trusted with a certain amount of self-rule. Each state would have to be treated differently. The Ukraine, for instance, would be an independent state in alliance with Germany, but Caucasia must be ruled by a German plenipotentiary. Convinced that a heavy-handed policy in the East would destroy the spirit of Lebensraum, Rosenberg submitted a memorandum to Hitler objecting to the 2 directives. How could one possibly build a civil administration in the occupied areas without using the Soviet civil commissars and officials now administering them? He recommended that only senior and very senior officials should be liquidated. Hitler gave no definite answer. Characteristically, he was content to take no active part in the power struggle between Himmler and Rosenberg that would surely begin once the Wehrmacht advanced into the Soviet Union. Bormann, the rising star in the National Socialist hierarchy, would be a decisive factor in this contest. He had already joined forces with Himmler. In the meantime, final preparations for Barbarossa continued. Admiral Raeder informed Hitler on May 22nd that he would cease delivering important materials to Russia. Comparatively few shipments had, in fact, been sent to the Soviet Union, while many had come from the East. In addition to almost 1,500,000 tons of grain, the Soviets had delivered 100,000 tons of cotton, 2 million tons of petroleum products, 1,500,000 tons of timber, 140,000 tons of manganese, and 25,000 tons of chromium. Despite suspicions over the Hesse flight, Stalin was still so eager to appease Hitler that he authorized further shipments by express trains from the Far East of other important raw materials such as copper. On the same day, a meeting with Molotov reinforced Ambassador von der Schulenburg's earlier conjecture that the recent consolidation of power by Stalin merely meant that the foreign policy of the Soviet Union was completely in his hands. In hopes of staving off Barbarossa, Schulenburg reported that the Soviet attitude toward Germany had improved markedly in the past few weeks. But Hitler was not to be dissuaded by his diplomats any more than he was by his naval chief. On May 30th, 3 days after German paratroopers wrested the strategic island of Crete from the British, Admiral Raeder attempted to turn Hitler's attention from the east by urging him to mount a substantial offensive against Egypt and Suez. Now, he urged, was the time to strike. With reinforcements, General Rommel could score a decisive victory. This stroke, he said, would be more deadly to the British Empire than the capture of London. Hitler was beyond such advice. Barbarossa was in motion, and nothing short of catastrophe could postpone it. His greatest concern was security. Haunted by the mishap in Belgium a year earlier, he still had not informed Mussolini of the invasion. When he met his senior ally at the Brenner Pass on June 2nd, he talked at length of his determination to force British capitulation, this time by U-boats, of Hesse and of the situation in the Balkans. Not a word did he utter about Barbarossa, not only for the sake of secrecy, but because Il Duce had already cautioned him in explicit terms not to attack Russia, which had become a running sore to Germany. The roads and rail lines leading east were dense with traffic as the final phase of preparations for Barbarossa began. On June 6th, Hitler summoned Japanese Ambassador Oshima to Berchtesgaden and revealed that large numbers of troops were being sent east because of Soviet border violations. Under such circumstances, he concluded with a confidence that impressed his listener, war might be unavoidable between us. To Oshima, this was tantamount to a declaration of war, and he immediately warned Tokyo that an invasion of Russia was imminent. It was a significant day for the Führer. He legalized his threat to wage ruthless ideological warfare by instructing Field Marshal von Bracich to issue a directive to liquidate captured Soviet commissars as bearers of an ideology diametrically opposed to National Socialism. His commander-in-chief objected violently until Hitler curtly said, "I cannot demand that my generals should understand my orders, but I do demand that they follow them." The terms of this directive could not be misinterpreted. These commissars are the originators of barbarous Asiatic methods of warfare, and they must therefore be treated with all possible severity and dispatch. Whether captured during battle or while offering resistance, they must be shot at once. This ideologically motivated order was to be executed by the Wehrmacht, together with Himmler's Einsatzgruppen, and its issuance by OKW was more than another victory for Hitler over the military. It bound them to his political program and made them unwilling accomplices, along with the SS, in his grand plan of the future. To achieve this goal, he must first conquer the Red Army, and to do this he needed the help of those states bordering the Soviet Union that could be trusted, and that, sharing his own fear and hatred of Bolshevism, had accounts of their own to settle with Stalin. The Finns, forced to accept harsh terms to end their brief bloody war with Russia, needed little urging to join the crusade, and on June 8th the first elements of a German infantry division landed in Finland. 2 days later, Field Marshal Mannerheim ordered a partial mobilization. Hitler also trusted Romania, and on June 11th he intimated to General Ion Antonescu that he had decided to attack Russia. He was by no means asking Antonescu for assistance in such a war, he said, and merely expected of Romania that in her own interest she should do everything to facilitate a successful conclusion of this conflict. Stirred by visions of spoils and military glory, the Romanian dictator hastily declared that he wanted to be in on the fight from the first day. 8. On June 14th, Soviet secret agent Sergei dispatched a definite warning from Tokyo. War begins June 22nd. But Stalin still chose not to credit this or similar alarms. He had reassured himself, despite qualms, that the war could not possibly start until 1942, and that very day ordered publication of a TASS communiqué ridiculing the numerous rumors of war. All this is nothing but clumsy propaganda by forces hostile to the USSR and Germany, and interested in an extension of the war. The statement was so reassuring that there was an easing of tension in the forward positions of the Red Army. In Berlin, selected combat officers were arriving at the Chancellery for a special briefing and luncheon. By now, each one had digested his own orders and become reconciled, if grudgingly, to the inhumane methods Hitler had imposed on the enemy. At 2 p.m. there was a break for lunch, and this, unlike so many other meals at the Chancellery, was mellow and relaxed. Nor was the atmosphere of camaraderie dispelled when Hitler ascended to the podium and began a persuasive lecture on the need to launch Barbarossa. The collapse of Russia, he said, would lead to England's surrender. A final signal went out on June 17th, confirming 3 a.m. Sunday, June the 22nd, as 0 hour. That day, a German sergeant who had struck an officer and feared execution crossed into Soviet lines to surrender. He revealed that the German attack would begin before dawn on the 22nd. Frontline officers who learned of the report were disturbed, but the commanding general's reaction was, "No use beating an alarm." As 0 hour approached, Hitler appeared calm and confident. On Friday the 20th, he sent for Frank, formerly his personal lawyer and now Governor-General of German-occupied Poland. "We are facing a war with the Soviet Union," he said, and, when the other reacted with consternation, added, "Calm yourself." He promised that the German attack units would soon pass through Frank's area, and then waved off his attempt to make another objection. "I understand your problem very well, but I must insist that you come to an understanding with Himmler." He was referring to their conflicting concepts of treating the occupied areas. "I can tolerate no more differences. You two must come to an understanding." That evening, Hitler's proclamation to the troops was secretly distributed, and, under cover of darkness, assault units began moving forward. By dawn of the 21st, more than 3 million men were in attack position. In London, Cripps, home for consultations, was sounding another warning that Hitler was about to invade Russia. "Well," he told Soviet Ambassador Maisky, "we have reliable information that this attack will take place tomorrow, the 22nd of June, or at the very latest, the 29th of June. You know that Hitler always attacks on Sundays." Maisky sent an urgent cipher message to Moscow. At last Stalin sanctioned an alert for the armed forces. He also instructed his ambassador in Berlin to present a verbal note to Ribbentrop vigorously objecting to the 180 German overflights since April, which assumed a systematic and intentional character. There was tension at the Bendlerstrasse as the clock neared 1:30 p.m., the final moment the attack could be called off. No word came from the Chancellery. Barbarossa was on. At the Chancellery, Hitler was trying to explain to Mussolini why he was launching Barbarossa. "Duce," he wrote, "I am writing this letter to you at a moment when months of anxious deliberations and continuous nerve-wracking waiting are ending in the hardest decision of my life. The concentration of Soviet forces at the Reich border," he said, "was tremendous, and time was on the side of the enemy. I have, therefore, after constantly racking my brains, finally reached a decision to cut the noose before it can be drawn tight." He made no criticism of Italy's disastrous ventures in Greece and Africa, nor hinted at other grievances. He maintained a tone of respect, approaching supplication, throughout, and ended the letter almost as if he were in the confessional. The partnership with the Soviet Union, in spite of the complete sincerity of the efforts to bring about a final conciliation, was nevertheless often very irksome to me, for in some way or other it seemed to me to be a break with my whole origin, my concepts, and my former obligations. I am happy now to be relieved of these mental agonies. In Moscow, Molotov had just summoned Ambassador von der Schulenburg. The Foreign Commissar wanted to add weight to the note verbal which his ambassador in Berlin had not yet been able to deliver to Ribbentrop. There are a number of indications, he told Schulenburg, that the German government is dissatisfied with the Soviet government. Rumours are even current that a war is impending between Germany and the Soviet Union. It was an embarrassing situation, and all Schulenburg could do was promise to transmit the question to Berlin. He returned to his office as ignorant as Molotov that an attack was coming in a few hours. One of the Eastern Front commanders was reading out Hitler's exhortation to the troops. Weighed down for many months by grave anxieties, compelled to keep silent, I can at last speak openly to you, my soldiers. He told of the Russian build-up on the German frontier, of the numerous border violations. That was why they had been brought up to the greatest front in world history, along with allies from Finland and Romania. German soldiers, you are about to join battle, a hard and crucial battle. The destiny of Europe and future of the German Reich, the existence of our nation, now lie in your hands alone. All along the tortuous 930-mile front, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, 3 million men listened and believed. With fear and expectation they huddled in their positions. It was the shortest night of the year, the summer solstice, but it seemed endless to those waiting in the pale light for the command to attack. Just before midnight, the Moscow-Berlin Express rumbled over the frontier bridge into German territory. It was followed by a long freight train filled with grain, the last delivery Stalin would make to his ally, Adolf Hitler. In Berlin that evening there was an air of expectation. The international journalists were gathered at the Foreign Press Club in the Fasenstrasse, hoping to get some information from a group of Foreign Office officials. But as midnight approached with no official announcement, the newsmen began to leave for home. At the Chancellery there was such unusual activity that even those like Hitler's press chief Dietrich, who knew nothing of Barbarossa, felt sure that some tremendous action against Russia was in progress. Hitler was the personification of confidence. In 3 months, at the latest, he told one adjutant, there will be a collapse on the part of the Russians such as the world has never before seen. But this was only a sham. He could not close his eyes that night any more than he could on the eve of the invasion of the West. At 3 a.m., June 22nd, exactly a year after the surrender of France at Compiègne, German infantrymen moved forward. 15 minutes later, flame and smoke burst out all along the eastern front. The pale night sky was turned to day by the flash of guns. Barbarossa, long a dream, was reality. But its creator was already nagged by concern. The 5-week delay caused by the Yugoslav venture loomed more ominously. Being of historic bent, perhaps Hitler recalled that on that same day in June, 129 years before, Napoleon had crossed the Niemen River on his way to Moscow. 15 minutes before 0 hour, Ambassador von Bismarck delivered Hitler's long letter to Ciano, who immediately telephoned Il Duce. Mussolini was incensed as much by the ungodly hour as by having been kept uninformed. "Not even I disturb my servants at night," he grumbled to his son-in-law, "but the Germans make me jump out of bed at any hour without the least consideration." In Moscow, Schulenburg was en route to the Kremlin with an accusation that the Soviet Union was about to fall on Germany's back. Consequently, the Führer had ordered the Wehrmacht to oppose this threat with all the means at its disposal. Molotov listened silently to a solemn reading of the statement, then said bitterly, "It is war. Your aircraft have just bombarded some 10 open villages. Do you believe that we deserved that?" At the Wilhelmstrasse, Ribbentrop finally sent word that he would see the Russian ambassador at 4 a.m. Never before had Schmidt seen his chief so excited. Pacing up and down the room like a caged animal, Ribbentrop kept repeating, "The Führer is absolutely right to attack Russia now." It seemed, thought Schmidt, as if he were trying to reassure himself. The Russians would certainly themselves attack us if we did not do so now. At exactly 4 a.m., Soviet Ambassador Dekhanozov entered, right hand innocently extended. Ribbentrop interrupted his attempt to relay the Soviet grievances. "That is not the question now," he said, and announced that the Soviet government's hostility had compelled the Reich to take military countermeasures. "I regret that I can say nothing further," he said, "especially as I myself have come to the conclusion that, in spite of serious endeavours, I have not succeeded in